in a world where humanity has traversed to floating islands. One individual finds himself on a solitary isle amidst an enigmatic sky. Here, sustenance and water are non-existent, leaving only an island that can be maneuvered through the air. Each person becomes the sovereign of their own island, with death and opportunity looming equally, as they face tempestuous winds and the extremes of heat and cold, striving to cultivate their existence. Zhou Tu possesses the extraordinary ability to perceive the hidden realms of the floating islands, granting him insight into the conditions surrounding him in all directions. Moving forward, he encounters a succubus who proposes a lucrative deal, intent on draining his resources. Retreating leads him to a frigid expanse where his island transforms into a frozen wasteland, and he himself becomes ensnared in ice. Shifting to the left reveals an injured sprite. Should he manage to rescue it, the sprite could assist him in tilling the land. While others are still grappling with survival, Zhou Tu has transformed his floating island into a veritable floating city, equipped with weaponry and armor, reigning supreme over this world. A decade later, he gazes down from the heavens at the spherical planet, lost in contemplation. Chapter 1. The World of Floating Islands and Billion-Dollar Ventures. Zhou Tu awakens groggily, the winds today particularly raucous. A chill runs through him as the breeze passes, jolting him into full awareness. However, he soon realizes that something is amiss. Before him stretches a vast expanse of blue sky and white clouds, obscuring his view of the horizon. What on earth is this place? Wasn't I just in bed? With a start, Zhou Tu rises and circles the island, which he discovers to be approximately 10 meters in diameter, devoid of any features along its edge. Standing at the precipice of the floating island, gazing at the drifting clouds above and the void beneath, he feels a wave of dizziness. This is indeed a floating island. What a bizarre situation. I must be dreaming. Doubting the reality before him, he pinches himself fiercely, wincing at the pain that ensues. Ouch. This is real. It hurts. This is no dream. This is truly a world of floating islands. Yet this island is barren. What shall I eat? What shall I drink? There isn't even a place to shelter. How will I survive the night? A creeping sense of crisis envelopes him. Upon exploring the floating island, Zhou Tu discovers a white crystal at its center. He approaches and picks up the diamond-shaped crystal, feeling its jade-like texture, smooth and cold to the touch. Simultaneously, a three-dimensional interface materializes before him, emanating from the crystal. Welcome to the survival world of floating islands. Congratulations, you have bound the heart of the island master, becoming a lord of your own floating island. You now command all creatures upon it. Your floating island is designated as Gone B. 10086. I've truly traversed to a world of floating islands. Zhou Tu muses, turning over the white crystal in his hand, feeling a twinge of discomfort. He had just won 200,000 in a lottery and hadn't even redeemed it before being whisked away. Couldn't fate at least grant him the chance to claim his prize? But if such absurdity can occur, could this be the work of a higher civilization's jest? The interface continues to display information. Individuals aged 18 and above from around the globe have been transported here. Survival is your sole objective. To endure, heed the following points. 1. The floating island is your sanctuary, teeming with potential. Construct shelters, cultivate land, excavate lakes, and even expand your island. If you can achieve these, your floating island may become a paradise. 2. The floating island can traverse in all cardinal directions and vertically to encounter other islands. Each movement consumes 1 unit of the heart of the island master's energy. Currently, you possess level 1 energy 10/10, replenishing at a rate of 10 units daily. 3. Unknown islands harbor both opportunities and dangers. You may scavenge their resources to fortify your own floating island. However, your time on these foreign islands is limited to 1 hour. Failure to return within this time frame will result in you becoming lost. 4. This is not a game. Death here is irrevocable. Do not gamble with your life. 5. The realm of floating islands experiences cycles of day and night. The perils of night are greatly amplified. Ensure you gather ample supplies during the day to guarantee survival. 6. If you encounter others, you may choose to trade, form alliances, or plunder their resources. 7. You are currently in a wind disaster zone. Establish a shelter swiftly to withstand the tempest. 8. Focus your mind to communicate with the heart of the island master and access the interface. Further functionalities await your exploration. Additionally, a beginner's gift pack awaits you. Commence your journey on the floating island. Zhou Tu absorbs the warnings with a grave expression. To perish here is to truly perish. The area surrounding his floating island is fraught with disasters. Casting a glance at his island, he notes its utter lack of defenses. If the winds grow fierce, he could easily be swept away, suppressing the urgency rising within him. Zhou Tu confronts the reality of his situation, recognizing that panic resolves nothing. His gaze shifts to the wooden chest that has materialized at the center of the island. This must be the beginner's gift pack referred to by the heart of the island master. Zhou Tu approaches and opens the small chest, revealing an axe, a shovel, and a backpack. Space backpack, 20 slots, with each type of resource stackable up to 100 units. Upon reading the description, Zhou Tu can only exclaim in a it seems this backpack is designed for plundering resources from other floating islands. An axe for felling trees, a shovel for digging. These must be the tools for my survival on the island. Swinging the axe, he finds it comfortable in his grip and cannot help but sigh. What a life I had, only to suddenly be thrust into a struggle for survival on a floating island. My quality of life has plummeted. Surveying his surroundings, he sees nothing but grass. There's no sign of infrastructure. Build houses, lakes? The heart of the island master truly has grand visions. Following the prompts, he opens the interface. 4 modules appear before him. Communication channel, trade, construction, resource, backpack. Zhou Tu focuses on the communication channel. 2 new channels emerge. World channel, regional channel. Peering into the world channel, he finds many individuals posting messages. Help. What is this floating island world? I don't want to survive here. I want to go home. Ha ha ha. I can't believe my 50-year-old body is transformed into a 30-year-old one. With my life experience, I shall dominate this realm. The apocalypse has arrived, and we shall all perish. I am from the 258th Regiment, known as Bow-to-Town River Demon. If you're aware, please get in touch. I haven't eaten. I'm starving. Who will trade me some food? I want to go home. I refuse to remain in this damned world. The dialogue swiftly traversed, leaving Zhou Tu with only a vague impression. He noticed a small speaker icon below, indicating the regional channel, which bore the number 1. This meant that each individual could speak freely just once. It appeared that the rules forbade unrestricted communication among individuals. After all, banding together was crucial for survival. He opened the trade interface, but no one was currently trading. Zhou Tu then accessed the regional channel once more. There were 10,000 out of 9,992 participants present in the channel. The names were a combination of usernames and avatars. His avatar was as handsome as himself, followed by his island owner number, 10086. A glance at the regional channel revealed that 8 individuals had already perished. Zhou Tu's expression became somewhat nuanced. These 8 had fallen dead instantly. Switching to the regional channel, it buzzed with activity. Is there anyone in this area looking to form an alliance? Since we are in the same vicinity, the chances of encountering one another are greater, and collaborating would make survival much easier. Once the free speaker is used up, one must purchase additional speaking time with crystal energy. I suggest we control our floating islands to gather resources from other islands. Every word spoken here is a waste of our precious floating island resources. Who knows if the floating islands we encounter are dangerous? Are you not afraid of recklessness? Let's first assess their situations. Did I not cross over? Where's my cheat? As someone from Blue Star, how can I not have a cheat? Hey, do you think you're the protagonist? It seems like everyone from around the globe has crossed over. The island owner's heart is the cheat. Zhou Tu peered at the screen for 2 minutes before choosing to exit. It seemed that there were indeed some astute individuals among them. He committed the name of the person who made the suggestion, Li Jiangping, to memory. In such an environment, few could maintain their composure. Most were swept away by their emotions, either gripped by fear or timidity, losing their basic capacity for rational thought. Zhou Tu observed that some individuals in the regional channel had spoken more than once. Once they exhausted the energy of the island owner's heart, they would have to subsist on the island's grass. Each additional word consumed a unit of energy from the crystals, which was an unsustainable loss in the early stages. Moreover, the previous warning indicated that the floating islands experienced nighttime. They were currently in a storm zone. Even during the day, he felt a bit chilly. At night, with the strong winds, one could succumb to hypothermia. It seems imperative to construct a shelter before nightfall. Time is of the essence. He opened the construction menu. Island owner's heart, LV1. Upgrading enhances crystal quality, increases floating island area, and boosts communication frequency. Soil 100, stone 20. Zhou Tu took a cursory glance at the upgrade requirements. Upgrading the island owner's heart required only basic materials. However, its functions were numerous. This piqued Zhou Tu's interest. The floating island was too small, and enlarging it was fundamental to everything. Simple house, wood 20, soil 5, grass 5, rope 5. Simple workbench, wood 4, stone 2. Simple wooden bed, wood 4, rope 2. Upgrading the island owner's heart would increase the floating island's area. If he could resolve his needs for food and shelter, upgrading the island owner's heart would take precedence. With a diameter of merely 10 meters, the floating island offered him no sense of security whatsoever. Zhou Tu's gaze lingered on the island owner's heart. Utilizing it allowed him to maneuver the floating island. The floating island currently had 6 directions available for movement: forward, backward, left, right, up, and down. Faced with these 6 options, Zhou Tu found himself in a quandary. Which direction should he choose? He gazed into the distance of the hazy floating islands when, suddenly, information regarding a nearby floating island appeared before his eyes. Move the floating island forward. You will encounter a succubus who will propose multi-billion deals with you. Zhou Tu. Chapter 2. Leaving no resource untapped. In an instant, Zhou Tu's heartbeat quickened. It was not the allure of the succubus that stirred him, but rather the arrival of a new advantage. He was astonished to discover that he could perceive danger alerts atop the floating island, with the ability to foresee threats. As long as he remained vigilant, he could avert calamities. By gathering resources and gradually developing, he could eventually transform the floating island into a veritable paradise. However, moments later, Zhou Tu regained his composure. A succubus. Such a creature existed on the floating island? This suggested that the island was far more complex than it initially appeared. The succubus was merely one among many potential species that might inhabit this realm. Zhou Tu turned his gaze to the left. Moving the floating island to the left leads to a bee island, where the air is filled with the sweet scent of flowers. If you can deal with the venomous bees, you will be rewarded with abundant honey. Moving the floating island to the right leads to a standard floating island, where some ordinary resources can be found. Moving the floating island backward reveals an empty expanse, devoid of floating islands. Moving the floating island upward will yield a wealth of resources, as well as blueprints. Moving the floating island downward leads to a floating volcano. After collecting information about the islands in all directions, Zhou Tu opted to ascend. Overall, the initial danger level was not particularly high. As long as luck did not abandon him, the chances of survival were quite favorable. Grasping the crystal, he communicated with the heart of the island's master, soon feeling a gentle pressure, akin to riding an ascending elevator. This was indicative of a heavy load. The white clouds before his eyes rapidly descended, and the movement of the floating island exceeded his expectations, resulting in a sudden jolt beneath his feet. The island was too small. He could even sense it teetering. Zhou Tu's heart raced, and he resolved to construct a solid dwelling before expanding the island. Steeling himself, he gazed at the floating island that loomed before him. Vastly larger than his own, adorned with trees and several dilapidated structures. In that moment, Zhou Tu contemplated relocating to this island for survival. The heart of the island's master alerts. After each island connection, a 5-minute cooldown is required to initiate movement again. Please select a direction to proceed. Zhou Tu was taken aback. This meant that encountering islands inhabited by dangerous creatures would necessitate a 5-minute defensive period on his own floating island if he chose not to ascend. Such a mechanism rendered the floating islands perilous, as opting not to ascend also posed risks. With his backpack secured and armed with an axe and shovel, Zhou Tu set foot on the island. Casting a glance back at his own miniature island, bare and devoid of features, save for a patch of green grass, he felt akin to a pirate navigating a small vessel to a grand ship. However, this fleeting thought quickly dissipated. Suddenly, the heart of the island's master vibrated. Remaining time, 5,902 minutes. You may only remain on this island for 1 hour. Collecting resources and constructing a shelter was paramount. Zhou Tu reminded himself that should he discover an artifact akin to the heart of the island's master, he could indeed change islands. Otherwise, it was wiser to return and fortify his own domain. Upon entering the dilapidated structure, Zhou Tu picked up a piece of yellowed parchment from the table. The heart of the island's master alerts. Acquired blueprint for a small house structure, yellow. To his astonishment, he had obtained a housing blueprint almost instantaneously. What a splendid beginning. Organizing the housing blueprint, Zhou Tu commenced rummaging through the premises. The heart of the island's master alerts. Acquired tape, 1. The heart of the island's master alerts. Acquired nails, 12. The heart of the island's master alerts. Acquired bandage, 1. Scissors, 1. Paper, 1. Observing the empty wooden cabinets and tables, Zhou Tu paused momentarily before raising his axe. Whack! Wood splinters flew wildly, soaring high into the air, while particles of dust danced in the sunlight. Clearly, these furnishings bore the marks of age. He sensed the air within the room growing increasingly stale. The heart of the island's master alerts. Acquired wood, 1. The heart of the island's master alerts. Acquired wood, 1. The heart of the island's master alerts. Acquired wood, 1. Before long, Zhou Tu had collected all the contents of the room into his spatial backpack. Observing the hodgepodge of items within, Zhou Tu furrowed his brow. The backpack was too small, with only 20 slots available. Even small items like nails occupied valuable space. If he were to amass an abundance of resources in the future, some small yet significant items could be carried directly on his person instead of being confined within the backpack. Exiting the house, Zhou Tu hurried toward the 3 trees in the distance. Time was of the essence. Only 35 minutes remained. Upon reaching the trees, he was astonished to discover that they were apple trees, laden with green apples. Zhou Tu seized his axe and felled the 3 apple trees. Acquired wood, 12. Green apples, 52. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he felt a pang of thirst. Chopping wood was indeed laborious. He surveyed the island and gathered several tall blades of grass. Acquired grass, 20. With only 3 minutes left, Zhou Tu leaped back to his own floating island from the narrow connection, watching as the opposite island faded from view. He exhaled a long sigh of relief. It was not that he had no desire for the apple trees. Rather, his floating island was currently ill-suited for cultivation. its diameter a mere 10 meters, leaving scant space even for a house. Moreover, uprooting trees consumed far more time than simply chopping them down. Glancing at the items he had returned with from the floating island, 1 small house structure blueprint, 28 wood, 1 tape, 12 nails, 1 bandage, 1 pair of scissors, 52 green apples, 1 piece of paper, and 20 grass. He noted that he was still short 5 blocks of earth for constructing a simple house. However, with the small house structure blueprint in hand, why settle for a rudimentary dwelling? He would construct the best possible abode. Zhou Tu opened the small house construction blueprint. Required materials: wood, 40, nails, 20, stone, 15, grass, 20. A small, yellow blueprint required such an extensive array of materials? Yet, upon recalling the resources he had just gathered, he felt a wave of relief. As long as he selected the right floating island, collecting materials would be swift. Taking out a green apple, Zhou Tu munched on the tart fruit to restore his energy while opening the chat channel. Regional chat room, 100,009,732. Zhou Tu discovered that in such a brief span, over 200 individuals had perished. Truly, in a survival world, the mortality rate was staggering. How did they meet their demise? Was the floating island so perilous? Was there no veteran willing to guide him? Let us form an alliance. I'm nimble and have a sweet voice. I'm feeling quite parched. Is there a benevolent soul willing to trade me some water? I'm also rather hungry. Could anyone spare some food? One can survive a day without sustenance, but instead of chatting, why not manage your floating island and seek resources? Zhou Tu observed the conversation. Despite the passage of time, many had yet to take their first step beyond their floating islands. Yet, this was of no concern to him. At present, developing his floating island and constructing a dwelling to withstand the encroaching darkness of night was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Feeling a significant restoration of his stamina, Zhou Tu redirected his gaze towards the horizon. Now, he sought an island abundant in food and water. Such resource-rich islands were his priority. With unwavering focus, he peered ahead. Moving forward, you will encounter Snake Island, teeming with serpents. If you move backward, you will find burrowing rodents with formidable offensive capabilities. To the left lies an ordinary floating island, where some commonplace resources can be found. To the right, a bountiful supply awaits you, along with a treasure chest ready to be opened. Ascending will lead you to a realm populated by peculiar birds, known for their aggressive nature. Descending will return you to your original position, devoid of any resources. Zhou Tu contemplated the information he had gathered, deep in thought. Should he descend, the floating island would revert to its previous location, indicating that he had only 5 opportunities to choose. If danger lurked on all sides, he could retreat to safety. But doing so would consume an excessive amount of energy, rendering it an unwise choice. The current intel revealed that all 3 floating islands harbored monsters. Should fortune favor him, he might navigate them unscathed, but a stroke of ill luck could plunge him into peril. It seemed essential not only to build his island, but also to craft weapons for self-defense, or perhaps fortify his floating abode, should danger arise. Remaining on the island could prove a wise strategy. Zhou Tu pondered quietly. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the rightward moving island. This island was significantly larger than the last one he had encountered, featuring several additional structures. He made his way towards the heart of the island, where a rusted treasure chest lay nestled within one of the buildings. It was an iron chest, which Zhou Tu promptly placed into his spatial backpack, intending to open it upon returning to his own island. For now, it was crucial to scour the island for resources. Having secured the treasure chest, Zhou Tu meticulously searched every nook and cranny of the room. Island Master.'s heart reminder, acquired 18 iron nails. Island Master.'s heart reminder, acquired 1 roll of tape. Island Master.'s heart reminder, acquired 1 nylon rope. Island Master.'s heart reminder, acquired 1 silicone doll. Staring at the doll, which was rather charming, Zhou Tu found himself bewildered. What on earth was this? He casually tucked it into his backpack, reasoning that even if he had no use for it, trading it would be a simple endeavor. Island Master.'s heart reminder, acquired 1 pack of tissues. Island Master.'s heart reminder, acquired 10 small loaves of bread. Island Master.'s heart reminder, acquired 16 bottles of 400 milliliters mineral water. Island Master.'s heart reminder, acquired 1 lighter. Island Master.'s heart reminder, acquired 1 pack of Chinese cigarettes. Surveying the contents of his backpack, Zhou Tu felt a wave of satisfaction. Indeed, this was a prosperous little island. The resources were plentiful, and most importantly, he had found the essentials for survival: food, clothing, a lighter, and even a pack of cigarettes. However, it was somewhat unfortunate that he was not an avid smoker. After thoroughly searching all the buildings on the island, his 20-slot backpack was filled to capacity. Items like the cigarettes and lighter, being small, had to be removed and placed in his pockets, as they could not stack within the backpack and occupied valuable space. Glancing around the house, Zhou Tu noted that the doors and windows were in decent condition. Island Master.'s heart reminder, acquired 1 unit of wood. Island Master.'s heart reminder, acquired 1 unit of glass. Excellent. Truly commendable, as expected of a resource-rich island. The materials here surpassed those of the previous island by several folds. He should be able to construct a dwelling. After exploring the floating island thoroughly, He spent the remaining time mining in areas where stones were present. Island Master's heart reminder. Acquired 20 units of stone and 20 units of soil. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhou Tu reflected on the arduous nature of stone collection. 20 blocks of stone constituted a single unit in the Island Master's heart system, while 100 shovels of soil were required for just 1 unit of dirt. Living on a floating island was no easy feat. With a sigh, he returned to his own floating island, watching as the distant island faded from view. This was what they called being lost. Subsequently, he opened his backpack to tally the spoils from this exploration. 18 iron nails, 1 roll of tape, 1 nylon rope, 1 silicone doll, 1 pack of tissues, 10 small loaves of bread, 16 bottles of 250 milliliters mineral water, 1 lighter, 1 pack of Chinese cigarettes, 41 units of wood, 5 units of glass, 20 units of stone, 20 units of soil, and 1 iron treasure chest. Having completed the exploration of both islands, he lamented the absence of a crystal akin to the Island Master's heart on the small island, which dashed his hopes of gaining additional advantages. Nevertheless, the materials obtained from both explorations were sufficient to construct a house according to the yellow blueprint. The required materials for building the house were 40 units of wood, 20 iron nails, 15 units of stone, and 20 units of grass. Island Master's heart notification detected that the materials for the Island Master's yellow blueprint are complete. You may proceed to use the blueprint to construct a house. Would you like to spend 2 energy slots to build the house and utilize the relevant materials for optimization? Build it. Immediately construct and optimize. Without hesitation, Zhou Tu opted to proceed with the construction. The floating island, measuring 10 meters in diameter, was barren, suspended in the sky, leaving him feeling quite insecure. This region was prone to wind disasters. What if the floating island drifted into a colder area, or a hotter one? These were potential threats that loomed large, although the Island Master's heart had not provided any warnings. In this survival world, one must remain vigilant, anticipate dangers, and cultivate a sense of crisis. As Zhou Tu relaxed, his inner turmoil intensified, leading him into a spiral of anxious thoughts. Essentially, he harbored a tinge of paranoia. After utilizing 2 energy slots, a 55-meter model of a small house materialized within the crystal, revealing the foundation for his floating island. He could now select the location for the house. Once chosen, it could not be altered unless dismantled. The floating island was too small, offering limited options. Zhou Tu decided to position the house in the center of the island. In an instant, the foundation of the house emerged in the central area of the floating island, akin to a 3D printing process, with layers of rooms rapidly taking shape. A small house with windows appeared atop the floating island. Detected materials available for room optimization. Would you like to optimize? Optimize. This optimization will utilize 5 units of glass, 1 nylon rope, 1 silicone doll, 1 roll of tape, and 1 pack of tissues. What a surprise. My silicone doll was incorporated into the optimization. Zhou Tu observed the plastic components on the window, his expression soured. He had intended to trade it, yet it had vanished in such a manner. Stepping inside the wooden house, he surveyed the cozy space, feeling a measure of safety wash over him. The small box provided by the system was also placed within the house. This box possessed some spatial capabilities, akin to his backpack, but currently, it too could only hold 20 slots. He realized that as he gathered more resources, he would need to store them on the floating island. Gazing at the desolate cabin, Zhou Tu couldn't help but marvel. No wonder the heart of the island is an architectural marvel. One might liken the heart of the island to a mobile base. Possessing blueprints, energy, and materials, with energy at one's disposal, construction becomes a task of remarkable ease. As he relaxed, Zhou Tu was immediately beset by thirst and hunger. After laboring intensively for over 2 hours, he felt fatigued. Having transported all supplies to the cabin, he took stock of his remaining provisions: 10 iron nails, 1 roll of tape, 10 small loaves of bread, 16 bottles of 250 milliliters mineral water, 1 lighter, 1 pack of Chinese cigarettes, 29 units of wood, 20 units of soil, and 1 iron treasure chest. At the rate of his labor, the food would only last him a day. Zhou Tu quickly consumed 5 loaves of bread and a bottle of water before feeling somewhat revitalized. Observing the meager remaining supplies, he furrowed his brow. The sustenance was insufficient. He must explore the floating island. However, he decided to open the iron treasure chest first. Rubbing his hands together, he muttered a mantra of luck and opened the chest. Chapter 4. Discovery of the Elf. The heart of the island prompts. You have obtained the blueprint for crafting a bow and arrow green. A green blueprint. Zhou Tu felt a surge of excitement. It was a weapon of offensive capability. Materials required: 2 elm wood, 1 sinew. The materials listed felt somewhat unfamiliar. Zhou Tu committed the requirements to memory and placed the blueprint within his room. Should he come across these materials, he would gather them. For a bow and arrow would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. He could not perpetually evade the monsters on the island, given the high probability of encountering them. It was only a matter of time before all islands revealed monster information, forcing him to confront them. Some supplies, he surmised, could only be found on monster islands. Ordinary islands likely wouldn't yield such resources. Thus, exploring monster islands was imperative. Zhou Tu opened the door, ready to scout for information and continue gathering supplies. To his dismay, the once clear sky had transformed into a vast expanse of yellow. A colossal sandstorm was sweeping in like a desert tide. With a resounding thud, he slammed the wooden door shut. The sound of sand battering against the door accompanied the gentle swaying of his floating island. Standing in the cabin, Zhou Tu observed the minuscule grains of sand striking the glass, producing a faint scratching sound, reminiscent of a monster sharpening its teeth. A sense of foreboding settled in his heart. Had he not constructed a sturdy house, this sandstorm would have left him in disarray. Truly, the yellow dust threatened to shatter his island. He wondered how the others were faring. Unable to venture out, Zhou Tu activated the regional chat channel. Some individuals, unable to resist, utilized energy to purchase speakers to voice their concerns. Damn, this sandstorm arrived too swiftly. If it weren't for the shovel anchored in the ground, I would have been blown off the floating island. Our regional chat has lost several hundred members. I was wrong. I no longer wish to survive on a floating island. I want to return to the prosperous, democratic, and harmonious society I once knew. My axe slipped and fell. What should I do? 2 islands connected together would be more stable. Li Jiangping interjected. Someone quickly inquired, has Jiangping already begun exploring the floating islands? What resources are available on his island? However, these questions went unanswered by Li Jiangping. Zhou Tu silently examined Li Jiangping's avatar. He was a middle-aged man with defined features, particularly sharp eyes, reminiscent of those he had seen in soldiers. Survival is not devoid of formidable individuals. Yet, he expended energy to share his findings. Such altruism was rare in this world. Zhou Tu noted that the number of individuals in the regional chat had dwindled to 9,208, implying that at least 400 people had been swept away by the sandstorm. It was understandable. Each person's island had a diameter of merely 10 meters, and a moment's inattention could lead to a fall. Zhou Tu speculated that the 8 individuals who had perished before must have fallen directly from their floating islands. Gradually, the sandstorm abated, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. Zhou Tu emerged from the cabin, which now appeared aged, its once pristine walls coated in sand, imparting a sense of antiquity. Unfortunately, the island's original grass had suffered greatly. The sandstorm had obliterated all the verdant blades, leaving the floating island devoid of its sole source of sustenance. Those who had hoped to graze without exploring the floating island now faced a dire necessity to venture forth. Zhou Tu, however, was not fixated on grazing but rather pondered what calamities might follow the sandstorm. The islands were so diminutive. Could the yellow blueprint cabin withstand future extreme weather? Clutching his axe, he gazed at his small island and cabin, recognizing their inadequacy. They must grow. As the island expanded, so too would the available space, naturally enhancing his capacity to withstand unforeseen risks. He turned his gaze outward. Moving the floating island forward will lead to an injured elf, who provides a bonus effect to plants. Moving the floating island left will lead to a stone island where stone can be collected. Moving the floating island right will lead to an iron or island where iron can be mined. Moving the floating island backward will reveal many wild boars. Defeating them will yield a substantial quantity of meat. Moving the floating island upward will provide numerous supplies and blueprints. Moving the floating island downward will uncover a strange stone tablet, with nothing else present. Zhou Tu promptly discounted the wild boar island. Although he craved meat, he had no desire to court death. The boars were tough-skinned and hardy. Merely avoiding them was a victory. He also dismissed the 2 mining islands. With only an axe and a shovel at his disposal, digging for sand was feasible, but mining? The cost-effectiveness was far too low. The island with the strange stone tablet was likewise overlooked. This left him with the decision to rescue the injured elf or explore the blueprint island. The abundance of resources and the allure of blueprints were tempting, yet an injured elf was a rare opportunity. After all, he could see all island resources through the information prompt. Locating blueprints and materials would be relatively straightforward. However, the injured elf could grant a bonus effect to plants. This intrigued him. While the immediate benefit might be negligible, Zhou Tu envisioned the future expansion of his floating island. With an elf by his side, he could cultivate crops. Most importantly, the elf would be bound to the heart of the island. On his island, all creatures would be subject to his dominion. Could the elf be considered an animal? Zhou Tu hesitantly inquired of the heart of the island. Special life forms on the island are also under the island master's control. Those with the heart of the island hold supreme authority on their floating islands. The heart of the island clarified. Armed with this knowledge, Zhou Tu felt increasingly resolute in his decision to rescue the elf. Suddenly, he recalled the succubus he had seen previously. If that succubus were to come to his island, according to the heart of the island's explanation, he could also exert control over her. He shook his head, dispelling such chaotic thoughts. Even if he could bring such beings to his island, he lacked the space. It was a case of wanting more than he could achieve. He decided to move the floating island forward. A lush island rapidly expanded from a mere speck into view, its flora thriving abundantly, with a diameter of approximately 1,000 meters. In comparison to his own island, it was vast indeed. Was this the island where the elf resided? The vegetation here is so lush. It appears that this sprite embodies a grass attribute. As Zhou Tu set foot on the island, he felt a softness beneath his feet. Astonishingly, the sandstorm had not ravaged this verdant paradise. The floating island remained untouched by the tempest. Could the injured sprite be linked to this recent sandstorm? Zhou Tu pondered in confusion. However, the immediate priority was to locate the wounded sprite. Armed with a shovel, he began to sift through the dense foliage. Half an hour later, Zhou Tu stood at the island's center, surveying his surroundings, yet he had found no trace of the sprite. This injured sprite had evidently concealed itself. Chapter 5. What a barren island you are. How can you offer me a home? Time was of the essence, yet after half an hour of searching the empty island, he had not uncovered any information regarding the sprite's whereabouts. With only half an hour remaining before the floating island would vanish, a sense of urgency began to gnaw at Zhou Tu's day. How could he possibly find the injured sprite? He had never encountered such a unique creature before. Had he known its specific form, it might have been easier to locate. Nevertheless, after a moment's reflection, he regained his composure. The information indicated that the sprite could promote plant growth, suggesting a connection between the sprite and the flora surrounding him. Given the abundance of vegetation on this floating island, it was highly probable that the grass sprite was hiding among the greenery. If he were to clear the plants, he might just uncover the sprite. Resolutely, Zhou Tu gathered some timber on the floating island, preparing to ignite it. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. "Don't do that." A crisp voice called out, startling him. A nearby orchid had seemingly spoken. Zhou Tu's heart leaped with joy. The little sprite had revealed itself. Astonishingly, it could transform into a flower, an unexpected twist indeed. Feigning innocence, Zhou Tu inquired, "Who are you? Why do you disturb me? This is my island, and you dare to wreak havoc here?" The orchid, visibly agitated, retorted, "This is clearly an unclaimed floating island. I have encountered many shameless humans like you. Do not attempt to deceive me. Depart from my island at once. All these flowers and grasses were sown by me." Zhou Tu remained unfazed. This sprite was injured and was clearly forcing herself to drive him away. A facade of strength masking her vulnerability. Had she not been wounded, she might have attacked him. However, his objective was to bring the little sprite to his island. A task that now appeared rather challenging, as she had evidently encountered humans before. "I have an island. Would you come with me? Though it is still small, it has the potential to grow." Zhou Tu extended an invitation. Observing that Zhou Tu did not seem inclined to resort to violence, the orchid abruptly transformed into a sprite floating in the air. A sprite with emerald-hued skin that shimmered with a faint luster appeared before him. Garbed in garments woven from grass and petals, her small hands clasped across her chest. "Leave. This is my island." The little sprite, her cheeks puffed with indignation, glanced disdainfully at Zhou Tu's island. "My island is far larger than yours. How dare you invite me to your diminutive abode, which cannot even sustain my basic existence?" Zhou Tu paused, acknowledging the truth in her words. His island measured a mere 10 meters in diameter, exceedingly small, particularly vulnerable to disasters. Yet, while its lower limits were modest, its potential for growth was boundless. "Can your floating island move freely?" Zhou Tu shifted the conversation. "My floating island can float, but cannot move," she replied. Zhou Tu nodded. The sprite's island merely drifted randomly, whereas it could navigate in chosen directions. This was the fundamental difference. Although the sprite appeared powerful with her ability to transform and possess unique skills, she had still been injured in this aerial realm. An island that remains stationary, subject to random drifting, would be doomed if confronted with further calamities. "My island can move freely, allowing me to take you wherever you wish. If you remain on this island, any danger would leave you helpless. I have thrived quite well for a long time. How could that be possible?" The little sprite retorted with a hint of pride. "Ah, had you possessed such abilities, you wouldn't have been injured, nor would you be hiding now," Zhou Tu countered, exposing the sprite's reality. As anticipated, upon acknowledging her injury, the sprite's demeanor shifted to one of dejection. "Had it not been for the sudden sandstorm, I would not be in this predicament. You deceitful human, just leave. I shall never set foot on your tiny island." Zhou Tu's expression darkened slightly. The sprite was evidently ungrateful. Had she not been injured, he might have feared her, yet it was clear that the prior sandstorm had impacted her significantly. Had she been unscathed, she likely would have attacked him outright. "If you refuse to come to my island, I shall set fire to your floating island," Zhou Tu threatened. "Indeed, humans are all vile creatures." The sprite seethed. Zhou Tu produced a lighter from his pocket, flicking it open with a snap, revealing a flicker of crimson flame. "With a little more wood, I could easily ignite your island. Come with me, or watch your floating island go up in flames. Choose." The sprite fell silent, her anger palpable as she glared at Zhou Tu's day were it not for the unexpected sandstorm that had drained her energy while she endeavored to protect the plants. She would not be in such a vulnerable state, now threatened by a human. Why would she ever go to his minuscule island, scarcely large enough for development? Seeing Zhou Tu genuinely attempting to ignite her island, she relented. "I will go with you," the grass sprite declared. "Finally, that is settled. Must you compel me to resort to such measures?" Zhou Tu sighed in relief, sheathing the lighter. He had successfully persuaded the sprite. Yet it appeared she regarded him with some disdain. "Let us go. Gather your belongings from your island and accompany me." The little sprite chuckled but complied. diligently collecting various flowers and grasses from her island. The surrounding flora seamlessly integrated into the sprite's essence. Zhou Tu observed in awe. It seemed this little sprite possessed a form of spatial ability. However, as she gathered the plants, her frail appearance became increasingly evident. Zhou Tu speculated that her strength was intrinsically linked to the vegetation. How do you heal your injuries? The sprite pouted. I won't tell you. That insufferable human. Once she recovered, her first act would be to eliminate him and seek a larger island. Zhou Tu shrugged. If she chose not to divulge, so be it. The sprite had been compelled to his island, her temper fierce. Though a reluctant partnership may be less than ideal, it was certainly gratifying. He firmly believed that relationships could be nurtured over time. After all, affection often blossoms gradually. The moment the sprite stepped onto Zhou Tu's floating island, she felt an unfamiliar constraint, as though her very essence had been laid bare. You despicable human, what have you done to me? At that moment, a notification resonated within Zhou Tu's consciousness. Congratulations, Island Master. You have acquired a special life form, Grass Sprite, Injured State. The Island Master can expend energy to heal this special life form. Chapter 6. The Blueprint of the Tang Knife. The ability to heal the sprite left Zhou Tu marveling at the Island Master's heart. Its energy was indeed a remarkable boon. It appeared that the sprite was, in essence, a life form akin to an energy entity. Zhou Tu glanced at the energy required for treatment, and was taken aback to discover that it necessitated 3 units of the Island Master's heart energy. 3 units of energy would allow the floating island to advance 3 times. It seemed that the grass spirit had indeed expended considerable energy to protect the flora and fauna of its original island. However, Zhou Tu opted against the treatment. He had already utilized 2 units for constructing a house and 4 for moving the floating island, leaving him with only 4 units remaining. If he were to replenish the spirit's energy, how could he further his own development? The paramount principle was to gather resources, and it was evident that the grass spirit was somewhat defiant towards him, since the injuries it had sustained were not life-threatening. There was no pressing need to heal the spirit at this juncture. He certainly would not deign to ingratiate himself with a mere sprite. I have done nothing to you. This is my island, and as its master, you will naturally face certain limitations here. The sprite's petite face bore an expression of displeasure. Secretly, it resolved that should it encounter a larger island, it would certainly venture forth, for Zhou Tu's island appeared devoid of prospects. Zhou Tu paid no heed to the spirit's musings and instead opened the trading channel. Having explored several islands, he wished to ascertain what items were currently available for trade. Previously, there had been a lack of trading goods, yet now the offerings were abundant. 1,000 bottles of water for a pair of unflavored stockings. 1 bottle of water for 10,000 units of timber. 1 loaf of bread for 100 units of soil. 1 blueprint for 10,000 cups of water. Zhou Tu refreshed the page, astonished at the plethora of resources available and the eclectic nature of the trades. However, many of the ludicrously priced transactions had failed to materialize. How is this different from the novels I've read? Why are there so many resources? Zhou Tu pondered. Considering that there were individuals like Li Jiangping in the regional channel, it stood to reason that amidst the vast population of the world, there existed a multitude of elites. Not to mention the elite organizations within various nations' militaries. There were also many adventurers. With a stroke of good fortune, one could encounter a resource island, yielding a bountiful harvest. With this in mind, Zhou Tu opened the public chat channel. Can the trades be more reasonable? A bottle of water for a blueprint? Are you taking advantage of my ignorance regarding prices? These special items are clearly rare goods. Are you trying to deceive fools? Can one truly perish from hunger after a day without food or water? Who dares to offer a bottle of water for 10,000 units of timber? Utterly ridiculous. Though I am famished, isn't the value of the items you offer somewhat absurd? With such outrageous trading prices, I might as well explore islands myself. Fortunately, there's a search function for trades. I've encountered a water island. Those in need of water can message me, but bring your own containers. Zhou Tu closed the chat. When a trading platform accommodates a large volume of transactions, yet has limited exchanges, the prices of items become exceedingly difficult to manipulate. Moreover, it operates on a barter system. Resources are scarce, and those who possess blueprints are hardly foolish enough to exchange them for a mere bottle of water. Individuals have more choices available to them. Currently, he had encountered mineral islands and resource islands, while the chat channel's participants had come across islands rich in water resources. Under such a large population base, the likelihood of survival through collaboration remains significant. After exploring several islands, his need for food was not urgent, at the very least. He could still manage to eat once. As stated by others in the channel, one would not perish from a day without food or water, since there was no hurry. His remaining priority was to upgrade the island and expand the area of the floating island. The island was currently too small, swaying precariously in the face of storms, which afforded him little sense of security. Coupled with the spirit's insinuations about the inadequacy of his island, it was clear that future upgrades would become a primary objective. Zhou Tu clenched his fists, realizing that in order to have the spirit cultivate land for him, he would need a significantly larger island. The upgrade requirements for the Island Master's heart were 100 units of soil and 20 units of stone. Unlike before, Zhou Tu no longer viewed these requirements as trivial. Previously, when he had extracted stone materials, he had perspired profusely. This task appeared deceptively simple, yet the actual acquisition proved to be tremendously taxing, both physically and temporally. One must remember that the exploration time for a single island is merely 1 hour. If he were to devote all that time to mining, it would be an egregious loss, even jeopardizing his ability to explore the island itself. Additionally, he could discern the basic resources available on the island, allowing him to selectively trade for high-value items in exchange for the fundamental resources necessary to expand his territory. Mining was simply not feasible. Fixing his gaze ahead, he prepared for the 5th movement of the island. After this, only 3 movements would remain in the Island Master's heart. Move the floating island forward. There is a golden treasure chest on the island, albeit guarded by a giant serpent. Move the floating island to the left. Here lies a desert floating island abundant in sand and stone. Move the floating island to the right. There are some centipede-like creatures with venomous glands. Move the floating island backward. It is a resource island, containing various goods and a blueprint. Move the floating island upward. There are numerous mutated dogs here. Move the floating island downward. It is utterly barren. Upon reviewing the information presented, Zhou Tu sighed. This island expedition was fraught with monsters. Thus, in a blind selection, the risk of encountering danger was substantial. Had there been no monsters, he would have undoubtedly chosen the golden treasure chest. Yet now, he could only forego that option. Islands inhabited by monsters were not worth his while. Even if they harbored rare resources, one must have a life to obtain them. Unless, of course, the situation mirrored that of the previous Spirit Island, where the sprite had displayed visible injuries. Such an island would be worth exploring. All others, however, came with considerable risk and were not worth the venture. Moving to the left led to a sand and stone island. This further confirmed Zhou Tu's belief that these floating islands were indeed resource islands. His previous encounter with a mineral island, followed by this sand and stone island, served as the best evidence. While resource islands were plentiful, blueprints held even greater importance. After all, the benefits derived from blueprints had already been reaped. The house stood as the finest testament to that. If he could obtain a blueprint with lower requirements this time, he could produce items to trade for other goods. Thus, his development would accelerate significantly. Activating the floating island, it shifted instantly. The unprepared spirit remained suspended in midair, and suddenly the floating island jolted forward, colliding into Zhou Tu's house. Shouldn't you announce the movement of the floating island beforehand? As the spirit regained its flight, Zhou Tu had already set foot onto the island that appeared before him. So it is indeed possible to maneuver the floating island. The spirit was momentarily taken aback. Its own island could not move, only drifting passively, while this small island was capable of such movement. It seemed this human had not been lying. If that were the case, the potential for initiative had greatly increased. Watching from a distance at the floating island opposite, she chose not to ascend. This floating island was not as grand as her previous one. If that were the case, it was only a matter of time before this individual encountered a more suitable island, at which point she would be ready to depart. Zhou Tu, however, made a beeline for the island, commencing his search with the fervor of a locust. Island Master's heart notification, acquired 5 units of iron ore. Island Master's heart notification, acquired 5 units of stone. Island Master's heart notification, acquired Tang Dao blueprint, yellow. Chapter 7, Crafting the Tang Dao. In exchange for resources, Zhou Tu held the blueprint in his hands, where the image of a blade appeared alongside the materials required to forge a Tang Dao, revealing that only a single unit of iron was necessary. A surge of joy filled his heart. At last, he had access to a tangible resource. The materials on the island were not as he had envisioned. Resources such as water and food were not particularly sought after on the trading platform. Moreover, with the overwhelming number of inhabitants, it was possible to exchange various acceptable items for resources, or to acquire substitutes. Only processed goods commanded greater value in trade. As Zhou Tu kept an eye on the time while searching for materials, he also observed the sprite hovering above his dwelling, seemingly lost in thought. Soon, the collection of resources on the island was complete. The task had not been easy. Mining ores and stones had required considerable effort on his part. Upon returning to his island and gazing at the sprite on the roof, he found her demeanor unchanged, still cold and aloof. "Would you like to come inside?" he inquired. The grass sprite cast a glance at Zhou Tu but offered no response, still irked that he had moved the floating island without informing her. She was nursing her injuries and now had bumped her head against the house, leaving her feeling dazed. Her impression of Zhou Tu had further soured. Zhou Tu, unfazed by the sprite's indifference, understood that as an island master, he possessed ample time and means. In this survival world, he was no saint. He opened the door and stepped inside, tallying the spoils from his exploration. 15 units of stone, 10 units of iron ore, 1 Tang Dao blueprint, and 10 units of grass. Overall, he had amassed a considerable amount of resources. The primitive storage box on the island was beginning to overflow, and some items had to be left in the open. It seemed imperative to swiftly trade away the surplus materials to convert them into more essential resources. However, expanding the island remained his top priority. A glance revealed that he still required 100 units of soil and 5 units of stone for the island's upgrade. He planned to forge the Tang Dao to exchange for these fundamental materials. Detected Tang Dao blueprint. Would you like to mass-produce Tang Daos? Once produced, this blueprint cannot be traded. The prompt from the Island Master's heart appeared. Zhou Tu noted that he could expend energy from the Island Master's heart to create 10 Tang Daos and disregarded the non-tradable blueprint. Without hesitation, he confirmed the action. Instantly, the energy within the Island Master crystal diminished by 2 units, while the iron ore vanished and the Tang Dao emerged as if it were being printed in 3 dimensions. Zhou Tu couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of the Island Master's heart. The energy saved considerable time. He pondered whether those who expended energy on mere conversation would come to regret their choices. Moreover, he still had one horn that remained unused. It was a prudent decision. Zhou Tu first glanced at the trading area and clicked into the weapons section. To his astonishment, he found that some individuals were attempting to trade food for the axes and shovels provided by the system as initial gifts. However, there were only a few pages of such offers. He was unsure how to assess these individuals. Perhaps they had their own reasons. The market for iron weapons was currently non-existent, implying that his Tang Daos were the first of their kind to be listed on the weapons page. He was the sole seller, granting him pricing power. After some contemplation, he realized that what he needed were soil, stone, and iron ore. Naturally, to acquire iron ore, he would continue to produce and sell Tang Daos. There were numerous monsters on the floating island. If someone survived an encounter with them, it indicated a certain level of resource gathering capability. Zhou Tu listed the Tang Dao for trade at a rate of 50 iron ore per blade. Raising the price 50-fold didn't seem unreasonable, considering the energy required to forge a Tang Dao, which was a precious commodity in the early stages of the game. The exchange for iron ore would sustain his trading activities. For the remaining Tang Daos, he aimed to trade for soil and stone, 100 units of soil for 1 Tang Dao, and 60 units of stone for another. He listed 3 Tang Daos but refrained from adding more. In his view, his prices were somewhat elevated, and he wanted to see if anyone would take the bait. If they were snatched up immediately, it would indicate strong demand. If not, it would suggest his pricing was too high. As Zhou Tu had anticipated, no one purchased the items, confirming that his exchange rates were indeed elevated. Acquiring 100 units of soil, if one encountered a suitable soil island, could be achieved within an hour of digging. He was essentially asking others for the fruits of their labor over that span of time, which warranted careful consideration. However, Zhou Tu remained patient. With so many individuals globally, the vast numbers made his prices seem steep, but in reality, there would still be those in need. Among billions, there would certainly be some willing to make foolish trades. Before long, a private message arrived. It was from a resolute-looking man named Shuriran. Hey bro, I only have 50 units of stone. Can I trade for 1 Tang Dao? Zhou Tu pondered for a moment and replied, sure. Island Master's heart notification. A private chat has been established and communication is stable. Zhou Tu noted that his free horn had been consumed. Establishing a stable private chat required energy, but now that the channel was open, he and Shuriran could converse indefinitely. Shuriran had clearly received the notification from the Island Master's heart as well. I'm dying here. This energy is so useful. How did you produce the Tang Dao so quickly? Did you explore several islands? Zhou Tu first listed the Tang Dao Shuriran desired, adjusting the trade for 50 units of stone. Shuriran, noticing the new item, immediately messaged, bro, that was quick. Looks like you found the blueprint. Of course. How many islands have you explored? Shuriran continued his inquiry. What about you? Zhou Tu countered, reluctant to divulge the number of islands he had explored. 3. One of them was a stone island, where I could only mine stone. I've explored 3 as well. Zhou Tu replied. You're quite lucky. You found the blueprint right away. I suppose so. Zhou Tu did not deny it, sensing that Shuriran was fishing for information. After completing the trade, Zhou Tu refrained from further conversation with Shuriran, for another message had arrived. He glanced at the profile picture and saw a woman in her 20s named Qian Rue. Hey handsome, can I trade 50 units of soil for 1 Tang Dao? She was clearly there to negotiate a lower price, and her attempt at bargaining was quite direct. Zhou Tu chose not to respond, as replies consumed energy, which he could not spare. Every drop of energy was a precious resource. From his transaction with Shuriran, he had confirmed that his pricing was acceptable to some. He believed that if a striking individual encountered a soil island, his Tang Dao would have a high chance of being sold, in a base of billions. Such scenarios were common. He was in no hurry to respond. Sure enough, after a short while, a trade for a Tang Dao in exchange for soil was successfully completed, with no further negotiations from others. Your Tang Dao has been successfully exchanged for 100 units of soil. At this moment, Zhou Tu possessed 100 units of soil and 50 stones, clearly meeting the requirements to upgrade his island. Finally, he could elevate his island. Chapter 8, Upgrading the Island. Would you like to use 100 soil and 20 stones to upgrade the island? Upgrade. Subsequently, the soil and stone materials he had acquired vanished. Zhou Tu stepped outside. The entire island seemed to pulsate with a newfound energy, gently trembling as if it had come to life, expanding slightly. As the tremors ceased, the diameter of his island transformed into 11 meters, significantly increasing its area. Detection of increased island area. The Heart of the Island Master ability has been enhanced. The current level of the Heart of the Island Master is now level 2. Energy cap 1. Materials required for the next upgrade. 200 soil, 30 stones. The Heart of the Island Master ascended to level 2, increasing energy to 11 slots, with usable energy rising to 3. The materials required for the next level have increased by 100 soil and 10 stones. Zhou Tu nodded. Growth was undoubtedly a positive development. Who would not appreciate an expansion? The island's enlargement and the boost in energy were immeasurable advantages in terms of survival mechanics. It signified the existence of an additional island ripe for exploration. And with blueprints in hand, one could craft items for trade or even for communication. However, using it solely for communication seemed a waste to Zhou Tu's day. Nonetheless, it validated his previous judgment. Mining and excavating on his own was far less efficient than trading. The resources necessary for upgrading the island still relied heavily on exchange. The elf stood atop the rooftop, a fleeting look of astonishment flashing in her eyes. She could indeed perceive the floating island's expansion. This human was not lying. If this were the case, relentless effort would gradually cause the island to flourish. However, the pace felt excruciatingly slow, at a rate of 1 meter per day. It would take an eternity to reach 1,000 meters. She harbored doubts. Zhou Tu cast a glance at the elf, disregarding her. With the floating island's enlargement, Zhou Tu sensed that soon it would become impossible to dislodge him. He opened the chat. Numerous messages flooded in, many expressing that the Tang Dao was overpriced and requesting a reduction. Zhou Tu paid them no mind. With such a substantial population base, it was only natural that there would be demand. When the time came to choose an island teeming with monsters, a blade capable of slaying them would be indispensable. At which point there would be no room for negotiations. Scanning the regional chat, he noted that there were now 728 participants. Several hours had elapsed, and over 1,000 had perished in the chat. Zhou Tu's gaze sharpened. Survival was indeed ruthless. The number of casualties in such a short span was staggering. Surviving on the floating island was no easy feat. The big shot selling Tang Dao seems to be from our region. Selling a single blade at such a high price. What a heartless individual. We actually have a big shot here. If I encounter them, I would gladly lend my assistance at their island. Your schemes have crumbled right before my eyes. Zhou Tu silently closed the regional chat. He perceived that these chatterers were mere shadows of those about to perish. They were oblivious to the significance of energy. Engaging in idle chatter would only make future difficulties more pronounced. Your Tang Dao has been successfully exchanged for 50 units of iron. Your Tang Dao has been successfully exchanged for 60 units of stone. The iron transaction succeeded? Zhou Tu glanced at the island's built-in storage box. A surge of joy swelling within him. The price felt exorbitantly high, yet it had succeeded unexpectedly. Clearly, there was demand. The 3 Tang Daos listed on the trading channel had all been traded. He had 50 units of iron ore, and the stone trade had been successful, totaling 90 units. With 6 Tang Daos remaining from previous crafting, henceforth, his trading could enter a cyclical pattern. Zhou Tu listed 2 Tang Daos, one for 100 units of soil. If this trade succeeded, his island would ascend to level 3. The moment the Tang Dao was listed, it was sold almost instantaneously. Zhou Tu was taken aback. It seemed these individuals had a keen sense of market trends, as his listing was snatched up in an instant. Without dwelling on it, he realized he had sufficient materials for another upgrade and promptly proceeded. Detection of increased island area. The Heart of the Island Master ability has escalated. The current level of the Heart of the Island Master is now level 3, energy cap 1, 12, usable energy 4, materials required for the next upgrade, 300 soil, 40 stones. The elf on the rooftop sensed movement from the island. She noticed the area had expanded once more. What was this commotion? Was it truly so easy to increase the island's area? The grass elf found it hard to believe. What was this human concocting within the house that resulted in further expansion? If the diameter could increase by 2 meters daily, reaching her previous island size would not be too daunting. This human's island was indeed remarkable. Zhou Tu glanced at the materials required for the Heart of the Island Master's upgrade. As he had anticipated, the soil requirement had risen by 100, and the stone requirement by 10. With each level gained, the materials required escalated, 100 additional soil and 10 additional stones. It was easy to envision that, in the future, the resources needed for island upgrades would be vast, calculable via an arithmetic series. To reach level 10, a total of 200 units of soil and 490 units of stone would be necessary. Converting all acquired iron ore into resources still left him with a substantial deficit. Zhou Tu felt a weight settle in his heart. In the long run, upgrading the island would not be a simple endeavor. It would necessitate a continuous search for resources on other islands. The initial island levels were easy to attain, but as the requirements compounded, the expansion of the island would become increasingly challenging. It was likely that basic resources would become scarce as time progressed. With 2 energy slots, he crafted 20 Tang Daos, leaving him with 30 iron ore and 2 energy slots remaining. He listed 24 Tang Daos, exchanging 20 for soil, 2 for stone, and 2 for iron ore in hopes of a lucky strike. If he could procure a significant amount of iron, the cycle could continue. Thus, upgrading to a level 10 island within a day would not pose a challenge. The multitude of Tang Daos listed ignited a frenzy in the public chat channel. Why does Zhou Tu have so many swords available for listing? Who is this formidable warrior? Why not exchange for basic water or food? Trading wood and stone here. Is this for upgrading the island? This guy is incredibly fortunate. I haven't even explored a single island yet. I hope my remaining energy slot leads me to a favorable island. Zhou Tu, gift me a sword. When I return to reality, I will offer you a small goal, ensuring your life is filled with wealth and glory. Do you have any tips to share with us? After all, we all hail from Blue Star, a common homeland. Don't believe Yang Shui, that scoundrel. He deceived me of resources, and I lost 10 bottles of water to him. Sensing attention directed towards him, Zhou Tu glanced at the public channel. Indeed, his extensive weapon listings had sparked heated discussions. If acquaintances from reality were watching the chat channel, they might well reach out to him. By listing so many items at once, Zhou Tu also intended to promote himself. The channel was bustling with countless people, yet he recognized none of them. In an environment surrounded by strangers, trust assumes paramount importance. Familiarity with individuals in the real world offers a significant advantage. Moreover, attaining fame serves as a testament to one's capabilities. Should there arise a need to collect materials in the future, this would undoubtedly confer a competitive edge over others. This is merely the initial strategic positioning. Ignoring the individuals within the channel who are inflating expectations, those currently speaking are merely depleting their potential. Thus, it is prudent to close the chat channel. Zhou Tu focused his attention ahead, striving to gather information. Chapter 9, Private Conversations with the University Bell. Move the floating island forward. It is a wolf island. Move the floating island left. It is an extremely frigid isle, requiring protective measures for exploration. Move the floating island right. Here, some hurricane eagles are circling. Move the floating island backward. There are numerous stone golems inside. Despite their slow movements, they pose a significant threat to an ordinary person. Move the floating island upward. Tigers lurk here, with a mortal outcome guaranteed. Move the floating island downward. It is an unremarkable isle. Zhou Tu surveyed the information regarding all the islands, somewhat speechless. His luck had plummeted to a disheartening degree. Out of 6 islands, 4 harbored perilous creatures. One was an icy expanse, and another was utterly mundane. Zhou Tu fell into a contemplative silence, realizing that future movements could likely lead him to islands teeming with dangerous fauna or perilous terrains. Armoring oneself is indeed a wise decision. Possessing a weapon provides a considerable sense of security. At the very least, it allows for defense on one's own island. Even if unable to reach the opposing floating island, he could remain defensively poised for the minimum duration before activating the floating island to depart. With limited options available, Zhou Tu chose the unremarkable island and initiated a downward movement of the floating island. This time, the sprite stood atop the rooftop, unaffected by the floating island's movement. Zhou Tu proceeded towards the distant island, and after a moment's thought, the sprite decided to accompany him ashore. The sprite is about to leave the island. Do you agree? A prompt from the heart of the island appeared. Zhou Tu consented. This new island was indeed unremarkable, with scant resources and sparse vegetation. Even if the sprite emerged, it would hardly find anything of value on this floating isle. Moreover, with the grass sprite's injury still unhealed, should it not return, he could simply eliminate the sprite, a rather unsatisfactory solution. The floating island, approximately 500 meters in diameter, was quickly traversed by Zhou Tu's day. As anticipated, it was indeed mundane, yielding minimal findings. Even the soil was a mere thin layer. Despite the lack of substantial excavation value, Zhou Tu diligently wielded his shovel for nearly an hour. 4 time equates to resources, and he had only 1 energy unit remaining. Should subsequent islands prove as disappointing as this one, he would find himself at a complete loss. With a calm demeanor, he continued to excavate the earthen resources. Meanwhile, the sprite in the sky seemed to struggle to comprehend Zhou Tu's actions. When he had been on her island, he had indiscriminately chopped and uprooted. Now, on this island with virtually no resources, he was scraping away at the soil. Such behavior was exceedingly absurd. As the heart of the island alerted him that 3 minutes remained, Zhou Tu ceased his digging, only to realize the sprite had returned to her island, still possessing quite a bit of autonomy. Zhou Tu smiled to himself and decided to check the trading status of the Tang Dao. If he could upgrade today, he hoped to elevate the island to level 10. Upon returning to his own island, Zhou Tu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with his physical state. His previous world had left him lacking in exercise, and the day's intense labor had thoroughly exhausted him. He could have excavated more soil, but he was hindered by fatigue. However, given the presence of sprites, succubi, and colossal serpents in this world, he was confident that as he continued to upgrade his island, opportunities to enhance his own abilities would arise. Zhou Tu was not in a hurry. From this unremarkable island, his haul amounted to 2 units of wood, 3 units of stone, and 30 units of soil. Predictably, the rewards matched the island's lackluster nature. Opening the trading channel, he was greeted with successful transaction notifications. Your Tang Dao has been exchanged for 100 units of soil. Transaction successful. Your Tang Dao has been exchanged for 100 units of soil. Transaction successful. Your Tang Dao has been exchanged for 60 units of stone. Transaction successful. The Tang Dao had been successfully exchanged for soil 15 times, while the stone exchanges were entirely successful, though the iron or transaction had failed. In total, he acquired 1,500 units of soil and 120 units of stone. The iron or trade remained listed in the trading channel. It seemed that the exchange rate of 1 Tang Dao for 50 units of iron ore was indeed heavily inflated. Having succeeded once was already impressive. Perhaps he had listed too many Tang Daos. Regardless, he was unconcerned. Adjusting the exchange rate to 1 Tang Dao for 40 units of iron ore and continued to monitor the situation. Reviewing his acquired resources, he noted that the stone transactions yielded 120 units, with a prior surplus of 50, bringing the total to 170. The soil amounted to 1,500 units. Zhou Tu calculated that the island could be upgraded 3 levels consecutively. Without hesitation, he proceeded with the upgrade. A violent tremor shook the floating island. Boom! A colossal sound resonated from above. The sprite atop the roof was startled. The commotion was particularly pronounced this time. She observed the floating island's edge extending outward, seemingly by several meters. It became apparent that the previous individuals had collected resources to expand their islands. The grass sprite grasped a fragment of understanding. To enlarge an island by 5 meters in a single day? She was astonished. At such a pace, it would take merely 200 days to match the scale of her original island. This was a speed her island could hardly aspire to, an infinitely growing island. The grass sprite's feelings were complex. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island's abilities have augmented. The heart of the island is currently level 6. Energy, 416. Materials required for the next upgrade. 600 units of soil, 70 units of stone. Zhou Tu observed the expanded floating island, feeling a substantial increase in security. Since the establishment of his dwelling, it had occupied a portion of the floating island, creating a sensation of precariousness whenever he walked near the edge, as though he might plummet at any moment. Now, with the island's diameter extending to 15 meters, placing a small 5 by 5 house within would create a far more spacious environment, alleviating the previous sense of urgency. As he continued to gather basic resources, the prospects for survival grew increasingly promising. What was once a single unit of energy had now transformed into 4, thanks to the island's expansion and the upgrade of the heart of the island. Zhou Tu looked at the surplus energy with satisfaction. The expansion of the floating island and the increase in energy provided him with the means to communicate, in a sense. A larger island equated to a heightened probability of survival. He opened the chat to see if any friends from the real world had reached out since his newfound fame. However, the first message that caught his eye read, "Could you return the iron ore to me? Opening chests is not easy." This message was from someone named Li Xian. Zhou Tu chuckled, realizing that the fortunate one had opened a chest to find iron ore, and upon seeing his trade of the Tang Dao, had hastily made a transaction, thus inadvertently granting him a significant advantage. However, it must be said that in this world of floating islands, with a stroke of good fortune, one could indeed carve out a niche for themselves. Zhou Tu disregarded Li Xian, for a return was out of the question. Why should he exchange resources obtained through his own prowess? He continued to peruse his private messages. "Can you offer a discount, esteemed sir? I could trade you my intimate black stockings. Could you kindly share how you crafted the Tang Dao?" With the plethora of items listed in the channel, he had undoubtedly gained notoriety, and numerous individuals sought to communicate with him. As he scrolled through the private messages, Zhou Tu's gaze suddenly sharpened. He recognized a message from a former university classmate. "Xinxingha, Zhou Tu, could you grant me a free Tang Dao? I could share my private photos with you." Chapter 10, Level 10 Islands, Island Points Leaderboard. A free Tang Dao? Private photos? Zhou Tu frowned. Xinxingha was the belle of their university, and due to the multitude of admirers, she had unconsciously cultivated a fish pond. At her peak, there were 7 or 8 suitors vying for her attention, and at the very least, there were 3 or 4. Surrounded by admirers, she never lacked for gifts from her devoted followers. With the support of her many admirers, she enjoyed a life of ease during her university years and emerged as an elite in the corporate world. Her self-serving sophistication had served her well. Zhou Tu had no intention of passing judgment on anyone's life, yet he found it audacious that she sought him out, demanding a Tang Dao outright. He curled his lip. There was no need to engage with someone so self-satisfied. What he desired were companions to traverse the survival world with, not those who merely reveled in their own self-importance. After perusing hundreds of private messages, Zhou Tu frowned. None of his close friends had reached out to him. It seemed his promotional efforts were still lacking. He continued to list Tang Daos, crafting an additional 20 with the energy he had amassed, though his iron ore supply had been completely depleted. Zhou Tu then adjusted the trade for the Tang Dao to 20 units of iron. Observing his island master heart's energy dwindle to 1, he sighed. The energy was still insufficient. If the island could reach levels 50 or 100, he would have ample energy at his disposal, along with a broader array of options. Your Tang Dao has been successfully exchanged for 20 units of iron. The transaction was successful. However, the business was becoming increasingly challenging. Previously, there had been foolish individuals willing to trade 50 units of iron for a single Tang Dao, and now it had dwindled to 20 units with a wait time. Nevertheless, as long as the market for Tang Daos persisted, he could continuously cycle through the process of crafting Tang Daos and exchanging them for resources. This created a self-sustaining loop, allowing him to expand his floating island, and by that evening, his island would reach level 10. As long as others did not produce blade-type blueprints, his Tang Dao enterprise could thrive indefinitely. After sending a message to Zhou Tu, Shun Qinghe began to wait. As a fellow university student, surely obtaining a Tang Dao should not pose a problem. However, as she refreshed the trading screen, she discovered that Zhou Tu had listed dozens more Tang Daos. How infuriating. With so many Tang Daos available, why wouldn't he spare one for her? Did he not desire her original stockings? She had previously sold stockings through live streaming, achieving remarkable sales. Shun Qinghe's expression fluctuated as she fixated on Zhou Tu's trade items. At that moment, Zhou Tu was beaming with joy. The Tang Dao was a hot commodity, and his trading operations were on the right track. He traded iron to craft Tang Daos, which he then sold, establishing a seamless cycle. One must commend the pioneering spirit of the first to venture forth. Upgrade, upgrade. The rumbling echoed as his island expanded continuously. Detected an increase in island area. Island Master Heart's capabilities enhanced. Current level, 10. Energy, 120. Materials required for the next upgrade, 1000 soil, 110 stone. Level 10 achieved. Suddenly, a notification appeared for the Island Master Heart. Detected level 10 island. The island points leaderboard has been activated. Zhou Tu hastily glanced at the leaderboard, which had just emerged beside him. He surveyed the rankings. Island Master, Zhou Tu, level 10, overall score, 102,345. Island Master, Dan Sha, level 7, overall score, 1520. Island Master, Pan Gucheng, level 6, overall score, 1448. Island Master, Li Che Jiang, level 5, overall score, 1308. Island Master, Eli Si, level 5, overall score, 1221. Island Master, Bei Yi, level 5, overall score, 1011. Over 100,000 points? Zhou Tu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. It was evident that his score was inflated due to the inclusion of his fairy. However, he took a moment to glance at the others. One should not underestimate the talents of the world. With such a vast pool of competitors, there were indeed remarkable individuals, one of whom had reached level 7. As for Dan Sha, it appeared to be the individual who had discovered the water island. The others were also distinguished figures. Zhou Tu's gaze lingered on a familiar avatar, and he was momentarily stunned. Bei Yi was present as well. He had often watched Bei Yi's survival streams in the previous world. Indeed, those with survival experience could rise above any circumstances. At that moment, all those inhabiting his floating island received a notification about the emergence of the first level 10 island in the floating world. While the appearance itself was not remarkable, Zhou Tu's score was astonishingly high, creating a gap of over 100,000 points from the second place. Such a disparity detonated discussions in the public chat, flooding it with topics centered around Zhou Tu and the leaderboard. Wow, is this the power of Zhou Tu? Wait, why does he have over 100,000 points when the others only have a few thousand? Is this just the beginning? And he already has such a high score? I recall that Dan Sha only began to rise after encountering the water island. Yet his score is merely a fraction of Zhou Tu's. This is absurd. My score is only 10, while Zhou Tu has skyrocketed. He must have stumbled upon some fortuitous island and obtained rare treasures. Another lucky dog. The regional chat suddenly buzzed with activity. After Li Jiangping had advised caution regarding energy usage, the participants had been quite frugal with their energy, with hours passing without a single word spoken. Now, with Zhou Tu ascending to the top, many could no longer contain their excitement. Zhou Tu, esteemed sir, do say something. Great one. How did you attain such a high score? What treasures have you acquired? The esteemed one is so aloof, with level 10. You surely must have ample energy by now. Surely, the great one isn't lacking even enough energy to chat, right? No way, right? Zhou Tu secretly peered at the screen. To be honest, he truly lacked the energy for conversation. The energy he had just earned from leveling up was immediately allocated towards crafting Tang Daos, reintegrating it into the cycle. He had no surplus energy for chatting. 1 unit of energy may seem trivial to others, but for him, it represented the resources of an entire island. Understanding the information about the floating island. 1 unit of energy in the early stages equated to a vast amount of resources, and he could not afford to squander it. Perhaps once the island's level rose higher, he might find the luxury to converse freely. However, Zhou Tu gazed at the chat with a smile gracing his lips. The number of individuals privately messaging him had escalated to an alarming extent. Such is the advantage of fame. Private messages require energy to respond, establishing a stable channel of communication, which rendered subsequent exchanges with this individual free of charge. Having others approach him for transactions proved far more efficient than his seeking out others. Moreover, his rating prominently displayed was a testament to his prowess. Brother, I possess 2 tendons. Might I exchange them for a tang dao? I understand your energy may be limited, so I will directly list the transaction for you. A message caught his eye. Chapter 11. The Onset of the Storm. Zhou Tu's eyes sparkled with delight. Someone had indeed acquired tendons. The blueprint for his bow and arrow required both elm wood and tendons. With a bow and arrow in hand, he could prepare for ventures to islands populated by small creatures, or he could sell them outright. Zhou Tu accessed the trading channel and noted a proposal of 2 tendons for 1 tang dao, specifically directed towards him. He couldn't help but chuckle. This individual, named Li Yuxing, was undoubtedly a master, having considered all facets of the exchange. This led him to draw a comparison with Shun Qinghe, who, in her ignorance, sought to barter his blade for a worthless, tattered stocking. She was attempting to mooch off him. Your tang dao has been successfully exchanged for 100 units of soil. Your tang dao has been successfully exchanged for 100 units of soil. Your tang dao has been successfully exchanged for 60 units of stone. Your tang dao has been successfully exchanged for 20 units of iron. Upon receiving notifications from the heart of the island, confirming the successful trades, a smile unfurled at the corners of his mouth. The woman would merely impede his island's upgrade speed. The tang dao, perhaps not as sought after previously, had gained immense popularity with the emergence of the leaderboard, where he now stood at the pinnacle. This was the star effect. The trading category encompassed not only weapons, but also essential resources, materials, and clothing. His presence on the leaderboard effectively served as a promotional boon, exposing his tradable resources. Given the elapsed time, news of monster islands had emerged, making weapons inherently desirable. The tang dao he had listed would inevitably vanish swiftly in such a vast population. Glancing at his resources, he realized he was poised for another upgrade. An upgrade would yield an additional unit of energy. Yet the resources required for island elevation were perpetually increasing. Currently, 1,000 units of soil were necessary for a single level up. Acquiring 1 unit of energy enabled the crafting of 10 tang daos, and selling them all would only suffice for the soil required for the upgrade. Not to mention the deficit of stone. After reaching level 10, the energy conversion into basic upgrade materials for the island had become insufficient. Previously, selling 2 tang daos sufficed for an upgrade, but now 10 would not even elevate him a single level. Indeed, upgrading the island was becoming increasingly arduous. Bolstered by the star effect, Zhou Tu's tang daos rapidly sold out. As he glanced outside, he noted that darkness had already descended. Peering into the chats of others, he observed that upgrading 1's island consumed time at an astonishing rate. Zhou Tu utilized the materials acquired from trading to upgrade his island. Island area increase detected. The ability of the heart of the island has enhanced. The current level of the heart of the island is 15, energy, 125. Materials required for next upgrade, 1,500 soil, 160 stone. Level 15. Zhou Tu sighed. He had hit a plateau. While the increment in required materials was merely 100 units of soil and 10 units of stone, the cumulative effect of leveling up resulted in substantial demands over time. Each visit to the island was time-limited, even if he dedicated all his time to excavating soil. His physique could only yield approximately 100 units, assuming he encountered an island rich in soil resources. From a survival perspective, the size of the island was the source of all power. Stepping outside, Zhou Tu surveyed the 25-meter diameter island, exhaling deeply. Standing upon the island now, he felt a newfound sense of safety, devoid of the previous anxiety of potential falls. Your island area is increasing quite rapidly, chirped the sprite from the rooftop. Zhou Tu smiled slightly. This marked the sprite's initiative to engage him in conversation. Indeed, my island can continuously gather resources and expand. It will eventually rival the size of yours. He recognized the sprite's competitive spirit, yet he would require her assistance for farming in the future. As time passed, bonds would strengthen. Before the day had even fully elapsed, the sprite had already begun to converse, inspired by the changes to his island. This development suggested immense potential for the sprite's agricultural endeavors. Furthermore, with the island ranking system now established, an injured sprite would yield a score of 100,000. If healed, the score would likely be even higher, indicating the sprite's vast potential. Zhou Tu circumnavigated the island as the night gradually enveloped the surroundings. He attempted to gather information. Even at night, he could perceive the floating islands around him. This indicated that he could operate during the night. However, he currently lacked any nighttime illumination devices, rendering nocturnal activities perilous. He had no intention of venturing out after dark, especially given that his energy had been depleted. After a moment of contemplation, the wind began to pick up. Zhou Tu gazed into the distance, where an ominous darkness loomed. The night wind rushed towards the floating islands like a colossal beast. In the solitude of the night, it felt particularly eerie, amplifying psychological pressure. Observing the enlarged floating island and the established house, he called out to the sprite, inviting her, with the night dark and the winds fierce, let us seek refuge indoors. The grass sprite, noticing the approaching storm, wore a serious expression and floated into the house. Zhou Tu hastily followed suit, closing the door just as sand began to pelt against the walls, producing a sound akin to a demon's whisper. He felt fortunate to have summoned the sprite. Alone on an island, even with a chat system, prolonged isolation could lead to psychological ailments. Yet companionship changed everything. Visibility outside had diminished entirely. The sandstorm obscured all sight. Earlier, he had sensed a slight swaying of the floating island, but now, with the diameter exceeding 25 meters, such sensations had vanished. This was the advantage of an expanded island. The sprite remained silent, and Zhou Tu found little to converse about. After all, they were of different races. He opened the chat channel. With winds this fierce, I'm grateful I dug a pit and placed a small wooden board to shield myself. Help. Oh great one, please. Zhou Tu, might you spare some wood so I can cover myself? The wind is unbearable. Zhou Tu, why didn't you warn us sooner about the impending storm? You only care to plunder resources from other islanders to fortify your own floating island. The nighttime storm is too fierce. I'm going to perish. Someone please. I need supplies. Great one, why didn't you mention expanding the floating island earlier? Such a vast island surely has structures built upon it. The chat channel was inundated with desperate pleas for help, and there were also private messages directed at him. Noticing his silence, some individuals grew irate and began to berate him for lacking a spirit of assistance. Zhou Tu scoffed. Rather than expend energy on idle chatter, he would take action. Relying on others for survival was a surefire path to demise. Casting a glance at the channel, where there had once been 844 participants, now only 332 remained. A storm had claimed over 500 lives. Some individuals even exhausted their energies during the day, failing to send forth any messages until their demise. The tempest had merely commenced. Oh, great leader, please save me. I am willing to toil like a beast. Zhou, could you spare some clothing? The storm has whisked away my garments. Please provide some supplies. My child is on the brink of death. To these desperate pleas, he offered no response, for he too lacked energy. Though he possessed resources, what justification did he have to provide aid to strangers? Did they lack hands and intellect? Furthermore, at the outset, the heart of the island lord had already issued a proclamation. This was a disaster-stricken zone, and the day had already witnessed a sandstorm. Now, in the face of danger at night, they were panicking. Where had they been during the day? Even if he had the capacity to assist, the multitude was beyond his reach. Zhou Tu reclined upon a plank and turned over. Time passed slowly, and as midnight approached, the energy of the floating island refreshed. Zhou Tu gazed at the heart of the island lord, his eyes brightening. 25 slots of energy were fully replenished, along with a complimentary small trumpet. Chapter 12, Blueprint for the Condensation Device. The energy of the heart of the island lord signified resources. If he possessed blueprints to fabricate corresponding supplies, he could trade them in the marketplace, thereby expanding his island. Moreover, his Tangdao business had entered a cyclical phase. As long as others had not discovered blueprints to create useful items, he could continue this venture indefinitely. However, Zhou Tu surmised that this enterprise might not endure for long. After today's calamity, it would effectively filter out those ill-suited for survival. As daylight returned, many would begin to explore the islands, leading to a veritable deluge of resources. He silently listed a new batch of Tangdaos, expending 20 points of energy on a total of 200 blades, then succumbed to a deep slumber. In the realm of survival, maintaining vitality is paramount. Now that he had a dwelling and the vigilance of spirits, should he encounter danger again, he would accept his fate. The energy spirit hovering within the dwelling observed Zhou Tu drifting into dreams and scoffed. Humans are so feeble. They still require sleep. Upon awakening, Zhou Tu felt a twinge of pain in his limbs. The strenuous labor of the previous day had left his muscles sore. He opened the trading interface for the Tangdaos listed the night before. Many were still available, as most individuals had been preoccupied with battling the storm. However, the Tangdaos he had sold had netted him sufficient soil and stone to elevate his floating island to the next level. Zhou Tu utilized the resources acquired to upgrade his island, raising its level to 26 and increasing his energy to 6 points. The floating island world operated on a 12-hour day and a 12-hour night cycle. He felt that exploring 8 floating islands consumed the entirety of his energy. Yet, he soon dismissed this notion. He could venture to other islands, gathering only the most beneficial resources, disregarding all else. Thus, his limits were far beyond merely 12 floating islands. His ultimate goal remained the acquisition of resources to expand his floating island and ensure his survival. Therefore, crafting high-level goods and exchanging them for soil and stone was the judicious choice. In the future, he would prioritize islands with treasure chests and blueprints. For having a golden goose was of utmost importance. If he continued to explore islands as he had the day prior, he would surely exhaust himself. With this realization, Zhou Tu felt a pang of regret for his previous decisions. He should not have overexerted himself. It was more crucial to uncover valuable items and allow others to provide him with essential resources. Zhou Tu glanced at his energy. It seemed rather limited. Nevertheless, 6 points of energy were not insignificant. Possessing the ability to discern the information of floating islands was immensely advantageous when encountering treasure chests and islands containing blueprints. Selling the resources he obtained would facilitate further upgrades to his island and grant him additional energy. Without delay, Zhou Tu focused his gaze on the distance. Advance the floating island. This is an unoccupied floating island. Shift the floating island to the left. This is the territory of desert scorpions, which are toxic. Yet poison can also be a resource. Shift the floating island to the right. There is a golden treasure chest on the island, with no monsters present. Shift the floating island backwards. This is a primitive forest floating island, where one can extensively harvest timber and capture various small creatures to enrich one's floating island. Shift the floating island upwards. This is a water island, where abundant water resources can be acquired. Shift the floating island downwards. This is an abandoned floating island, with traces left by some native inhabitants, a site worth exploring to understand the floating island world. Zhou Tu reviewed the information. Among the 6 options available, only one presented a toxic substance. Overall, it was a propitious beginning. It appeared that in the floating island world, as long as one was willing to take the first step, the chances of survival were considerably high. Perhaps in the future, he would require substances like venom. But for now, he would avoid toxic creatures at all costs. The recently discovered forest island and water island further confirmed the existence of material islands in the floating island world. However, with only an hour allocated for exploration, lacking advanced tools, how much could he truly extract? In that moment, Zhou Tu profoundly understood why the time limit for each island was set to 1 hour. Preventing overexploitation was indeed vital. The last golden treasure chest had been guarded by a gigantic serpent. This time, the chest was unprotected. Thus he naturally opted for the golden treasure chest. I will shift the floating island to the right. Zhou Tu informed the spirit. The grass spirit, maintaining an air of aloofness, nodded slightly. Zhou Tu smiled inwardly, recognizing the budding camaraderie. This was the essence of growing affection over time. The island gradually came into view. Modest in size, with an approximate diameter of 500 meters, Zhou Tu swiftly set foot upon the island. The golden treasure chest he had longed for awaited him there. The small island possessed its own advantages, particularly in terms of ease of exploration. Upon stepping onto the island, Zhou Tu immediately spotted the golden treasure chest. He stored it in his backpack and circled the island, finding no additional significant resources. Departing from the island, he noted that the soil there could yield dozens of units at a minimum. Yet today, he was not the same as yesterday. With the ability to see through the resources of the island, he deemed it unnecessary to waste time digging for soil. Acquiring high-value items was of paramount importance. Returning to his own island, Zhou Tu silently affirmed his status as a lucky one. He believed that persistent thoughts would eventually yield results. One day, he would indeed become fortunate. Open the golden treasure chest for me. A flash of golden light appeared. You have obtained the blueprint for the condensation device. Blue. Acquired 80 units of plastic. Acquired 10 units of gold. Zhou Tu was pleasantly surprised to receive the blueprint for the condensation device, and of blue quality at that, indicated its superior nature. With the condensation device, he could engage in the trade of water. Just as food, clothing, and shelter were necessities in the previous world, they held equal significance in the floating island realm. Gold thus appeared less critical. Producing the condensation device and selling water was indeed a commendable option. Materials required for crafting the condensation device: 2 units of plastic, 2 units of wood, 1 unit of stone, 1 unit of glue. High-level items necessitated a greater variety of resources. However, after exploring the islands yesterday, Zhou Tu had sufficient materials to construct the condensation device. First, let's craft a condensation device. Should we utilize a heart of the island master to create the condensation device? Astonishingly, a single condensation device requires 1 unit of energy. Zhou Tu found himself at a loss for words, regretting having expended 20 energy units the previous night. It appears that conserving energy will be imperative in the future. Should he discover blueprints of high value, insufficient energy to produce superior items would constitute a significant loss. He set about creating the condensation device. Before long, a finely crafted condensation device materialized before Zhou Tu's eyes, supported by a wooden frame and featuring a smooth stone atop, with a plastic basin below to collect water. Condensation device generates 1 liter of water per hour under sunny conditions. The heart of the island master provided this data. An output of 1 liter of water per hour is commendable. Possessing a condensation device makes acquiring water on the floating island entirely feasible. This device could effectively resolve the water scarcity issue faced by the floating island. He transported the condensation device to the floating island, and soon, water began to accumulate beneath the stone. Zhou Tu stroked his chin, contemplating. While the efficiency is satisfactory, it falls short for my envisioned water trade. Chapter 13. You sell water, I directly sell condensation devices. Zhou Tu opened the trading interface to examine the market for water. 1 liter of water exchanges for 100 units of soil. 1 liter of water trades for 40 units of stone. Despite these listings, no transactions had occurred, primarily due to exorbitant prices that deterred potential buyers. After all, these prices were comparable to his Tang Dao. While there may be fools, they are not plentiful. Zhou Tu scrolled through the world chat logs related to water, eager to discern the specifics of the situation. I need a bottle of water. I haven't had a drop all day, and I just ate a mouthful of sand tonight. A bottle of water costs the same as Zhou Tu's Tang Dao. Are you out of your mind? Can you all slow down? Why is a bottle of water so sought after? It's gone in an instant. Oh, great one. Could you please post more water? Damn it. I've explored for islands and haven't found a drop of water. I can only lick the dew off the grass. The individual above is a great one. Having explored 4 islands, he should be able to trade for water. The floating island world must not be so oppressive. Haha, I've stumbled upon a water island. Anyone needing water, it's 50 soil for a bottle. Take it or leave it. Don't be fooled. That person is using the guise of a water island to swindle others for resources. Zhou Tu perused the water-related discussions with great speed. A day had passed, and many were in dire need of water, resulting in a cacophony of voices in the channel. However, some fortunate individuals had indeed discovered islands abundant in water. Yet, a greater number were unscrupulous, seeking to exchange water for exorbitantly high prices, while others devised various ruses to deceive and extract resources, an endless array of trickery. Many had fallen victim to these schemes, with the trading system still requiring confirmation, yet they were duped nonetheless. Zhou Tu closed the world chat. The true elites were quietly developing, much like those atop the leaderboards, who seldom uttered a word. Nevertheless, selling water pales in comparison to directly selling condensation devices. After all, water is merely a fundamental resource, and most traded materials are also basic commodities. As more individuals encounter water islands, the value of water will continue to diminish. In contrast, the condensation device retains its value to a certain extent. After all, who wishes to be beholden to others? Moreover, the production of condensation devices is time-consuming and necessitates resource collection, which undoubtedly constitutes a significant waste of time. It would be far more advantageous for him to sell the devices, allowing others to engage in the water trade and gather resources. He possesses the ability to see through the floating island world, and there is no shortage of valuable items. He needs to cultivate a cadre of individuals to gather resources, from which he can reap the greatest benefits. He must not be petty. Zhou Tu assessed the situation. The Tang Dao had become inadequate for his needs. 20 Tang Daos would be required to collect the materials necessary for upgrading the island. Thus, producing more Tang Daos was no longer a viable option. He disposed of all the Tang Daos listed in the trading channel, advancing his island to level 18. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island master's abilities have augmented. Current level, 18, energy, 728. Materials required for next upgrade, 1,800 soil, 190 stone. A flicker of realization sparked within Zhou Tu. Indeed, the Tang Dao remained in high demand, yet he had discovered superior alternatives. Had he not encountered the golden treasure chest, he would still be crafting Tang Daos. Without the ability to see through the floating island, he might have resorted to selling water, but clearly, his unique abilities render such a venture suboptimal. However, determining the price for the condensation device posed a challenge. Zhou Tu regarded the device before him and promptly listed it in the trading channel, proposing an exchange of 5,000 soil for 1 condensation device. He added a note indicating that special materials and blueprints could be negotiated. Trading high-tier items necessitates a foundation, should he seek advanced materials. It is unlikely that many exist in the world. Basic resources like soil are still obtainable through accumulation. With the condensation device listed, Zhou Tu glanced at his upgraded island, noting he still had 7 energy units remaining for the day. If he were to adhere to his previous strategy of raiding light islands, this amount would suffice. However, if he were to pursue only high-value islands to procure the finest items, clearly, this energy would fall short. Upgrading the island to acquire energy is his primary objective. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Tu surveyed the information on other floating islands. Advance the floating island. This is a desert island, home to an ancient city. Should you enter, you may become lost. Shift the floating island left. This is a floating sea island, teeming with various fish. Beware of being devoured by them. Shift the floating island right. There exists a species of tiger-headed wasp with venomous capabilities. Do not challenge their toxicity. Shift the floating island backward. This is an ant den, capable of consuming an elephant. Shift the floating island upward. Mutated zombies await, and entering will surely lead to death. Shift the floating island downward. A mechanical city lies within, containing blueprints and posing no danger. You may wish to explore. Zhou Tu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the information before him. Of the 6 directions, 5 posed significant danger. Had he not possessed the ability to see through information, he would have likely encountered perilous situations. Fortunately, his unique advantage shields him from such fates. Nonetheless, enhancing the strength of his island must be prioritized. Arming himself is equally crucial. He harbored a premonition. As the frequency of island movements increased, there may come a time when all 6 directions present threats. At that juncture, he would have no choice but to make selections. Only by strengthening his island can he navigate this world with confidence. I shall direct the island downward. Zhou Tu communicated to the grass spirit. The grass spirit nodded silently. The expansion of the island was progressing rapidly, now nearing a diameter of 30 meters. She held a deep appreciation for Zhou Tu's commitments. In the past, her island could not move at will, yet Zhou Tu's island has instilled hope within her. As long as Zhou Tu's island continues to grow, surpassing 1,000 meters will merely be a matter of time. The island descended swiftly, revealing a modern cityscape characterized by steel and glass, with halted automobiles that momentarily transported Zhou Tu back to his former world. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. This island resembled the blue star he once called home. In this realm of floating islands, he noted that there were already hundreds of islands, with this one being the most reminiscent of his homeland. Its estimated diameter was 2,000 meters. The grass sprite gazed in awe at the colossal island before her, a sight unlike any she had ever encountered. Accompanying Zhou Tu, she had seen many islands, yet this particular one transcended her previous understanding. I yearn to ascend and explore it, the grass sprite implored. Zhou Tu halted his stride, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. He worried that the grass sprite might take flight alone to this extravagant floating island. After all, such opulence and vastness could pose a dilemma if she were to abandon him, leaving him without anyone to cultivate the land. Chapter 14. The Blueprint for the Prism Tower. Is the island defensible? Upon reaching this mechanical island, he would find his ability to restrain the sprites curtailed. Although the grass sprite's demeanor had softened towards him, he remained uncertain of her intentions. Sensing Zhou Tu's hesitation, the grass sprite offered a gentle smile and reassured him. Rest assured, I shall return. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Tu felt that her assurance was more comforting than his own thoughts on the matter. Each island can only be explored for an hour, and you must return within that time, she declared decisively. No problem. Together, the duo ascended to the mechanical island. As Zhou Tu set foot on the mechanical city island, the chat channel erupted with fervor. As the leading point earner, Zhou Tu's score was under constant scrutiny. The creation of the condensation device had significantly boosted his points. As onlookers speculated about its implications, they soon realized Zhou Tu had placed the condensation device up for sale. On the second day of survival, the device was made available. Logically, Zhou Tu should have retained it for producing water and selling it, a prudent choice. Yet, he had taken the audacious step of selling the device outright, leaving many astonished, especially since most were still trading basic supplies, food, drink, and clothing. The sudden availability of a product that could produce potable water was akin to detonating a bomb. Who would dare sell such a golden opportunity? Is Zhou Tu out of his mind? Selling the condensation device instead of water? Selling water would be a far better choice. Exchanging something so foundational for a condensation device. Has he lost his senses? Wow, with a condensation device on the floating island, the issue of drinking water could be resolved indefinitely. While the illustrious Cha-Cha is selling water, Zhou Tu goes ahead and sells the condensation device. Isn't that a bit disruptive? Absurd. Is it really that ludicrous? You could have exchanged the condensation device. Yet he opts for such basic materials merely to upgrade the island? Upgrading islands is quite feasible. I explored 2 islands and reached level 3. Zhou Tu isn't trading valuable items, only these rudimentary resources. Does a Grandmaster need your evaluations? He is at the top of the leaderboard. That is his strength. By utilizing basic materials, everyone should explore diligently and gather enough resources to exchange for a condensation device. Zhou Tu is no ordinary individual. If you possessed his intellect, you'd be on the leaderboard too. This is what a true master looks like, sharing valuable resources. As long as we accumulate enough basic materials, we can procure a condensation device, thus alleviating our water concerns on the island. The public channel was abuzz, and Zhou Tu had undeniably become a celebrity in the realm of floating islands. Xinxinghe, who had previously messaged Zhou Tu, now stood in stunned silence. He had once hesitated to part with his tang knife, and now he was selling condensation devices. This transformation marked Zhou Tu as an elite in the floating island domain. In the previous world, he seemed to be doing well, but here, he had flourished, emerging as the strongest survivor in this realm. This prompted Xinxinghe to reassess her own worth and how she should regard Zhou Tu moving forward. Their prior acquaintance granted her an unrivaled advantage over others. Casting a glance at her local channel, she sighed, recognizing that she lacked the survival instincts necessary for this environment. She observed everyone in her vicinity, realizing that none were noteworthy figures. Her hopes of finding a powerful ally were dashed. If only she were in the same channel as Zhou Tu. The world channel was ablaze with chatter, and Zhou Tu's local channel was in a frenzy. Initially, under Li Jiangping's guidance, the members of Zhou Tu's channel had been mindful of their energy, yet now, they were overtaken by curiosity about why he would part with such a crucial resource. There are masters in this channel. While others sell water, Zhou Tu offers a device for producing it, having that would make survival on the floating island seem effortless. What does it mean to have perspective? This is it. Zhou Tu surprisingly exchanged basic soil materials for a condensation device. How grounded. While I toil away digging to withstand the storm, Zhou Tu is nearly at level 20 on the floating island. Sometimes the disparity between people is greater than that between a pig and a human. What you're consuming now might not even compare to the pet pig from the last world. I'm utterly flabbergasted. Upon arriving at the mechanical city, Zhou Tu was taken aback. The city bore the semblance of a mechanical wonder, filled with numerous contraptions. He exchanged a few words with the sprite about safety before embarking on his solitary exploration. After all, he had merely an hour on this island. Time was of the essence. Perhaps as the island's levels increased, so too would the duration allowed for exploration on other floating islands. Based on prior observations, this island appeared devoid of danger, suggesting that the visible machinery was transportable to his own island. He had never encountered such a vast island before, and it seemed that the size of the islands was indeed correlated to their nature. Shaking off his distractions, he approached a vehicle, attempting to open the door. His efforts were in vain. He tried to stow the vehicle in his backpack, but was met with a notification stating the vehicle's composition was too complex to be accommodated. Frustrated, he pondered how a small car could not fit in his spatial backpack. How absurd. However, he could not fixate solely on the vehicle. The mechanical city held many other treasures waiting to be discovered. After inspecting several cars, all of which he could not drive away, Zhou Tu conceded defeat and ventured deeper into the mechanical city, hopeful that it contained other vital resources. Upon entering the city's heart, he found an abundance of structures and gravitated towards the largest one. On a table lay an object resembling a chip, which Zhou Tu picked up. Island Master's heart notification. Acquired the Hongming 9S chip. Astonished, Zhou Tu realized he had found a chip. Previously, he had acquired a sprite, and now a chip. This indicated that the floating island world was not solely a realm of extraordinary powers, but also of technological prowess. The floating islands appeared to be a fusion of the extraordinary and the technological. This revelation reminded him of games he had played in his former world, such as Clash of Clans and Island War. Recalling the monstrous floating islands he had encountered, Zhou Tu's mind raced. When faced with other floating islands in the future, he would need to pause for a few minutes, as that brief interval could be perilous if the opposing island was inhabited by monsters. Without defensive measures on his floating island, it could easily fall prey to an assault. Contemplating this, Zhou Tu felt a weight settle on his heart. Indeed, the floating island world was fraught with peril. Suppressing the dangers of the floating island deep within his heart, Zhou Tu maintained his composure and continued his quest for resources. Heart of the Island Master prompt. Acquired 10 units of steel. Heart of the Island Master prompt. Acquired 10 units of alloy. In an office resembling a research laboratory, Zhou Tu stumbled upon an enormous blueprint. Heart of the Island Master prompt. Acquired blueprint for the Prism Tower. What a surprise, the blueprint for the Prism Tower. Zhou Tu exclaimed, astonished. This means he could establish a defensive tower on his floating island. Chapter 15. Good Brother Humanly. He cast a glance at the materials required for constructing the Prism Tower. Prism Tower, purple 1 chip, 500 steel, 300 alloy, 1 identifier. A sustained voltage of 3,000 volts, occupying an area of 55. The abundance of special materials made Zhou Tu frown. As for steel, he had only seen a few individuals trading it on the exchange channel. The chip was recently acquired, but he had yet to see anyone offering the other alloys or identifiers for trade. Most importantly, where could he procure the stable 3,000 volts needed? It appeared that he would need to construct a power plant on the floating island. Zhou Tu felt that while the blueprint was easily obtained, the materials required for construction were exceedingly difficult to gather. From the quality of the blueprint, it was evident that the levels of blueprints were categorized into yellow, green, blue, and purple, with higher quality blueprints necessitating more materials, which were also increasingly rare. The materials required for the Prism Tower were somewhat top tier, and the accompanying measures for construction were truly daunting. However, it also proved one thing. The Island Master could indeed arm their island. As long as he fortified his island sufficiently, even if he could not defeat the monstrous floating islands, he could ensure his own safety. After gathering some more materials, Heart of the Island Master prompt. Acquired log of the mechanical city floating island. Zhou Tu discovered several vehicles in a garage, but upon attempting to use them, he realized they were identity-verified vehicles and could not be taken. However, there was one motorcycle called Wolf, which came with keys and fuel, making it rideable. Heart of the Island Master prompt. Acquired 1 Wolf motorcycle. The discovery of such a ready-made mode of transportation brightened Zhou Tu's spirits. Having a vehicle could save an immense amount of time and facilitate the back-and-forth transport of materials across the island, undoubtedly enhancing convenience. Glancing at the time, it was time to return. Standing on his floating island, Zhou Tu watched as the vast mechanical city floating island faded from view, feeling a twinge of regret. The 2-kilometer floating island had many buildings, and with limited time, he had only explored a small portion. Due to the modern architecture, dismantling was challenging, and many large, complex items could not be stored in his backpack. However, the primary issue was still the insufficient time spent on the island. Would increasing the island's level extend his stay on other islands? Zhou Tu inquired of the Island Master Crystal. As the level increases, the stay duration will also increase. Zhou Tu nodded. As long as the heart of the Island Master continued to upgrade, It was possible that his floating island could remain on other floating islands for a day, removing time as a constraint for resource gathering. If he encountered a suitable island, his floating island was large enough to completely empty the opposite floating island. This is what I brought back from the floating island across. The grass sprite presented some collected items. I can't use these. Please store them for me. Zhou Tu's eyes lit up as he noticed the grass sprite had produced some seeds and similar plants from who knows where. The grass sprite's willingness to help collect items indicated that she had begun to acknowledge his island. Once the island expanded further, she could try planting the acquired flora. Most importantly, the grass sprite also expressed a desire to gather resources. Under the time constraints of exploring the opposite island, having another person would bolster their strength. Currently, the floating island's stay on the opposite island was limited. If there were enough people on the island, the efficiency of exploring unfamiliar territories would increase. Zhou Tu assessed the value of this exploration, and undoubtedly, the most significant find was the blueprint for the prism tower. Additionally, there were some special materials: 10 steel, 10 alloys, 1 chip, 10 sunflowers, 1 motorcycle, 10 energy drinks, 50 compressed biscuits, and various miscellaneous items. Among these materials, he had only encountered steel on the trading channel. He had never seen the others before. He stacked the steel on one side of the house, with stone, wood, and iron not far away, forming small mountain-like piles. The once barren floating island was now cluttered with materials, appearing somewhat chaotic. Yet, in Zhou Tu's eyes, these were essential supplies for survival. He reflected on the advantages of having a larger floating island. If it were still the previous 10-meter diameter island, he would have struggled to store so many materials due to limited backpack and box space. Zhou Tu took out the heart of the island master and checked the status of the grass sprite, still injured. He had no intention of healing her, as his energy reserves were still insufficient. Opening the trading interface, he checked the status of his trade items. His water condenser was still listed on the trading channel. This seemed normal, as the demand for soil was quite high, and it was only the second day, limiting material availability. However, he had already received numerous private messages. Could you reduce the amount of materials needed for the water condenser? Though soil is a basic resource, it still requires time to excavate. And we can't gather that many materials in such a short time. Can we consider a mixed trade for materials? Do you think the demand for soil materials is excessive? Are you treating others like fools? Can you sell water instead? What sort of water condenser is this? Are you maliciously expanding the market and driving down water prices? Please, just wait a moment. I want this water condenser, but I simply don't have enough soil materials. I'm ordering you to give me a water condenser, or I'll place a curse on you. Many individuals sent him messages filled with insults, while others appeared to be genuinely interested in buying. Zhou Tu blocked all the ones who insulted him. He did not require the judgment of others in his endeavors. In this world, there would always be those who lived unsatisfactorily and sought to amplify their negativity. To be frank, the water condenser indeed required a significant amount of soil materials, and that was his intention, to establish a certain threshold. The individuals seeking to exchange for the water condenser proved they possessed survival instincts. In a sense, he was also filtering out the capable from the incapable. Today, he finally found his brother, Yumengli. She was a girl with a strong character, having grown up in an orphanage. He had received many beatings from her in their childhood. They had grown up together and shared a close bond. This made Zhou Tu feel elated. In this world, he could still find his closest companions. Although they could not meet yet, with the ability to see through floating islands, he believed that as he continued moving forward, they would eventually reunite. Wow, I didn't expect you to be ranked first among floating islands in this world. You're far ahead. Zhou Tu utilized his free attempts for the day to establish a communication channel with Yumengli. Average, world number 1. What do you need? I can provide support. However, he did not receive a response from Yumengli. The sky grew dim. There's no time left. I explored an unfamiliar floating island. We can chat later. Zhou Tu, be careful. The wind disaster was upon them once more. Upon sending the message, Zhou Tu promptly ushered his recently ridden wolf motorcycle into the shelter, seeking refuge from the relentless windstorm. This tempest is becoming exceedingly frequent, occurring both day and night. Windstorms should not linger at the island's edge. I was swept away, and this is my last testament. Damn it, I was just about to explore the island. After so much effort to take the first step, I was thwarted by this wind. These windstorms are a daily occurrence, and according to the initial warnings, there will be other calamities to follow. How can one establish a floating island amidst such chaos? Haha, I have discovered a modern technological island. Haha. The chat channel was filled predominantly with trivial chatter, yet occasionally, profound remarks would emerge. Zhou Tu pondered some pressing questions. Natural disasters are omnipresent. How will one cultivate crops in the future? Should greenhouses be constructed on the floating island? Perhaps the spirits offer a solution. Their abilities could safeguard the crops on an island. Chapter 16, Level 20 Floating Island. Attribute panel activated. This windstorm lingered longer than the previous days. Zhou Tu glanced at the chat, which was rife with despair. After a day and a night, only 322 individuals remained in the area within less than 2 days. Nearly 40% of those who landed on the island had perished. Transitioning to a perilous environment had exacted a heavy toll during the initial adaptation phase. Many, when faced with danger and unable to survive, would leave brief accounts of their demise in the chat channel as knowledge for future survivors. These messages conveyed vital information and saved numerous lives. Although the windstorm raged for half an hour, it did not claim as many victims as the first. Silently closing the chat, Zhou Tu stepped outside. The surface of his island was entirely sandy, and as he walked upon it, he felt its gritty texture. Behind the house, a thick layer of sand had accumulated behind the steel and stone. Wooden planks had been scattered, and some smaller pieces of wood had simply vanished, whisked away by the fierce winds. Zhou Tu's expression grew serious. Indeed, the wind could easily blow an inattentive person off the island. He bent down to scoop up a handful of sand. If there were structures or other facilities on the island, they could shield against the sand blown by the wind, effectively collecting it automatically. Sifting through the fine sand, Zhou Tu discovered tiny seeds embedded within. This revelation surprised him. The island was sufficiently vast, and the floating island could undergo natural evolution. Zhou Tu began to comprehend why such disasters plagued the floating island. Perhaps these natural calamities were merely a part of the island's evolution. While the windstorm seemed to erode the island, it also brought forth new life, seeds. Oh, these are sea buckthorn seeds. The grass spirit also recognized the seeds brought by the windstorm. Sea buckthorn? What purpose could it serve? This type of seed thrives in arid floating islands, resilient against windstorms, possessing the ability to stabilize the soil. Zhou Tu felt a surge of joy at this thought, and, maintaining a facade of calm, inquired, "Can these be planted on our island?" Of course, the grass spirit affirmed, and Zhou Tu inwardly celebrated, feeling reassured. The grass spirit's initiative in planting was far superior to his coaxing. It seemed the windstorm had its merits after all. Without waiting for Zhou Tu to react, the grass spirit had already caused a row of sea buckthorn to sprout along the island's edge. Zhou Tu was taken aback. This spirit possessed such magic, directly inducing plant growth and imparting a touch of greenery to his floating island. Approaching the sea buckthorn, he noted it was newly sprouted, standing merely 10 centimeters tall. It appeared this world was indeed a bizarre realm, a blend of technology and magic. No wonder the grass spirit was rated so highly. Its abilities were indeed remarkable. If this spirit were willing, it could facilitate the growth of various vegetables and fruits. With a good rapport with the spirit, he would surely not starve on the island. Clearly, expanding the area of the floating island was the wisest choice. With more land, everything else would follow. After the windstorm subsided, Zhou Tu resolved to construct a new dwelling, designating the original house as a garage and storage space. However, building required energy, so he decided to wait until the energy refreshed that night before commencing construction. Opening the chat, after the windstorm, Yumengli sent a message. "I'm quite curious about how your rating is so high. Does your floating island possess something unique? You'll find out once you visit my floating island." Yumengli did not press further, sensing Zhou Tu was attempting to console her. The probability of encountering one another among billions in this world was exceedingly low. As long as they could ascertain each other's well-being, it felt like a sunny day. "Do you possess any ranged weapons? I've encountered some monsters, and ranged attacks are most effective. A bow or something similar would be ideal." Zhou Tu tapped his head thoughtfully, retrieving the blueprints he had previously gathered and laying them alongside the newly acquired light prism tower blueprint. One was an artifact of the primitive age, the other a product of civilization. This world was filled with spirits and succubi. All of this indicated a convergence of ancient and modern, a coexistence of primitivism and civility, where technology and magic intertwined. It was entirely plausible that Yumengli had encountered monsters. How formidable are these monsters? Are they dangerous? Zhou Tu inquired with concern. "That depends on whether I have strong weapons. I encountered mutated rabbits, and with weapons, I could give it a try." Zhou Tu recalled that Yumengli had been a leader among children in her youth, later studying martial arts and developing a penchant for strength. So he was not overly worried. "I have blueprints for a bow, but I lack the complete materials. It requires sinew and willow wood, and I still need some willow wood. I happen to have sinew, obtained from a treasure chest. Could you craft a bow for me?" Zhou Tu nodded. Having already acquired sinew, and it was generous of Yumengli to provide more. Opening the trading channel, Zhou Tu discovered that Yumengli had designated sinew to be gifted, 5 pieces in total. A smile crept across Zhou Tu's face. This is what it means to trust one another, without unnecessary complications. With sinew in hand, however, he was still short on willow wood. Zhou Tu searched the trading channel, where someone was offering willow wood in exchange for water. Having previously collected water, he easily gathered all the materials needed for the bow. Utilizing 1 unit of energy, he crafted 5 bows, directly gifting one to Yumengli along with some drinks and food. Possessing the ability to choose a floating island, he often prioritized the most essential items, yet he could not resist accumulating some daily necessities. Food and water had been effortlessly collected during his explorations of the islands. As long as one was bold and cautious, survival on the floating island could be quite manageable. "You have drinks too. Your luck seems quite good. I've explored many islands, and they are either deserts or filled with monsters. You've even managed to enjoy beverages. So it seems you're faring well in this world." Zhou Tu chuckled, It appears your luck is rather poor. In the future, food and water will be plentiful. Once I have surplus supplies, I'll gift you a condensation device. After exchanging a few words with Humanly, Zhou Tu noticed that most of his listed items had successfully traded. The advantage of becoming well-known resided here. Many had discovered the plethora of items he had listed and opted to exchange. Moreover, what he sought in return was rather straightforward: stone and soil. A larger island was fundamental for accommodating everything. His current island was level 18, with 6,021 units of soil and 660 units of stone stored. Leveling up to the third tier is sufficient. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island master's ability has been enhanced, currently at level 21, with energy 831. The materials required for the next upgrade are 2,100 soil and 220 stone. Detected that the heart of the island master has upgraded to level 20. Unlocking the new feature, Island Master Attribute Panel. Zhou Tu paused momentarily. The comprehensive scoring system for Island Masters unlocked at level 10, while the Attribute Panel became available at level 20. Each breakthrough of certain thresholds in the floating island brings its own advantages. Zhou Tu promptly opened the Attribute Panel to examine it. Island Master, Zhou Tuesday age, 24. Strength, 7. Stamina, 6. Agility, 6. Charisma, 8. Observation, 10. Evaluation, a frail island master with exceptionally keen observation, capable of turning peril into safety in many instances. Others, unavailable. Gazing at his attributes, Zhou Tu was taken aback. His observation was remarkably high, and the evaluation seemed quite accurate. However, the panel did not display his unique ability to discern information about other floating islands, which relieved him. Chapter 17. Encountering others and choosing animal islands. The ability to perceive island information was unique to him, and he preferred it remain undetected by the heart of the island master. Yet, there was still another function on the attribute panel that remained unopened, indicating that he possessed additional attributes. What conditions must be met to unlock them? Zhou Tu was entirely in the dark. He closed the attribute panel. Zhou Tu pondered. It appeared that not only could the island continually expand, but he, as the island master, could also grow increasingly formidable. However, he currently had no understanding of the conditions or means through which to strengthen himself. This world was inhabited by elves, succubi, and various extraordinary beings, and in due time, he would undoubtedly discover means to augment his attributes. As long as he explored enough islands, he would gain insight into this world. Given the information he had gathered, the emergence of extraordinary creatures suggested that extraordinary humans could also appear. After organizing his complex emotions, Zhou Tu glanced at his energy, which now stood at 8 points. Moving the floating island consumed energy, crafting arrows consumed energy, and leveling up the island to tier 3 yielded energy, restoring him to 8 points. Maintaining this rhythm felt quite comfortable, upgrading consumed resources, and then maximizing the energy obtained. Zhou Tu contemplated for a moment, directly utilizing 4 points of energy to craft 4 new water condensers, reserving the remaining 4 points for exploration or emergencies. He placed the newly crafted condensers atop the floating island for water condensation. The water resources obtained were free of charge, requiring no energy consumption. Selling them would yield resources, and a water-selling enterprise was feasible. Though energy was not required, the process was somewhat cumbersome, necessitating time for collection. Simultaneously, Zhou Tu listed the remaining 3 bows for trade, keeping one for himself. One was priced to exchange for 3,000 soil, another for 1,500 stone, and the last for 20 sinews. He also had some surplus materials to trade for plastic, as he intended to craft more condensers in the future, replicating the previous model of the Tang knife to establish a cyclical system. The water condenser proved immensely valuable, akin to a perennial asset. During the mid-stages of survival, people would invariably need such devices. As long as he had energy, Zhou Tu felt he could sell condensers until they became ubiquitous in the later stages of survival. He believed the current price of the condensers was somewhat low. He planned to raise their prices when resources became more abundant. Zhou Tu opened the channel to gather information. Although the individuals within were not particularly strong, they sometimes disclosed useful insights. I encountered a desert cat. It was incredibly swift and aggressive, biting me. I had no weapon and suffered greatly. I wonder if my wound will become infected. Alas, my luck today is dreadful. I stumbled upon an ice island. I intended to ascend, but the ice encroached, nearly freezing my island. Thankfully, I fled quickly. Why can't I find a water island? Zhou Tu seems to have such good fortune. I discovered a forest island abundant with fruits and resources. Brothers, if you seek supplies, message me privately. I am a soldier. I encountered Hurricane Eagle Island. My makeshift wooden shelter could not withstand the monster's assault. Farewell to my beloved family. This is my final act of valor. I encountered someone. That scoundrel robbed me. Family, beware of a person named Li Changsheng. Big shots have new attack tools. Could you lower the price? This is merely the initial stage. Who possesses such abundant basic resources? There are so many monster islands. I am too afraid to explore. Is there a strong individual who can guide me? I haven't even taken a step outside yet. Zhou Tu quietly closed the channel. Many individuals in the channel recounted their encounters with monsters, and numerous others shared their last words before demise. This left Zhou Tu somewhat reflective. There are indeed good people in this world. Those who can share information at the brink of death exhibit commendable character. For those striving to survive, this is immensely beneficial. People's fears stem from the unknown. The more information one gathers about the floating islands outside, the better prepared one can be, thus increasing the chances of survival. Strengthening the defenses of simple shelters and crafting weapons might just enable survival against hurricane eagles, or even allow for a counterattack. This suggests that hurricane eagles may not be as fearsome as imagined. With proper precautions, ordinary individuals can confront monsters. However, this is indeed advantageous for me. The messages from the deceased in the channel not only provide information, but also instill trepidation in others, making future explorations of islands and weaponry paramount. Weapons, particularly ranged ones, should rise in popularity. Thus, it would not be unreasonable to increase weapon prices. A price surge seems inevitable. Zhou Tu mused that this would expedite his journey towards upgrading his island. With 4 energy points remaining, Zhou Tu pressed onward. For exploration was the key to better development. With the Prism Tower in his possession, Zhou Tu had a new objective: to arm his floating island. Even if he encountered monster islands in the future, he could ensure that the monsters would not intrude upon his domain. Zhou Tu looked ahead to gather information. Moving the floating island forward will allow you to encounter individuals in the regional channel. Moving the floating island left leads to a water-rich island, where you can acquire plentiful water resources and fish in the sky region, a fisherman's paradise. Moving the floating island right takes you to a sandy island, where the soft sand yields immense soil. Moving the floating island backward leads to a resource island, rich in supplies, home to 10 wild bulls. As long as you do not provoke them, there is no danger. Moving the floating island upward reveals many mutated dogs. Moving the floating island downward uncovers a wealth of carbon deposits, an excellent resource. Zhou Tu perused this information. Remarkably, he encountered someone akin to himself for the first time. He recalled the heart of the island master's prompt. One could ally with, plunder, or transact with kindred spirits. In the channel, Zhou Tu observed numerous complaints about resource theft, illustrating that in this floating island world, survival was paramount, resources were scarce, and trust among individuals was nearly non-existent. He gazed upon the materials piled high on the floating island. Zhou Tu increasingly recognized the significance of establishing defensive measures on his floating island. Should he encounter individuals with malevolent intentions, he could simply eradicate them using the defensive structures he had erected. The notion of venturing out to meet others was swiftly dismissed. This was not the opportune moment for interactions. Fortuitously, he had stumbled upon a floating island abundant in water. Observing the condensation collector atop his own island, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Possessing the ability to discern the information of floating islands, these seemingly vital basic water resources appeared less significant upon his arrival. As long as he maintained a high mobility frequency, he would inevitably encounter islands rich in fundamental supplies. The islands that others coveted held no allure for him. The water on this island needed to be stored for trading, which explained why, at times, a sudden influx of basic supplies appeared on the trading channel in exchange for other commodities, within a limited time frame. It was implausible for a single individual to transport all the water from one island, a factor contributing to the inflated prices of basic water resources that often remained unsold. Given the vast population, if one did not lower prices, fortunate individuals would simply offload their water resources at discounted rates. The exchange of water, such a fundamental resource, for valuable blueprints was nearly inconceivable in this realm. Zhou Tu noted that there were offers on the trading channel for water in exchange for high-value items, yet these listings remained unfulfilled for extended periods. Water resource islands hold no utility for me, Zhou Tu concluded. He could not afford to waste time digging for sand. The Wild Dog Island was equally unfeasible, posing significant risks. The remaining options were resource islands, which, although home to 10 wild bulls, came with a warning: as long as one did not provoke the bulls, all would be well. Lastly, there was the Carbon Accumulation Island, alongside a floating island rich in carbon resources. The sky realm was vast, truly devoid of islands unrepresented. Zhou Tu pondered that given the current wind disaster zone, environmental changes might lead him to encounter a cold wave region, necessitating the stockpiling of carbon to endure the cold. Steeling his resolve, he opted for the resource-rich Wild Bull Island. Chapter 18. The Great Elven King, Cultivating Half the Area. There were 2 motivations for heading to the Wild Bull Island. Firstly, the island boasted a wealth of resources. Secondly, with the diameter of his floating island now exceeding 30 meters, it was conceivable that he could attract wild bulls to his domain. Wild bulls represented a valuable resource, and if he could tame them and gain the recognition of the island's lord, they could become inhabitants of his island. Currently, his island housed grass spirits. Though vegetation was sparse, it would surely flourish in the future, making cattle rearing feasible. In time, a cycle would form, allowing for the consumption of beef. Opportunities to transfer animals from one island to another were rare. After informing the grass spirits, Zhou Tu maneuvered his floating island. Within moments, another island came into view. This island measured approximately 1,500 meters in diameter and was relatively verdant. Zhou Tu scanned the area and spotted 10 black bulls. The larger ones measured 3 meters, while the smaller ones were 15 meters long, sporting robust horns and exuding an air of strength. The arrival of the floating island drew the attention of all the black bulls, their large eyes filled with surprise and caution. Zhou Tu had initially considered riding over to the adjacent island, but reconsidered due to the potential noise. Reluctantly, he abandoned the idea of using his motorcycle, as startled bulls could charge at him. Armed with his tools, Zhou Tu set foot on the neighboring floating island. The spirits expressed a desire to explore the island as well. After some contemplation, Zhou Tu granted the spirits permission to access other islands. Their ability to foster plant growth on his island indicated a budding affinity for it. Moreover, their potential had begun to manifest. His floating island would inevitably evolve into a grander entity, provided the spirit used its intellect wisely. Despite the Wild Bull Island being significantly larger than his own, he extended the privileges. They both appeared on the Wild Bull Island simultaneously. However, the spirit took to the skies, diverting the bull's attention. Compared to Zhou Tu's terrestrial movements, the airborne spirit was undoubtedly more captivating. The spirit served yet another purpose. Without further ado, seizing the opportunity presented by the spirit's distraction, Zhou Tu swiftly began to explore the island. While some of the bulls remained focused on the spirit, others were fixated on Zhou Tu. Observing as he dug and rummaged about, though wary, they did not take action. Island Lord's Heart Reminder, acquired 1 wood. Island Lord's Heart Reminder, acquired 5 alloys. Island Lord's Heart Reminder, acquired 10 plastics. Island Lord's Heart Reminder, acquired 10 furs. Island Lord's Heart Reminder, acquired 50 bull bones. Having secured some special resources, Zhou Tu also collected various items he encountered during his exploration. However, he decided to forego some resources on the Wild Bull Island. Possessing the ability to perceive floating island information, it was essential to prioritize the exploration of high-value islands. He could not allow himself to be hindered by basic materials. Efficiency and value were paramount. The wild bulls represented a resource, and he now needed to devise a plan to bring them to his island. Once they were on his island, he would no longer have to worry about a sustainable source of beef. The spirit, observing Zhou Tu's swift return to his own island, expressed confusion. Why has he completed the exploration so quickly? Zhou Tu drew forth his bow and aimed at a black bull, declaring, "I intend to attract these bulls to my island." The spirit frowned. Zhou Tu's island was quite small, barely capable of sustaining the herd. Although she harbored hopes for the future expansion of Zhou Tu's island and initiated the growth of sea buckthorn grass as a gesture of goodwill to strengthen their rapport, it was evident that now was not the ideal time to introduce the bulls. "Let's discuss this later. Your island is too small to accommodate them." Zhou Tu pulled back the bowstring with determination. It was only the second day of survival. Many had begun to grasp the nature of their new world. As fear was overcome and challenges confronted, humanity's productivity would surge. After all, humans were the dominant species on that little shattered sphere, the pinnacle of evolution over millions of years, capable of accomplishing feats other species could not. Unity, collaboration, endurance, and cunning were among humanity's strengths. In a new environment, high mortality rates were to be expected. Yet, upon understanding the basic operational principles of floating islands and the laws of the sky, humanity would rapidly develop and strive to conquer the aerial realm. He had gained the upper hand. The growth rate of his floating island's area would undoubtedly be swift. Attracting the wild bulls to his floating island required a process of taming. The opportunity to encounter another biological island was uncertain. Thus, if he could lure the bulls to his island now, it would be ideal. "The island will grow larger, trust me." As he spoke, the arrow flew from his hand. It soared a considerable distance, approximately 20 meters. Though it did not strike true, it succeeded in heightening the vigilance of the black bull. This was precisely what Zhou Tu desired. He aimed to stir the emotions of the bulls, inciting them to charge toward his floating island, where he could then enclose them with wooden barriers, effectively capturing the wild bulls. Zhou Tu continued to fire arrows, and as the bulls felt provoked, 5 of them stood up and approached the edge of the floating island, hesitating. At that moment, the spirit chuckled softly. The bulls evidently perceived Zhou Tu's floating island as too diminutive. Even in light of his provocations, they halted at the precipice of the island. "Your island is far too diminutive. Even a bovine of lesser intellect must contemplate its dimensions." Zhou Tu's expression darkened. If the elves disregarded him, that was one matter. But to be scorned by a mere cow was quite another. He produced a vibrant piece of crimson fabric. "As a member of this island, you have an obligation to assist the island master in its development." The grass elf crossed her arms, initially opposed to Zhou Tu's proposal of introducing wild cattle. However, upon reflection, recognizing that these wild cattle required land to thrive, which would in turn facilitate Zhou Tu's expansion of the island, she found herself in agreement. Yet, she insisted, "I cannot assist without conditions. After the floating island enlarges, I desire half of the land area for cultivating crops." The greater the area and diversity of species she cultivated, the stronger her abilities would become. Should they reach a consensus, the larger the floating island, the more land she could command, potentially evolving into the legendary elf king and acquiring even greater powers. What do you say? Zhou Tu furrowed his brow at the prospect of devoting half the area to agriculture. He was indifferent even if all of it were to be cultivated. Initially intending for the elf to tend the fields, he was surprised to find that the elf was eager to claim the land for herself. This development was fortuitous. However, he must conceal his own desire to farm from the elf. Zhou Tu appeared troubled. I ask for your help, and you present conditions, demanding half the area for crops. Truly, I have summoned an ancestor. The elf, slightly embarrassed, realized that Zhou Tu's island would undoubtedly expand in the future, and her demand for half the area was indeed excessive, especially for her own benefit. Noticing the elf's subtle change in demeanor, Zhou Tu continued, Very well, let us cultivate crops. I shall grant your request. Chapter 19. The rapid changes in the island master rankings. The elf looked at Zhou Tu in astonishment. Her request was indeed quite audacious. Half the area. In truth, even a third would suffice. Yet, Zhou Tu had acquiesced so readily. It seemed he had done so with surprising ease. Zhou Tu afforded the elf little time to ponder. Wave this red fabric in front of the wild cattle and lead them to our floating island. Are you certain this will work? Zhou Tu clarified. Cattle do not necessarily become agitated by the color red, but I have already provoked their emotions. As long as you wave this conspicuous piece of fabric continuously before them, they will become exhilarated and rush toward us, forgetting the floating island's environment. Excellent. The grass elf accepted the crimson material from Zhou Tu's hands, energetically waving it before the cattle at the edge of the floating island, up and down, left and right. Alibaba. She continued to sway it. All the black cattle across the way were drawn in. 10 cattle, initially somewhat rational, suddenly began to breathe heavily. Zhou Tu observed as the nostrils of the black cattle flared, releasing white vapor. The elf's actions incited an undeniable frenzy among the black cattle, and it was evident that they were in pursuit. The grass elf led the frenzied cattle onto Zhou Tu's small floating island. Island Master Heart notification. Wild cattle have invaded the island. Please address the situation promptly to avoid significant losses. Zhou Tu disregarded the notification. He welcomed the biological incursion. Manipulating the Island Master Heart, he marked the opposite island as fully explored, and Wild Cattle Island gradually faded from view. As long as he constructed some fences on the island, enclosing the black cattle within, the wild cattle would eventually be domesticated. Over time, they would transform into domestic cattle. The grass elf utilized the materials stacked on the island to return her view to Zhou Tu's abode, leaving a group of bewildered, agitated cattle standing on the small island. Some were butting against timber, while others wandered the periphery, seemingly searching for a way home. Upon entering the dwelling, the grass elf proudly declared, The task is complete. You must remember your promise. Zhou Tu smiled and nodded. Of course, this was precisely what he had hoped for. After all, this was his island. The crops cultivated by the elf would ultimately remain under his control. Moreover, as the island upgraded, his attributes panel would become available. With the attributes displayed on the panel, it indicated that there were methods to enhance his attribute points. Subsequently, he could construct defensive towers on his island to bolster its defenses while also collecting resources to grow stronger. Zhou Tu clenched his fist. Everything was under his dominion. Opening the trading channel, Zhou Tu examined his listed bow and water condenser. The trade did not succeed. Zhou Tu had anticipated this. There were two primary reasons for the lack of success. First, the perceived value was misaligned. Second, there was a desire for the items, but a lack of matching resources. Both tools required substantial quantities of soil resources. Although they were fundamental materials, the required amount was considerable. Zhou Tu opened the floating island leaderboard to observe how others were faring in this world. Only by collecting sufficient resources could he ascertain the market value of his possessions at this stage, maximizing his potential profits. Island Master, Zhou Tu, level 21, overall score 154241. Island Master, Zhang Yiwei, level 17, overall score 25812. Island Master, Hu Qianlin, level 16, overall score 21267. Island Master, Huang Yao, level 14, overall score 16153. Island Master, Xian Yuntian, level 14, overall score 10194. Island Master, Shan Sha, level 13, overall score 10013. Island Master, Wang He, level 13, overall score 9842. Island Master, Li Qijiang, level 12, overall score 9422. Island Master, Bei Yi, level 12, overall score 9211. Island Master, Yu Chongliang, level 12, overall score 8996. Glancing over the leaderboard, Zhou Tu noted that aside from himself, the other four in the top 5 had changed. Shan Sha, Li Qijiang, and even Bei Yi had not developed beyond the other 4 individuals. In just over a day, they had been surpassed by others. Zhou Tu found himself astonished. How had these individuals ascended the ranks so swiftly, exhibiting such impressive survival and development capabilities. Curiosity piqued, Zhou Tu clicked on Zhang Yiwei's avatar, feeling an aura of righteousness emanate from it, which struck him as particularly significant. He then clicked on Hu Qianlin's profile, sensing a serious demeanor reminiscent of their university's chief instructor. Continuing down the list, he arrived at Qian Yuntian's profile. The middle-aged man's resolute visage conveyed an indomitable spirit that seemed to leap from the photograph. Zhou Tu comprehended. This must be a military figure from the Xia nation. Only the military spirit of Xia could radiate through a photograph in such a manner, imparting a unique sensation. Only Xia soldiers, in a post-apocalyptic world where communication was limited, could unite with such cohesion and trust, propelling rapid development, a hallmark of the Xia military's unity and reliability. Apart from Xia, no other nation's soldiers would dare entrust their backs to others. Zhou Tu held no contempt for other nations. Rather, he recognized that aside from Xia, no other military fought for their homeland and families. In a post-apocalyptic scenario, such organizations lacked trust, and the leaderboard reflected this, serving as a mirror that revealed the inadequacies of others. Even Bei Yi had only attained his rank due to his reputation, managing to maintain his initial advantage. I have encountered a setback. Setting aside the spirit points, I nearly succumbed to organizational pressures. Zhou Tu lamented, reflecting on the formidable power of collectives. Certain organizations, without the aid of external forces, can still ascend to the pinnacle of the world. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Tu opened private messages, and indeed, numerous individuals were attempting to negotiate with him. As a celebrity, he was inundated with private messages. Many novice island leaders were also messaging him, prompting Zhou Tu to establish a threshold for private chats. Only those of level 5 or higher could converse with him. He had already located his good brother, Yu Mingli, and the private communication channel was now open. The rest of these individuals were inconsequential. Furthermore, the tools he was selling were beyond the financial reach of those below level 5. Upon a closer examination of the private messages, he noticed that Zhang Yiwei and Hu Qianlin had also reached out to him. Zhang Yiwei, greetings, Island Master Zhou Tuesday. I am from XX Clan, ID number XX. We can collaborate to develop our islands together. Additionally, Hu Qianlin, Huang Yao, and several others are part of our organization. Hu Qianlin, greetings, Island Master Zhou Tuesday. I am from XX Clan, ID number XX. We can collaborate to develop our islands together. Moreover, Zhang Yiwei and several others are part of our organization. Zhou Tu carefully read the messages from both individuals. They corroborated each other's statements. In truth, he could have surmised their connection without the messages. His stance was, of course, one of cooperation. He was not intimidated by godlike opponents, but rather wary of teammates resembling swine. And organizations like Zhang Yiwei and Hu Qianlin's were undoubtedly superlative allies. Collaboration was a foregone conclusion. He would confidently assert that this group was among the most efficient in resource collection within this realm, despite his use of cheats. What was wrong with seeking support from powerful allies? Meanwhile, Zhang Yiwei and Hu Qianlin were engaged in conversation. Zhang Yiwei, this Zhou Tu must be a master of survival. None of us have achieved his score alone. Truly remarkable. Chapter 20. The goddess of fortune no longer smiles. Hu Qianlin, with such a high score, he must possess extraordinary capabilities. I wonder if he will trust us. He doesn't appear to come from a military background, and trust is a significant issue. Figuring out how to collaborate is paramount. Zhang Yiwei, his high score indicates he has exchanged numerous items merely for crafting. He seems adept at resource trading, and with our high levels, we certainly have strength. He should not refuse us. Hu Qianlin, regardless, it is imperative to incorporate him into our organization. If that fails, we must attach ourselves to him. Such a high score surely indicates exceptional talent. Zhang Yiwei, you sly fox. Your 5 rolls of tape have been successfully exchanged for 1 tendon. Your 10 screws have been successfully exchanged for 1 tendon. Your bow has been exchanged for 3,000 units of soil. Transaction successful. Zhou Tu opened the trading interface, having previously disposed of surplus items and useless objects in the trading channel, receiving in return the materials he required for imminent crafting. The swift exchange of the bow for soil surprised him. Had someone really gathered the necessary materials so quickly? He glanced at the trader, Wang He, who was not affiliated with Zhang Yiwei's organization. Within such a short time, he had amassed enough soil to trade for a bow, indicating urgency. In the early stages of exploration, even basic materials could only be collected by prominent figures on the leaderboard. As for the condensation devices, they remained unsold. Zhou Tu was unperturbed. He had already accumulated ample water from his condensation devices. He gathered the water, nearly 8 liters filled in his vessel. Even if he delayed for essential resources, the time lost was considerable, not to mention the effort required to attract powerful allies. Zhou Tu had never felt time pass so swiftly. Initially, he aimed to rapidly collect valuable items from the islands. Yet the reality of the islands he encountered was somewhat unexpected. Nevertheless, it was time to prioritize leveling up. A larger island would significantly enhance his chances of survival, and living well alongside the grass spirits was of utmost importance. Detected an increase in island area. The island master's heart ability has increased. Current level, 23, energy, 632. Materials required for next upgrade, 2,300 soil, 240 stone. Regardless of the circumstances, the rhythm of leveling up must not falter. Energy must be maintained at a certain level. As Zhou Tu leveled up, new developments emerged on the floating island. The previously agitated black cows, just regaining their composure, were startled by the commotion. Fortunately, none of the cows fell from the floating island. Those remaining had survived the selection process. Zhou Tu surveyed the materials, steel, alloys, stones, and organized them, confining the cows' movement to create a pen. This way, his exploration of other islands would be undisturbed by the cattle. The black cows, however, were restless within the confines he had established. Detected. The island master is taming black cows. Taming progress, 10. Zhou Tu's eyes lit up at the notification from the island master's heart. These cows had not entered willingly as the spirits had. They were compelled. By confining the black cows, even if he was to tame them, Zhou Tu had formulated a plan. Yet, to nurture more creatures, he would require additional land, necessitating the upgrading of the island to expand its area. Zhou Tu glanced at the time. After only a few explorations, it was already noon. The hours had flown by. He abruptly closed the chat, finding it as engrossing as a gripping novel or a captivating short video. Resisting the urge to indulge required great self-discipline. Shifting his gaze to the horizon, he collected information about the floating islands. The current floating island was disappointing. For monster islands, extremely perilous, and one deserted island with mediocre resources. Upon arriving at the island with mediocre resources, Zhou Tu felt that had it not been for the enforced stay during the floating island's approach, he would have been disinclined to visit such a resource-poor location. Though some resources were available, they offered no qualitative enhancement. In truth, if he were to examine them closely, it would be a waste of time. Nonetheless, Zhou Tu ascended, gathering some scraps during the enforced duration. Exasperated, he activated the floating island once more. What a curse! Have I exhausted my luck? Oh, goddess of fortune, grant me a smile. This time, Zhou Tu's fortune darkened further. He encountered 5 monster islands and a deserted one, which failed to even warrant the label of mediocre. He had squandered 2 energy points. Nevertheless, Zhou Tu noted that the islands, no matter how poor, rarely presented a scenario where all 6 directions were occupied by monsters. There was always a glimmer of hope. Yet he could not be entirely certain, as his sample size remained limited. After 2 attempts, his energy had dwindled to 3 units. Zhou Tu clasped his hands together, silently affirming, I am the sovereign of fortune. With a sudden opening of his eyes, the floating island's information appeared before him. Advancing, the floating island reveals a resource-rich island, containing blueprints for a soldier's shovel, which boasts a digging efficiency tenfold that of a primitive shovel. Shifting, the floating island to the left reveals a tropical island, abundant with flora and fauna, enriching the ecological system of the island master's domain. As you shift the floating island to the right, you will discover a hospital within, replete with numerous medical facilities. Should you fall ill on the island, the medications found in the hospital will ensure your peace of mind. By moving the floating island backward, you will uncover a food processing factory, where an abundance of food can be sourced, sufficient to last a month, provided you can transport it out. Ascending, the floating island reveals a paradise of fragrant blossoms and melodious birdsong, a picturesque tourist destination, a rare gem in the skies. Descending, the floating island allows you to explore certain secrets of the heavens, greatly beneficial for future endeavors. Haha, at last, Lady Luck has smiled upon me. Zhou Tu rejoiced upon seeing the information. After 2 consecutive rounds of disappointing choices, fortune has finally turned in his favor. However, the decision to select one island posed a dilemma. Now that I am an adult, can I not have them all? Yet, it was evidently impossible. Which island to choose? Chapter 21. There are too many resources, far more than I can utilize. Surveying all the island information, this time could be deemed a stroke of luck. In truth, he desired them all, but reality permitted only one selection. The secrets of the sky seemed less pressing. Possessing the ability to discern floating island information, he believed he would one day uncover the mysteries of the heavens. The tropical floating island made Zhou Tu shake his head. His island's area was limited. What use would these species serve? Planting them might lead to them being devoured by those black cattle. The island with the hospital, abundant in medical supplies, was undoubtedly useful. Yet Zhou Tu felt he had no immediate need for it. Food was also unnecessary. Tourism was out of the question. It was not a time for sightseeing. He turned his gaze towards the last island, which held blueprints for the engineer shovel. The engineer shovel, with tenfold excavation speed. What a concept! With the engineer shovel, the efficiency of collecting soil would be greatly enhanced. What is paramount for a floating island? Its area. The area necessitates continuous upgrading through soil and stone to expand the floating island, a pursuit he had been diligently engaged in from the outset. Even now, the trading system page displayed the condensation device, still without any transactions. This was due to the fact that no one had managed to collect such a large quantity of soil within a short time frame. If the engineer shovel could be sold, the soil output in the entire floating island world would ascend to a new level. All that was needed was diligence, and the islands would flourish rapidly. With a larger island area, the production of resources would naturally increase, making it easier to trade goods later on. Moreover, with a higher level of floating island, his words would carry more weight. His floating island level had exceeded 20, with points far surpassing others. The advantages he gained were evident to all. In the chat channel, some were enviously purple with jealousy. Many privately messaged him, eager to engage in trade and establish connections. Zhou Tu felt it was necessary, as the top of the points leaderboard, to undertake actions that would benefit the development of other island masters. Selecting the blueprint for the engineer shovel became imperative. Once these island masters flourished, he would have no shortage of opportunities to trade goods. This approach would not only expand his floating island area, but also enhance the survival rates of others, a win-win situation. The more frequent the trades, the greater the circulation of resources, and the higher the probability of survival. Zhou Tu hesitated little, activating the floating island to head towards the island with the engineer's shovel blueprints, and soon the island appeared before him. The engineer's shovel island was a resource-rich island, filled with numerous structures. Furthermore, it boasted a scarcity of vegetation, leaning towards a realistic aesthetic. It had decent pathways suitable for riding. He brought out the wolf motorcycle. Zhou Tu mounted the motorcycle, twisted the throttle, and with a roar, the motorcycle surged forth. He quickly hit the brakes. If he sped off the floating island, it would be quite a predicament. Riding on a floating island, what a novel experience. Arriving at the largest room on the island, Zhou Tu took merely half a minute. With the motorcycle, his mobility had drastically improved. The sprite followed closely behind. Now, the relationship between the sprite and him had grown increasingly amicable and free. Who wouldn't appreciate a sprite that autonomously tended to the fields and gathered resources? Upon entering the room, Zhou Tu discovered it was indeed filled with abundant supplies. Truly a floating island renowned for its wealth of resources. Without hesitation, he stored everything into his backpack. Island Master S heart notification. Acquired 1 box of bread. Island Master S heart notification. Acquired 1 box of milk. Island Master S heart notification. Acquired engineer shovel blueprint. Yellow. Island Master S heart notification. Your backpack is full. No doubt, this was a resource-rich island, providing supplies like bread and milk in boxes. However, recalling his previous 2 choices, Zhou Tu felt somewhat relieved. Without the prompt information, even if such an island existed, the chances of selecting it would be too slim. The presence of such a resourceful island today was a result of his diligent collection of information. After 2 rounds of minimal gains, reaping such rewards now seemed justifiable. Riding the motorcycle, Zhou Tu returned to his island. His backpack was indeed overflowing. Although small items could stack up to 100, he had gathered far too many miscellaneous items, including the space in the box provided at the beginning of the floating island. It too had been filled to capacity. The house was simply too small. Zhou Tu stuffed the miscellaneous items into the constructed house and stored some resources in his own residence. Some supplies had no space left to occupy. He had no choice but to leave them outdoors. Zhou Tu placed some unimportant, bulky items on the island, hopped back onto the motorcycle, and continued collecting resources on the engineer shovel island. Island Master S heart notification. Acquired 1 pack of screws. Island Master S heart notification. Acquired 1 toolbox. Island Master S heart notification. Acquired 10 boxes of instant noodles. Island Master S heart notification. Your backpack is full. His backpack was full again, and Zhou Tu sighed. It was simply too small. This resource island had proven exceptionally fruitful. He wouldn't need to explore food islands for quite some time. When the time came, the engineer's shovel resource island vanished, and he rode back to his own island. Now, his Island Master S heart was at level 23, with the island's diameter measuring 33 meters. Apart from the 2 houses at the island's center, the sides were occupied by the newly constructed cattle pen, leaving little room. The amassed items he had collected couldn't fit. They had to be stacked outside. With so many materials placed haphazardly on the island, how could he cultivate the land? Remembering he still had the blueprint for the light prism tower, an offensive structure that also required space to build, Zhou Tu felt the island's area was indeed limited. It was essential to relentlessly expand the floating island's area, without considering the future expansion of the floating island to 9.6 million square kilometers. He aimed to first increase the floating island's area to 10,000 square kilometers. Glancing over the resources, many items went unused, despite the floating island being considerable in size. If he didn't manage these odds and ends, he might struggle to find essential materials in the future. Such, perhaps, was the burden of having an abundance of resources. Zhou Tu took a bite of bread and glanced at the time. He had been quite vigilant about conserving daylight hours, yet he had unknowingly spent 10 hours. Originally, he had intended to gather only the most valuable items from the island. Who knows? There is an abundance of resources on this island, and I cannot restrain myself. My hands simply refuse to comply. He understands that this is not the most efficient method of resource collection, yet the sight of countless boxes brimming with supplies, destined to vanish from these islands, feels like a sin. The hoarding instinct within Zhou Tu has completely overwhelmed his self-control. I am too greedy, he muttered, shaking his head as he calculated the time remaining and his available energy. With just 2 hours until nightfall and only 3 bars of energy left, he decided to replenish his stamina and exhaust the remaining energy during the day. Chapter 22. Resource Consolidation. It seemed that he had exhausted all his luck on the island with the engineer's shovel. The subsequent 3 islands he encountered contained valuable items, but they were also inhabited by formidable creatures. Thus, Zhou Tu opted to search the floating islands where resources were scarce and no powerful beings resided. At this moment, he had no desire to engage with these perilous creatures. Firstly, battling the beings on the floating islands would consume precious time. If the creatures on the opposite side were not yet defeated, he might run out of time. Secondly, the risk was too great. Having previously missed his shot with the bow and arrow on Black Bull Island, he feared that if he encountered dangerous animals and failed to vanquish them, it would merely be an act of folly. Zhou Tu silently resolved to consult Umengli for guidance on archery before daring to explore islands inhabited by creatures, ensuring he was adequately prepared. As these thoughts occupied his mind, dusk gradually descended. The once bright sky lost its vibrant hues, giving way to the encroaching night and the foreboding winds. In the dim light, Zhou Tu gazed upon the floating island piled high with supplies, feeling a twinge of frustration. While others lamented the scarcity of resources and sought to exploit the trading channel without cost, he found himself overwhelmed by an excess of goods with no place to store them, forced to haphazardly arrange them on the floating island. This situation posed a risk. Lighter items might be blown off the island by the fierce winds, as had happened before when the gusts had swept away wooden planks he had stacked in the yard, resulting in a considerable loss. Zhou Tu quickly listed the miscellaneous items that had little utility for him at the moment. Based on the prices he had observed in the trading channel, he swiftly uploaded relevant goods. It was far wiser to list these items than to risk losing them to the wind. Soon, the trading page was refreshed by Zhou Tu, not just covering a single page of items, but several pages, predominantly consisting of basic materials such as dirt and stone, which would greatly benefit other island owners. Wow! Does Zhou Tu have so many resources? He just listed over 3,000 various items, covering such an extensive range, and all for basic materials. Why is that? Because he is generous. The top-ranked island owner makes an extraordinary move. He only needs to list items. While we ordinary island owners must consider a multitude of factors, why is the big boss listing so many resources, using only basic materials for trade? But we currently lack those too. The benefits of upgrading islands are numerous. Not only does it yield energy, but it also increases the area of the floating island, allowing for the creation of items using that energy. Energy has an immense impact. This is my last time speaking in the channel about energy. On the island ranking, the big boss's island is level 23, with 33 energy points remaining. I'm envious to the point of tears. That night, the winds battered the wooden cabin, causing it to creak. Zhou Tu lit the candles he had collected, reclining on his bed, consuming the food he had gathered during the day and sipping milk. While covertly monitoring the chatter in the communication channel, he managed his trading notifications, pleased by the alerts of successful trades. Zhou Tu felt quite satisfied with his progress over the past 2 days. In a mere 48 hours, those with heightened mobility among humanity had begun their explorations. The initial cries for help had gradually dwindled. In this brutal world of the floating islands, survival was a harsh reality. Increasingly, individuals recognized the issue of the floating island's limited area. Dirt and stone, though seemingly basic, proved far from it. These two materials transcended ordinary attributes. In the realm of floating islands, dirt and stone were evolving into universal trading commodities, akin to currency, albeit not yet overtly recognized. For Zhou Tu, all his possessions could be exchanged for these two materials. It was not an exaggeration to assert that dirt and stone formed the very foundation of the floating islands. Moreover, he was reaping the benefits of being the top scorer in island points. Almost continuously, people were discussing him in the chat channel or referencing matters concerning him. The island point rankings served as a perfect advertisement for him, and his speed of selling items was unmatched by others. Your bread has been exchanged for 100 units of dirt. Transaction successful. Your bottled water has been exchanged for 100 units of dirt. Transaction successful. Your milk has been exchanged for 100 units of stone. Transaction successful. Observing these surplus resources transform into basic materials, Zhou Tu smiled faintly. Even the smallest gains were worthwhile. These resources were a reasonable exchange for an hour's labor in the post-apocalyptic floating islands. The benefits of his celebrity status allowed his items to be sold rapidly. Presently, he was left with only the condensation collector and the bow and arrow listed for trade, both of which commanded a high price. Zhou Tu glanced at the blueprint for the engineer's shovel. By mass-producing these shovels, he could acquire a substantial number of blueprints. However, upgrading the floating island remained paramount. Once upgraded, it would yield energy again after nightfall, maximizing the efficiency of his energy usage. Having dealt with the miscellaneous items, Zhou Tu examined the materials required for upgrading the island. The accumulation of resources was significant. The dirt and stone obtained from trading were sufficient for him to elevate his floating island by 4 levels. Without hesitation, he commenced the upgrade. Detecting an increase in island area, the island owner's heart ability has increased. It is currently level 24, with energy at 134. Materials required for the next upgrade: 2,400 dirt, 250 stone. Detecting an increase in island area, the island owner's hard ability has increased. It is currently level 27, with energy at 437. Materials required for the next upgrade: 2,700 dirt, 280 stone. Now, the diameter of my island has reached 37 meters. Zhou Tu reflected on the fact that it took 2 days for the floating island to reach a mere 37 meters, which was not particularly fast. On the leaderboard, the floating islands of related organizations had not yet surpassed level 20, with the highest being Zhang. He resolved to contact the organization after nightfall, once the announcements refreshed, to provide them with engineer shovels in exchange for materials to upgrade his island. The organization operated with remarkable efficiency, and partnering with them would exponentially enhance his resource collection capabilities. Zhou Tu felt a degree of trust in conducting business with the organization, far superior to dealings with strangers. After consolidating resources and upgrading the floating island, he acquired new energy and retrieved the blueprint for the engineer's shovel obtained during his daytime explorations. Chapter 23. Can eating meat enhance attributes? The blueprint for the engineer's shovel is a yellow blueprint, and with a yellow level blueprint, a single unit of energy can produce 10 shovels, requiring steel as the material. 1 unit of steel produces 1 shovel. Zhou Tu, lost in thought, recognized that although the blueprints for the engineer's shovel were of modest quality, the materials required were not as readily available as soil and stone, but rather a somewhat rarer steel. Once the engineer's shovel was crafted, however, the efficiency of collecting soil resources would significantly improve, thereby accelerating the upgrades of the floating island. He resolved to promote the engineer's shovel at all costs. After all, the goods he sold were of a higher caliber, necessitating labor resources for development, and the shovel served as the foundation that he needed to advocate for. Casting a glance at his steel reserves, Zhou Tu noted he possessed 423 units of steel. This implied that he could exhaust all of it with just 42 points of energy. Having just leveled up to 4, the island's energy would restore after midnight, granting him 37 points of energy, which would allow for the complete consumption of the 400 units of steel. Producing approximately 400 diggers would constitute a formidable force. Zhou Tu initially expended energy to craft 40 engineer shovels, mindful of avoiding energy wastage. As the energy dwindled, the shovels emerged, their gleaming sharp edges unmistakably marking them as tools for excavation. He resolved to send these to his good friend first. Upon opening private messages, he noticed that despite the established communication thresholds, many continued to send messages. Fortuitously, he had organized his chat groups. Otherwise, locating individuals would have been cumbersome. His close friend, Yu Mengli, messaged him, "I encountered a rabbit island during the day, killed a few rabbits, procured some meat, and felt invigorated, having also dug up a lot of soil." Zhou Tu's gaze sharpened at the message. Filled with vigor, he accessed his attribute panel. Island Master, Zhou Tu's day age, 24. Strength, 7. Stamina, 6. Agility, 6. Charisma, 8. Observation, 10. Evaluation, a frail island master with keen observational skills, often able to avert disasters in storm-prone areas. Had Yu Mengli not made such a remark without the panel's context, Zhou Tu would not have pondered deeply. However, now that he had activated the panel and understood the attributes of the island master, he could not help but reflect. He had previously contemplated ways to enhance personal attributes. Encounters with the giant snake guarding the treasure chest, mutated creatures, succubi, and now elves all hinted at something extraordinary. Now, with Yu Mengli informing him that consuming the rabbits had filled her with strength, Zhou Tu boldly deduced that eating animal flesh could augment attributes. This revelation increased the value of the black cattle he was raising, yet he remained cautious about future developments. If indeed consuming meat could elevate the island master's attributes, every individual could become an extraordinary entity, thus heightening the crisis of trust among them. Zhou Tu's expression darkened. The already scant trust among people in this realm would be further strained should methods to enhance one's strength emerge, potentially inciting malice and treachery. He messaged Yu Mengli to inform her of his situation. "I have activated my attribute panel. Please be mindful of any changes in your body. Additionally, I have crafted engineer shovels and will trade some supplies to you. Do check your inventory and upgrade the island as much as possible. Thank you for the tools and supplies, Brother Fu. I will monitor my condition and report any developments. Also, I have traded a rabbit I shot. Please check it." She replied. The exchange of the rabbit brightened Zhou Tu's mood. It seemed that Yu Mengli's adventurous spirit had been ignited upon arriving in the world of the floating island. This arrangement was promising, with Yu Mengli focusing on exploration and him on developing the floating island. Their differing emphases would complement one another. Collaboration between genders often yielded fruitful results. "I can support anything you need. I am currently terrifyingly affluent," Zhou Tu added. Trust was a rare commodity in this world. He exchanged the rabbit through the trading channel. Its fur still bore traces of blood, a testament to the arrow's lethal precision. Reflecting on Yu Mengli's ability to hunt such small creatures while he struggled to strike the black cattle, Zhou Tu resolved to practice archery later. Peering through the window, he observed the winds of disaster gradually abating. He would set a fire outside and roast the rabbit to test the waters. Knowing that consuming animals in this world might enhance attributes stirred excitement within him. He decided to experiment to determine if this theory held true. Meanwhile, Zhang Yiwei was conversing with several members of his organization. During the day, they were preoccupied with exploration, lacking a comprehensive collection of information. Nighttime, when they could rest and tally their gains, was the ideal opportunity for exchanging and gathering intelligence. Zhang Yiwei remarked, "Zhou Tu hasn't replied to my messages. He seems somewhat aloof. After all, I am the second on the island's points leaderboard." Hu Qianlin speculated. "He probably has limited energy. It's unfortunate he cannot form small groups. Communication is somewhat stifled. Energy is crucial, and his silence might stem from that. From this perspective, he appears to be quite the expert." Zhang Yiwei expressed with a hint of admiration. Such frugality is impressive. Both he and Hu Qianlin approached Zhou Tu with sincere intentions, sending him messages to express their goodwill. Zhou Tu's lack of response stirred impatience in them. Hu Qianlin remarked, "With his high score, he must be incredibly busy. It's normal for him to ignore messages. When the evening trumpet refreshes, we shall see how he chooses to act. Surely he isn't exploring islands at night. The likelihood of encountering water islands is minimal. I wonder if he would consider renting us the condensation device, allowing us to pay in installments with soil," he pondered. "This brings us to the survival world. We must ascertain if Zhou Tu trusts us," Hu Qianlin messaged. "I find it somewhat mystical. Some of our members are communicating with others and have encountered scams, even rejecting our cooperation, which has led to significant losses." Zhang Yiwei felt helpless. Trust has always been tenuous in the previous society, and now, in this survival world, that crisis has become even more pronounced. Meanwhile, the rabbit roasting over the fire crackled, its fat sizzling. As a top-tier island master, Zhou Tu naturally acquired spices from the trading channel. Observing the rabbit turning a rich golden brown, he swallowed hard, hoping it would not disappoint. Tearing into the rabbit meat, he sampled it. The flavor was decent. Opening his attribute panel, Zhou Tu's expression turned grave. Chapter 24, The Crisis of Trust. The attributes displayed on the panel showed no changes. He closed the panel, reasoning that the effects of consuming the rabbit would not be instantaneous. After gnawing on a rabbit leg, Zhou Tu felt satiated, having recently eaten. Setting the roasted rabbit aside, he picked up his bow and practiced shooting at a wooden board for a while. As a modern individual, he had seldom encountered weaponry in the city, unless one had a keen interest in weapons or had undergone training in related fields. Only those with a modicum of expertise stood a chance of surviving encounters with mutated creatures. Due to the disparity in combat capabilities, he could very well meet his demise against certain beings. Were it not for his ability to glean information about the floating island, he would have long since succumbed to the dangers of this aerial realm. Countless individuals had perished in such a manner within the channels. Thus, Zhou Tu held high hopes for the organization, as he could craft appropriate weapons and equipment. Aiding others in their explorations while finding his own footing was paramount. Once one's attributes have been sufficiently enhanced, it would be prudent to venture into the treacherous monster island. Possessing the ability to discern critical information, coupled with the backing of a formidable military organization, creates a veritable win-win scenario, ensuring unparalleled development speed. This is indeed the proper path to growth. As the night deepens, energy and trumpets are refreshed. Zhou Tu utilizes a complementary trumpet to establish a communication channel with Zhang Yiwei. The rapid development of the floating island hinges on Zhang Yiwei's contributions. Upon establishing the channel, Zhang Yiwei promptly sends a message. "Great deity, we have finally made contact. As a master on the points leaderboard, if we unite our strengths, we can navigate this aerial realm more easily. I sincerely invite you to join our organization," which entails a certain level of responsibility. Upon reading Zhang Yiwei's message, Zhou Tu furrows his brow. While he is not opposed to finding allies, joining an organization would impose responsibilities and obligations he is reluctant to accept. Despite the formidable nature of the inviting party, Zhou Tu's ability to see through information leads him to prefer transactional relations over organizational commitments. He merely seeks cooperation without the burden of responsibility. In the aerial world, each individual is a lord of their own island, and it is likely that most yearn for freedom. Organizations can be overly complex. While they may suffice in the early stages of survival, who can predict what may unfold later? In essence, collaboration is viable, yet joining is unnecessary. Joining the organization is out of the question. I lean more towards cooperation. Zhou Tu states his position. As the foremost island owner, does he need to join an organization? Clearly, he does not. He possesses the capability to establish his own. However, given the nature of the floating island world, trust among individuals is severely lacking, making it difficult to form an effective organization like Zhang Yiwei's in a short time. Cooperation is the only viable option. Zhang Yiwei acknowledges Zhou Tu's message with understanding. He too was merely testing the waters. Joining would be ideal, but non-joining is equally acceptable. Holding the top position on the island leaderboard, it is unreasonable to expect Zhou Tu to join merely on the strength of one invitation. What form of cooperation do you envision? Zhang Yiwei inquires. Zhou Tu counters. What do you propose for cooperation? Zhang Yiwei finds himself momentarily taken aback, by Zhou Tu's retort. Indeed, Zhou Tu is the pinnacle of the floating island world, his score far surpassing that of the second best, even when combined with thousands of others. He may not lack for anything. Any tools such as water condensers, knives, or bows that you can craft can be priced accordingly. Perhaps you could first trade a water condenser. I wish to assess your capabilities, Zhou Tu suggests. Zhang Yiwei feels a twinge of embarrassment. Currently, the organization's resources for upgrading islands are entirely allocated to the leading islands. This has led to a surge in the number of islands reaching level 10, with many now ranking on the leaderboard. Some islands are designated for information gathering, while others focus on crafting blueprints. They have realized the value of energy, but find it perpetually insufficient, as energy limits the potential for blueprint creation. Upgrading islands takes precedence. And while Zhou Tu's demand for soil is basic material, it is being consumed as quickly as it is mined. Where would they find enough materials for island upgrades to trade with Zhou Tu? Could we perhaps negotiate a deferred payment, using your tools initially and returning the needed materials over several days? Zhou Tu's brow furrows. Tools that cannot be liquidated hinder development. If the water condenser is priced too high, and everyone can afford it, his energy cannot be transformed into island area, disrupting the effective cycle. Zhang Yiwei's current strategy raises significant concerns. Trust is paramount. In this survival-driven aerial world, what if his water condenser were to be misappropriated? Selling one water condenser could elevate his island nearly 3 levels, and the energy gained could produce 30 current engineer shovels. The potential future value is incalculable. Even when resources become abundant, the water condenser could command a higher price. Losing it now would be a painful setback. How can I trust you? Zhou Tu inquires. Zhang Yiwei, feeling the weight of Zhou Tu's question, is at a loss. Having gathered over 10,000 individuals in this world, their organization is already extraordinarily powerful. As time progresses, it becomes increasingly difficult for new members to join. Many who were part of a previous team, upon learning about them in this world, have been dissuaded from joining the newly reformed organization despite persuasion. Trust is sorely lacking among team members, so how can Zhou Tu, an outsider, be expected to extend credit for resources? Numerous instances have occurred where borrowed items were claimed outright, with many borrowers justifying their actions with the phrase, "Why return something borrowed if it was acquired through skill?" Such breaches can devastate the goodwill of the benevolent. Trust can evaporate within a single day. Survival is paramount. There is no room for naivete or altruism. Zhang Yiwei can only respond, "I was a high-ranking officer in the military. I can assure you that anything I take from you will be returned according to our agreement." Zhou Tu regards the message with a calm demeanor. In the floating island world, there are no binding contracts to enforce responsibility. Once a transaction is confirmed, it is irrevocable. In this realm, even with formidable military power, one cannot simply find someone to enforce debts. Whether in the blue planet or the aerial world, only strength can ensure the execution of transactions. In this aerial realm, trading valuable items based on verbal agreements is a true test of human nature, which often proves unreliable. However, Zhou Tu does not intend to test this. Upon discovering the engineer shovels, he formulated a plan. Given that the other party could swiftly establish an organization, it indicates that there is cohesion within the current group. I currently possess the ability to craft engineer shovels, tools for earth excavation with an efficiency tenfold that of the primitive shovels of the floating islands. Zhang Yiwei's eyes widen in astonishment. An earth excavation efficiency 10 times greater than before, based on the information they have gathered. As long as they do not encounter special islands, they can usually scavenge some soil from any island, albeit limited to a 1-hour stay on each. In most cases, the soil resources on islands are not entirely depleted. If Zhou Tu provides shovels, the development speed of the islands could increase tenfold. With 1,000 individuals, the rate of soil acquisition would multiply significantly, leading to a rapid increase in organizational resources. Excitement stirs within him. What would the terms of the transaction be? Could we use other resources or blueprints as collateral and redeem them later? Chapter 25, Speculations of the Region. A smile graces Zhou Tu's lips. Becoming the supplier behind the organization is his current ambition. Not joining the organization stems from his skepticism regarding human nature. While survival crises may unite individuals temporarily, over time, human nature can shift. In a world as vast as the aerial realm, there are no constraints on individuals. Each person is a sovereign of their own island, a master of a potentially flourishing territory. Once they have developed, who would heed the previous leadership? The aerial world is most suited for lone wolves. Conducting business by using presently useless items as collateral for future value is the optimal choice. Zhou Tu articulated his trading conditions. I currently possess 200 engineering shovels, and I intend to exchange each for 1,000 units of soil. I trust you have some blueprints you do not require, along with a few special materials, to provide comparable items. Once resources are excavated, I shall redeem them. Observing Zhou Tu's demands, Zhang Yiwei inwardly cursed him as a capitalist. 1 shovel for 1,000 units of soil, such an extortionate proposition. Altogether, that amounts to a staggering 200,000 units of soil. However, given the enormity of this trade, each individual would only receive 20 units, necessitating consultation with the team. Zhang Yiwei privately messaged Hu Qianlin, Huang Yao, and Qian Yuntian regarding Zhou Tu's terms. Their reactions varied. Huang Yao expressed his indignation. This fellow. In the previous world, I would have him arrested and executed. Merchants are the root of chaos. They must not be allowed to control core technologies. Conversely, Qian Yuntian calmly suggested, the efficiency of the engineering shovel in excavating soil is tenfold that of the original spade. Perhaps we should initially exchange 50 to test the waters? Huang Yao retorted. Did you not inform him of our organization's nature? How can he presume to dictate terms to so many of us? While the drop rate for blueprints is low, we will eventually encounter the engineering shovel blueprint. Hu Qianlin remarked, since he can craft them and the engineering shovel boasts tenfold efficiency, I believe we should accept his terms. After all, he has the advantage of being the first. Zhang Yiwei, contemplating the varying opinions, felt somewhat overwhelmed. In a large organization, divergent views abound. Achieving consensus is indeed challenging. He found merit in Hu Qianlin and Qian Yuntian's arguments and decided to proceed with acquiring several shovels to gauge the situation. When resources are found on islands rich in soil, trading for excavation would maximize efficiency. Zhou Tu crafted 200 engineering shovels using energy. After waiting for a while without receiving any word from Zhang Yiwei, he surmised that issues might have arisen within Zhang Yiwei's organization. For now, he could only engage in one-on-one communication, which was not particularly efficient. He wondered if, after the islands upgraded, they would have the capacity to form groups. Should the islands upgrade to allow group formations, communication would become considerably easier. In a vast organization with limited energy, contact is typically either singular or dual. Only the most advanced islands might feature multiple individuals in a chat channel. If no results were forthcoming from discussions, as soon as daylight broke, Zhou Tu would list the engineering shovels in the trading channel, addressing the entire world. This world is populous, and he had already begun to lean towards organizational cooperation. Zhou Tu opened his private messages, inundated with numerous inquiries, sifting through them for any significant information. Shen Qinghe messaged, I'm on the verge of starvation. Could you spare a morsel? After all, we are university classmates. Can you really stand by and watch me perish? I'm truly at death's door. I've encountered an island teeming with monsters and have sustained injuries. I can't go on like this. Have pity on me. I know my reputation for fish-keeping isn't great from university, but with all those admirers, wouldn't you have chosen wisely too? Shen Qinghe consistently sent him a message each day. Zhou Tu couldn't help but chuckle. People often learn through experience. In just 2 days, Shen Qinghe had grasped the world's harsh realities and no longer approached him with an air of self-importance. Yet, Zhou Tu chose to ignore her messages, believing her plight to be exaggerated. While she might be injured, she was far from death's door. If she were truly in dire straits, she would have bombarded him with messages. After contemplating, Zhou Tu mused that in a moment of true crisis, he might extend a helping hand, for they shared a bond as classmates. Despite Shen Qinghe's dubious reputation, it had not adversely affected him. He simply harbored a personal aversion to such individuals. But it had not reached the point of indifference to her suffering. Continuing through the messages, he encountered one from Wu Yong. Dear Lord Zhou, may I exchange a blueprint for a water condenser? I have a blue blueprint for a manual fruit juicer available for trade. A fruit juicer? Zhou Tu noted the exchange initiated by Wu Yong. The blue blueprint was of particular interest, as the drop rate for blueprints had proven low over the past 2 days of exploring floating islands. At times, he would sift through information from dozens of islands without encountering a single blueprint. The blueprints he had found were primarily through active selection, if one relied purely on chance. The drop rate was exceedingly dismal. Once a blueprint is crafted on an island, it becomes an etched possession of the island owner, rendering it non-tradable. Even a basic yellow blueprint holds significant value. Zhou Tu deemed the manual juicer blueprint worth acquiring. By selling the engineering shovels, the pace of material collection would accelerate, thereby necessitating upgraded resources. Collecting blueprints should be prioritized to gain a competitive edge. Water condensers could be crafted with materials and energy, but blueprints were scarce. He currently had 4 idle water condensers, which proved somewhat ineffectual. During the day, they relied on sunlight for condensation, while their efficiency plummeted at night. He might encounter superior designs for condensers in the future. Zhou Tu opened the trading channel and found Wu Yong's designated trade, a juicer for a water condenser. Without much hesitation, he exchanged for the blueprint. Holding the juicer blueprint in his hand, Zhou Tu felt it was somewhat superfluous. Firstly, crafting the juicer required both energy and materials, and secondly, fruits were necessary for juicing. It was evident that such a blueprint was ill-suited for the current scarcity of resources. Presently, individuals were battling against wind disasters, grappling with issues of sustenance and shelter. It was impractical to manufacture such a seemingly trivial tool. Only when the majority of people had weathered the harsh environment and achieved a degree of comfort would they have the luxury to utilize a juicer. Yet, this was a wind disaster zone. Encountering carbon islands, he surmised they might soon face frigid territories. Similarly, upon encountering volcanic islands, he had reasons to anticipate sweltering regions. Life could become increasingly arduous, having undergone the rigors of natural disasters. Who, amidst such turmoil, would have the leisure to indulge in fruit juice? Reflecting on this, Zhou Tu shook his head. Regardless of the region, he would focus on his development. He would consider these blueprints as embellishments to enrich the foundation of his island. For now, he would concentrate on living well in the present. As he continued scrolling through the chat, he found nothing of value. Gradually, fatigue began to set in. He stored the island owner crystal, casting aside the trivial matters, and decided to rest. Maintaining energy in the survival world is of utmost importance. Chapter 26, Healing Spirits. Trade Agreements. At 6 in the morning, Zhou Tu was roused by the cacophony of the bellowing black cattle outside, likely driven by hunger. The island had endured a wind disaster overnight, with plants buried under sand. It was only natural for them to feel famished. Zhou Tu shook off his grogginess and rose from his bed. He recalled that he had yet to review the logs from the floating mechanical city collected during the day, and he had much to attend to. Exploring unfamiliar floating islands, organizing the materials obtained, trading, planning locations for material placement, and caring for animals. He still needed to cultivate crops on the island and establish defensive towers. The list of tasks loomed large. Contemplating this, Zhou Tu felt the path to enhancing the floating island stretched long and arduous. Time was of the essence. Would he be able to find assistance among fellow human islands? This thought flickered through his mind. However, for now, his primary focus remained on expanding the floating island. He opened the channel. If Zhang Yiwei's organization has yet to reach a conclusion, the engineer shovels produced shall be listed in the channel. Zhang Yiwei conveyed the message. We wish to exchange for 50 engineer shovels, using the blueprints for a sausage grill, a water heater, a toilet, and some alloy materials as collateral. Zhou Tu found himself somewhat speechless. Was the Sky First organization so cautious in their dealings? He had initially assumed that the exchange would involve at least 100 shovels, only to discover it was merely 50. Nevertheless, 50 shovels would still yield a significant return of 50,000 units of soil materials. Zhou Tu felt a tinge of disappointment regarding this collaboration. After all, such exchanges required time to yield feedback, and based on the current circumstances, the organization seemed ungrateful. He agreed to the transaction of providing 50 engineer shovels to Zhang Yiwei's organization, with a repayment of 50,000 units of soil due that evening. He decided to consider it an investment. Through this transaction, Zhou Tu acquired some blueprints and miscellaneous items as collateral. Upon inspecting the warehouse, he noticed there were still 148 engineer shovels available, which he listed for sale. He allocated 100 for soil exchange, 28 for steel, and 20 for stone, keeping one for himself and another for Yumengli. The conversion of resources into floating island energy is of paramount importance. To be frank, had it not been for his regard for the foundation of Zhang Yiwei's organization, he would not have extended such favorable terms. In essence, the sky is vast, and there are many individuals in need of supplies. The emergence of the engineer shovel, a miraculous tool for excavating earth, was intended to expand the area of the floating islands. Zhou Tu listed the 148 engineer shovels in the channel, noting that their soil excavation efficiency was tenfold that of the original shovel, while he awaited news on the cattle he had been raising. Upon receiving the 50 engineer shovels, Zhang Yiwei promptly distributed them. He messaged several heads of departments, prioritized distribution to those who encountered islands rich in soil resources during the day. Qian Yuntian remarked, if the excavation efficiency is truly tenfold, that would be advantageous. Our upgrade efficiency could increase significantly. Huang Yao commented, for such a shovel, requiring that many resources and mortgaging numerous blueprints, he had better not engage in trade with our blueprints. I fear we won't be able to redeem them. Zhang Yiwei disregarded Huang Yao's complaints. Ultimately, it was a matter of trust. Many items had been pledged to obtain the engineer shovels. They did not fully trust Zhou Tu, and conversely, Zhou Tu held reservations about them. During their first transaction, Huang Yao believed they had suffered a loss, while Zhou Tu gained an advantage. However, Zhang Yiwei held a different perspective. Upon seeing these shovels, he recognized them as products of the island master's energy, of commendable quality. Zhou Tu's willingness to trade with them entailed significant risk. Zhou Tu could have easily listed the shovels in the trading channel, and his collaboration was predicated upon their organizational capabilities. To a certain extent, Zhou Tu had shown favor towards them, yet with a large organization comes inherent disagreements. Huang Yao continued to send messages. Zhou Tu has listed 150 engineer shovels in the trading channel, pricing each at 1,200 units of soil. This unscrupulous merchant is purely a businessman. We should have negotiated a lower price when we discussed terms. Upon reading Huang Yao's private message, Zhang Yiwei hurried to open the trading channel. Zhou Tu's latest listing consisted entirely of engineer shovels, with a note indicating a tenfold excavation efficiency compared to the original shovel. Zhang Yiwei's expression shifted slightly. As the leader of the organization, he was responsible for processing the influx of information from within and managing resource allocations. Gathering dangerous information emerging from the chat channel, summarizing knowledge regarding the sky, and scouring for rare materials. Upon seeing Zhou Tu's trading information, he realized that Zhou Tu had directly produced 200 engineer shovels. Zhang Yiwei felt a pang of regret. Reviewing his conversation with Zhou Tu, he understood that Zhou Tu had initially intended to trade 200 engineer shovels, but they had only managed to secure 50. This indicated that Zhou Tu held some goodwill towards the organization. He messaged Huang Yao. In fact, we have already gained an advantage from Zhou Tu. Huang Yao replied. We gained an advantage? He is the one who profited. If this were the real world, he wouldn't even have a way to meet us. Our collective strength is unimaginable. You mentioned the real world, but this is the floating island sky world. Huh, with so many of us united. Surpassing Zhou Tu's island development is merely a matter of time. Let's focus on development for now. Remember to collect soil materials. Your task is to gather 10,000 units of soil for the evening trade. Another individual from a different floating island, Huang Yao, looked at the message Zhang Yiwei had sent, his expression darkening. Zhang Yiwei was siding with an outsider. This reflected a lack of confidence in his comrade's potential. Upon examining the shovels Zhou Tu had listed, he noted that no one had engaged in a transaction, and the price had been raised by 200, implying a favor owed to them. How astute of a merchant. Zhou Tu approached the cattle he had been raising. After a night had passed, the black cattle had transformed into sand cattle, restlessly pacing in the pen. A nearby nature spirit remarked lightly, the cattle you've brought here have nothing to eat. Zhou Tu glanced at the spirit beside him, recognizing that the grass spirit was evidently trying to assert its value. Previously, the spirit had expedited the growth of the sand thorn, and now, with the cattle hungry, it was eager to contribute. However, since acquiring the spirit, it remained in an injured state. Zhou Tu checked the remaining energy of the island master crystal, which stood at 19 points. Healing the spirit required 3 points of energy. Recalling his prior agreement with the spirit, Zhou Tu reached a conclusion. It was time to replenish the spirit's energy, allowing it to operate autonomously. Having brought the spirit to the island, he should place his trust in it, as one does not doubt the spirit they choose to employ. I can provide you with energy to restore your injuries. The grass spirit expressed surprise. Recalling the moment Zhou Tu first arrived on her island, it seemed he possessed a certain capability beyond that of an ordinary human. What do you require of me? Just help me take care of these cattle. So simple. The grass spirit regarded Zhou Tu with astonishment. Zhou Tu nodded. Indeed, it was that simple. He then utilized the energy from the island master's heart to heal the grass spirit. In an instant, the available energy from the island surged into her body, filling her to the brim. In that moment, the essence lost in her previous efforts to protect the island was swiftly restored. It was a sensation of being at her peak. She had never felt such a marvelous state before. Suddenly, she felt that aligning herself with Zhou Tu promised a bright future. Chapter 27. What about trust between people? Zhou Tu observed the spirit's condition from the island master's heart. The grass spirit was now in a state of flourishing. He glanced at the island leaderboard. Island master, Zhou Tu, level 27, comprehensive score 354, 249. Island master, Zhang Yiwei, level 18, comprehensive score 30, 818. Island master, Hu Qianlin, level 17, comprehensive score 24, 025. What a stark contrast between the injured spirit and the flourishing spirit. A difference of 200,000 points. Zhou Tu was taken aback. It seemed the grass spirit's potential exceeded expectations. As the islands expanded, both land and animals would require the spirit's management. His sole purpose was to enjoy the benefits. How does it feel? Zhou Tu inquired. Thank you, Island Master. I feel fabulous now. The grass sprite circled the island, and although the floating isle was small, it was cluttered with a myriad of materials, resembling a chaotic ruin. Yet, in that moment, the grass sprite's eyes brimmed with boundless hope. Observing the restless black bull amid the building materials, the sprite felt a stirring within. A splash of green light cascaded onto the sandy ground beneath the bull's hooves, and the grass, previously buried, surged forth as if rejuvenated by a potent elixir, swiftly sprouting into vibrant foliage. Moo, moo moo, the black bull's delighted calls resonated in Zhou Tu's ears, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, healing the grass sprite had proven to be an astute decision. The prospects of a carnivorous enterprise were solidified. With 16 energy points remaining and a surplus for the day, Zhou Tu resolved to explore meticulously during the first 6 hours, seeking islands rich in resources. The latter half of the day would be dedicated to gathering the most essential supplies from the floating isle. After finishing off the remnants of last night's rabbit, Zhou Tu steeled himself for the journey ahead. As he set foot on the first floating island of the day, the chat channel erupted with excitement. What kind of monster is this? The island's score is skyrocketing into the tens of thousands. 300,000 points. What on earth happened on this island? Is it true that the efficiency of the excavator is tenfold? This pricing is outrageous. Are we even in the same world? The disparity between people is greater than that between humans and pigs. Zhou Tu, toss a morsel to the starving child. In the floating island world, some are on the brink of starvation, while others seem to be enjoying a vacation. If only they would invest that energy into development, they wouldn't lack for food and clothing. As Shen Xinghe observed the rapidly scrolling messages, a derisive scoff escaped her lips. We know each other in reality. And he hasn't even replied to me. How audacious are these strangers? The collective astonishment over Zhou Tu's island score caught her attention. She pulled up the interface to check his points. Over 300,000. With a silent count, she fell into contemplation. Her own score barely reached the hundreds. The score reflected the overall rating of the island. Acquiring 10 loaves of bread would grant 1 point, while consuming them would deduct points. A higher score indicated a greater abundance of resources and a better standard of living on the island, making survival in the floating isle world considerably easier. Gazing at Zhou Tu's towering score, a flicker of determination ignited in her eyes. Surviving was arduous. To thrive and live a life of comfort, she would need to cling tightly to Zhou Tu's coattails. Daily inquiries were merely my basic operations. However, upon glancing at the trading channel, she found several pages filled with Zhou Tu trading excavators. Xinqing has lips pursed in discontent. As classmates, given his abundance of tools, couldn't he spare one for me? Having come to terms with the true nature of this world, I am not merely a decorative vase. Sighing, she closed the panel projected by the heart of the island. Gripping the heart, she resolved to explore unfamiliar islands in search of fortune. Remaining stagnant would yield no benefits. Over the past few days, she had amassed a wealth of information. On a disarrayed little floating island, Shuriran, who had established a communication channel with Zhou Tu, felt an immense sense of pride as he boasted to his friend Songda. I may very well be the first to have a prominent friend in the sky region. But why is your island only level 10? Maybe the Great One is too lazy to respond. Shuriran found himself momentarily speechless, aside from a brief chat after connecting. Zhou Tu had not replied to any of his messages. He retorted defiantly, huh? The words shared with me by the Great One are beyond the comprehension of someone like you. Some individuals just love to boast. Could you lend me 500 units of soil? Shuriran swiftly changed the topic. You're not considering purchasing one of Zhou Tu's excavators, are you? Though he claims the efficiency is tenfold, who can say for certain? What if we get duped? There are plenty of high-level islanders who deceive. Shuriran fell silent, relieved that the chat was under real names and had a limit on message frequency. Otherwise, there would be even more scammers. In this realm, being deceived had real consequences. Aside from a few choice words of reproach, one could hardly expect anyone to traverse regions to offer assistance. Yet, he trusted Zhou Tuesday. The top-ranking island had no need for deceit. If the excavator truly operated at 10 times the digging speed, as Zhou Tu claimed, it would be a miraculous tool for expanding the floating isle in its early stages. It was a must-have. Will you lend it or not? We can share an excavator to dig for materials. That sounds reasonable. I'll contribute half the soil, and we can use it together. Shuriran breathed a sigh of relief. His brother's decision to trust him signified a willingness to survive together. The chat channel had eroded trust among the people. Many were genuinely in peril. Yet no one offered assistance. It was either barter or perish. He felt a surge of happiness. Childhood friends were still worthy of trust. Soon, Shuriran successfully traded for an excavator through the trading channel. While refreshing the listings, he noticed that several dozen excavators had vanished, indicating that others, like him, had gathered soil resources for trade. Many in the channel vocally criticized the pricing as exorbitant and lacking value, yet their actions spoke otherwise, as dozens had sold within mere minutes. Shuriran shook his head, grasping the excavator, its weight reassuring in his hand. With a swift motion, he plunged it into the soil of his floating island. It was smooth and effective, easily scooping up a mound of earth. Indeed, the efficiency was significantly higher than that of the original shovel. He immediately messaged Songda, eager to share his excitement. This digging efficiency is indeed far superior to the previous primitive shovel. It makes excavating the soil on the floating island a breeze. Songda replied, I'll give it a try once it arrives. Without a second thought, Shuriran sent it to his good friend. How is it? Is it useful, brother? Ding ding. Minutes passed, and despite sending several messages, Shuriran received no response. It felt as if his words had sunk into the abyss. Chapter 28, The Island Rich in Herbs. Damn it. Looking at the chat history with Songda, Shuriran realized the situation. Could our profound bond be overshadowed by a mere excavator? He found it hard to believe. Sending another message, he soon discovered that his good friend had deleted him. Silently, Shuriran gazed at the drifting white clouds in the distance, the sunlight filtering through, casting a shadow over him. Even his most trusted brother had betrayed him, leaving him to feel the chill of this sky world. Opening the chat channel, he saw a throng of people disparaging Zhou Tuesday. The shovels are overpriced. Don't buy them. With that time, you can still gather enough soil with a regular shovel. The unscrupulous island master, Zhou Bapi, pondered whether the condensation device could be set to a lower level. Who among them could possibly gather so much soil? Today, he encountered monsters on the floating island. Everyone, refrain from exchanging for the boss's bow and arrows. Allow me to accumulate sufficient materials first. With that, Shuriran closed the chat. These people spoke with insincerity. Just moments ago, he had tested the efficiency of soil excavation with his engineer shovel, discovering that it indeed boasted a tenfold speed. When faced with a resource island, he could potentially extract around 1,000 units of soil within an hour. Should he stumble upon a similar floating island, he would recoup his investment. And that would be the moment to swiftly expand his territory. There would be no need for the usual circumspection and conversation. Their words were often laced with irony. It seemed that sometimes, one had to interpret the chat channel in reverse. Zhou Tu returned to his own island. Today marked his first exploration. Yet Lady Luck had not favored him. The floating islands he encountered were of no use to him. Even the information presented on the monster islands bore little significance. However, Zhou Tu had grown accustomed to such setbacks, having experienced several fruitless ventures the day before. It was only natural that he would find himself empty-handed today, as he had reserved considerable energy for the purpose of meticulously selecting islands to construct. He continued to survey the horizon for information. Advance the floating island. This island is rich in herbs, providing an abundance of useful medicinal plants, especially hemostatic grass, a divine herb of the sky realm. Shift the floating island to the left. This is an iron ore island, and without the appropriate tools, mining is exceedingly arduous. Shift the floating island to the right. This floating island is teeming with monsters, who have been trapped there for quite some time, yearning for a new world. Shift the floating island backward. This is an ordinary island, lacking in resources. Shift the floating island upward. This island boasts abundant water resources, ensuring that your water supply will no longer be scarce. Shift the floating island downward. A massive ant kingdom island where they will silently invade, and before long, the island will be assimilated into their domain. As he absorbed the information, Zhou Tu meticulously analyzed his options. The herb-rich island was a first for him. He noticed many individuals in the chat were injured, making herbs a valuable commodity with great potential. The iron ore island was not worth his time. Ascending it might yield a few units of iron, but its utility was minimal. The monster-infested island, however, indicated that defenses on the floating islands must be established. He could approach the opposing floating island, where the monsters were confined within a limited area, growing increasingly agitated. An unfamiliar island nearby would undoubtedly draw their curiosity, suggesting that invasions between islands were indeed mutual. The ordinary island was dismissed. The water-rich island was advantageous for others, yet it held little value for him. The ant island, with its capability to assimilate an island into its territory, was undeniably formidable. Upon comprehensive analysis, Zhou Tu chose the herb island, particularly coveting the hemostatic grass. Given the high probability of encountering monsters, it was inevitable that injuries would occur. Thus, the hemostatic grass would become a divine herb in the sky realm. He must not forget that his floating island was home to plant spirits, which could assist in transplanting these herbs and hastening their growth. In time, he could establish a market for herbs on his floating island. Much like the water produced by the condensation device, there was no energy cost involved, only a temporal investment. This constituted a sustainable industry, akin to mining. Consequently, the herb island's value surpassed that of the other islands significantly, were it not for the presence of the spirits. The herb island would be rather unremarkable. However, with them, everything changed. He wondered when he might encounter some extraordinary beings. The succubus he had met previously seemed to be such a being, though he was uncertain whether he could withstand her allure. Anticipating what lay ahead, he spotted a lush island. Even before the two islands made contact, Zhou Tu could already sense a delightful aroma wafting towards him. Truly, this was the herb island. Logging in, he declared, Herb Island. With his engineer shovel in hand, he stepped forward. This island was unsuitable for riding. The grass spirit's eyes sparkled upon witnessing the verdant island. There were many plants here that she had never seen before, and gathering unfamiliar flora would aid in honing her abilities. Following Zhou Tu, the island master, indeed promised a bright future. Experiencing the unprecedented, they would illuminate a glorious future. The spirit swiftly ascended the island. Zhou Tu cautiously excavated a thick-leaved herb, ensuring the root of the hemostatic grass remained unharmed, as it was to be transplanted onto his island. The heart of the island master reminds, obtained hemostatic grass 1, can be cultivated. Placing the hemostatic grass into his backpack, Zhou Tu beamed with satisfaction, based on the description and appearance of this hemostatic grass. Applying the thick leaves to a wound will effectively stop the bleeding. What a fine medicinal material. I must gather more. With that, Zhou Tu plunged his shovel into the earth, catching a glimpse of the grass spirit on the other side. The spirit, fully healed, stood at a height comparable to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, and had manifested 4 wings as delicate as gossamer. Clad in light green, with azure eyes, she soared above the herb island. Suddenly, a green light burst forth from her small hand. Herbs from the thicket soared from the soil, vanishing into her grasp. It appeared she was collecting particularly vibrant specimens. Zhou Tu scratched his nose. Humans could not compete with spirits. Sensing his gaze, the spirit fluttered over and said, Master, allow me to gather the herbs. But it seems these herbs require the medicinal soil beneath for cultivation. Zhou Tu replied, You gather the herbs while I excavate the medicinal soil. Master, you are truly wise. With an impassive expression, Zhou Tu grasped his engineer's shovel and, with a single scoop, unearthed the dark, humus-rich medicinal soil. The spirit's praise felt somewhat awkward, yet he appreciated it. The heart of the island master reminds, obtained 1 unit of medicinal soil. Chapter 29, Level 50 Island, New Functions Unlocked. The heart of the island master reminds, obtained 15 units of medicinal soil. An hour passed, and Zhou Tu and the grass spirit returned to the floating island. Zhou Tu stretched and rubbed his sore arms. I never imagined I would still be bound to the fate of digging. In that hour, he had unleashed his full potential. The engineer's shovel in his hands whirled like a fire wheel, excavating 134 units of medicinal soil, all rich in the nutrients necessary for herb cultivation. The duo began to tally the resources acquired from the herb island. The grass spirit reported, collected 523 units of hemostatic grass, 252 units of yanwang grass, 521 units of huangji, 681 units of qishui grass, totaling 21 varieties, and an overall count of 824 herbs. Zhou Tu was taken aback. The spirit's collection efficiency far exceeded his own. His careful excavations would yield about 60 herbs at most. It was clear that expertise brought forth superior results. Entrusting specialized tasks to specialized beings was indeed the optimal approach. Moreover, while excavating the medicinal soil, he had observed the properties of other herbs, which included those that enhanced vitality and strength. He speculated that consuming these herbs could augment one's attributes. What a bountiful harvest! The grass sprite nodded, lamenting, "Alas, our island is too small, and you have placed too many items. The current area cannot accommodate them all. Moreover, with the sandstorms, cultivating herbs has become rather challenging." Zhou Tu felt a pang of discomfort. As the first island of humanity, it indeed proved too diminutive. Clearing land for medicinal fields necessitates ample space, and even the black cattle require room to thrive, not to mention the storage for numerous resources. Overall, the size of the floating island is undeniably limited. Zhou Tu refrained from arguing. He opened the trading channel to check the status of the engineer's shovel sales. Having explored 2 islands, he had confirmed the shovel's exceptional performance. A person with better physical attributes could excavate 500 units of soil, or even more, on a single island. Your engineer's shovel has exchanged for 200 units of soil. Transaction successful. Your engineer's shovel has exchanged for 200 units of soil. Transaction successful 93 times. Your engineer's shovel has exchanged for 800 units of stone. Transaction successful 15 times. Zhou Tu glanced at the numbers. The transaction for 93 units of soil had succeeded, resulting in a staggering total of 111. 600 units of soil and 12,000 units of stone from the successful trades. The abundance of resources left Zhou Tu somewhat entranced, as he had never experienced such a splendid start. However, moments later, he snapped back to reality, realizing that as the island's area increased, the materials required would escalate step by step. Thus, these tens of thousands of units might only suffice for a single upgrade. Initially, only a few hundred units were needed to elevate the floating island, but the resource demands would gradually accumulate. Nevertheless, there should be more efficient methods to gather resources for the island in the future. The heart of the island was currently at level 27, with an energy level of 437. The materials required for the next upgrade included 700 units of soil and 280 units of stone. Zhou Tu suppressed his excitement. Communicating with the heart of the island for an upgrade, the materials in the trading space were swiftly consumed. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island's abilities have enhanced. Current level, 28, energy, 538. Materials needed for the next upgrade, 800 units of soil, 290 units of stone. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island's abilities have enhanced. Current level, 29, energy, 639. Materials needed for the next upgrade, 900 units of soil, 300 units of stone. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island's abilities have enhanced. Current level, 53, energy, 4063. Materials needed for the next upgrade, 300 units of soil, 540 units of stone. With a single upgrade, the floating island's diameter increased by 27 meters, now measuring an impressive 63 meters across. If calculated by the area of a basketball court at 420 square meters, his island now spanned nearly the size of 8 basketball courts. Within just 3 days, the island had grown significantly, which left Zhou Tu quite satisfied. This indicated that his decisions were sound. Selling basic resources like water would not have yielded such an abundance. The time cost was too high. Only by trading in high-value items could he amass such a wealth of soil resources in the early stages of developing the floating island. Moreover, there were still 50,000 units of soil materials yet to be credited. When they arrived, he could exchange for additional resources, and by then, the island should be able to expand to a diameter of 70 meters. Before Zhou Tu could explore the functionalities of the upgrade, he noticed that the black cattle were startled. The immense expansion of the floating island had sent them into a frenzy within the pen. Stepping outside, he observed the cattle with red-rimmed eyes. He paid them little mind. It was merely a minor upheaval. The circular island had expanded considerably. If it had once resembled the size of a ping-pong ball, it now resembled a table tennis racket. Previously cramped with numerous items, it now felt much more spacious. The increase in the floating islands area means I can cultivate the herbs we just collected. The grass sprite exclaimed with excitement. Just moments ago, she had hinted at the island's limited size, and now it had multiplied several times over. She cared not how Zhou Tu had achieved such growth. She simply welcomed the newfound space. As a sprite easily satisfied, she merely desired the opportunity to thrive. Where shall you cultivate? Zhou Tu, suppressing the swell of emotions within, calmly inquired. You may choose. Could I have the eastern quarter of the island for cultivation? The grass sprite, her blue eyes wide with anticipation, sought Zhou Tu's approval. In the aerial realm, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. The floating island, being circular, could be divided into 4 cardinal directions. And Zhou Tu typically aligned his choices with the orientation of his home. The grass sprite desired the east, a section of the island where he had previously stored little clutter, as it had once served as his observation point. Zhou Tu nodded in agreement, saying, however, the area currently lies within a wind disaster zone. These herbs may suffer losses if planted here. Do you have a solution? The sprite flew around the eastern region, her small hands casting a glimmer of green light. Zhou Tu noticed some seeds mixed in with the light. As the green glow emanated from the sprite's hands, the seeds began to sprout. Upon returning from her planting, the grass sprite declared, we could plant several rows of protective trees. After the last wind disaster had affected her island, she had pondered deeply on how to safeguard the flora, accompanying Zhou Tu to many islands. She had discovered a type of tall, leafy broadleaf tree, which sparked an idea in her mind. Had such trees existed on her island previously, they could have provided the necessary protection against the winds. Let us observe how these trees fare tonight. Once they grow, I shall request you to lay down the medicinal soil here, and we can transform this into a herb garden. Zhou Tu's heart was already brimming with joy. Having proactive labor was indeed a blessing. With a grass sprite as a diligent worker, the floating island would surely not lack for timber. While others still scoured the island for wood, he merely needed to wield an axe and fell a few trees. The grass sprite possessed this capability and seemed poised to bring back some fruit tree seedlings or vegetables for cultivation on the island. He recalled the apple trees from before and realized he had underestimated his vision. In due time, he could cultivate an orchard of apples. Truly, she was a sprite worthy of her score of several 100,000 points. Zhou Tu proclaimed enthusiastically, our floating island has a bright future. He regarded the grass sprite as an ally. Despite his authority as the island master, he preferred to foster friendship and connection with such extraordinary beings. The grass sprite nodded in agreement, thoroughly convinced that with Zhou Tu's pace of upgrading the island, they could reach a height of 1,000 meters in approximately 2 months, indeed a promising prospect. Zhou Tu opened the heart of the island's notifications, having ascended so many levels. The interface revealed new changes and unlocked new functionalities. Chapter 30. The Island Master now receives enhancements on the floating island. The heart of the island had reached level 50. Previously, at level 10, the floating island's points leaderboard had emerged. At level 20, the attributes panel had appeared. Zhou Tu observed 3 new notifications from the heart of the island. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island has surpassed level 30. Floating island capabilities enhanced. The island master's abilities on the island are augmented, increasing the master's movement speed by 10. The expansion of the island's area has been detected. The heart of the island master has surpassed level 40, resulting in enhanced capabilities and stability of the floating island. The island's area has increased. The heart of the island master has ascended beyond level 50, leading to augmented abilities. The blueprints of the same level collected by the island master can now be synthesized using energy: 50 energy for yellow, 100 energy for green, 200 energy for cyan, 400 energy for blue, purple, and upon synthesis, the original blueprint will vanish. Zhou Tu glanced at the first line and noted the enhancement that increased the island master's movement speed by 10%. He took a few steps and noticed a marked increase in his speed. Just moments ago, he had been elated by the expansion of the floating island, oblivious to his own condition. But now, as he surveyed his surroundings, he realized his speed had indeed improved considerably. Walking on the floating island, he felt as though the very soil beneath him was rejoicing. It was a peculiar sensation. As anticipated, the larger the floating island, the greater the benefits bestowed upon the island master. Zhou Tu was convinced that now with the movement speed enhancement in place, further upgrades would undoubtedly yield additional benefits. This meant that his attributes were increasingly tied to the island's expansion. The larger the island, the stronger the enhancements. In this light, it seemed the island still had room for growth. The second benefit was the increased stability of the floating island. Had it not been for the prompt from the heart of the island master, Zhou Tu would scarcely have acknowledged this enhancement. He merely felt a newfound sense of security. The prior fear of plummeting into the abyss had completely dissipated. With the floating island's expansion, the area of activity had increased, rendering the sky realm increasingly stable. The grass spirits had even planted a row of sea buckthorn along the island's edge, further bolstering his sense of safety. The third enhancement pertained to blueprint synthesis. Zhou Tu maintained a cautious stance regarding this feature. The primary concern lay in the low drop rates of blueprints. Once synthesized, the original blueprint would disappear, replaced by a new one. Zhou Tu was not opposed to merging blueprints, but he felt it was not the opportune moment, especially given the exorbitant energy costs required for synthesis. With energy being so scarce, how could one possibly synthesize blueprints? The first two enhancements were of some utility, but the blueprint synthesis seemed somewhat superfluous at this juncture. Opening the chat, he primarily sought messages from Yumengli or any indications of her needs. You cunning merchant. A shovel for 1200. You're making a killing. The channel is filled with curses directed at you. You leveled up dozens of times in an instant. How is that even possible? I couldn't even react. But I must say, your shovel digs soil so smoothly. It's remarkably effective. I feel that selling 1,200 units of soil is far too cheap. Wow, my island hasn't even reached level 12. I can't upgrade the island by digging soil. Yumengli sent several messages. Zhou Tu chuckled upon reading them, to be honest. He too felt the shovel was priced rather low. Although the shovel was crafted from a yellow blueprint, its property of tenfold digging efficiency was indeed formidable. The essence of the island lay in its area, and the shovel was intrinsically linked to the floating island's expanse. At this moment, asking for 1,200 units of soil was a reflection of Zhou Tu's consideration for the productivity levels of the inhabitants of the Sky Realm. The exchange of goods was invariably tied to their consumption capacity, just like his condensation device, which remained listed in the trading channel, coveted by all yet unaffordable due to lack of resources. However, once these individuals possessed shovels, their productivity would soar, and they would acquire resources to trade. Furthermore, he had a series of strategies waiting in the wings to reap the rewards from these island masters. Would they need hemostatic herbs? Pain-relieving herbs? Advanced weaponry? Seeing the messages, he realized that success required audacity. In the Sky Realm, he could act as a lone wolf, but lone wolves inevitably develop at a slower pace. By disseminating his achievements, he could catalyze a group-esque growth. Not only would he be rescuing these individuals, but he would also be fostering their development, which in turn could accelerate his own progress. Possessing the ability to perceive the floating island's information, he aimed to generalize that ability to create a ripple effect, avoiding the fate of others who, in their pursuit of wealth, only enjoyed the fruits of their labor. Having experienced the task of digging soil, he had already sworn off that endeavor. As for Yumengli's assertion that digging would not upgrade the island, Zhou Tu merely smiled. It was indeed the case that farmers in Africa struggle to feed themselves. Drivers earn less than platform fees. Those adorned in fine garments are not the silkworm rearers. Such has been the case throughout history. Had he continued with petty trades, he would have squandered the opportunity to leverage his ability to perceive the floating island's information. This must be what they mean when they say that with greater power comes greater responsibility. Although he could not monopolize anything in the Sky Island world, he could still act as a trendsetter, a catalyst for change. He and Yumengli had grown up together, akin to family. What he received, she would also partake in. Zhou Tu reassured her. No worries. With my support, you need not explore the island. The bond between us is unparalleled. Yet Yumengli did not reply, likely preoccupied. Zhou Tu glanced down at his friend's messages. He had forged connections with only 3 individuals, Yumengli, Shuriran, and Zhang Yiwei, all established through the free channel. Shuriran seemed to be seeking a trade and had sent several messages. Can the esteemed one exchange 1 alloy for a worker-s shovel? It's rather amusing. I recently reconnected with a childhood friend, and we've been developing together for a while. Upon seeing your worker's shovel listed, we decided to pool our resources to buy one. I contributed the larger share, while he offered the smaller portion. I tried the worker's shovel and informed him of its efficacy, but after he came to collect it, he never returned and even deleted me from his friends list. I can't help but ask, is there still trust in the Sky Realm? I must ask, is humanity truly this grotesque in a survival world? We were childhood friends. Is such a bond so easily shattered in this world? Zhou Tu pondered in silence. Even bonds can vary in strength. Perhaps Iran spoke the truth, or perhaps he was fabricating tales to solicit sympathy. Yet, an exchange of 1 alloy for a worker-s shovel was indeed a feasible trade, and he would benefit significantly from it. The alloy was a necessary material for his light prism tower, and based on his encounters with floating islands, if he came across islands inhabited by creatures, those beings would likely be curious about new islands, increasing the probability of their approach, even if it was merely exploratory. Therefore, establishing a defense system for the floating island was imperative, as was enhancing his own attributes and collecting rare resources, while his floating island welcomed other species. It would be problematic if those who arrived were highly destructive. Now that his floating island had grown considerably, possessing substantial assets, it necessitated defense, or even the eradication of any highly destructive invaders. 1 alloy for a worker-s shovel is agreeable. Let us proceed with the trade. Chapter 31. Given his high level, it is only right that he supports us. Thank you, esteemed one. Iran expressed heartfelt gratitude through the message. After confiding in Zhou Tu via the free channel, he felt much better. Holding the newly acquired worker-s shovel, he felt a pang of regret. He knew alloys were rare, yet the paramount task at hand was to upgrade the island. The expansion of the island was the ultimate truth. In 3 days, people would surely grasp the significance of energy within the realm of floating islands. Sure, Iran struck the ground with his shovel, and the tool met the soil of the island with a satisfying thud, similar to the shovel that was initially traded. The sound resonated within him as if it were digging into his very heart. Who could he trust with a heart that had been wounded? Nevertheless, he was fortunate to have access to the private channel of the esteemed Zhou Tu, which he considered his greatest blessing. Beyond the terms set by the prominent figure, he could also attempt to negotiate using his own conditions, though he might incur losses amidst the vast sea of humanity. Who else could boast the opportunity to converse and trade with Zhou Tu? The floating island, now at level 50-something, offered a plethora of activities to engage in each day. With energy to spare, he anticipated being overwhelmed with tasks. He had successfully raised his rank to second place, reaching level 30, and his points soared alarmingly, akin to a rocket. Leaping upward in tens of thousands, its trail invisible. Perhaps with Zhou Tu, he had indeed found his lifeline in this world. Zhou Tu swiftly organized the information at hand, planning to continue exploring other islands. Time was of the essence. He needed to act swiftly. Suddenly, a notification from the heart of the island master reverberated through the air. The number of participants in the channel has decreased to 5,000. The channel will merge with others into a single channel, restoring the count to 10,000. Zhou Tu was taken aback. Had half the participants succumbed in just 3 days? The world of floating islands was indeed merciless. In the chat channel, a comprehensive strategy had already been devised. Constructing a house or digging a cellar on the floating island could effectively conceal one's presence. When encountering islands inhabited by creatures, hiding offered a significant chance of survival. Despite numerous revelations in the global chat, the death toll continued to decline. Zhou Tu paid little mind to these discussions. Daytime was not his time for chatting, and he preferred to glance occasionally, as his primary focus was on development. His current standing was the result of his diligence and self-discipline. Gazing ahead, information materialized before him. He hoped to discover simpler means of defending the floating island. The regional chat merger was not overly jarring, as whispers of channel amalgamation had long circulated in the global chat. However, the gathering of new individuals always brought a refreshing dynamic. Some were eager to admire the avatars of others. Hey, we merged into Zhou Tu's channel. Just wanted to commend the esteemed one. Big shot, come share a word. Welcome to the newcomers. You've encountered a big shot. Shun Tu kneel. What is Zhou Tu compared to a real big shot? Tell me where he is, and I'll go kneel and greet him. We've emerged twice already. Is this the third? What about you? So you've been filtered twice, and you still boast? Just kneel and accept it. We're in the first tier group. In a group with a big shot. Are all the members so impressive? Shin Xinghe observed the merged group, initially wearing a frown. Strangely, in her previous group, there hadn't been a single big shot, not to mention someone of Zhou Tu's caliber. Not even a presence in the top 100 in island points. This left her without a solid ally. After 2 merges, the speed at which participants were eliminated was astounding. She had discerned a pattern. Those who were most vocal perished the quickest. The remaining members hardly spoke throughout the day. When they did, it was usually concerning resources or calls for help. The messages in the global chat went unnoticed, refreshing too rapidly. Only when someone as significant as Zhou Tu spoke did they capture the attention of others. Scrolling through the chat, Shun Qinghe's muddy visage froze. She saw 2 characters, Zhou Tuesday. It was him, that man. The leading figure on the leaderboard, her classmate, the one who never replied to her messages. Returning to the member list, she confirmed the familiar face she remembered. It was indeed him. A smile broke across Shun Qinghe's face, the first in days. Luck was finally on her side. She diligently gathered information about Zhou Tu. Currently, he possessed the highest island level and the best floating island rating. A higher island level indicated greater area, while a superior rating suggested abundant resources. Although Zhou Tu had an excess of materials, his trade items were astonishingly simple, either soil or stone. Just yesterday, she noticed he had listed numerous items in the channel, some below market price. This indicated that Zhou Tu had little time to manage these resources. His hours were evidently devoted to enhancing his floating island. Truly, he was a fine man. If only she could manage those resources, she would earn more, and her quality of life would certainly improve. Shun Qinghe pursed her lips. How wonderful it would be to encounter Zhou Tu in the region. From the chat records, she gleaned that when 2 islands came together, it could either result in an alliance or a merger. An alliance allowed the 2 islands to connect for joint exploration of unknown territories, with both island masters expending energy from their crystals, enabling them to face unforeseen dangers together. A merger, however, required one party to surrender their island master crystal, forfeiting their rights, with everything thereafter determined by the recognized individual. She mentally analyzed the situation, furrowing her brow. Fame has led me astray. In the real world, while she raised fish, she and T allowed the fish to feast. Being beautiful certainly brought about unnecessary scrutiny. She was a self-interested individual. First, she would dispel any prejudices, earnestly engage, and when the opportunity arose, she would propose a merger. Shun Qinghe resolved to pursue a merger. Having never contemplated an alliance, what standing did she have to think of allying with Zhou Tu? She lacked the qualifications, even compared to the second place. Losing her freedom? If she diligently served and became Zhou Tu's right hand, over time, she could become the freest woman in the entire floating island world. Meanwhile, Zhang Yiwei, the second-ranked individual on the leaderboard, scrutinized the reports with a furrowed brow. Of the 50 shovels distributed, 3 individuals who received them had vanished without a trace. Good people had simply disappeared, playing dead. What of trust among individuals? In the floating island world, even those once deemed trustworthy had become unreliable. Zhang Yiwei felt a headache coming on. With the existence of island master crystals, everyone aspired to develop their islands. Previously, the island master's heart had indicated that the floating island held infinite possibilities. He did not oppose these individuals' ambitions to enhance their floating islands, but lamented their short-sightedness. Huang Yao, 2 people you assigned with shovels have gone missing. Your judgment is lacking. You'll need to cover for your share of the soil task later. Huang Yao, munching on the instant noodles traded in, grimaced at the incoming message. Surviving on the floating island was already challenging enough, and now he was burdened with additional responsibilities. You should ask Zhou Tu for a grace period. With his high level, it's only fair he supports us. Zhang Yiwei was left speechless by Huang Yao's audacity. He felt Huang Yao did not grasp the current survival landscape, accustomed as he was to his elevated status. Believing everyone revolved around him, much like the shrimp-headed individuals described online. Not long ago, Zhou Tu's shovels had all been successfully traded in the trading channel. Zhou Tu only came to trust them upon realizing their true identities in reality, thus facilitating such a collaboration. If Huang Yao were to act in this manner, would it not be repugnant to Zhou Tu? In matters of human interaction, sincerity and integrity are paramount. The remaining 7 engineering shovels your team possesses are sufficient to complete the assigned tasks. Do not delay. With the engineering shovels, progress will surely accelerate. Huang Yao shook his head, feeling that Zhang Yiwei was too lenient in his dealings. If you choose to remain silent, then recommend me to Zhou Tuesday. I shall establish a private communication channel. I will make my case. Zhang Yiwei's expression turned cold. Are you certain? I believe you are treading a misguided path. Huang Yao retorted. What is the matter? Are you willing to turn against me for the sake of an outsider? Out there, we are equals. During the 3rd exploration, upon encountering information about the floating islands, Zhou Tu sighed softly, realizing that some islands were unsuitable for traversing by motorcycle. Despite the motorcycle being well suited for a variety of terrains, many encountered floating islands presented challenges. So far, he had come across mountainous islands, icy islands, volcanic islands, forest islands, lake islands, mining islands, and relic islands. The terrain on these islands was complex, and some were likely not traversable by motorcycle. Floating islands characterized by urban blocks and buildings were notably scarce, as these typically contained readily usable resources or blueprints for crafting tools. Statistically speaking, the chances of encountering such islands were low. If only he could fly like the elves. Zhou Tu chose the floating island he was about to reach. To the right, the floating island is a forest island, which contains a yellow flower fruit tree, whose fruits can enhance character attributes. Having collected this information, Zhou Tu eliminated the other floating islands. After 3 attempts, he finally discovered a promising island. He did not dwell on the silver treasure chest on one of the islands he decided to forego, solely because the fruits on this island could enhance attributes. Currently, his character panel read, Island Master, Zhou Tuesday, age, 24, Strength, 7, Stamina, 602, Agility, 6, Charm, 8, Observation, 10. Since consuming the rabbit provided by Yumengli, his stamina had increased by 0.02, a negligible amount, yet it undeniably underscored the significance of attributes in this world. With the emergence of beings like elves and succubi, it was evident that humans too could continually evolve. How could he resign himself to remain an ordinary mortal? Naturally, he would opt for anything that could enhance his attributes. Even if that treasure chest were golden, he would still choose to acquire the fruit tree. With the presence of a grass elf, the cost-effectiveness of the fruit tree would increase significantly. Upon arriving at the forest island, Zhou Tu found himself momentarily dumbfounded. The multitude of trees made it challenging to identify which was the yellow flower fruit tree. It was no small feat to locate a tree known only by name amid the vast expanse of foliage, especially with time constraints looming. Fortunately, he had assistance. Zhou Tu summoned the elf who had accompanied him to the island. Elf, within this island's forest, there exists a particularly unique tree. Given your affinity for plants, can you locate that special tree? The grass elf replied. I need to search. There are too many trees, and their scents intertwine, making it hard to discern. Zhou Tu was relieved to have a flying elf. Otherwise, even knowing that there were valuable items on the floating island, bringing them back to his island would have been a daunting task. Just as the elf's figure began to fade, her ethereal voice echoed. Moreover, you may call me Bettia from now on. I have a name. Zhou Tu was taken aback. When he had first brought the elf back, he had shared his name. But at that time, the elf had remained silent. After all, he had coerced her into coming to his island. So it was only natural that she harbored some resentment towards him. Now, by voluntarily sharing her name, it was evident that he had made some progress in gaining her trust. Indeed, time can foster affection. As Zhou Tu wielded his shovel and stepped into the forest, He meticulously surveyed his surroundings. The yellow flower fruit tree was the most valuable asset on this island, yet this was also an opportune moment to explore other resources. Upon reaching a spot beneath a tree root, he plunged his shovel into the earth and discovered granular soil, indicative of earthworm activity. A thought struck him. As the floating island expanded, he realized that his island presently housed only a large black bull, and he needed to introduce some small animals as well. Earthworms, being decomposers, would greatly benefit the island's ecosystem. He collected several units of soil containing earthworms, planning to take them back. Just as he was about to continue his exploration, Bettia flew back. "I found the special tree. Collection complete." Zhou Tu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Is there anything else that piques your interest? Once we finish collecting, we shall depart. It is best to leave professional matters to those with expertise." In terms of botany, he and the elf were several tiers apart. Zhou Tu made his way back from the forest island to his own. On the eastern side of his island, rows of trees had already begun to grow, significantly taller than the sea buckthorn lining the other edges. From the vantage point of the forest island, his island's periphery resembled a crown of verdant grass, with vines cascading down. At the center of the island stood a house, flanked by a mountain of miscellaneous items. Zhou Tu smiled gently as he stepped onto his island. Glancing back at the forest island and no longer perceiving its dense, vibrant trees as imposing, he recognized his shift in perspective. His floating island held boundless potential. He cast the earth containing the earthworms into the eastern woods, knowing that these earthworms would become the stalwart workers of his floating island. Meanwhile, the elf Bettia returned with a smile, having not only found the special plant, but also collected some plants she had never encountered before, greatly aiding her. Previously, she had felt some mild resistance towards Zhou Tu, but now, such feelings had vanished entirely. She had come to realize that Zhou Tu was not an ordinary person. He possessed a treasure-hunting disposition. Of course, he had encountered a fair number of barren islands, but when he did find something worthwhile, it was indeed valuable. Bettia retrieved the yellow flower fruit tree from her spatial storage. The tree stood over 4 meters tall, its deep green foliage contrasting with the brown soil clinging to its roots, showing no signs of flowering or fruiting just yet. She remarked, "This fruit tree does indeed have some distinct qualities, appearing to possess greater vitality than the other trees. I have planted it on the eastern side." Zhou Tu nodded, feeling a pang of regret that the fruit tree had yet to bear fruit. Had it done so, he could have tested what attributes it might enhance. However, with the elf's assistance, this was not a concern. "No worries, let us cultivate it promptly," Bettia replied. "The larger the island, the stronger my abilities. The faster I can nurture the plants." Zhou Tu inhaled gently, contemplating this unique method of island expansion. He inquired, "Will wind disasters pose any threats?" He held the yellow flower fruit tree in high regard. If it could not withstand such calamities and suffer damage, it would be better left unplanted. "Not at all. I have fully expedited the growth of the eastern woods, which will provide significant resistance to wind disasters. Planting the yellow flower fruit tree under the protection of the other trees poses no issues." Zhou Tu nodded, feeling reassured by Bettia's competence. Now, he merely needed to await Bettia's cultivation of the fruit tree, and he could then consume its fruits to see what attributes they would enhance. However, it was worth noting that if the rabbits in this floating island world could enhance attributes, consuming other creatures would undoubtedly yield similar results. On the path to becoming stronger, humanity remained resolute. Should news emerge in the channels that consuming animals could lead to strength enhancement and attribute increases, weaponry of the offensive variety would undoubtedly become highly sought-after resources. Zhou Tu turned his head and mused, "Let us sell the shovels first and gather materials for crafting bows and arrows, preparing for future development." Chapter 33. Please take me in. I am light and easily overthrown. After thoroughly exploring the forest island, Zhou Tu felt a sense of satisfaction with the expedition. He had acquired a yellow flower fruit tree, which would enhance his attributes, along with several earthworms that could amend the soil on his floating island. Thus, the ecological island was gradually cultivated. Glancing at the time, he noted that 40 minutes had elapsed. Time flew when one was engrossed in work. On to the next floating island. Just as Zhou Tu was gathering information and preparing for his next island venture, the sky darkened ominously. A sandstorm from the wind disaster zone was approaching. He surveyed his island, noticing the amassed stone, steel, and ore beside his house, particularly the stone piles towering 6 or 7 meters above his dwelling. These were directly procured from the trading channel and stacked using the island owner's heart. Outside, the trees stood like sentinels along the island's edge. The black bull, kept in its pen, seemed restless. Completing his inspection, Zhou Tu felt reassured. The clutter had been optimally arranged, and everything on the island was secure. The wind could not displace anything. He then retreated into his room, opened a bottle of cola, and reclined on his wooden bed, awaiting the storm's passage while opening the chat channel to gather information. "Are you all human? Everyone keeps saying the shovel is inadequate. In just one morning, not a single one is left. I just dug enough earth for trade, and now I'm out of stock. When will the big boss release another batch of shovels? The blueprints are so rare. I found a blueprint for crafting a toilet. How absurd. On a floating island, one hardly needs a toilet. I am quite clever. I encountered Fei Kuan, and upon his arrival on the island, I activated it. Now it's just me. One Kuan and one island. I can feast on Kuan shortly. Do you have a basketball? I do. I'll trade it for 10 units of earth. I came across an ice island, but dared not approach. It's far too cold. Who has clothing to trade? We might face extreme cold areas in the future. We need to stockpile supplies. On the third day of our journey, a simple house has been constructed. Food is plentiful. And we're currently waiting for the storm to pass. The little island is wobbling. The saplings I planted have been blown away by the fierce winds. In the early stages, floating islands should not plant vegetation, as they lack the resilience to withstand storms. A single tree cannot form a forest. The sandstorm weather has made island exploration plain and honest. The world channel was still bustling, with messages flying by. However, there were fewer idle chatterers and more pragmatic individuals. Trading, constructing, and planting. Everyone had found their own path to survival. The anxious ones were fewer, either absorbed by the sky world or simply having been filtered out. Those who remained were mostly individuals with some resources. The culling was harsh. Such were the lessons learned through hardship. Zhou Tu reflected, having tasted defeat and grown wiser from it. He switched to the regional channel. The regional channels had merged. A feature he had yet to examine closely. The current count of participants stood at 952,710,000. Energy is the most precious resource in the sky. 1 unit of energy can explore an island, filled with infinite possibilities. Speak only when necessary. This statement caused the regional channel to fall silent. Zhou Tu glanced at the avatars and was momentarily taken aback. One of them was actually Xinqingha, in a world as vast as the sky. With countless regional chat channels, their meeting felt serendipitous. Being placed in the same chat channel meant there was a chance of encountering her again when choosing islands, potentially forming an alliance. Zhou Tu began to understand why Xinqingha spoke in such a manner. From his knowledge of her, she was a rather self-centered and self-serving woman. It was unusual for her to express such survival-oriented sentiments in the channel. The reason was likely that she wanted to draw his attention by seeing him in the group. After all, she had sent him messages for 3 consecutive days without a reply, and now she resorted to this method to pique his interest. He had thought she might have changed her demeanor upon entering the survival world. Continuing to peruse the chat history, he noted that the recent merger of chat channels had caused quite a stir upon discovering his presence. Wow, the Sky Giant is in our chat channel. Our chances of survival have increased. When will Zhou Tu release another batch of engineering shovels? This morning, resources were insufficient, and now that we have resources, there is nothing available. I was fortunate enough to snag one, and it works excellently. It digs earth swiftly, recouping costs in an hour. I feel the giant has set the price too low. The shovel that enhances digging efficiency is incredibly useful at this stage. Liuero, giant. When you encountered me, please take me in. I am light and easily toppled, and I can cook. I beg you, I can do anything. This is a regional chat channel. Let us not send unsolicited affection across the space. Zhou Tu briefly glanced at the chat where he was being lauded. Initially, the people referred to him as a big boss, but now the title had escalated to giant. He understood their choice of words. In reality, anyone who achieved a modicum of success could easily be elevated to a big boss, giant, or deity in chat. Flattering remarks carried no risk, and the more one praised, the better. Such flattery could elevate the recipient's mood, resulting in someone feeling compelled to share a reward, thus achieving a win-win situation. Just as he found himself smiling at their praise, he sighed, realizing he was still an emotionally rich individual. Zhou Tu opened the island owner's leaderboard to check on the progress of the top giants in the sky. Island owner, Zhou Tu, level 53, overall score 753, 141. Island owner, Zhang Yiwei, level 24, overall score 45, 669. Island owner, Hu Qianlin, level 23, overall score 38, 127. Island owner, Huang Yao, level 20. Overall score, 36, 153. Island owner, Li Jiangping, level 20. Overall score, 33, 694. A brief glance revealed Zhou Tu's floating island development status could be summed up in 4 words. Far ahead, with the assistance of the fairies. He had been diligently gathering crucial resources, including the yellow flower fruit tree, the blueprint for the light prism tower, and over 10,000 herbs, not to mention an abundance of construction materials, all serving as the foundation for his score. Currently, the trees on his island, nourished by the fairies, had grown significantly. These trees, in essence, were timber and materials, thus contributing to his score. The animals, too, played a part, even without transporting goods from other islands. His score continued to ascend. The people in the chat channel referring to him as a giant were certainly not mistaken. However, it was surprising to see Li Jiangping making the leaderboard. Zhou Tu recalled this individual was the one who advised others to conserve energy in the chat. Unlike Xinqingha, who had ulterior motives, he seemed genuinely earnest. This person was indeed skilled. While gathering information, Zhou Tu noticed the sky had cleared, the wind had ceased, the sand had settled, and it was time to get to work. Chapter 34. The benefits brought by the wind disaster. The island can expand on its own. As the storm approached, each time the direction varied. This time, the wind blew from west to east, a westerly gale. As Zhou Tu stepped out of his dwelling, he was greeted by a landscape of yellow and white that enveloped the entire floating island. The fierce winds had brought with them a deluge of sand, dulling the once vibrant greenery of the island, and even breathing felt slightly labored. The elves had not sought refuge indoors amidst the tempest. Instead, the elf Bettia diligently tended to the newly planted yellow flower fruit trees. Zhou Tu's gaze drifted towards the eastern forest, which appeared quite promising. His concern also lay with the yellow flower fruit trees he had brought back, as they were pivotal to his growth and strength. Upon reaching the small grove, he noticed that Bettia's expression was somewhat grim. The young trees had indeed formed a barrier, yet they were powerless against the all-encompassing sandstorm. The floating island was too diminutive, akin to a mere speck of sand in the vast sky. The nascent grove had not yet established a robust ecosystem, and a single gust from the raging winds could shatter it. Seeing Zhou Tu approach, Bettia remarked, "The sandstorm is too fierce. We can only protect the yellow flower fruit trees. To counter the intensity of the winds, we must establish at least 3 or 4 layers of protective forest to safeguard a small portion of our medicinal garden. The planting of medicinal herbs may have to be postponed, as the herbs stored here for too long will lose their vitality. 10 days is about the limit. Moreover, my ability to stimulate plant growth is finite. Plants require water and soil, and currently, we are lacking in water." Wiping his forehead, Zhou Tu realized that the situation on the floating island was dire. To thrive, resources were essential. The elf's words reflected the current state of the island. A small area must be fully equipped to withstand the external environment. She implied that while a medicinal garden could be developed, it would require at least 3 layers of protective forest to shield it from the winds and sand. However, establishing 3 or 4 layers of protection demanded a larger area, and without land, how could such defenses be built? Furthermore, if the herbs could not be planted within 10 days, they would lose their vitality. Lastly, stimulating plant growth necessitated resources, particularly water. While he had an ample supply of drinking water, the plants also required hydration, and the gap was substantial. Merely a few liters could not suffice. Thus, the next steps became abundantly clear. Expanding the floating island was paramount. Additionally, it was vital to locate a water island to transport its water to alleviate the island's drought. He etched these 2 issues into his mind. Emerging from the eastern grove, Zhou Tu inspected the cattle pen, where the black cattle were now coated with a layer of yellow dust, rendering them less black. Upon seeing him, the cattle exhibited signs of agitation. Zhou Tu glanced at the heart of the island, recognizing that these black cattle had yet to be domesticated as part of his floating island species. The progress stood at merely 50. Nevertheless, this was a positive sign. Successfully domesticating these species would mark a triumph. In the future, for these creatures of lesser intelligence and moderate attack power, he could lure them over as initial invasive species on the island before gradually transforming them into resident animals. Upon reaching the materials pile, Zhou Tu discovered that beneath the materials lay a significant accumulation of loose sand. His heart leaped with joy. This represented a soil resource that he had previously acquired through trade with others. Remarkably, the wind disaster had also yielded soil resources. Indeed, as the island expanded, the tempest not only brought devastation but also supplies. As long as he could amass some windbreaks on the floating island, they could intercept the materials carried by the storm. The sand that was trapped by the structures would still serve as soil resources, which could be utilized to enlarge the island. After circling the materials pile, Zhou Tu estimated that the sand accumulated beneath the materials could amount to about 5,000 units. Surprised by his assessment of the soil quantity, Zhou Tu realized this was merely the soil surrounding the materials. The entire island likely contained around 10,000 units of soil, including that trapped by trees and accumulated in flat areas and corners. While the wind disaster posed a calamity for a small floating island, it could also bring about some advantages for larger islands. A smile crept onto Zhou Tu's face. The island had grown, and in a certain sense, natural disasters had transformed into a boon. 10,000 units of soil were no small fortune. He would need to trade 8 or 9 shovels to acquire such an amount. One wind disaster could elevate his island by 2 levels. Most importantly, this did not require energy from the heart of the island. Zhou Tu pondered over the amassed materials and conceived an idea. If a mere pile of miscellaneous items could yield 5,000 units of soil, then by constructing additional stone walls, steel walls, or walls, and wood stacks to form a barrier, he could accumulate tens of thousands of soil resources with each storm. This strategy was far superior to engaging in trade, yielding immense profits without the need for energy. As long as he constructed effective barriers to trap the sand in the storm zone, he could perpetually accumulate soil, as if creating a perpetual motion machine. Reviewing his island's level and energy, he noted the heart of the island was currently at level 53, with energy at 3,763. The materials required for the next upgrade included 300 units of soil and 540 units of stone. The heart of the island still had 37 points of energy remaining. Zhou Tu expended 20 points of energy to craft 200 engineer shovels, keeping 17 points in reserve. Believing it sufficient for an exhaustive exploration of unfamiliar floating islands, he doubted he would require all 17 points. During his expeditions, he often found himself collecting numerous materials, consuming time, and deviating from his original plan of swiftly retrieving the most essential supplies. Typically, he would spot something else that could be taken, leading to a compounding accumulation. Such invisible consumption was indeed perilous. Zhou Tu sighed. However, he believed that exploring 20 times a day was likely his limit. He listed the engineer shovels on the trading channel, adjusting the prices and the materials he sought in return. Only 20 shovels were available for soil, and he raised the exchange rate to 500 units. The engineer shovels were in high demand, prompting him to increase the price. The remaining 100 shovels would be traded for stone, while the last 80 would be exchanged for steel, ore, and other substantial materials. This was his preparation for constructing the sand-collecting walls. Once successful, in the storm zone, he could continually accumulate soil, allowing the island to grow autonomously, a prospect he greatly esteemed. Chapter 35. Because of his kindness, the wild boars charged. Yet, exploration remained paramount. Delving into the sky world was essential for growth, as the floating island was merely his home, and he needed to strengthen himself. Zhou Tu gazed ahead, contemplating his options. Move the floating island forward. Here lies a silver treasure chest, teeming with monsters and fraught with peril. Move the floating island to the left. Here is a water island with numerous ponds. Move the floating island to the right. You will encounter islands inhabited by fellow humans. Move the floating island backward. Here is a manufacturer of agricultural tools, offering many useful devices. Move the floating island upward. This is an oil island, rich in abundant oil supplies. Move the floating island downward. There are specialized bees, and a sting from them could leave one incapacitated. The silver treasure chest was surrounded by many monsters, and Zhou Tu lamented the danger. Islands with treasure chests sometimes posed threats, and he naturally avoided those with danger. There was no need to investigate islands occupied by others. Oil is of no necessity. Even if it were available, he would be incapable of refining it, rendering it useless. Moreover, the extraction of such oil could potentially pollute his island. The warning from the bees this time is particularly ominous, indicating the presence of specialized bees that are far more formidable than those previously encountered. Zhou Tu has no intention of risking an adventure at this juncture. The remaining options are the water island and the agricultural equipment island. The elf has just mentioned a scarcity of water on the islands, and now this has become apparent. Upon reviewing the information about the islands, he has drawn some conclusions. Most of the islands encountered are inhabited by monsters, some are abandoned, while others are resource-rich or special islands. Floating islands with water qualify as resource islands, where the likelihood of encountering monsters is significantly heightened. Fortunately, this island poses no threat from its inhabitants, which is rather favorable. Should he opt for Water Island? After careful consideration, Zhou Tu decides against it and selects the Agricultural Equipment Island instead. This choice is driven by the fact that such islands are the least common according to his information. Although water islands are rare, individuals in the channel frequently encounter them, suggesting that selections are made based on encounter probabilities. Furthermore, while the floating islands may be lacking in water, they can still endure for a time. Water is necessary, yet not urgently so. Tools possess the potential to enhance the floating island, hence his decision to pursue the tool island. As Zhou Tu embarks on his exploration of the agricultural equipment island, the chat channel erupts in a frenzy. A large group has gathered to denounce Zhou Tu's day. The heartless wretch. Previously, the engineer shovel was priced at 1,200 units of soil, and now it has escalated to 1,500 units. How greedy can one be? He has already ranked first among floating islands. Can't he spare something for the benefit of others? I vow never to purchase Zhou Tu's goods. 1,200 was acceptable, but this price hike is intolerable. Surely, better excavation tools will emerge soon. I'll wait and see. Why are there so many materials and ores being exchanged this time? He.S. the number one in the world. How can he lack a spirit of contribution? The big shot is impressive. 1,500 is just a way to sift through these buyers. If you can't afford it, then don't complain. The previous engineer shovel was quite effective. Buy one as a gift. Buy it or don't. What else with the barking here? If you have the ability, make your own. As some in the chat lament the high prices of Zhou Tu's tools, the shovels continue to dwindle in number. Su Ming, who managed to purchase Zhou Tu's shovel in the morning, sees the discussions about the new batch of shovels and, without hesitation, exchanges for two. One is traded for soil, and the other for steel obtained from digging up a treasure chest. With tenfold excavation efficiency, this is an immense boon for someone like him. Arriving at a large wasteland island, he excavates 2,000 units of soil and uncovers a chest. He cannot help but support Zhou Tu, despite the price increase. Those who have used Zhou Tu's shovels understand their quality, produced with the heart of an island master. He has one, but his family does not. He must stockpile. Su Ming's thoughts are refreshingly pure. Naturally, there are others like Su Ming, particularly those who previously purchased shovels, who feel compelled to monitor the transactions closely. Although the price of Zhou Tu's engineer shovel has risen, when compared to the benefits it provides, the cost-effectiveness remains exceedingly high. Those who missed out on purchasing a shovel previously grit their teeth and buy one, having waited so long. In a short span, 200 shovels are swiftly sold out. What do you mean? You criticize Zhou Tu, yet your hands aren't slow to act. You claim to refuse, yet your actions betray you. Damn it. I bought Zhou Tu's shovel only to resell it for 5,000? Are you even human? Why doesn't Zhou Tu sell at a higher price? If he did, these people wouldn't bark like dogs. Because he is kind. On one of the islands, a woman with an oval face stares blankly at the chat channel. This woman is Yu Mengli, who has been particularly attentive to matters concerning Zhou Tu since he achieved the highest island rating. She wishes to suggest to Zhou Tu that he should raise his prices slightly. This way, his island might upgrade more swiftly. However, she realizes that without this engineer shovel, her own development would not progress as rapidly. Little Tu is already motivating those eager for advancement. Yu Mengli begins to understand Zhou Tu's reasoning. With such a high rating, his choices must have their justification. Previously, Zhou Tu had mentioned that upgrading islands yields benefits, and that consuming skyborn creatures can enhance attributes, igniting her desire for exploration. Having grown up in an orphanage, she possesses a strong drive for self-improvement. Yu Mengli reviews her chat history with Zhou Tu, which contains a wealth of information about sky islands, including creatures such as giant serpents, aggressive mosquitoes, and hurricane eagles, along with various precautionary measures. She wonders how many islands Little Tu must have explored to gather such extensive information. On a good day, she might explore 6 islands, and after organizing her findings, quite a bit of time passes. She is perplexed by how Little Tu acquires so much knowledge. Many of her thoughts remain unspoken. The idea of warning Zhou Tu to be cautious feels absurd coming from someone like her, a lesser-known chimera addressing a top-tier figure. Regardless, she resolves to explore her island first. Yu Mengli checks her equipment, a bow, a tang knife, and the engineer shovel. As she ventures forward, the floating island has barely settled when several dark forms charge towards her, their hooves thundering against the ground. Yu Mengli's eyes widen as she realizes she is facing large creatures from the floating island. Wild boars are charging. In her previous encounters with floating island creatures, they were all small, and given her smaller island, these animals showed little interest in her. Now that her island has expanded, the situation is entirely different. A wild boar from the opposite island charges directly at her, initiating an aggressive attack. This boar is unlike any she has previously seen. It is significantly larger than those she encountered on Blue Star, especially with its long, protruding tusks smeared with dirt. Upon noticing her, it charges forward. Momentarily stunned, Yu Mengli quickly regains her composure, having prepared for such encounters after reading Zhou Tu's insights about monster islands. She swiftly retreats into a makeshift wooden hut. Would it offer any protection? The answer is a resounding no. With a resounding crash, the door of the hut is reduced to splinters by the boar's charge. The wild boar, unable to halt its momentum, crashes through the wooden wall, its head lodged firmly in place. Crouched in the corner of the room, Yu Mengli grips her tang knife. Seizing the opportunity, she delivers a powerful strike to the boar's hindquarters. Contrary to her expectations of a bloodied scene, the blade becomes lodged several inches into the boar's rear. Failing to penetrate further, the boar's hide is far tougher than she anticipated. A furious roar emanates from the boar, shaking the entire hut with its immense strength. Yu Mengli readies her knife once more, delivering another decisive blow, this time thrusting it into the boar's rear. The boar, enraged to its limits, threatens to collapse the entire hut. In Yu Mengli's perspective, this must be an adrenaline surge. As she witnessed the wild boar on the brink of escape, she swiftly pivoted and dashed towards the elevated stone structure she had previously assembled. The wild boar, now free, charged at her exposed calves. A thunderous crash resonated as one of its tusks was violently dislodged by the stones. Yu Mengli stifled a gasp, feeling a sharp intake of breath. The tusk had grazed her leg, and had it been more precise, it could have pierced her calf muscles. How could the wild boar possess such formidable power? Was it fearless of humans? Perched atop the stone formation, she locked eyes with the enraged beast from her elevated vantage point, recalling her rural friend from university, who had recounted a tale of a pig that, after having most of its blood drained, had risen and fled. She realized the truth in those words. This boar was even more outrageous. She struck it with a blade, once on its hindquarters and again in its rear. Yet the creature continued to bleed profusely without apparent detriment. Was this wild boar some sort of extraordinary being? After a prolonged standoff, Yu Mengli had initially contemplated emulating Zhou Tu by keeping the boar on her island. But upon assessing the limited expanse of her floating island, merely a few meters in diameter, she recognized the impracticality of confining a wild boar within such confined quarters. Uncertain whether her injuries would suffice to slay the beast, she concluded that detaining it would only consume her time. Eventually, the wild boar retreated. Sitting atop the stone, Yu Mengli exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be met with a searing pain from her wound, as crimson blood began to seep forth relentlessly. It seemed she would be unable to explore the island for the next few days. She recalled Zhou Tu and her friend, having provided her friend with a tool. She had vanished in an instant, while Zhou Tu, true to his nature, was dependable. The unknown skies had not only shattered trust among people, but had also magnified the darkness and fear within their hearts. Kudos to Zhou Tu for his commendable efforts. On Tool Island, Zhou Tu rode his motorcycle with fervor, tirelessly traversing the landscape. Upon completing his exploration, he discovered that this Tool Island was a manufacturing facility for water pumps. Among the various discoveries, he encountered water pumps, diesel engines, and mechanical components. Compared to his previous experience in Mechanical City, this Tool Island was notably simpler. The items were not overly sophisticated. It offered various tools such as wrenches, making tasks that were laborious in the previous Mechanical City far easier here. Island Master.'s Heart Notification acquired 10 water pumps. Island Master.'s Heart Notification acquired 3 diesel engines. Island Master.'s Heart Notification acquired 20 mechanical parts. Island Master.'s Heart Notification acquired 15 batteries. Island Master.'s Heart Notification acquired 20 rolls of water pipes. Island Master.'s Heart Notification acquired 20 barrels of diesel. Island Master.'s Heart Notification acquired 2 emergency generators. As the rear wheel of his motorcycle rolled onto Zhou Tu's floating island, he triumphantly declared his scavenging mission a resounding success, amassing a wealth of resources. The materials he obtained were exceedingly beneficial. In a single factory, he had only dismantled a fraction of what was available, akin to a thriving enterprise that, with minimal effort, could yield immense wealth. However, he was grateful for the motorcycle, as the complex assembly of water pump materials occupied considerable space, necessitating multiple trips due to limited capacity of his backpack. Zhou Tu glanced over the materials he had transported back. The modern resources were abundant. It was fair to say that these materials had catapulted him from the Stone Age into a semi-mechanical era. Indeed, exploration was the foremost driver of productivity. Upon returning to his island, Zhou Tu felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Utilizing the spatial backpack was quite exhausting, especially when surrounded by modern machinery on this barren floating island. A wave of nostalgia enveloped him. After a fervent endeavor, retreating from the excitement left him feeling weary. Yet, the final tasks were yet to be completed. This was a disaster-prone area, and leaving the machinery exposed would lead to their deterioration from the harsh winds and sands. Fortunately, the construction of simple shelters was a built-in feature of the floating island, conserving energy. He planned to optimize the construction of basic rooms to house the machinery. First, he checked the trading channel to see how his shovels were faring. Upgrading the island would determine the future planning of room construction and the storage of resources. Zhou Tu accessed the Island Master.'s Heart panel. Island Master.'s Heart Notification. Your engineer's shovel has successfully traded, netting a total of 30,000 units of soil, 50,000 units of stone, 800 units of steel, 500 units of iron ore, and 200 units of copper. Island Master.'s Heart Notification. Your 4 condensation devices have successfully traded, netting 24,000 units of soil. In just over an hour, all trades were completed successfully, including the previous condensation devices. Zhou Tu stroked his chin in contemplation. In 3 days, half of the population had perished, yet nearly 5 billion remained. Most had grasped the fundamentals of survival, and coupled with his burgeoning reputation, it was unsurprising that his goods sold so readily. Zhou Tu was particularly interested in the soil and stone, as these materials were foundational for expanding the island. The 30,000 units of soil from the engineer's shovel, 240,000 from the condensation devices, and 10,000 from the disaster, along with prior remnants, brought his total soil to 660,000 units. Currently, the Island Master.'s Heart was at level 53, with energy at 1663. The materials needed for the next upgrade were 300 soil, and 540 stone. Calculating, Zhou Tu discerned that the current soil would allow for a level 10 upgrade of the floating island, raising the Island Master.'s Heart to level 63, with 200 units of soil remaining. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade. Detected increase in island area, enhancing Island Master.'s Heart capabilities. Current level is now 63, energy, 2673. Materials required for next upgrade, 300 soil and 640 stone. Starting from a level 10 upgrade, the island now stood at level 63 with a diameter of 73 meters. Although only elevated by 10 levels, the diameter had expanded by 10 meters, culminating in an area of 183 square meters, compared to the previous island at level 53, which had a diameter of 63 meters and an area of merely 115 square meters. This upgrade effectively increased the area by a quarter. A few more levels, and the island would rival the size of a standard football field. However, the consumption was indeed substantial. Fortunately, he had discovered a method for the island's expansion. The effects of erecting walls remained uncertain. Zhou Tu resolved to construct windbreak walls promptly, as the winds of disaster bore no predictable pattern. Early construction would yield early rewards. With the floating island now enlarged, he needed to strategize its future development. As the area expanded, it was imperative to delineate the general direction for growth. An island lacking a clear development plan for buildings, creatures, and technological advancements was destined for chaos. Determining the land's purpose was something he had already contemplated. The division of the island's territory would be based on the resources he had gathered, which broadly fell into three categories: technology, magic, and biology. Technology, machinery serves as the emblem, with light prism towers as a distinctive feature. Magic, elves represent this category, wielding substances that promote rapid plant growth. Biological realm, various creatures with abilities far surpassing those of ordinary humans appear in the sky, including colossal serpents and hurricane eagles. The spatial planning is meticulously designed with the floating island's center as the focal point, radiating outwards in three distinct directions, each occupying a 120-degree sector, effectively partitioning the circular floating island into three equal segments. This arrangement allows for the independent development of technology, magic, and biology. At the core of the floating island, a grand palace for the island lord is to be established, serving as a hub for processing various information, a truly pragmatic blueprint. Chapter 37. Unlocking the floating ability of the island lord. Detection indicates an increase in island area. The heart of the island lord has surpassed level 60, enhancing the capabilities of the floating island. The island lord gains a brief levitation effect, allowing for 10 minutes of floating, with a 3-hour cooldown. At a speed equivalent to that of the island lord's running, the levitation ability is effective within the island's boundaries, reaching a height 10 meters above the highest object on the floating island. The island lord can control the direction of their levitation through mental communication with the heart of the island lord, akin to directing the movement of the floating island itself. Upon receiving the notification from the heart of the island lord, Zhou Tu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The newly acquired ability is immensely beneficial. It signifies that as the island lord, he can now soar above his own island. Splendid, truly splendid. The floating island can levitate. And now this island lord possesses the power of flight. What a remarkable boon. Previously, witnessing the elves glide through the air had ignited a pang of envy within him, and he had even entertained the notion of requesting an elf to carry him aloft. Yet, he always felt a certain emotional distance from the elves, a perplexing coldness. Now, however, he has finally attained the ability to fly, and it is simply exhilarating. A moment of contemplation led Zhou Tu to realize how invaluable the island lord's flying capability is. Continued development of the floating island will expand its area. As the sole ruler of the island, he must command it from above, rather than merely plan its growth from the ground. Although the heart of the island lord possesses a three-dimensional imaging function, observing the island from the sky offers a far more intuitive perspective. The difference between 3D visualization and real-life observation is stark. Regarding the duration of levitation, Zhou Tu finds the brief, floating time quite satisfactory. The heart of the island lord grants minor enhancements every 10 levels, and with the continuous elevation of the floating island status, the duration of flight will undoubtedly increase. Zhou Tu envisions that as the floating island reaches a certain level, he may even acquire the ability to teleport to any corner of the island. That would truly establish him as the legitimate lord of the floating island. With a thought, Zhou Tu ascended into the air. Looking down, the ground receded ever further away, his perspective widening, with houses shrinking in size. He felt both thrilled and ecstatic. This sensation was unlike being on an airplane or a hot air balloon. It was the exhilarating feeling of self-ascension, an empowering sense of control. Moreover, soaring above his own island significantly heightened his sense of security. The black bulls below posed no threat to him anymore. He could even boldly invade the territories of ground-dwelling creatures. Are you flying too? The elf Bedia, noticing Zhou Tu's levitation, approached with a hint of surprise. Previously, a mere mortal confined to the ground, he now defied expectations by taking flight, an unimaginable feat for a human. Indeed, this is merely a power of the island lord. It has been unlocked, elementary functionality. Island lord abilities? The elf recalled her initial impressions upon arriving, feeling subdued. But her recent days spent with Zhou Tu had been so effortless that she had nearly forgotten his true identity. It appeared that a bond had been forged between the island lord and the island beneath their feet. As she circled around him, she remarked, however, "You look rather stiff while flying, akin to a marionette. Surely you cannot expect me to demonstrate such finesse on your first flight." No need for that," he replied hastily. "Just be cautious and don't fly off the island. It would be troublesome if you got lost." With a note of concern, Bedia departed towards the eastern woods. Watching her disappear among the trees, Zhou Tu mused, "What an industrious creature. Yet, she shows concern for me now. Time indeed cultivates affection." Now that he could fly, the way the elf regarded him had shifted significantly. Previously, she had always looked down upon him from the air. Now, they were on the same level, the sense of superiority gone. Zhou Tu realized that the previous coldness stemmed from an insufferable sense of superiority. Indeed, strength is fundamental. It is essential to earn the respect of these extraordinary beings. Demonstrating power is of utmost importance, and attributes must be valued. As he floated above the island, everything on the floating isle lay beneath his gaze. the forests, scattered items, materials, mounds of sand, and black bulls. He could discern every detail from his aerial vantage point. He made slight adjustments to the position where he intended to erect walls. By soaring above, he released materials stored in his trading space for construction. Building walls in midair proved to be far more intuitive than selecting positions in a 3D mode, allowing for greater precision and detail, a distinct advantage of spatial elevation that ground-level planning could not offer. The walls he constructed were of a formidable design, measuring 10 meters in length and 8 meters in height. This configuration would effectively intercept winds from any direction. Additionally, the triangular base ensured remarkable stability. The construction process was straightforward. He merely retrieved materials from his trading channel's temporary space and commanded the heart of the island lord to place them at the desired locations. In no time, he completed 20 walls positioned at the 4 cardinal points, with 5 in each direction, arranged to form a formidable windbreak. From above the floating island, the sight of numerous walls evenly distributed across its expanse appeared somewhat peculiar, reminiscent of a ceremonial offering. Lost in thought, the levitation duration elapsed, and Zhou Tu descended to the ground. The flight experience had left him yearning for more, and the lengthy cool-down period felt rather disheartening. The ease with which he could access materials from the temporary space to enhance the island was utterly intoxicating. As he gazed at the multitude of walls that obstructed his view, he couldn't help but shake his head. With a bit more material, he could connect these walls to create a floating island labyrinth. The defensive barriers were now in place, and he found himself anticipating the arrival of a windstorm. For others, such a tempest might herald disaster, but for his floating island, it would serve as a bountiful resource. Contemplating the constructed walls, Zhou Tu's mind drifted to grander ideas. Walls were mere trifles. He envisioned establishing a towering peak akin to Mount Everest upon the island. Such a mountain could shield against any gale. Moreover, if this peak were high enough, might it not foster the formation of ice and snow at its summit? The resultant melting snow could nourish the entire island, creating a complete ecological system for the floating isle. Perhaps he could even dig wells atop the floating island to access fresh water. Buzzing, a fly darted past him, its wings fluttering as it executed a sharp turn before his eyes, abruptly interrupting Zhou Tu's daydream, as if to say, stop fantasizing. Though initially tempted to swat the bothersome insect, he refrained. As the lord of a floating island with boundless potential, he recognized that, despite his aversion to such pests, every creature could play a role in the island's ecosystem. While he could eliminate these nuisances at will, he could not deny their ecological significance. Moreover, the presence of flies on the floating island signified its growth and progress, marking a new phase in its development. Did other island lords also contend with such creatures? A tempest might extinguish all life, yet here, progress was evident. He opened the chat channel to check on his good friends. My steadfast companion has been relentlessly exploring the islands, and it is inevitable that he will encounter formidable creatures, which leaves Zhou Tu with a tinge of concern in his heart. Zhou Tu, I am injured. It hurts so much, sob sob sob. Upon receiving the message, Zhou Tu felt a jolt of anxiety. After all, this was one of his few brothers. However, the fact that Yu Mengli could still communicate indicated that she was alive, and as long as she lived, there should be no significant issues. Of course, if she were to perish, he might mourn her loss for a time. But since Yu Mengli could still send messages, the worst-case scenario would be that she was merely incapacitated, which, in his view, was still a lesser concern. How did you get injured? Zhou Tu inquired. I was grazed on the leg by a wild boar's tusk. I've applied your herbal remedy, and it feels much better. But I still can't engage in vigorous activity. I can't explore the islands anymore. Woe is me. Yu Mengli sent the message, eagerly awaiting Zhou Tu's comforting reply. Good grief, I haven't even had a chance to poke you, and you've been gored by a wild boar. Upon reading Zhou Tu's response, Yu Mengli felt a flush of embarrassment and took a moment before replying. Go die, you ironclad man, you scum. Chapter 38. I exchanged the luck of the entire channel for a chance to meet Zhou Tuesday. Zhou Tu chuckled softly at the message. It was a relief that Yu Mengli's spirits were stable. In the chat channel, he noticed some individuals had arrived in the floating island world, unable to locate their loved ones, struggling to survive, and succumbing to despair in the face of sandstorms, even resorting to self-termination. The sky world posed not only immense survival pressures, but also an unseen solitude. Encountering another person meant questioning whether they were friend or foe. Under such high-pressure circumstances, many irrational actions were taken. Numerous individuals felt hopeless and chose to end their own lives. The fact that Yu Mengli could still send messages to berate him indicated her emotional stability. Zhou Tu sighed softly and sent a message. I truly am a warm-hearted man. Taquan was indeed warm-hearted. Not only did the floating island thrive, but he also had to nurture the emotional well-being of his brothers. Yu Mengli scoffed. Humph. However, that wild boar possesses high attack, high defense, and swiftness. You must exercise caution when encountering such creatures in the future. Zhou Tu felt a warmth in his heart at Yu Mengli's concern and replied, currently, the land animals pose little threat to me. You think you're invincible. Standing by the river, how can you avoid getting your shoes wet? Caution is key to navigating the floating island. Zhou Tu, replenishing his energy with a soda, began organizing his supplies, placing them in the constructed shelter. He retrieved the water pump and hoses, storing them separately. Once he spotted a water island, he would transport the pump and hoses to draw water from it to his own island. This method was far more efficient than laboriously collecting and transporting water to his island. Although his spatial backpack allowed for stacking, it was limited to 100 units, which became cumbersome for larger quantities of supplies. The resources required for his island ranged from hundreds to thousands, and he was already nearing 10,000 units of materials. While the spatial backpack was advantageous, its limitations were becoming apparent. Both the spatial backpack and the initial storage box could now only hold relatively precious items. Glancing down, he noticed a message from Zhang Yiwei, suggesting he add Huang Yao. Zhou Tu was puzzled. Why would an organization require him to add 2 individuals? You are from the same organization. I only need to add 1 person. After a considerable wait, Zhang Yiwei replied, we have split into 2 organizations. Zhou Tu pondered this. Having witnessed numerous scams since arriving in the floating island world, such as depositing a unit of soil with someone, only to have them vanish after promising a return, he was wary. Many individuals had lost trust over trivial matters, and deceit was rampant in the channels. He had long anticipated that trust issues would arise within the Sky's organizations, but he hadn't expected them to surface so soon. Nonetheless, Zhang Yiwei's recommendation to add someone indicated that their situation hadn't deteriorated too severely. Let us see how it unfolds. Zhou Tu messaged back. Zhang Yiwei fell silent upon receiving Zhou Tu's response. He recognized that Zhou Tu was someone who greatly valued energy. Tomorrow's free announcements seemed to be meticulously planned by the other party. Opening the points leaderboard, Zhou Tu saw his score exceeding 990,000. His points were nearing 1,000,000, and upon closer inspection, he noticed that his score was leaping upward by dozens of points every second. His island had only leveled up by 7 during this period, a result of the efforts of thousands of workers with the help of the engineer's shovel. The higher the level, the greater the resources required for the floating island's upgrade, making the process increasingly arduous. How had he managed to elevate the floating island so dramatically? After some self-reflection, Zhang Yiwei concluded that merely digging soil would not suffice to upgrade the floating island. It was necessary to sell goods. Would I be able to lead my entire team across to the other side? To forge a path in this aerial expanse? Zhang Yiwei felt that emulating Zhou Tu would suffice. If Zhou Tu were aware of Zhang Yiwei's thoughts, he would surely advise him that while imitation was acceptable, one must forge their own path. His journey was inherently unique. Zhou Tu was accompanied by a diligent spirit devoted to nurturing the trees, and small creatures from the floating island were gradually infiltrating. All these represented resources. Even in dire hunger, worms were not inedible, though that was merely a metaphor. Zhou Tu had encountered numerous islands, and the supplies he gathered were ample for sustenance. His inventory had overflowed, transforming his shelter into a veritable warehouse. Having replenished his stamina, Zhou Tu refrained from checking the chat channel, as time was of the essence, with only 4 hours remaining in the day. The first half of the day had been productive, yet deviated significantly from his morning plans. The heart of the island still had 26 energy points left for the day. It was imperative to embark on an exploration of the islands. He hadn't seen a blueprint in ages, and there were even swords and knives for sale in the channel. Zhou Tu mused that in this sky realm, there were few who expended energy as liberally as he did. He needed to abandon his hoarding tendencies, shedding the habit of wanting to collect everything he saw on the floating islands. Visiting low-value islands for mere moments was a waste of his capabilities. The higher the value gained from exploration, the more it would, in a sense, contribute to the development of other floating islands. The engineer's shovel was the prime example. Most of the initial buyers of his shovels had reached out to him privately, demonstrating the embodiment of value. Whatever came into his possession would surely disseminate outward. For instance, the water condenser and bows. These initially appeared costly, but now seemed underpriced. Yet Zhou Tu paid little mind. Superior treasures awaited his discovery, and these items would foster the development of those on the islands, preventing the situation where he possessed valuable goods but no one to purchase them. If the collected items were too advanced, it would necessitate enhancing the pace at which others accumulated resources. Supporting a batch of floating islands would be more conducive to the development of his own floating island. Zhou Tu gazed ahead, where information about distant floating islands emerged. Monster islands were ruled out. Desolate islands were also discarded. Only a bronze or island remained. This expedition to explore the resource-abundant islands has not unfolded as ideally as anticipated. Alas, having beheld the islands, a tour around the mining island is unavoidable. At this moment, the regional chat channel is filled with lamentations. There exists no greater anguish than witnessing the illustrious players ascend rapidly on the leaderboard, a source of profound distress. It is akin to fearing that one's comrades may suffer, yet simultaneously envying their prosperity. Galen has acquired a whispering light. Silence has become a breach of defense. The channel is seldom lively with idle chatter. Following the prior hints, many have exerted themselves to elevate their island lord's heart levels. Currently, the remaining 9 312 individuals have seen a significant improvement in their island levels, generally exceeding level 5. Each level grants a slight increase in energy capacity. Subsequently, individuals discovered that exploring unfamiliar floating islands was quite exhausting. Boarding the islands, mining resources, and evading monsters in urgent situations. 8 floating islands per day was nearly the limit. The residual energy, in the absence of blueprints, astonishingly accumulated. Naturally, from time to time, voices emerged within the channel. Moreover, Zhou Tu's upgrades detonated like underwater explosives, sending ripples through the regional chat. I heard that alliances are forming outside. I wish to exchange the luck of the entire channel for a chance to meet the great Zhou Tuesday. Chapter 39. Island Rating 1000000. Is the Great One someone you can simply meet? So frustrating. When will the Great One sell the Tang Dao and the engineer shovel again? A weapon similar to the Tang Dao costs 500 units of dirt outside. Why not seize it? It was only then that I realized the practicality of those resources back then. I am eager to learn how the Great One confronts the monsters on the floating islands. He has been here for 3 days without uttering a word. Is it so difficult to speak? What sort of individuals are acquainted with the Great One? I could just cling to their coattails. Oh my oh my. The Great One's island rating has officially surpassed 1000000. Let us celebrate. Incredible. I wonder what treasures lie on the Great One's island that warrants such a high rating. Li Jiangping quietly opened the island rating leaderboard. The rating serves as a comprehensive evaluation of an island. He too made the list, but was currently overshadowed by those above him. However, as a floating island that made the rankings, he was free from worries regarding sustenance. The Tempest posed no threat to him anymore. With abundant resources, even without exploring islands, he could sustain himself in the skies for several days. He considered himself a victor of the skies, a paragon of survival, uplifting an entire family. Yet, upon glancing at the top, with a 1,000,000 rating, he noticed the second-place island belonged to an organization he was aware of. Yet their head island had not even reached 100,000, while Zhou Tu stood at 1,000,000. Wasn't this discrepancy excessively vast? He struggled to fathom the wealth of resources present on Zhou Tu's island. It seemed as though the supplies could sustain years of ease. Observing the channel where others referred to him as a Great One, questioning why he no longer shared survival knowledge as he once did, he felt hesitant to respond, opting instead to feign ignorance. With Zhou Tu remaining silent, it seemed wiser for this lesser figure to maintain a low profile. Shen Qinghe quietly observed from the sidelines. She knew Zhou Tu, but received no replies from him. She herself could not even approach Zhou Tu's circle. These individuals were naively fantasizing about connecting with him through intermediaries. Zhou Tu didn't even bother to establish a communication channel, and she had never realized he was so resolute. A rating of 1,000,000 was as tempting to her as 100 million RMB in reality. Logically, the top-ranking Zhou Tu must have explored numerous islands. Yet why had no one from those islands ever laid eyes on him? Shen Qinghe felt a tinge of frustration. Just then, she heard the sound of a floating island approaching. Is it a person? The incoming island belonged to a human, and upon glancing at it, Shen Qinghe felt a wave of disappointment. It was small, yet a flicker of hope remained within her. In a shared channel, floating islands had the potential to collide. And what if it was Zhou Tu? Seeing the diminutive floating island eased her vigilance. A smaller island indicated lesser strength. If one were powerful, their island would not be so modest. In a certain sense, the size of a floating island symbolized status and strength. Observing another island of similar size, she inferred that its occupant was likely just as inexperienced in this aerial realm as she was. As the figure on the opposing island became clearer, she recognized a girl of about 1.5 meters, her face smeared with dirt, sporting twin ponytails and yellowing hair, a little girl with golden locks. Shen Qinghe recalled this girl was Li Yao. How did she recognize her? It was because the girl had mentioned her own agility and lightness, unabashedly eyeing Zhou Tu, boldly proclaiming her intentions. Thus, Li Yao had firmly lodged herself in Shen Qinghe's memory. Moreover, she held no disdain for such directness, with a great figure in the channel. Encountering them would surely guarantee survival. To live was not a matter of shame. Now, upon seeing her, Shen Qinghe inwardly mused. 1.5 meters is hardly easy to topple. Li Yao, is that an elder sister from the channel? Yes, you must be the Li Yao. Does the sister know me? A surge of joy filled Li Yao's heart. Encountering someone familiar significantly reduced the danger. Initially apprehensive about meeting monsters, she was pleasantly surprised to find a girl's floating island instead. Shen Qinghe, I've seen you in the channel. Shall we form an alliance? Absolutely. Without much hesitation, Shen Qinghe agreed. Forming an alliance would be advantageous for her, allowing them to act together henceforth. Banding together for survival was far superior to solitary endeavors. United, they would possess greater strength, and given that her companion was a lowly, Shen Qinghe felt confident in her ability to guide her, both in strength and charm. She held the upper hand. Furthermore, they shared a mutual goal. The lowly was eager to assist. Perfectly aligned, they found common ground. The two soon became familiar with each other after only a few exchanges. Shen Qinghe revealed her real-life acquaintance with Zhou Tuesday. The little lowly gasped in astonishment. Sister, you know the great Zhou Tu in reality? Then won't you rise to prominence? He has a rating of 1 million now. Could you possibly take me along? A smile crept across Shenxing's lips as she firmly replied. Of course I will take you, as long as we can find him. Copper Mining Island. Island Lord's heart reminder. Obtained 10 copper. Descending from the Copper Island, Zhou Tu shook his head. Nowadays, no one would bother mining on such islands. Clearly, these islands were suited for later stages, requiring tools and increased time on floating islands to extract resources. After collecting a few units of copper, Zhou Tu left the island and continued his exploration of new islands. Island Lord's heart reminder. Obtained blueprint for a firewood cutter, yellow. Zhou Tu stowed the blueprint in his backpack. While it could prove useful for others, it held no value for him. A low-value blueprint would hardly yield significant resources upon crafting. Nevertheless, accumulating them could lead to synthesis in the future. He would see what transpired with blueprint synthesis down the line. Zhou Tu departed from the island. After conducting the 3rd, 4th, and 5th explorations, he yielded little, merely some miscellaneous items. 5 explorations, each with 6 options, totaling 30 options, yielded no worthwhile treasures. Zhou Tu felt a twinge of discontent. Was Lady Luck weeping? Casting a glance at his energy, which stood at a reassuring 21 points, he remained unperturbed, his demeanor steady and composed. He had amassed a considerable array of resources. And at this juncture, safety was paramount. The coveted supplies would reveal themselves in due course through gradual exploration. Numerous individuals in the channel were frantically anticipating calamity. Now holding the top rank, he understood the importance of maintaining a positive mindset. He must not jeopardize his position by venturing into perilous situations. After all, his prowess lay in information gathering rather than combat. Nurturing his growth was the undeniable truth. Zhou Tu felt a significant evolution in his mentality, which was advantageous for survival in the floating island realm. He resumed his information-gathering endeavors. Upon uncovering details about the first island, he clenched his fist in exhilaration. What splendid fortune this is! Chapter 40. Blueprint for a small wind turbine. By advancing your floating island, you shall acquire a blueprint for a small wind turbine. By shifting your floating island to the left, you will discover a golden treasure chest, albeit deeply buried and necessitating extensive excavation. By moving your floating island to the right, you will obtain the recipe for crafting potent cold capsules, allowing you to gather resources for their creation. By retreating your floating island, you will encounter an island rich in water resources, inhabited by sea turtles. Yet caution is advised due to aggressive creatures. By ascending your floating island, you will find a black soil island, abundant in flora and fauna, albeit fraught with some dangers. By descending your floating island, you will face a flock of wild chickens with formidable attacking power, though the danger is manageable. With careful searching, you might procure numerous bird eggs. Upon reviewing the information gathered, Zhou Tu quietly acknowledged his fortuitous streak. Previously, he had endured 5 consecutive disappointments, encountering only trivial items or monsters, compelled to select the least desirable islands. Now, with 6 promising options before him, his old affliction of indecision resurfaced. He swiftly dismissed the golden treasure chest island, the black soil island, and the wild chicken island. The treasure chest required laborious digging, the black soil posed some risks, and the wild chickens, with their significant offensive capabilities, were deemed too hazardous for the low return on investment. What remained were the island offering the small wind turbine blueprint, the island with the recipe for cold capsules, and the water island. The small wind turbine was particularly enticing, as it could usher his island into the electrical age, enhancing the living conditions significantly. Selling the turbines would also yield considerable profit. Wind energy, a sustainable resource, was abundant in the floating islands, transforming potential disasters into assets. The second option, the medicine crafting recipe, would allow him to produce potent cold remedies. In the days spent gathering information, Zhou Tu had observed many suffering from illness. In the ordinary world, a cold might be trivial, but in the floating island realm, it was akin to acquiring a debilitating debuff, affecting various aspects of survival. While one might endure for a day, prolonged illness could lead to a cascade of other negative effects, such as hunger, dehydration, and injury during exploration. The accumulation of such negative buffs, in this distrustful world, typically resulted in a grim fate. In the floating island world, personal well-being was crucial. One must recuperate to confront the unknown with the highest probability of success. The prospects for medicine were promising, potentially yielding substantial benefits and saving lives, thereby enhancing his reputation. Furthermore, medicine was an essential commodity in the floating island realm, retaining its value over time. However, he did not urgently require it, leading him to eliminate the medicine recipe island from consideration. His selection needed to be predicated on the value it would bring. If he could choose multiple options, he certainly would, but with the constraints in place, he had to select the item that would most significantly elevate his current situation. The water island was incessantly emphasized by the sprite, as water was vital for cultivating plants. Yet, he decided to hold off for now. After calculating, he realized that the plants could last for another 9 days, and his floating island still had ample room for growth. A larger island would facilitate better planning. Moreover, blueprints were relatively rare, and he had encountered many due to specific prompts and choices. Identical blueprints were seldom seen, making the wind turbine blueprint indispensable. Activating the floating island. A sandy floating isle materialized before him, dotted with several dormant wind turbine devices, their blades motionless, having languished without maintenance for an extended period. The supports for the turbine blades were corroded, revealing rusted steel beneath the peeling white paint, clearly abandoned for ages. Observing this desolate island, the sprite Bisha lamented. Your luck appears to be rather unfortunate. After so many activations, we have yet to encounter an island rich in water resources. Zhou Tu paused momentarily, offering a sheepish smile. Indeed, this wretched luck. Had we stumbled upon a water-abundant island, my floating isle would have been teeming with trees, transforming the environment significantly. Bisha fluttered her four wings, reflecting. In the skies, luck and choices hold great significance. Let us hope for a stroke of good fortune soon so that we may encounter a water-rich island. Zhou Tu nodded. With a bit more exploration, we should be able to find one. Our luck cannot remain poor indefinitely. Bisha resonated with his sentiments. Recalling her own misfortune that had led to her injury. I am not particularly fond of such desolate islands. Do summon me if you require anything. Zhou Tu chuckled lightly. Absolutely. After several consecutive fruitless islands, neither he nor the sprite had garnered much. As the days passed, the sprite's initial curiosity about unfamiliar islands waned, and she only exhibited enthusiasm when encountering islands lush with flora. Zhou Tu remained indifferent. As long as the sprite tended to her agricultural duties, he was content, for she had already provided him with immense assistance. As for luck, he was not merely a pawn of fate. He could choose as he wished. Internally, he vowed to the sprite, next time, I promise. Riding his wolf motorcycle, he traversed the sandy island, halting before a house with a yellowed wall. Upon entering, he discovered it to be the control room for the wind turbines, filled with tomes regarding circuitry. He picked up a stack of intricate blueprints. Heart of the Island Master notification. Acquired wind turbine blueprint 1 blue. Materials required, 100 steel, 10 wires, 1 energy storage device, 2 control panels. Glancing at the materials needed, he stowed the blueprint in his backpack, along with a collection of idle books. Knowledge is the ladder to human advancement. He had gathered them. After circling the exterior, he also collected various resources. He found a spare control panel, several rolls of wire, electrical tape, a wrench, and other miscellaneous items. The higher the quality of the blueprint, the more materials required. Consequently, these materials were often challenging to gather. Once a blueprint was crafted, it would be etched into the heart of the island master, forfeiting the right to trade it with others. Currently, his island had an abundance of materials but lacked energy storage devices. This was primarily because he typically traded in soil and stone, and he had little time to focus on these matters, unlike Zhang Yiwei, who could efficiently organize resource exchanges. Nevertheless, the floating island world was vast, and materials would surely be found. Securing essential supplies, Zhou Tu rode his motorcycle back to the floating island. Casting a glance at the heart of the island master's energy, he noted there were still 20 points remaining, yet only an hour and a half of daylight remained. Although he had managed his time well, he realized that the islands he had explored had already become mere memories. The events that transpired ultimately transcended the original plans, consuming a considerable amount of time. Nevertheless, one must simply remember the importance of time management. The exploration continues. Before darkness descends, utilize as much energy as possible and make decisions along the way. Island Master S. Heart Reminder. Acquired Iron Treasure Chest X1. Island Master S. Heart Reminder. Acquired Cello X1. Island Master S. Heart Reminder. Acquired Dried Ginseng X1. Island Master S. Heart Reminder. Acquired House Blueprint X1. Chapter 41. I can cultivate a treehouse. The sky quickly dimmed as Zhou Tu returned to his island. With 20 energy points remaining, he expended merely 12 points in the remaining time, resulting in a surplus of 8 energy points for the day. His objective was to seek high-level blueprints and resources. All materials discovered were unceremoniously cast at the edge of his island. After all, retrieving items from his backpack required time, and selecting which island to venture to necessitated decision-making. He aimed to transfer the materials to the center before nightfall. Zhou Tu was somewhat dismayed to discover that the house was insufficient to accommodate the materials he had collected, and even the makeshift houses he had constructed were filled to capacity. In the survival world, who else would be troubled by an excess of valuable resources? Perhaps only I. Originally, with 8 energy points remaining, Zhou Tu intended to use this energy to craft an engineer's shovel for the trading system. It seemed that he could only utilize it for constructing houses now. It was a bittersweet experience. He erected several additional houses that connected to his original residence, forming a suite with 3 rooms. Zhou Tu optimized the rooms once again, incorporating substantial steel, earthen materials, salvaged light bulbs, and electrical wires. The main structure of the house transitioned from wood to steel, supplemented with wooden boards and earth. The thickness of the walls increased. As Umungli remarked about the wild boar, should it collide with his house, it would only send its tusks flying. Gazing at the optimized rooms, Zhou Tu felt a sense of satisfaction. The space had reached 200 square meters. Once he exchanged the energy storage devices and control panels in the trading channel, the house would no longer require candles or oil lamps, but rather light bulbs. Once the wind power generator was completed, he would have entered the age of electricity. Betia noticed the transformation of Zhou Tu's abode and promptly flew in to inspect the expanded rooms, commenting, "At last, it resembles a space fit for human habitation." Zhou Tu considered it quite commendable, especially coming from a fairy's lips. It was deemed somewhat human-like. Betia then dropped a bombshell. "In fact, if there is water available, I can cultivate a treehouse. From there, you can gaze upon the island from above, taking in the entire expanse." A treehouse? You can truly cultivate a treehouse? To be candid, Zhou Tu felt a spark of excitement. If he could have a treehouse to reside in, allowing trees to flourish at the center of the floating island, he could survey all happenings from above. As the island master, dwelling in such a unique location would certainly elevate his status beyond that of a mere human dwelling. The fairy tilted her head and continued, "Of course, I can also cultivate the treehouse in any shape you desire." Zhou Tu inhaled deeply, suddenly feeling that the newly constructed house spanning several hundred square meters seemed less appealing. The fairy not only possessed agricultural capabilities, but also had a knack for architecture. Now, he found himself agreeing with her assertion that the house indeed lacked the essence of a human dwelling. Recognizing that the fairy was motivating him in a different manner, Zhou Tu decided to take the bait. "Tomorrow, I shall seek an island abundant in water resources." It was a promise he intended to keep. He would not deceive her. Zhou Tu chuckled, "When have I ever deceived you?" Betia remained silent, took a turn, and flew away, retreating to the eastern woods, which she had tended to. She no longer resided in the house, for the woods were indeed the fairy's true home. After her departure, Zhou Tu surveyed the room. His earlier enthusiasm dissipated into a sense of ennui. As he examined the items he had collected, Zhou Tu began to take stock. Iron treasure chest X1, cello X1, box of sausages X1, dried ginseng X1. The ginseng could be steeped for tea. He had 10 rolls of toilet paper, 10 packs of hahawa, several books, a finger strengthener X1, and a Hercules cup X1, along with various clothing items. Zhou Tu gathered the electrical knowledge and logs he had collected from the mechanical city, planning to create a bookshelf for the books. Anything deemed useless would be promptly listed for trade. Occupying space here was simply unacceptable. While holding some miscellaneous items, Zhou Tu suddenly reflected. Why had he not felt these items were so useless when he initially acquired them? It was akin to shopping at the moment of purchase. They seemed indispensable, only to reveal their lack of utility upon return. This was precisely his situation. These trivial items had been effortlessly brought back, only for him to realize their impracticality. With his items listed for trade, his vigilant friends in the group were quick to comment. "Xin Xiaoqiang, I snagged the Hercules cup you listed last night. Using something that belonged to the great master makes me feel like I, too, can become a giant. Tonight, I'll sleep with the Hercules cup, feeling its aura." The chat channel buzzed with newfound vitality. In just 3 days, the lessons learned from lost lives had taught people the importance of conserving energy. The energy that had gone unspent during the day was finally available for conversation at night. "Xin Xiaoqiang, can you not be so nauseating? Truly a know-it-all, defying heaven. Envy those who have houses. Who would have thought that upon arriving in the Sky Island world, one would still worry about housing? I am currently residing in a cellar. The makeshift house has finally been completed and optimized. I should be enjoying a higher quality of life in the sky world. Xin Xiaoqiang, if you can't make it onto the leaderboard, then refrain from boasting about your quality of life. Moreover, are you saying I'm repulsive simply because you failed to secure the Hercules cup? You lot are all pathetic. Our channel has 2 giants who remain silent while you all squabble over living arrangements, likely unable to afford 4 hot dishes in a lifetime. Your existence truly disgusts me. Island Master's heart reminder. Your Hercules cup has been successfully exchanged for 1,000 units of Earth. Zhou Tu was taken aback by the notification. A Hercules cup was so valuable, and it had traded so swiftly. Indeed, even in this world, there were seasoned traders. Zhou Tu contemplated acquiring a blueprint for the Hercules cup. It would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. Clearly, niche markets have their own demand. Desires do not wane with environmental changes. The channel's participants were now most eager to witness the growth of the giants. The fluctuations in the giants' island levels and scores were scrutinized as they awaited updates on Zhou Tu's listings. After all, some of the items Zhou Tu had previously listed were priced below market value, making him a rare target for bargains. It sufficed to keep an eye on him occasionally. Simultaneously, one could glean insights about the islands Zhou Tu had visited through these items, which was critical information for survival in the Sky Island realm. How many islands has the giant explored? What a motley collection of items. And women as clothing? Lingerie, stockings? Did the giant visit a clothing store? Why not preserve some of those items? Crap, I have no clothes to wear. I arrived in shorts, and they've been torn during my explorations, leaving me bare. Great master, could you possibly list a few garments? Even black stockings would suffice. Family, who understands? There's a shrimp-headed man, not wearing clothes, but wearing stockings. Has the giant become so affluent that he can afford to share his surplus? Li Yayo. I cannot fathom just how carefree the giantess life must be. I wish I could reside on the giantess island. Scram, you little lowly. Are you out of your mind? Let us embrace the tempestuous winds of the night. I have personally experienced them over the past few days, and it seems the nocturnal gales are growing ever stronger. Face the fierce winds. With a deep sigh, Zhou Tu completed his tasks. The sheer volume of supplies was overwhelming, and he had placed many items for sale at estimated prices. It was evident that further development required assistance in managing the clutter. The abundance of resources necessitated the establishment of a grand warehouse, where items could be stored and categorized. As the island's master, I must delegate and focus on the essential tasks at hand. The island master's heart prompts. Zhang Yiwei has sent a trade offer. You have received 75,000 units of soil. Do you accept? Zhou Tu opened the trade and saw that Zhang Yiwei had offered him 75,000 units of soil. He recognized Zhang Yiwei as a capable businessman who had proactively aligned his offer with the price of shovels, 500 units, on the trading channel. Extending credit for shovels was akin to extending energy, as these tools could be converted into resources, facilitating the island's upgrades, which in turn would yield more energy, creating a sustainable cycle. With the ability to discern information, the resources obtained from even a small amount of energy were substantial. Zhang Yiwei evidently understood this and had thus raised his offer. Zhou Tu found the transaction to be quite pleasant. In the realm of the floating islands, trust is of paramount importance, and he reciprocated with collateral. He silently praised Zhang Yiwei, truly a formidable figure in reality, possessing great resolve. This made him a trustworthy partner indeed. Chapter 42. Zhou Tu's nobility is remarkable. Subsequently, Zhang Yiwei sent a lengthy message summarizing survival strategies in the floating island world. Before ascending the island, follow 4 steps. Observe, smell, inquire, and cut. Observe your opponent's floating island from a distance for any anomalies. Smell for any unusual scents. Inquire loudly based on the specific circumstances. Currently, organizations generally tend to avoid monster islands. Cut entails carefully considering whether to ascend the island after gathering precise information. This survival knowledge has been garnered through the lives of many in our organization. Zhou Tu examined Zhang Yiwei's message attentively. He found several elements worthy of emulation. The organization's caution, sense of time, and decision-making all possessed certain merits. While casualties are inevitable, Zhang Yiwei's organization has made significant efforts to mitigate such losses. For this reason, Zhou Tu felt compelled to learn from them. He never allowed himself to become arrogant due to his ability to perceive information about floating islands. He did not believe that an individual could attain a significantly higher limit in the survival world. Although trust may falter, there will always be those who band together, with organizations standing out among them. Thousands uniting to acquire resources, even if one possesses the ability to yield a 100-fold return, cannot compare to the myriad gains of an organization. By harnessing the strength of thousands, the development of floating islands is now gaining momentum. He did not need to join such an organization. Rather, fostering a positive relationship with them and exchanging high-level blueprints for resources would create mutual benefits. The rate at which organizations seize resources far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. They have established communication, coordination, and systems that ordinary survivors cannot hope to match, leaving them vulnerable to annihilation. Thus, aside from him, individuals like Bei Yi must step back. Collective development is essential for progress. An excellent survival strategy. Zhou Tu praised. Continuing, placing heavier materials on the floating island can shield against sand, and the sand block can be utilized for upgrading the island. Such information, if unspoken, would eventually be discovered by organizations of thousands as their islands developed to a certain extent. This exemplifies the distinction between an individual and a multitude, and underscores Zhou Tu's reason for diligently collecting information from the channels. Since Zhang Yiwei provided survival strategies, Zhou Tu deemed it a courtesy to share this information. A small floating island may be insignificant, but a large one is undoubtedly valuable. Zhang Yiwei reflected on Zhou Tu's message, continually marveling. One word from the giant, and one's fortunes are transformed. Although organizations would eventually uncover this pattern as the island expanded, receiving this information now allows them to directly implement it at night, constructing sand-blocking devices for immediate benefit. Zhang Yiwei promptly communicated with the organization members, privately disseminating the message. For islands above level 15, arrange heavier materials in a triangular or other configuration to block sand on your floating island. Qian Yuntian remarked. Earlier, the island was too small, lacking vegetation, and unable to retain sand. Now that the island has grown, using materials to block sand accumulation is indeed a wise strategy. Hu Qianlin added. I've been so busy working during the day and trading that I hadn't noticed this. Yiwei is truly impressive, noticing such details. If Zhou Tu were aware, the soil resources gathered in one night could elevate their levels, raising ratings significantly. Zhang Yiwei, observing the message from Hu Qianlin on the island master's heart, wore an expression reminiscent of a subway elder. This was told to me by Zhou Tu. Hu Qianlin expressed astonishment and disbelief. Shouldn't such information be kept to oneself for personal advancement? Human nature is inherently selfish. I can hardly believe he is so noble. They would eventually notice these small details, but learning a day in advance versus later is an entirely different concept. With so many people, being aware a day earlier could mean collecting thousands of resources from a single storm. Not to mention it is unlikely they would only gather one unit. Calculating at least 3 storms a day, the collective soil resources gathered by so many would easily reach tens of thousands. Zhang Yiwei responded, "Is there any reason for me to deceive you? The facts speak for themselves." Hu Qianlin concluded. Thus, Zhou Tu is indeed formidable, facing challenges, discerning patterns, and resolving issues. Such high levels indeed signify exceptional prowess. Zhang Yiwei agreed internally and sent the information regarding the sand-blocking devices, attributed to Zhou Tu, to Qian Yuntian, aiming to mend any rift caused by differing opinions during the day. Qian Yuntian had opposed raising the soil price for Zhou Tu's day, to prevent the organization from fracturing due to distrust and disagreement. As a leader, it was imperative to eliminate potential fissures. Upon receiving Zhang Yiwei's message that the information came from Zhou Tu, Qian Yuntian felt a wave of embarrassment, even from across the floating island. He had been the one to oppose providing more resources to Zhou Tu, as those resources could elevate their island levels significantly. Moreover, they had previously agreed upon a price. With 15,000 units of soil, each member could advance a few levels, but giving it to Zhou Tu would mean he alone would ascend 2 levels. The energy gained from the Island Master's heart by upgrading would far exceed that of Zhou Tu, allowing for the establishment of multiple pathways, enhancing communication efficiency and accelerating development. Now, he felt utterly insignificant. "I apologize, I should not have opposed this." One word from the giant, and calamity turns to abundance. "Zhou Tu is indeed impressive," Zhang Yiwei declared. "We must broaden our horizons." Zhou Tu, on his floating island, was diligently organizing the soil resources, determined not to postpone the upgrade to tomorrow, for the energy would refresh and reach its limit the next day. Upgrading today would increase his energy cap, allowing him to gain additional energy for free. This was precisely why he was dealing with the clutter, to maximize returns and propel the floating island's advancement. From the very beginning, he understood that the size of the island was paramount. Regardless of any endeavors, the land area of the island was essential to realize all his aspirations. Occasionally, upon glimpsing the bountiful resources of the floating island across from him, he pondered why there was no function for merging floating islands. The organization returned 75,000 units of soil, and the materials on the shelves exchanged for approximately 20,000 units of soil resources, amounting to nearly 95,000 units in total. He dismissed the remaining trivial figures. Currently, the heart of the Island Master was at level 63, with energy at 0.73. The materials required for the next upgrade were 300 units of soil and 640 units of stone. To elevate to level 13, a staggering 89,700 units of soil were needed, leaving him with a mere 5,300. Detected an increase in island area. The capabilities of the heart of the Island Master have increased, now at level 76 with energy at 1386. The materials required for the next upgrade are 600 units of soil and 770 units of stone. Zhou Tu selected the option to upgrade the island, depleting the stone used to construct 2 sand-blocking structures during the day. Upgrading to level 13 resulted in a slight tremor as he stood at the center of the floating island. The increased stability of the island certainly had its advantages. As the island continued to expand, he anticipated that standing at its center in the future would not subject him to the vibrations brought on by upgrades. The island's diameter had now reached 86 meters, with an area of 5,800, nearly 6,000 square meters, comparable to a small football field. However, this upgrade consumed the stone, resulting in the loss of 2 windbreak structures. Zhou Tu glanced at the 13 points of energy gained from the upgrade. Not a drop of energy would be wasted. He needed to prepare thoroughly before the impending wind disaster. Chapter 43. Is this truly the hallmark of an adept fool? Zhou Tu first glanced at the channel, collecting information pertinent to stone and soil materials. Upgrading the island. Why are there so few stones and soil materials? Everyone wants to exchange other materials for stone and soil. This is the essence of the floating island's expansion, hence the scarcity. It's all Zhou Tu's fault. He has inflated the prices of stone and soil in the channel. Wow, how could he do this? The island has upgraded by over 10 levels. Yet he hasn't monitored how much he has traded. Calculating, his island requires over 8,000 units of soil for 1 level. My goodness. It would take me 2 days to excavate that much soil for this level of the island. Soil and stone are gradually becoming the fundamental trading currency. Everyone should take note. Those wishing to upgrade their island tonight are being very cautious with soil trades in the trading channel. The quantities are limited. Zhou Tu hurriedly finished reading the relevant news, reaching certain conclusions. First, there was no currency in the sky. Soil and stone had firmly established themselves as the foundational currency, as they were essential materials for expanding the island, continuously in demand. Everything could be measured in units of soil and stone. Second, The entire materials market fluctuated with the passage of time and the approach of disasters. It was not static. Prices for materials were lower at night because soil and stone had been utilized for island upgrades. By evening, those in the channel, like him, sought to process their resources, exchanging them for materials to upgrade, as everyone had come to recognize the significance of island expansion. Although soil and stone were the most basic materials, they had become highly sought after in this moment. Zhou Tu also noticed some individuals urgently needing 3 or 4 units of soil for upgrades, resorting to trading higher value items for soil. It was crucial to do the right thing at the right time. Purchasing early would prevent significant losses. Having grasped the market trends in the channel, Zhou Tu was well informed. He sent a message to Zhang Yue. I'll soon list a batch of engineer shovels at a very low price. If you need them, we can trade directly at that time. The trading price was determined by supply and demand. However, at night, people had very few basic materials and would need to lower prices to make these scarce materials affordable. Zhou Tu listed all 130 shovels, slashing prices significantly. 50 engineer shovels for 600 units of soil, and another 50 for 200 units of stone. He set aside 30 shovels for trading materials for wind turbines and light prism towers. These materials were somewhat rare, but early planning was essential, at least to capture the attention of those in the channel, signaling that these were the items sought by the influential Zhou Tuesday regardless of how he sold the shovels. He would not incur losses. The production of engineer shovels had already established a cyclical trade. As long as there was no oversaturation of similar shovels in the market, his business could continue indefinitely without losses. Only energy limitations and market saturation posed a threat. He needed to convert these 100 shovels into soil and stone before the energy refreshed to upgrade the island and elevate the energy capacity of the island master, necessitating a clearance sale. However, at such low prices, he anticipated some might question or misunderstand, and those who had previously purchased might scold him. Yet, he considered such opinions irrelevant. Zhou Tu thought that he would not mind these remarks. He would list a substantial quantity of such items every night. Eventually, they would become accustomed to it. Soon enough, it would undoubtedly be a delightful surprise. Wow, what is going on with the big shot? These engineer shovels are so cheap. It seems like a batch just produced from the energy gained after the recent upgrade. 600 soil. This price is incredibly friendly. I adore you, Zhou Tuesday. Finally, the top-ranked individual has done something commendable. How could it be so cheap? The prices were so high during the day, and now they are so low at night. Zhou Tu, are you trying to kill us? Those who bought shovels before are now regretting it. Should they buy now at such low prices? Ha ha. They were just singing Zhou Tu's praises, and now they're complaining. Oh, I see how it is. You're selling like this, huh? Just wait until I buy your things in the future. I'll never again contribute soil resources for your floating island-s expansion. I'm a fool. Everyone remember what I said today. My name is Zhang Yuza. How ridiculous. Nearly 1.3 million points, and there's no collective awareness. Wouldn't lower prices lead to ruin? Looking at the avatar, I see a person of Asian descent. Why don't you help the world when you're in a position of power? What about tradition? What about virtue? Alas, Sister Qingha, the illustrious Zhou Tu is being scolded. He is selling the engineer shovels at half the price of the day. The little girl, Lieru, nudged the nearby Shin Qingha. Shin Qingha's eyes sparkled under the candlelight. Quickly, bring the soil from your island. We need to buy a shovel. Lieru tilted her head, saying, but his reputation is poor. Shin Qingha frowned. This little girl, lacking in wisdom, would she become a burden later? One should not fear a godlike opponent, but a pig-like one. Now their two islands were connected, resembling a figure-8 shape, advancing and retreating together. Lieru quickly returned with her spatial backpack. Shin Qingha breathed a sigh of relief. Well, as long as she listens, she explained. In the Sky Island world, purchasing items depends on cost-effectiveness. And what does his reputation matter? I tell you not to buy. There will be plenty of people buying. At such prices, people would sell their possessions to buy. Zhou Tu must be eager to upgrade his island quickly. To gain energy, these shovels have long formed a trading cycle. If it weren't for energy limitations, he could supply the entire sky. Oh, the little girl, Lieru, nodded in a somewhat confused manner, understanding that Zhou Tu was someone she knew, which is why you understand him so well. Watching Lieru's naive actions, Shin Qingha found it hard to be angry with her. Perhaps it was just so. She opened the trading channel. Behold, there are now merely 20 shovels remaining. Those who vociferously curse the loudest are often the ones who wield their hands without hesitation, perhaps quietly reveling in their fortune. For during the day, they can sell these items at exorbitant prices. Lieru remarked with admiration, Sister Qingha, you are so astute. Brother Zhou Tu must surely adore you, right? Shin Qingha's expression shifted slightly. Earlier in the day, in an attempt to elevate her status, she had claimed that she and Zhou Tu were university classmates, with her being the campus belle and him harboring fond feelings for her. In truth, Zhou Tu had been quite indifferent towards her, as she was selective, fully aware of the implications of her reputation. After several attempts to communicate with him, she had discerned that he felt no attraction whatsoever. Otherwise, they would have established a line of communication long ago. This was her test. Now, with Lieru's words, it felt as though she had been struck by a devastating blow. Is this what it means to be a master of naivete? Shen Qinghe took a deep breath and said, "You are quite the eloquent speaker. Please refrain from such comments in the future." As she obtained the shovels from the trade, Shen Qinghe gazed ahead, feeling the winds pick up. Chapter 44. Zhou Tu's island upgrades once more. To Shen Qinghe's eyes, the tempest loomed ominously, rendering the outside world a mere blur. The two took refuge in a makeshift wooden cabin, shutting the door behind them. Immediately, the sound of rustling filled the air, as sand particles battered against the door like the whispers of demons. Li Yeru exhaled deeply, relieved. Had she been alone, she would have resorted to burying her head in the sand like an ostrich. Thankfully, she had her sister from the Alliance. Being alone on a deserted island, under the wrath of the night winds, would have been a heavy psychological burden. "Sister, did you know that during such times, I can only distract myself by watching the chat channel? Seeing that I share an area with the big shots fills me with excitement. All I truly wish for is to survive." Shen Qinghe lowered her gaze, pondering, who isn't yearning for survival? They were currently in a storm zone, yet the next area could be unpredictable. How much longer could they endure on this road through the Sky Islands? Nevertheless, her previous connection to Zhou Tu as a classmate, albeit a tenuous one, remained a unique advantage that others lacked. "Sister, it seems this sandstorm is more intense than yesterday's. It appears to be mixed with small pebbles." Shen Qinghe's expression turned grave as she approached the edge of the cabin. The sound of the wind and sand striking the structure was growing louder, far beyond what it had been previously. Perhaps in a few days, the makeshift cabin would no longer withstand the onslaught. What then? They could only explore and gather resources to fortify the cabin. As Shen Qinghe spoke, she opened the chat channel to assess their situation. Were others facing the same intensifying storm? "I felt the storm strengthening yesterday. Now it's palpably fierce. I could barely move in the wind before. But now the gusts carry pebbles that make it impossible to keep my eyes open. This cabin lacks materials. The cellar isn't properly dug. If the big shots could spare some materials, I could construct a proper shelter. Please, I'm on the brink of being swept away." Zhou Tu, Li Jiangping. What were you doing during the day? If you don't work hard by day, you'll be begging at night. But who knows if you're even being truthful? Survival hinges on every plank of wood. Do you really stand idly by as others perish? If I die, you shall not escape unscathed. Huh, stand idly by? How amusing. You expect us to rescue you at night after you did nothing to save yourself during the day? How morally reprehensible you are. You deserve to perish. In a channel with giants. Yet there are still those who even build a shelter. This Sky Island is truly a motley crew. Shen Qinghe scrolled through the chat record silently. Indeed, the storm was intensifying, and the makeshift cabin required an upgrade. Given the current ferocity of the winds, if the cabin were not optimized soon, it would surely be blown apart within days, leading to hypothermia and death. The opportunities to acquire inexpensive resources from the trading channel were dwindling. People were learning and becoming increasingly cautious from their losses, even counting every unit of soil with meticulous care. Only giants like Zhou Tu could afford to clear out materials freely, driven by the quest for energy. What spectacle awaited on Zhou Tu's island? Zhou Tu peered through the enhanced windows of his cabin, observing the raging winds colliding with the sand barriers he had constructed, producing a sound akin to lovers whispering sweet nothings. The melody was rather pleasant. However, today as storm seemed somewhat delayed, he wondered how much soil this tempest would yield. Zhou Tu calmed himself, awaiting the storm's end while reviewing the recently cleared materials for their yield. 50 shovels had been liquidated in a remarkably short time. The chat was still bustling with individuals holding stock. Zhou Tu surveyed the 30,000 units of soil he had amassed from his clearance, combined with the remnants from before, allowing for multiple upgrades of his island. Unfortunately, it was now past midnight, so he would wait for the winds to settle before collecting the soil and upgrading. He opened the chat to check on his good friend. Yu Mengli, injured and unable to move, was a fortunate circumstance. He had already sent her materials, and her shelter had been optimized, ensuring her sustenance and comfort were not issues. In the storm zone, if one failed to sleep well at night and succumbed to a cold, the debuffs would drastically diminish efficiency in exploring islands, leading to a negative cycle. Yu Mengli was spared from such perils. It would be absurd for him, a top-rated island master, to fail to protect one individual. Zhou Tu inquired, "Are you still alive?" "Speak up." Yu Mengli replied weakly. "I'm about as lively as a corpse." "A corpse? I'd like to see for myself." "Get lost. Sick pervert." Zhou Tu replied, "Sick pervert and a corpse, an unexpectedly fitting match. The storm is intensifying. Stay safe. I need to rest. I'm barely holding on." Yu Mengli expended her energy in a burst of chatter before succumbing to fatigue. "Take care." After assessing the situation, Zhou Tu felt relieved. The oppressive atmosphere of this sky realm was overwhelming, where survival was perpetually shadowed by death, coupled with an endless loneliness. At present, most individuals only felt a semblance of connection through chat, with many on the brink of collapse. Zhang Yue sent a message of gratitude. "Thank you, Zhou Tu, for the advance warning. I've already purchased some supplies. The shovels have multiplied, and tomorrow, resource gathering will be more fruitful. Thank you, thank you." Zhou Tu skimmed through the chat. Zhang Yue was highly reputable, a rarity in this sky realm. Naturally, he would inform such upstanding individuals in advance about any benefits. Cultivating exceptional team members for joint exploration in the sky was a rewarding experience. The brothers of Shuri Ran and Yu Mengli's close friends had scurried away for trivial gains, demonstrating the extreme selfishness of those surviving on the Sky Islands. He had noticed others seeking him out on more than one occasion in the channel. Zhou Tu clicked on a message. Zhou Tu, Great One, spare some materials. My shelter is incomplete, and I'm on the verge of perishing. Zhou Tu, please provide some water and food. I have nothing to eat or drink. And I feel like I've lost several pounds today. 2. Great One. The prevalence of digital beggars in this world was striking. Playing the part of the pitiful, employing moral coercion, and issuing threats, Zhou Tu dismissed them swiftly. What did their lives or deaths mean to him? This was already the 4th day. These individuals had begun as self-proclaimed strategists, asserting their superiority, and now they had devolved into online beggars. They had truly mastered the keyboard. In the vastness of fate, destiny unfolds inevitably. Even women like Shun Qinghe and Yu Mengli have dared to explore the island. What hinders these forgers? Is it fear of the unknown, dread of death? Upon arriving at the floating island, the first instinct was to explore, even without the ability to decipher information. The urge to venture forth remained. To those who hesitate to take the first step, Zhou Tu could only express, such cowardice shall not be tolerated. With a stoic expression, Zhou Tu closed the chat. The heart of the island master had already reached level 76, unlocking a minor bonus every 10 levels, and the flight enhancement proved quite beneficial. He earnestly hoped for a favorable bonus this time. Eagerly, Zhou Tu opened the notification for the heart of the island master. Chapter 45. Not everyone can conquer the world single-handedly like Zhou Tu's detected increase in island area. The heart of the island master has surpassed level 70, enhancing the capabilities of the floating island and increasing the quality of the master's sleep by 50. An improvement in sleep quality. Zhou Tu felt a surge of delight. This was indeed a splendid enhancement. In the world of survival on the floating island, rest is of paramount importance, and for him, this enhancement meant he could wake each day invigorated, greatly aiding his decision-making in exploring the island. As dawn broke, energy refreshed. The heart of the island master stood at level 76, with energy at 8686. The materials needed for the next upgrade were 7,600 units of soil and 770 units of stone. Lying in bed, Zhou Tu pondered how to utilize his energy. With 86 points of energy, a considerable fortune, he had collected at least 200,000 units of soil post-storm, and with an additional 30,000, he now possessed 230,000 units. Thus, during the day, a modest exploration for resources, coupled with the use of energy to craft supplies for sale, could easily propel him towards a level 100 island, possibly without even needing to exchange materials. At that point, the island's diameter could reach a tenth of that of the original Elven Island, a monumental enhancement. Throughout the day, aside from upgrading the island, he also needed to locate a water island. The treehouse promised by the elves was trivial. The crucial task was to cultivate the Huanghua fruit tree to enhance his attributes. As the island master, it was not only essential to expand the area of the floating island to increase resilience against future calamities, but he also needed to strengthen himself to confront extraordinary beings. Ultimately, his floating island should. With that thought, Zhou Tu closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. In the chat, night owls were lively. Taking advantage of the free megaphones and ample energy, it would be unusual not to chatter. It's a new day? Why hasn't the big shot released new items yet? After upgrading a couple of days ago, they've been releasing items. Why the delay now? With your situation? Can you even afford it? Resources have gone to upgrading the island. The materials the big shot wants, like the energy storages and identifiers, seem so high-end. What does he need those for? I've never heard anyone else mention such materials. With 1,000,000 points, the opportunities the big shot encounters are beyond your comprehension. If you encountered such things, you'd be the big shot. If I find what the big shot desires, I could cling to his coattails. Right now, my island is only level 10, and I can't even send him a message. The threshold, he said, is far too high. Tomorrow, I must diligently gather materials to strengthen my house. This wind will freeze me to death. I can't wait to survive until dawn. What do you think the next disaster zone will be? It can't always be a wind disaster, can it? If we can't even survive this zone, the next will be even harder. I feel it's time to seek alliances. At this moment, Hu Qianlin was beaming with joy. Having heeded Zhou Tu's advice to construct a sand barrier, albeit hastily, it had proven effective. The evening witnessed 2 wind disasters, and on his level 20-something island, he had only built a makeshift sand barrier, resulting in nearly 5,000 units of soil from each disaster, a total of over 10,000 units in one night. 10,000 units. Even a day of frenzied digging would yield such a bounty. Without any effort, he had risen 4 or 5 levels. Hu Qianlin chuckled. This is truly delightful. He glanced at the leaderboard. Island Master, Zhou Tu, level 76, overall score 1, 579, 512. Island Master, Zhang Yiwei, level 32, overall score 89, 669. Island Master, Hu Qianlin, level 31, overall score 88, 257. Island Master, Qian Yintian, level, 30, overall score, 78, for 122. Island Master, Huang Yao, level, 24, overall score, 65, 844. Island Master, Shan Xia, level, 23, overall score, 50, 019. Island Master, Li Jiangping, level, 22. Overall score, 48, 113. A brief glance revealed Zhou Tu's score exceeding 1 million, truly terrifying. Just yesterday afternoon, it was only 100,000. Yet after expending energy and resources, it skyrocketed to 2 million. His level remained unchanged, indicating that the sand Zhou Tu had successfully contained had yet to be accounted for. Hence, his score would likely rise even further. Hu Qianlin cursed under his breath. What a freak. The materials required to elevate his own island by 4 levels were barely enough for Zhou Tu to ascend by 1. Who wouldn't be bewildered by this? This was a world governed by perception. As long as he didn't witness it, it was as if it didn't exist. Hu Qianlin chose to disregard Zhou Tu's score. It was too disheartening. Aside from Zhou Tu, the second, third, and fourth positions were all held by their organization, firmly keeping Huang Yao, the dissenter, underfoot, which lightened his mood. As long as one applies their intellect, disasters can transform into opportunities. The big shot's mind is indeed sharp. If I were to acquire a condensation device, I would certainly sell water. While this big shot directly sells the condensation device to these people, Zhou Tu seems much more suited for commerce. Suddenly, a message arrived. Huang Yao questioned, "How have you all leveled up so swiftly? Were you holding back when dividing resources? Each wind disaster has allowed you all to level up 4 or 5 times." Hu Qianlin's good mood was shattered by this message. Huang Yao, afraid to confront Zhang Yiwei, was emboldened only because Zhang Yiwei had divided resources fairly, leaving Huang Yao with no grounds to speak. Envious of their progress, he sought out Hu Qianlin. However, Hu Qianlin was not as accommodating as Zhang Yiwei. He could have gained more, yet Huang Yao's selfishness had fractured their unity. Previously, Zhang Yiwei had advised them all to maintain perspective, but now, Huang Yao lacked such foresight. He believed he didn't need perspective. He simply wished to be petty. What is it to you? You've already left. Why bother asking? Jealous? Did you think you could lead your brothers to prosperity? If it's too difficult, just come back. There's no shame in it. Only by severely undermining Huang Yao's pride could he make him aware of his own limitations. Watching Huang Yao linger in silence, Hu Qianlin realized he had struck a nerve. Not everyone can dominate the world like Zhou Tu. Ordinary individuals possess a certain self-awareness. Unity is the path forward. Here, past identities are irrelevant. Adapting to the present self is how one can advance further. Zhou Tu stretched languidly in bed, sitting upright. The enhancements were indeed substantial. After this slumber, he felt rejuvenated. The prior fatigue had vanished, leaving him brimming with vitality. He pressed down on the protruding surface of his bedding and stepped outside, commencing the inventory of the soil amassed by the windbreak matrix. This is crucial for determining the elevation gained today, the energy produced, and the subsequent planning. Chapter 46, The Emergence of the 100-Level Island. Before my eyes, the sand-blocking cross devices stood tall, surrounded by a considerable mound of sand, akin to sediment deposited by the relentless flow of water across a riverbank. The soil accumulated at the windward angles was abundant, while the leeward side bore less. Zhou Tu retrieved the heart of the island master to assess the units of this accumulated soil. The results revealed 13, 120 units of soil and 5 units of stone. Indeed, being on his own island allowed for such meticulous detection. Even the wind had brought in small stone fragments, an unexpected boon, albeit the stone was negligible. Nonetheless, the quantity of soil exceeded his prior estimations. Previously, he had estimated 200,000 units, but after utilizing the heart of the island master, he discovered that he had acquired 267, 104 units of soil overnight, a surplus of 60,000 units. Zhou Tu marveled at the might of nature. Coupled with the 350,000 units of soil he had cleared out the previous night, the total soil stock on his island now surpassed 300,000 units. Limited manpower truly pales in comparison to the forces of nature. Having constructed the appropriate devices, he had effortlessly amassed 300,000 units of soil, truly a windfall. If one were to excavate this 300,000 units of soil manually, how long would it take? Zhou Tu shook his head, given the vastness of the island. It was imperative to wisely harness the forces of nature to yield more. Currently, the heart of the island master was at level 76, with an energy count of 686. The materials required for the next upgrade were 600 units of soil and 780 units of stone. Zhou Tu calculated that this soil could elevate the island to level 108, necessitating 600 units of soil and 690 units of stone. He had initially thought that selling some items would be the key to breaking through level 100, but the effectiveness of the constructed sand-blocking cross was astonishing. Zhou Tu soared to a high vantage point at the island's center, surveying the entire expanse of the island. The black bull lay peacefully within the material's pen. contentedly munching on the floor nurtured by Bisha. 20 windbreak devices stood like vigilant bodyguards atop the floating island, a magnificent sight. To the east, a cluster of small trees stood out vividly against the pale, yellow-white backdrop of the floating island post-disaster. However, there was an issue. Visually, these structures felt somewhat cramped. Perhaps the island's area was insufficient. This prompted the desire for his island to breach the level 100 threshold. Zhou Tu intoned solemnly, "Heart of the Island Master, upgrade me." Upon receiving Zhou Tu's command, a hush fell over the island. Then, a sound akin to shattering glass resonated throughout the floating island. In an instant, the soil and neatly stacked stone resources on the island were compressed as if a loaf of bread had been squashed, forcing them into the original island structure. The original island expanded outward like dough, rapidly enlarging the floating island. Thunderous roars echoed as the entire floating island trembled, causing the trees to quiver and scattering the morning clouds outside. This upgrade represented the most substantial area increase thus far, the commotion equally immense. Detected increase in island area. Enhancement of the Heart of the Island Master. Current level 77. Energy, 8, 787. Materials required for the next upgrade. 700 units of soil, 780 units of stone. Detected increase in island area. Enhancement of the Heart of the Island Master. Current level 78. Energy, 8, 888. Materials required for the next upgrade. 800 units of soil, 790 units of stone. Detected increase in island area. Enhancement of the Heart of the Island Master. Current level 108. Energy, 118, 118. Materials required for the next upgrade. 800 units of soil, 1090 units of stone. The immense noise startled the resting black bull, which immediately stood upright. Its legs straightened, and its bovine eyes darting around as if questioning, "What has transpired?" The sprite Bisha swiftly emerged from the eastern grove. Her voice tinged with excitement. "It has grown larger again, splendid." The grove she inhabited had expanded outward, allowing for the nurturing of many more plants. Though the downside was that the moisture on the floating island had nearly been depleted, making growth somewhat challenging. At this rate, in about a month, the island's area would be comparable to that of her original one. Upon hearing Bisha's announcement of growth, Zhou Tu's lips curled into a slight smile. Who does not relish expansion? Now, the soil on the floating island and the previously constructed sand-blocking crosses were all consumed, alleviating the previous congestion. Presently, a cluster of small trees lay to the east of the island, and with the increase in area, the originally outermost low-lying sea buckthorn had shifted inward. The island resembled a large circle encased within a concentric green circle. Zhou Tu remarked with a smile, "Remain calm. This is merely the beginning." At level 108. What does it signify for the Heart of the Island Master? It indicates that the island's diameter is now 118 meters. Progressing from an initial diameter of 10 meters to 118 meters represents a monumental leap. The floating island has expanded from 80 square meters to 930 square meters, a growth of over 100-fold. Comparatively, the deck area of the domestically produced Fujian aircraft carrier is approximately 20,000 square meters, meaning his floating island now occupies half that area, effectively rendering it a miniature aircraft carrier. Zhou Tu observed that the Heart of the Island Master had transformed from its previous white hue to a dark yellow, suggesting some changes had occurred. This upgrade had propelled him from level 76 to level 108, a rise of 32 levels, and according to the rules of the Heart of the Island Master, there would be 3 minor bonuses. Before he could examine these bonuses, the chat channel exploded with messages, his world chat, regional chat, and private messages were all inundated with 999 unread notifications. In the private chat channel, Yumengli sent her congratulations. What transpired? A 100-level island has emerged. How did you achieve this so swiftly? My leg is still healing, and seeing you explore the island is truly a bittersweet tale. Why is it so large? I truly wish to visit your island and see how it has developed. Shuri Rand sent his congratulations. You're amazing. Do you need any accessories? I was fortunate enough to unearth a blueprint, a sentry tower blueprint, utterly useless. Would you like it, Great One? Zhang Yiwei sent his congratulations. It seems Zhou Tu had a bountiful harvest last night. I envy you to tears. I hope we can continue our delightful collaboration. Shun Xinghe. Congratulations, old classmate, on breaking through the 100-level milestone of the island, achieving glory once more. Keep it up. In addition to familiar acquaintances sending their well wishes, many individuals with whom he had no prior interaction also sent private congratulations on the island's upgrade, eager to establish rapport. Xiao Wu, ranked 12th in points. Greets the Great One. 2. You might not know this, but I managed to break into the top 1,000 of the island rankings by snagging your shovel. Now I come to express my gratitude, and congratulations on your floating island surpassing level 100. Tuju, how did you upgrade? How can one upgrade so rapidly? Please enlighten me. A pitiful, weak, helpless island master congratulates the Great One on surpassing level 100. Could you please establish a communication channel? I genuinely have much to discuss with you. A 100-level island is not merely a symbol of high rank and vast area in the sky world. However, what people witnessed was a glimmer of hope. From over 80 square meters to tens of thousands, the freedom of land was directly bestowed upon them. Even amidst fierce gales, it would take time for one to be swept off their island. Such an overwhelming sense of security. In a world where survival is fraught with uncertainty, Zhou Tu inadvertently provided everyone with a shot of adrenaline. Survival on the floating islands was indeed promising. Perseverance could lead to life. Those previously unknown to him, particularly those ranking high on the island points leaderboard, mostly spent an energy unit to privately message him, seeking acknowledgement and familiarity. Such is the prestige of the giants. After perusing the private messages, Zhou Tu opened the world communication channel to observe the discussions, for he, too, was human and possessed a modicum of vanity. Chapter 47. The first island master, Zhou Tu's inaugural words. Atop the island, I stand proud amidst the world. With my presence, the heavens bend. I haven't seen Zhou Tu trading any significant resources in the trading channel. How did his level jump past 100 so swiftly? There's a bug in the sky world. How can Zhou Tu level up so high without trading soil resources? Is there no sense of justice, no rule of law? Did he really excavate that much soil? Enough noise. I am now a fan of Zhou Tu. Please address me as Tu Fun from now on. Wow, without a sound. Zhou Tu has made a remarkable leap, leveling up so drastically, truly extraordinary. Speechless. My island has just reached level 5, while his has surpassed 100. The materials he used to level up could elevate me by several tiers. Truly impressive. Let us learn from Zhou Tu. Zhou Tu, please save the children. Upgrading this island is an arduous task. If one is unlucky enough to encounter monster islands, exploration becomes utterly impossible. Why do those big shots on the leaderboard level up so rapidly? Seeking upgrading methods. The floating islands are too small. Survival is becoming untenable. As Zhou Tu observed the chat channel, where individuals both congratulated him and lamented their inability to upgrade their islands, he felt a mix of joy and silence. Indeed, while the leaderboard showcased high levels, the majority of individuals in the channel had yet to elevate their islands beyond level 10, with most hovering around levels 5 or 6. It was the 4th day in the floating island world. How many possessed the tools of a worker? How many dared to venture forth into the unknown? The majority wielded primitive shovels, which were woefully inefficient. A single island could yield merely over 100 units of soil with maximum effort. How much could one truly gather in a day of relentless exploration? And what if the next island encountered was a monster island? What then? Not everyone possessed the ability to discern the information of the floating islands. Survival in the sky world was exceedingly complex. Upgrading an island was no simple feat. Zhou Tu alone had elevated the channel's development, while talents like Zhang Yiwei and Hu Qianlin represented the typical trajectory of giants. It was akin to real life, where some bask in luxury while others struggle to afford a meal, a stark reality marked by severe polarization. Those who plead for my assistance, I cannot save them. Zhou Tu mused, stroking his chin. However, if the population dwindles rapidly, it would not bode well for someone like me. The population of the floating island world faced a catastrophic decline. Encountering others brought trust issues, and the birth of new lives was exceedingly difficult. As survival was the prime concern, Zhou Tu furrowed his brow. If these individuals perish, whom shall I consume? Surely, I cannot resort to excavating soil and quarrying. 1,000,000 individuals exploring, even if luck were against them, would still yield more resources than he could alone. If each person excavated a unit of soil, their cumulative efforts would far surpass his own. The principle that foundational quantities determine higher structures holds true. Endowed with the ability to perceive information, he could capitalize on this demographic dividend, unperturbed by competition, allowing the fruits of their labor to easily transition into his possession. He would then create more advanced tools, enhancing their productivity, thereby naturally reducing the difficulty of survival and ensuring their continued existence. A true win-win scenario. These individuals were valuable. Preserving their lives was paramount. Alas, as long as these individuals extolled the greatness of Zhou Tu in the channel, the responsibilities of the first island master were manifold. Disseminating information to grant these individuals a sliver of advantage, aiding their survival while profiting in return, exemplified the vision of a true island master. Utilizing a free loudspeaker, Zhou Tu proclaimed in the world channel, constructing sand barriers on the floating islands can shield against the sandstorms. Perhaps others had previously recognized this fact, but the impact of conversing with an unknown individual was incomparable. His level 100 island served as the finest marketing tool. Upon dispatching his message, the entire world channel fell silent for a few moments. His handsome visage, coupled with his words, seemed to captivate all. The giant is astonishing. Wow, Zhou Tu has spoken, revealing the secrets behind his rapid leveling. My goodness, who is this person? What a striking figure. I am left speechless. All I can say is impressive. The first island master openly shares such methods. Why not develop in secrecy? I refuse to believe Zhou Tu leveled his island using this approach. My island cannot retain any sand. I previously mentioned this in the channel, but no one paid heed. The celebrity effect of Zhou Tu is indeed formidable. With a few strategically placed boards, one can gather a small quantity of sandy soil. The specifics depend on the island's size and the dimensions of the collection apparatus. The disparity between individuals is staggering. During a sandstorm, we all hide indoors, while Zhou Tu contemplates how to collect the sand carried by the winds. It's no wonder he is so exceptional. I have learned so much. From now on, anyone who speaks ill of Zhou Tu shall face my dissent. Who knew that one could enlarge their island without exploration, simply by erecting sand barriers? Witnessing the enthrallment of the crowd, Zhou Tu recognized the effectiveness of his statement. It could aid certain island owners in their survival. Though a simple utterance, its significance differed when spoken by him. Identity bestows weight. The foremost island master employing such a strategy to acquire resources and upgrade his island could potentially rescue countless floating islands, instilling hope in many. By empowering these individuals to harness the wind and sand brought forth by calamity, life upon the floating islands would gradually improve, ensuring their survival. As these individuals gathered resources and developed, when he introduced new essential tools, they could exchange their collected soil resources for his creations, thus enlarging his island and reaping rewards. Not only had he saved many lives, but he had also expanded his territory. In moral, spiritual, material, reputational, and numerous other dimensions, he had reaped the benefits. A win-win. A triple win. The scale of his achievements could scarcely be encapsulated, akin to Qin Shi Huang savoring Sichuan peppercorns, utterly triumphant. Thus, with the guidance of thought, the utilization of the 118 energy points became clear. Enhancing productivity was the primary task at hand. He would first distribute a substantial batch of shovels, enabling a portion of the populace to develop and prosper, thereby fostering a cycle of shared wealth. Zhou Tu closed the chat and turned his attention to the bonuses that accompanied his upgrades. Chapter 48. The rotational function of the floating island. All notifications of monsters. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island master has surpassed level 80. The abilities of the floating island have been enhanced. The function for accelerated plant growth in the island master's domain is now activated. The area of enhancement is 100 square meters. Energy consumption is 50 s. Enhancement efficiency is 10. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island master has surpassed level 90. The abilities of the floating island have been enhanced. The function for accelerated animal growth in the island master's domain is now activated. The area of enhancement is 100 square meters. Energy consumption is 50 s. Enhancement efficiency is 10. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island master has surpassed level 100. The abilities of the floating island have been enhanced. The rotational function of the floating island is now unlocked. The enhancements for plant and animal growth. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Tu understood that, in essence, this is merely a regional buff. The island master can control the energy of the heart, delineating a specific area to boost the growth of flora and fauna, enabling them to flourish rapidly. While one cannot claim these two functions are without merit, their current utility is rather limited, bordering on superfluous. The energy consumption is quite alarming. At 50 points per second. Presently, his energy could only sustain for 2 seconds. Shaking his head, Zhou Tu mused that if he were to seek out more plants like the yellow flower fruit tree, which enhance attributes, utilizing this function to expedite plant growth might prove exceedingly beneficial. Though this ability appears lackluster now, it holds great potential for the future. My perception of the plant growth enhancement is skewed solely because of the presence of the sprite Bisha. Without her, this would undoubtedly be a formidable capability for the island master. The same rationale applies to the enhancement of animal growth. If he could acquire some creatures or the biological eggs from yesterday, he could accelerate their hatching, transforming them into native species of the island. An abundance of such creatures would naturally forge a biological defense system for the island. Both abilities are commendable. The final function unlocked is the island's rotational capability. To Zhou Tu's surprise, it does not serve as an enhancement. This functionality allows the island master to control the island's rotation using the crystal, spinning it in either a clockwise or counterclockwise direction with no energy expenditure. What utility does the island's rotation possess? Zhou Tu scratched his head in confusion. Controlling the floating island to spin like a top. Could it be that the floating island has transformed into a floating gyroscope? Unlocking such a function leaves him feeling that it is even more superfluous than the previous two abilities. However, Zhou Tu soon perceived the merits of this capability. If I construct a light spire tower on the western side of the floating island and wish to explore the eastern islands, I can first utilize the island's rotational function to position the light spire tower towards the east, then activate the floating island to connect with it. Thus, even if there are extraordinary beings on the opposing floating island, I can employ the light spire tower for defense. This also serves to avert certain disasters. Should a windstorm approach from the front, I can simply rotate the island to shield the structures from the oncoming tempest. It may seem trivial, yet it is remarkably powerful, especially when aligned with my abilities. Having swiftly perused the functions unlocked by the heart of the island master, Zhou Tu commenced the fabrication of engineer shovels. Today, he intended to reserve 18 points of energy for exploration. with 100 points required to craft a shovel. Selling these shovels would facilitate his island's ascension by several levels without issue. The remaining energy would be more than sufficient for his explorations today. Not to mention, he still had the task of locating the water island, and the water pump would require time, at least an hour. The energy set aside would be ample. With his plans laid out, Zhou Tu began crafting the engineer shovels. The steel crosswind barrier, which had been erected on the floating island, was melted away, and the engineer shovels were printed one by one. Utilizing the entirety of his 100 energy points, he produced 1,000 engineer shovels. 1,000 engineer shovels in the hands of 1,000 diligent individuals would translate to 1,000 stalwart forces, 1,000 bountiful harvests. Once they develop, they will undoubtedly make significant contributions. Due to someone purchasing multiple shovels yesterday and others pricing their shovels exorbitantly, Zhou Tu decided to limit purchases to 1 shovel per person. He resolutely sought to combat the actions of scalpers. New shovels available. Please purchase as needed. Zhou Tu communicated with Zhang Yiwei. Building rapport with the organization necessitated advance notification, providing internal information. Though this may seem a trivial act, it reflected his esteem and regard. Soon, Zhang Yiwei replied, "Received. There remains a substantial demand for engineer shovels among our people." Hu Qianlin quickly received Zhang Yiwei's internal message and expressed some confusion. Why doesn't he sell higher-tier items? I recall he possesses blueprints for the condensation device, bows, and arrows. Production materials are limited. Only our group has resources. Others lack the means to acquire such expensive items, akin to how few families in the world can suddenly produce 50,000 in funding. Hu Qianlin grasped the situation. Despite everyone claiming millions, the majority of their assets were in real estate. This remains the exploratory phase, where lower-tier islands are easier to level up with soil resources. They would be swiftly exhausted. 3,000 to 4,000, 5,000 to 6,000 is beyond the means of the grassroots. Those eager to be sycophants could consider purchasing the high-end goods Zhou Tu offers. Zhou Tu listed the shovels on the trading channel. 500 engineer shovels for soil, 400 engineer shovels for stone, and 100 engineer shovels for steel, maintaining a cyclical trade of shovels. In exchange for stone resources, Zhou Tu slightly lowered the prices, acknowledging that while stones are easily gathered, one must encounter islands rich in stone resources. The large number of engineer shovels exchanged for stone was necessitated by the materials used for upgrading the previously constructed crosswind barrier facilities. Having completed the transaction listing, Zhou Tu noted how swiftly time passed. After addressing foundational matters, nearly an hour had elapsed. With daylight exploration time limited, Zhou Tu focused intently ahead, acquiring information about unfamiliar floating islands. He soon gasped in disbelief. They were all monster islands. Chapter 49. The Choice. Venture forth. Is the difficulty ramped up upon reaching level 100? Or is it simply my ill fortune? Perhaps the increase in island area has heightened the likelihood of encountering monster islands? After countless encounters with selectable islands devoid of monsters, now there were 6 directions, all teeming with them. At a certain level, is it inevitable for the island master to face such circumstances? Zhou Tu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the information before him. To move the floating island forward, you are entering the territory of the hurricane eagles. If you remain silent, you may manage to slip by unnoticed, but they possess keen eyesight. Should they detect you, they will attack, and you will likely gain nothing. To move the floating island left, you will encounter the man-eating plant known as the Big Mouth Venus flytrap. Should you step onto the island and encounter this plant, you will meet a gruesome fate, for it possesses the ability to attack autonomously. To move the floating island right, you shall reach the sky island of the climbing serpents. These serpents are highly venomous. A single bite would render even the gods powerless. However, their flesh is delectable and can enhance attributes. The floating island shifts backward, inhabited by riotous robots. Though devoid of consciousness, their programmed directives compel them to attack intruders indiscriminately. Within lies the schematics for basic robotic designs. The floating island ascends. A desolate, long neglected, now teeming with toxic substances that have birthed venomous, exploding mosquitoes. Venturing forth without protective gear is tantamount to courting death. Yet one might discover some poisonous blooms amidst the peril. The floating island descends to the venomous bee isle, exceedingly sensitive. Even the slightest disturbance incites their wrath. However, the honey they produce can enhance the attributes of the island's master. The hurricane hawk had long been encountered through information prompts, yet it reappears in these directions. Others in the channel have faced it as well, with some meeting a gruesome fate, marking it as a notably dangerous creature. The strategy to confront the hurricane hawk is akin to that of a turtle. Remain within a sufficiently sturdy shelter until the island's contact period has elapsed, allowing for a safe departure. Zhang Yiwei's summation of observation and inquiry proves invaluable. The subsequent 2 islands are both home to airborne toxins, lethal upon contact. And without effective defenses, it is prudent to avoid such isles. The islands harboring flying poisonous creatures are thus dismissed. To the left, the aerial island reveals itself as a giant man-eating flower, a first encounter for him. Zhou Tu is not greatly surprised, having previously encountered a succubus. Had he lacked the ability to pierce through information, He might have sacrificed billions of energy, losing himself entirely. Now, encountering bizarre entities elicits little astonishment. For this is the realm of floating islands, where each advance leads to a divergent dimension. The presence of attribute-enhancing trees and fruit is natural. And now the emergence of man-eating flowers is merely another facet of this world. To the right lies the Snake Island, which Zhou Tu also discards. For he wishes to avoid a domain swarming with venomous serpents. Non-venomous snakes, however, may warrant consideration, as they are not only edible but also utilitarian. Even if they must be slain, they offer substantial value. Yet for now, venomous serpents are best left unengaged. The blueprint for the robotic island, while appealing, is disregarded due to a lack of capability to procure it. With the eliminations complete, Zhou Tu is left with two choices, the Hurricane Hawk Island and the Man-Eating Flower Island. He can activate the floating island, pausing long enough to escape from either. Previously, he lacked a house reinforced with steel, making it arduous to confront such creatures. Strengthening the island's defenses can mitigate myriad dangers. Even a sturdy domicile can avert numerous threats. Ultimately, Zhou Tu opts for the Man-Eating Flower Island. Though capable of consuming flesh, it is a plant, lacking the ability to pursue prey. Plants remain constrained by their immobility, thus making the Man-Eating Flower Island a viable option. He holds the reins of decision. Moreover, Zhou Tu harbors a private hope that, given the man-eating flower's carnivorous nature, and considering his island is home to plant-cultivating sprites, should he transport the island closer, the sprites might take an interest in the man-eating flowers and transplant them to his own domain. This would be splendid, as it would introduce such a creature as a botanical defense to his island. Zhou Tu is indeed calculating. The sprites wield considerable influence over flora, and thus he must utilize them wisely. Based on the foundational resources he has gathered, he has delineated the island into 3 sections, each extending outward by 120 units of land, designating them as their respective realms: the mechanical zone, the biological zone, and the magical zone. The sprites reside within the magical zone, while the black cow inhabits the biological zone, and he occupies the mechanical zone. Eventually, as materials accumulate, he intends to construct a light prism tower, providing a semblance of the mechanical domain. Now, upon encountering the botanical floating island, he maneuvers the magical zone of the floating island to connect with the edge of the plant floating island. After all, the sprites are capable of flight. No matter how formidable the man-eating flower may be, it cannot consume a sprite. Zhou Tu strides toward the magical zone where the sprites dwell. At last, the esteemed island master deigns to visit me. Betty exclaims languidly. I have diligently cultivated a small grove in the eastern sector where the yellow flower fruit trees flourish, shielded by a ring of surrounding trees. Yet you have not come to see it. This is all my handiwork. The sprite's tone carries a hint of melancholy, and Zhou Tu understands that the lack of a water island has hindered growth. Previously, when faced with the water island, he had made no choice, and he feels a twinge of regret. Now, with the man-eating flower island ahead, he requires the sprite's assistance. In any case, it is prudent to subject the sprite to some hardship first. Indeed, you are truly a sprite born of plants, and our island flourishes because of your presence. Zhou Tu praises extravagantly. Betty, as long as you know it in your heart. Zhou Tu nods, relieved that the sprite lacks telepathic abilities, or else she would discern his insincerity. He activates the island, commencing its approach toward the man-eating flower floating island. The island traverses swiftly, akin to a vessel sailing through time. Zhou Tu no longer experiences the trepidation of his island capsizing at any moment. The island's size and stability have increased, enhancing his sense of security. Soon, the man-eating flower floating island comes into view. The man-eating flowers upon the island boast heads as large as frying pans, opening and closing, anchored by sturdy branches, with massive roots forming a triangular support structure that upholds their grand heads, swaying gently in the breeze. Encountering such a creature for the first time, Zhou Tu is taken aback and turns to the sprite, saying, We have stumbled upon a peculiar botanical island. The sprite's previous melancholy vanishes at the sight of the man-eating flowers. What an extraordinary plant. If only I could study it, new abilities might manifest. Zhou Tu responds, If you find it intriguing, let us transplant some of these plants to our island. Is that feasible? Of course. I am the king of flora. Such tasks are within my grasp. Betty replies haughtily. Splendid. Zhou Tu exclaims, This island shall be entrusted to your exploration. I have other matters to attend to. No problem. You are the island master, a busy individual. Betty declares as she takes flight toward the man-eating flower island. Zhou Tu cautions loudly, Do be careful. They seem capable of consuming humans. Rest assured, I am not human. Watching the sprite vanish, Zhou Tu approaches a nearby tree, its branches extending outward to form a sitting area. A smile graces his lips. It seems the sprite hopes for my company. He sits upon the branch and opens the world chat to gather information. Chapter 50, Cultivating the Man-Eating Flower. The sand-blocking device has been completed. Now I find myself yearning for the sandstorm to arrive sooner. Brothers, take your time. Wait for me. Today, I shall secure a military shovel from the trade with 2 Jugua. Encountered a monster island. I dared not approach, now lying amongst the materials, secretly observing. The big shot only spoke once. Could he be too busy to even glance at the channel? My cold worsens, fatigue envelopes me. Is there a kind soul who has found medicine? I fear I may not last much longer. The military shovel I secured last night is truly remarkable. It boasts a tenfold increase in digging efficiency. For words suffice, terrifyingly effective. Excellent news. I obtained a blueprint. It's time to take flight. Congratulations. A new big shot has emerged. With the blueprint, another Zhou Tu has arrived. Goodness. I killed a massive rodent. Consuming it has left me feeling invigorated. These creatures seem to confer benefits to the body. Zhou Tu swiftly navigated through the myriad of messages flowing across the channels. There were pleas for help, ostentatious displays of newfound advantages, and discoveries of remarkable treasures, all mingling together. After all, in a vast world, one can expect to encounter all sorts. Amidst this abundance, some individuals had managed to unearth blueprints through their explorations of islands. The significance of these blueprints cannot be overstated. Even a humble blueprint for a Tang Dao holds substantial value. In the realm of floating islands, well-structured items are exceedingly rare. Most explorations yield mere odds and ends. Only when one stumbles upon a large island can they hope to find machinery like motorcycles or water pumps, or at the very least, some basic resources. Currently, his collection of blueprints included Tang Dao, bow and arrow, condensation device, light prism tower, engineer's shovel, machete, and wind turbine blueprints, as well as a watchtower blueprint acquired from Shuriran. Overall, the drop rate for blueprints is rather low. Possessing a blueprint is merely the foundation for crafting items. First, one must gather the requisite materials, and second, energy is needed for production. Without upgrading the heart of the island, one is limited to a finite amount of energy each day, restricting their crafting capabilities. Furthermore, once a blueprint is utilized by the heart of the island, it becomes non-transferable. If the island owner fails to recognize this early on and haphazardly exchanges resources without upgrading the island, they will inevitably find themselves stymied in terms of crafting energy. Without a balance, a lack of energy means one can only stand by helplessly. To achieve the same unobstructed, infinite cycle he has, one must continually extract resources from external islands. Thus, he harbors no fear of others acquiring blueprints and developing their capabilities. Rather, he wishes for them to gather more blueprints and create exceptional items, thereby expanding the collective potential. Even if he could craft 10,000 engineer's shovels in a day, in the face of billions, it would only amount to a drop in the ocean. Surviving on the floating islands is exceedingly challenging. Even though there is always a survival option before reaching level 100, the fortunate few are but a minority. The more one crafts, the greater the probability of successful island exploration, thus enhancing the chances of survival. Zhou Tu also yearns to purchase well-crafted items from others, indicating that the collective struggle for survival has reached a new stage. Turning to the regional channel, Zhou Tu noted the number of participants, 9182, 10,000. After the merging of channels, the number of deaths had not increased significantly. Faced with the threat of demise, people had become notably more cautious. Sometimes, simply lying low on a floating island can lead to survival, surpassing many others. In the channel, someone reached out to him. A person named Yuan sent a message. Zhou Tu, I have a power storage device and a control panel. Zhou Tu paused upon reading this. Someone possessed the materials for a wind turbine. The materials required for the wind turbine are 100 steel, 10 wires, 1 power storage device, and 2 control panels. He only needed the storage device and 1 control panel. After posting his request last night, he received this message today. Impressive efficiency. Zhou Tu examined the trading channel. The other party was offering the items without any requests for materials, essentially a gift. Accepting would be equivalent to receiving a freebie. Zhou Tu did not immediately choose to accept, but instead initiated a private conversation with Yuan, quickly establishing a stable line of communication. Brother, what materials do you need in exchange for the power storage device and control panel? My goals have been fulfilled. Zhou Tu was somewhat puzzled. Establishing a communication channel equated to achieving his goal? Yuan replied. I actually only need a friend slot with a big shot. Although Yuan had no demands, Zhou Tu still generously gifted him a shovel, bow and arrow, and condensation device, a comprehensive package for development, combat, and sustenance. He disliked taking advantage of others. Incurring a debt for such trifles seemed unwarranted. He believed that with patience, others would eventually possess what he needed. It was merely a matter of time. With these 2 materials, he could finally craft a wind turbine, marking a significant advancement in the mechanical aspects of his island. Yuan, thank you for the generous offering, big shot. Indeed, Zhou Tu was already aware of Yuan's intentions. In reality, finding someone to assist him could be a daunting task. In the vast expanse of the floating island world, how many friends did he have? A mere handful. Communication was not necessary unless absolutely required. Even with former classmates, he had not established channels of contact. When Zhang Yue urged him to give Huang Yao a chance, he had ignored the suggestion. Previously added, Shuriran occasionally sent him messages to check in. He had no intention of removing Shuriran from his contacts. Sometimes, When Shuriran inquired about survival issues, he would respond casually while enjoying a conversation with Yumengli. He recognized that the information he shared could decisively influence someone's fate in this world of floating islands. By replying to messages, Shuriran would benefit. It was clear that Ruan-Ichin was aiming for this very advantage. By establishing a communication channel with him, Ruan-Ichin had already gained an edge over many others, significantly enhancing his survival rate. Trading these two materials for a communication link was a shrewd move. Even without reciprocation, Ruan-Ichin stood to gain immensely, as he had secured a vital information conduit. Truly a cunning fox. However, it must be noted that being associated with a notable figure acts as a magnet for resources. Many individuals directly listed items in the trading channel, specifying him, effectively gifting items to him. He refrained from accepting them. Where there are gifts, there are expectations. He preferred to avoid entanglements. Accepting would lead to accusations of hoarding resources without offering assistance. Simple transactional relationships sufficed. There was no need to complicate matters. Island Master, I have fulfilled my promise. The fairy Betia has returned, bringing with her the man-eating flowers. Since you have brought them back, you shall plant them. Zhou Tu inquired, how many in total? 3. Zhou Tu responded, 3? That seems a bit insufficient. These man-eating flowers require moist soil. And our island is perpetually besieged by sand, with scarce moisture. Having too many would lead to their demise. Zhou Tu's expression turned serious. Today, I must find a water island. I will bring back as many as possible within the hour. This is no jest. These man-eating flowers constitute the island's botanical defense system. In the future, when encountering small animal islands, he could simply rotate his island, seamlessly connecting to the magical region, allowing the man-eating flowers to feast. When faced with small terrestrial animal islands, he would not need to deliberate. He would collide head-on, scouring for resources, and if none were found, he would depart when the time was right for the next location. When confronted with formidable super-terrestrial creatures, he could use the man-eating flowers as obstacles to buy time for the floating island to escape. The more man-eating flowers he had, the greater his capacity to charge forward, even if he could not roam freely in the skies. From the wild boar's attack on Yumengli, he realized the stark difference between having defenses and lacking them. It was akin to wielding a sword versus being unarmed. Chapter 51, The Emergence of the Magical Region. Seeing Zhou Tu so earnest and making a promise, the fairy rolled her eyes playfully, realizing something. I understand your intentions now. You must be sure to thank me properly in the future. Indeed, Zhou Tu nodded. After all, when there were matters to attend to, the fairy would handle them. When there was nothing pressing, she could assist with trading or other trivialities. It was no longer a question of whether the fairy wished to stay or leave, witnessing the robust development potential of his floating island. Even if he offered her the chance to depart, she would not consider it. Furthermore, accompanying him presented opportunities for novel island explorations. Remaining on her previous island, guarding her small territory, held little appeal. Did that island possess yellow flower trees? Did it harbor the big-mouthed flower? Unable to offer the elves substantial assistance, he found himself incapable of nurturing their growth. Days passed, and the era of the floating islands had transformed. The elves now feared that he would abandon them. Just 2 days prior, he had been anxious about the elves fleeing upon encountering a large island, yet the roles had now reversed. Such was his allure. The heart of the island master indicated, your work shovel has been exchanged for 1,500 units of soil, successfully completed. Your work shovel has been exchanged for 700 units of stone, successfully completed. Zhou Tu glanced at the transactions for the work shovels, noting that 50 out of 500 had successfully yielded stone, resulting in a total of 35,000 units. While there were some exchanges for soil, they were relatively few, as soil was a significant resource consumer, whereas stone, being less utilized, could be stored. Upgrading his island required 800 units of soil, an increase from the initial requirement of just 100 units. Early levels were easily attained, with the exploration of a single island sufficient, but the challenges grew thereafter. Without adequate tools, one would need to explore 100 islands to gain a single level. For others, 800 units of soil represented an immense quantity. Zhou Tu observed those exchanging shovels, many of whom had done so the previous day. Today, they returned for another shovel. The cultivation of resources had become evident, as their ability to liquidate assets had significantly improved. The enthusiasm within the channel remained robust. In just over an hour, many work shovels had been exchanged through mining and trading, undoubtedly aided by his price reductions. Zhou Tu rose to construct a sand barrier. The reason for his substantial stone exchanges was to erect a robust arc wall atop the floating island, a solid barrier impervious to gaps, designed to shield against the ravaging winds while he feverishly gathered soil. The construction method was straightforward. By continuously placing large stones along the perimeter of the island to form a semicircle, he could create a sand-collecting device. This would be the largest such device, allowing him to rotate the island into the wind when needed, an ability unmatched by other islands. The island's self-rotation feature was unexpectedly practical, and he gained new insights into the capabilities unlocked at level 100. Zhou Tu positioned the stone materials along the edge of the floating island, stacking them to form the wall. He layered them extensively, fearing the wind would dislodge the stones. With 35,000 units of stone, he had constructed less than a quarter of the perimeter, and further thickening and heightening would necessitate even more stone. Zhou Tu felt that his decision to exchange for such a quantity of stone was indeed wise. When the island was upgraded and expanded, the wind barrier could be shaped into an arc, adapting alongside the island's growth. After exhausting the recently acquired materials, Zhou Tu noticed a message from Yumingli. How has your island score changed so rapidly? It's approaching 2 million points. Is that so? I haven't checked yet. Zhou Tu replied. Oh, come on. Maybe you're secretly reveling in it. You truly can't see the island master's busy life, do you? You think my high score came easily? It has been a painstaking accumulation, Zhou Tu remarked, watching Baitia continuously bring back carnivorous plants from the carnivorous flower island, planting them in the gaps of the forest. He had compelled the elves with his cunning, and now their return of carnivorous plants was also contributing to the island master's score surge. The carnivorous flower island was my selection. The elves were my acquisition. This score change is indeed my achievement, Zhou Tu reaffirmed. You are a commendable island master. Indeed, Zhou Tu inquired. How are your injuries faring? A bit sore, but nothing serious. By the way, where did you obtain those herbs? They seem highly effective. Indeed, apply more. Just the thought of you being gored by a pig pains me to breathe. Get lost. Are you trying to kill me? Can we not mention that? Ruan-I-Ching messaged. What should a giant encounter a giant wild boar? Stand higher, or you'll get gored. Thanks, big guy. In the magical region where the elves resided, small groves had emerged, along with carnivorous plants, and soon herbs would be cultivated, which required a substantial amount of water. However, the structure of the magical region was already taking shape, adorned with grass, flowers, and trees. Zhou Tu gazed at the burgeoning magical area, reflecting. My mechanical zone still only has a wind turbine. It remains unconstructed and rather dismal. Nonetheless, everything will improve. Rome was not built in a day, and neither was the floating island that roams the world. Constructing a little each day, with clear goals, and taking small, swift steps is what truly matters. The elf, appearing somewhat weary, remarked, how about that? In just an hour, I brought back 20 carnivorous plants from across. Quite efficient, wouldn't you agree? Collecting 20 carnivorous plants, at a rate of 1 every 3 minutes. It was evident from the elf's exhausted expression that she had exerted considerable effort. The 20 carnivorous plants formed a fan-shaped concealment behind a row of trees, relying on the forest to shield them from the wind while they thrived, possessing strong camouflage. Should any other creatures recklessly venture into their vicinity, they could easily become the plant's next meal. The vulnerability of the carnivorous plants lay in their positioning. If a creature passed through, it risked being consumed, whereas those that did not would remain safe, presenting a certain limitation. Overall, however, the first line of defense for the magical region had been successfully established. Quite commendable, my dear Baitia. By the authority vested in me as the master of Floating Island 10086, I hereby appoint you as the guardian of this area. You shall be the elven mage of my island. Although these words felt somewhat awkward, life necessitates ritual. The elf evidently harbored concerns of being disregarded as the island expanded. Yet how could he ever forsake the elves? Despite the constraints imposed by the heart of the island master, he preferred the camaraderie of friendship. Such constraints ultimately created a barrier. Only through heartfelt connection could the elves devote themselves entirely to his cause and development. Of course, the primary concern lay in his own attributes. Were they robust? He could afford to be more lenient. However, the elves were not of his kind. In this floating world, trust among people was scarce, especially considering he had previously coerced the elves. The elves likely harbored their own reservations, explaining their prior demeanor. Such subtle temporal scars would require time to mend. He remained steadfast in his belief that affection blossoms with time. The elf smiled. Once the island master speaks, his words cannot be altered. Zhou Tu extended his palm to meet the elf's delicate hand. That is only natural. The physical contact signified progress in their relationship. Without time for reflection, Zhou Tu focused ahead, as new information materialized before his eyes. Chapter 52. Come here. Collect your mounts. Zhou Tu's primary objective for the day was clear, to locate the water island, followed by upgrading the island. He aimed to elevate his level as much as possible within the wind disaster region. After all, where there was a wind disaster region, another area must surely follow. Was there a means to expand the island's area in the next region? It was unlikely such favorable circumstances would arise again. Zhou Tu could not predict the future. Thus, he resolved to seize the present and prepare thoroughly. The water island was crucial, serving as the foundation for the magical area's development. Flowers, grass, and trees all required water. The black cows had been parched for 2 days and, lacking a pen, were reluctant to move, though thankfully the grass contained some moisture. The yellow flower tree, even among the elves, can only sustain its basic growth. Zhou Tu consolidated the information before him, and there was no water island. Advance the floating island. This is the territory of goblins, who are filled with curiosity about the outside world. If an island approaches, they will land to explore it. Move the floating island to the left. There is a golden treasure chest here, but it is guarded by a tiger. To obtain the chest, one must distract the tiger. Move the floating island to the right. This is an abandoned island, cluttered with various debris. Move the floating island backward. A copper mine island, rich in copper ore. Move the floating island upward. A forest island, where plants can be transplanted to enrich the island's flora. Move the floating island downward. A floating volcanic mountain. Indeed, the islands encountered this time were considerably more normal, with a 1/3 probability of being monster islands. It would be unreasonable for only monster islands to keep appearing. How could an ordinary person make a choice? Naturally, the Goblin Island was off limits, as it is populated by a horde of goblins. Currently, he was not strong enough to contend with them, hence it was excluded. However, the treasure chest on the left was worth inspecting. He recalled an earlier encounter with a treasure chest guarded by a giant serpent, which he had not dared to approach. Now, facing a golden chest protected by a tiger, the situation was markedly different. His island had undergone significant transformations, expanding in size, and now even hosting carnivorous plants. Most importantly, he possessed the ability to float, ensuring his safety was not in jeopardy. Even without the floating ability, the increased size of the island provided a certain degree of leverage. This clearly illustrated that the area of the island equated to a health bar. A larger area offered strategic depth, mirroring the realities of the world. Thus, it was imperative to continually expand the island's size. Luring the tiger away from the treasure chest would allow him to simply retrieve it. The method for obtaining the treasure was straightforward: lure the tiger away. Zhou Tu first rotated the floating island, aligning the magical area to the left, then activated the movement function, causing his floating island to commence its leftward journey. The scenery shifted rapidly, the islands around him appearing as if time were retracting. In an instant, a densely wooded island came into view. Zhou Tu stood atop a tree nurtured by the elves, gazing ahead. A large cat with yellow, spotted fur reclined before a golden treasure chest. A crown perched upon its head. Upon noticing the approach of his floating island, its bright eyes revealed a hint of anthropomorphic astonishment, and it immediately rose to its feet. However, this tiger seemed somewhat emaciated, its fur wrinkled, suggesting it had not eaten in a while. This was indeed a hungry tiger. The floating island world randomly fetched objects from countless realms and deposited them here. The appearance of a tiger on an island devoid of other life forms did not constitute an ecosystem. Zhou Tu shook his head, dismissing these chaotic thoughts. The goal was to land on the island and retrieve the treasure chest. Utilizing his strategy of luring the tiger away, he positioned himself in a conspicuous spot. Locking eyes with the tiger, he employed a call that resonated with the essence of command. "Come here. You, come here." Zhou Tu beckoned with his fingers. The tiger was instantly captivated, its roar echoing through the air, though Zhou Tu sensed it lacked vigor. Nonetheless, upon seeing him, the tiger's eyes glimmered with hunger. He was food. Despite its considerable hunger, the tiger still exhibited bursts of energy, charging toward him. As it passed by the carnivorous plant thicket, Zhou Tu's eyes widened. The carnivorous plants failed to react to the tiger. Did they not find it appealing? Their gaping jaws seemed merely decorative. It appeared that these plants possessed a critical weakness. They could not respond to agile creatures, possibly only being effective against slower prey like zombies. Their efficacy against these swift animals was severely limited. Zhou Tu's vision vanished behind the trees. The tiger, rushing toward Zhou Tu's island, suddenly realized its target had vanished, momentarily perplexed. Then, it spotted a black bull lying nearby, its eyes brightening with renewed interest. Food. As the black bull captured the tiger's attention, Zhou Tu emerged from behind a tree. The lure away from the island had succeeded. One must admit, these black bulls were quite useful. Should a formidable creature arrive, they could easily hide and let the beast prey upon the bulls, which had ample meat. Excellent targets. Initially, Zhou Tu intended to raise these bulls for his own consumption, but unexpectedly, they served this purpose as well. This was quite beyond his original plan. It seemed that biodiversity held its own rationale. Each creature, often inadvertently, displayed its unique value. He swiftly reached the Tiger Island, retrieved the golden treasure chest, and returned to his island. Zhou Tu then witnessed a comical scene. The tiger's forepaws were perched on the rear of a fleeing black bull, which bolted wildly, while the tiger's hind legs bounced on the ground. The famished tiger could not bring down the bulls, and a few remaining ones stood by, watching the spectacle with amusement. Moments later, the tiger surrendered its pursuit. The black bull turned its head, as if to say to the tiger, "Aside from leaving a bit of water on my rear, what else can you do?" Zhou Tu shook his head. The floating island had welcomed another large animal, enhancing the completeness of its ecosystem. This tiger seemed promising. It could serve as a mount, allowing him to traverse unfamiliar floating islands without established paths, where there were no roads. Any route could be taken. However, he lamented his lack of skill in taming beasts and could only hope for the island's upgrade to grant animal affinity abilities. Zhou Tu sighed. He retrieved the golden treasure chest from his backpack and opened it without ceremony. He was busy and had no time for elaborate rituals. Silently, he wished, "I am the Emperor of Luck. Let it be a blueprint, a high-level blueprint." Chapter 53. Encountering individuals in the channel, The World Tree. Island Master's heart notification. You have obtained the seed of Yggdrasil, the world tree. A seed of Yggdrasil, the world tree? Zhou Tu held the fist-sized seed in his hand, its black patterns vividly apparent, and he inexplicably felt a surge of vitality pulsating within it, as though he were cradling a beating heart. Was this truly a seed of the world tree? Was it a limited edition? Or could others also obtain it from golden treasure chests? Could it be that I am indeed the Emperor of Luck? With the ability to discern island information, he was less fixated on his fortune, for regardless of the outcome, he would reap rewards. Although he was initially displeased at not acquiring a blueprint, receiving such an exalted seed of the world tree seemed to hold boundless potential for the future. Not too shabby. Zhou Tu resolved to nurture it. With a name so splendid, it should yield impressive growth. Cultivating it and constructing a treehouse upon the world tree would also be an excellent choice. Zhou Tu tucked the seed away, planning to present it to Bisha when the opportunity arose, as she was currently under immense pressure. The plants required nurturing, and transferring the giant mouthflower today had already demanded considerable effort from the elves. Finding a water island, Bisha still needed to cultivate a vast array of island resources and plant herbs. Though he possesses a somewhat callous heart, he has consistently adhered to the principles of sustainable development, knowing when to exert pressure and when to ease off. Sustainable exploitation is indeed necessary. The quest continues. However, before Zhou Tu could traverse the island, a diminutive isle emerged gradually in the distance. In his early levels, the island was but this size, featuring a quaint little dwelling, easily visible from any angle, with its hiding spots laid bare. Zhou Tu felt a tinge of frustration. Amidst his information-gathering endeavors, he unexpectedly encountered a human-inhabited island. Such a brief interval, and yet another presence appeared. It was an exquisite stroke of serendipity. Previously, he had chosen to avoid human islands. Yet now he found himself in an involuntary encounter. Nevertheless, there was little to fear. In this realm, his island held the highest rating. Now graced by the presence of black cattle and tigers, these individuals would scarcely surpass his island's fauna, providing an opportune moment to observe the interactions between two human islands. At that moment, Xiaoqiang, who shared the same channel as Zhou Tu, sighed upon witnessing the island before him. Once again, he was confronted by a desolate isle. Yet it bore the marks of habitation. Observing from a distance, he discerned some animals on the island, along with a small patch of dense forest and what appeared to be a wall-like structure. Upon sighting the fauna, he resolved against approaching. The creatures in the floating island realm exhibited varied temperaments, and encountering a particularly ferocious beast could spell disaster. It was a pity to forfeit such energy, but safety must take precedence. As long as energy was available, islands with resources would surely present further opportunities. Survival was paramount. At that moment, a notification from his island master heart resonated within Xiaoqiang. Detected a fellow floating island. Coordinates confirmed for a face-to-face connection. Would you like to establish a chat channel? Xiaoqiang stared at the notification, momentarily astonished. A human's floating island, developed far beyond that of a typical deserted isle? His own island was merely at a dozen levels. How had this individual progressed so? Moreover, this island even boasted black cattle. While many in the channel were preoccupied with evading creatures, this island was already home to thriving fauna. This was undoubtedly a formidable player. Xiaoqiang quickly deduced the implications. No, wait. Judging by the island's diameter, this was not merely a typical heavyweight. The channel's notable figures comprised only two, Li Jiangping and Zhou Tuesday. Li Jiangping's floating island was not this expansive, leaving only one conclusion. This island belonged to the legendary Zhou Tuesday. Establish a connection. Establish it now. His tone grew urgent. Aware that this was Zhou Tu's island, he had no intention of boarding or attempting to pillage. Rather, he preferred to remain quietly on his own island, awaiting a response to his friend's request. He could see Zhou Tu, and Zhou Tu could undoubtedly see him as well. As for the prior discussions in the channel about encountering unfamiliar floating islands, where one might attempt to rob, such thoughts were swiftly extinguished in his mind. How could he dare to rob someone who had developed their island to such grandeur amidst numerous dangers? Was that even rational? He had hundreds of lives to consider. Even if armed, he would not dare. On the contrary, he contemplated offering his allegiance, surrendering his island master heart to live as a denizen on Zhou Tu's island. By aligning with such an esteemed figure, his chances of survival would significantly increase. Oh, mighty giant, come and plunder me. Take me along if you wish. Face to face. The opportunity to create a chat channel arose. Zhou Tu gazed at the message sent from across the void, caressing the muted yellow island master crystal, and chose to agree. Adding a friend without expending energy was certainly acceptable. After all, it could prove amusing to observe how others fawned over him, providing emotional value in return. Tuju, is that truly you? Your island is astonishingly vast. A smile crept upon Zhou Tu's lips. The compliment was well received. Mediocre, yet ranked first in the world. Xiaoqiang gasped in awe. Was this the essence of greatness? Such overwhelming presence was undeniably impressive. Were he a mere average island master, he would have retreated in disbelief. Yet Zhou Tu reigned supreme on the leaderboard, a stark chasm above the rest. With his score exceeding 260,000, far beyond what the second place, a collective organization, could muster. It was evident how formidable Zhou Tu was. Mighty giant, your prowess brightens my day. You illuminate my heart like a ray of sunshine, even softening the regional storms. If I may humbly inquire, do you require any embellishments for your island? Zhou Tu chuckled softly. Sure, Chaoqiang possessed a certain charm. His lengthy discourse ultimately hinted at a desire to join Zhou Tu's island. Presently, Zhou Tu indeed required additional inhabitants. Yet he sought those with whom he was more familiar. Sure, Chaoqiang was but a stranger, having exchanged only a few words in the regional channel. What could two men on an island accomplish together? Currently, I have no need. Upon reading Zhou Tu's message, a flicker of disappointment crossed Sure Chaoqiang's mind. The mighty giant had no use for someone like him. Weak and pitiful JPG. Zhou Tu paid Sure Chaoqiang no further heed. The minimum meeting time between islands had expired, and having analyzed the gathered information, he initiated the movement of his island. Sure Chaoqiang watched as Zhou Tu's island began to shift. He understood that the Great One was off to explore other isles. And though he had not glimpsed Zhou Tu's true visage, he felt content. Having secured a friend request from such a titan was a significant achievement. A point of pride to boast about in future discussions. As Zhou Tu's island prepared to depart, Sure Chaoqiang witnessed a tiger emerge from behind a pile of materials. Wow, is this a zoo? He exclaimed, projecting his voice at full volume. Zhou Tu, should we meet again, do remember me. There was no reply. Only the fleeting glimpse of yellow-green as it vanished from sight, coalescing into a distant speck, ultimately disappearing without a trace. Zhou Tu heard him, but chose not to respond. Pondering, does it feel altered somehow? After adjusting his course several times, he noted the energy had shifted from the planned 18 points to 10. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Water Island, you have finally arrived. Chapter 54, Extracting Water Resources. The weakened tiger was now being nurtured by Zhou Tu's day. Having expended energy in pursuit of the black cattle, he had not been able to chase after Sure Chaoqiang's island. Yet, to prevent any mishaps, he decided to nurture it like the black cattle. Currently, the black cattle had grown somewhat accustomed to his presence, as he frequently visited them during his floating skills. With all preparations in place, Zhou Tu's floating island collided with the water-laden isle opposite. He sensed a wave of moisture approaching, starkly contrasting his own arid island, which lacked humidity. The likelihood of encountering a water island was quite low. However, through cumulative encounters and deliberate choices, he had stumbled upon an isle abundant in water. This was his assured fortune. Riding his bike and carrying a backpack, Zhou Tu brought along the water pump he had meticulously prepared. As he commenced drawing water, the regional chat erupted with Sure Chaoqiang's triumphant declaration. You often lament the unlikelihood of meeting a great one, yet today I have encountered one. Ha ha ha, what a delight. Let me share some news. You can establish a chat channel for free face-to-face. Is it true that you really encountered Zhou Tu's island? Damn it. Why haven't I had such luck? With such good fortune, why wasn't I able to directly join Zhou's vast island? Surely, such a grand expanse should allow entry. Just because you wish to enter, does that mean they will welcome you? If your island is large, would you be inclined to let others in? How has the Giant's Island fared? After the storm, it must be a desolate yellow, right? Does the Giant's Island possess any unique features? You merely boast. You're nothing but a braggart. Numerous individuals posed queries to Sure Chaoqiang. Their curiosity piqued regarding the development of the island owned by the top-ranking island master. Sure Chaoqiang recalled that when he departed, there were tigers on Zhou Tu's island. Can you believe it? A tiger. Any ordinary person who ventured there could be swiftly seized and devoured. Fortunately, he had not set foot on that island. It seems that not only the monster-infested floating islands are perilous, the first island master's domain is equally dangerous. He harbored no intentions towards Zhou Tu. But that did not imply Zhou Tu held no designs on him. If a tiger were unleashed upon him, and he were consumed, who would believe it? His previous musings of being a mere ornament now lay shattered. He vividly remembered seeing someone lured onto another's island via the world channel, only to be captured and consumed. Their warning of man-eating unheard. Though such tales seem fantastical, in this vast world, they could indeed transpire. Initially, Sure Chaoqiang intended to remain silent. After all, energy is finite. However, upon seeing others accuse him of exaggerating, he felt compelled to respond. I am not exaggerating. The materials on the Giant's Island are piled high, the trees dense, and various creatures such as tigers and black bulls roam freely. Do I really need to embellish? No, your claims are far too ludicrous. In the storm-stricken area, not a single tree can survive. Within just a few days, you expect to see a forest? And tigers and black bulls? Do you expect me to believe that? What nonsense about a forest? In the storm region, you plant saplings on the first day, and by the second day, the winds come, and suddenly. On the Giant's Island, there are dense woods? That growth is unfeasible. Believe it or not, you have never seen the Giant's floating island and cannot fathom its grandeur. I can only assert that it surpasses your mere several hundred square meters by 1,000-fold. And when you cannot argue, you resort to believe it or not? Now you are fabricating stories without even a picture to support your claims. You simply spout nonsense. Zhou Tu's mindless fans, the Tu Chue? Sure Chaoqiang felt his blood boil. He had witnessed the reality, yet was bombarded with inquiries he could not adequately address. It was indeed a situation where words failed him. He remained stationary. While Zhou Tu's domain lay devoid of islands, the chat channel only permitted emojis, devoid of the option to share images. If only he could post a photograph, he would show these individuals what they were missing. They remained ignorant of the giant's island. Zhou Tu's island rivaled some small, desolate isles in size. The materials piled up were, in fact, the sand barriers previously discussed, released by Zhou Tu's day. Such an expansive island, with such a vast sand barrier, could indeed thrive without the need for a floating island. The thought of Zhou Tu's island evolving into a mobile platform in the sky rendered Shi Chaoqiang's own modest island of around 100 square meters rather dull. Those in the chat were merely frog in the well. Did the giant require their validation? Certainly not. One day, those in the channel would also encounter Zhou Tu, and then they would understand. Shi Chaoqiang gazed towards the direction Zhou Tu had vanished, activating his own floating island to hasten after him. Eager to verify whether following the same path would lead to another encounter, the water pump drew water from the pond to the floating island. Zhou Tu need not worry about what would happen to that water upon reaching the island. The fairies would handle it. Having prepared for several days in anticipation of the water spirits, seizing the opportunity while the water was being drawn, Zhou Tu accessed the trading channel. Upon inspection, water and food, these essential commodities, were priced. 5 loaves of bread exchanged for 1 unit of soil. 10 bottles of water for 3 units of soil. The previous exorbitant prices had dissipated. In a market of billions, if you refuse to sell, others will gladly do so. Extreme pricing rendered ordinary goods unsellable. With the attributes of upgrading the island as backing, simple materials like soil became the currency of trade. Only rare items could command any pricing power. Ultimately, it boiled down to supply and demand. In a matter of days, food and water would become less scarce. The floating island world was, in fact, abundant in resources, with dangers being the primary concern, rendering food secondary. Most sought the engineer's shovel to enhance their efficiency in acquiring soil resources, granting him pricing power. Should a surplus of excavation equipment emerge, shovels would no longer sell. Zhou Tu observed that all shovels had successfully traded. Fame did have its advantages. Items sold briskly. 500 shovels at 500 yielded 750,000 soil, and 350 shovels at 700 garnered 245,000 stone, having previously traded 50 shovels. The heart of the island master was currently at level 108, with energy at 118. The materials required for the next upgrade included 800 soil, and 1090 stone. The island could ascend directly to level 162, consuming 742, 500 soil and 800 stone, with the remaining stone allocated for the construction of sand barriers. Upon seeing this level, Zhou Tu was initially taken aback, then relieved. This was the strength of a leader. Chapter 55. A floating island exceeding the size of an aircraft carrier. A virtuous cycle of island upgrading had been established, with energy on the rise, combined with the ability to perceive information, allowing for the acquisition of rare enhancement blueprints, ultimately creating a winner-takes-all scenario. The construction of the sand barriers undoubtedly provided a competitive edge. He transported the water pump back to prevent the disruption of the island upgrade by severing the connection to the adjacent island. The pump utilized DN50 pipes, with a flow rate of 827 cubic meters per hour, capable of transporting approximately 827 tons of water each hour. Within less than an hour of pumping, nearly 26 tons of water had been drawn, significantly lowering the water level in the reservoir atop the island. The small grove to the east, where the fairies had prepared a reservoir, was now full, sufficient for the fairies' needs for some time. Zhou Tu paid no mind to the water situation, focusing instead on upgrades. He turned his attention to enlarging the island. Increasing its area was the primary objective. With materials at hand, he needed to expedite the upgrade and expand the area, ensuring that the sand barriers kept pace with the island's growth. The timing of the storm remained uncertain. Missing a single event could result in substantial losses. After all, disasters are also a form of resource. If one cannot utilize them, it merely reflects a lack of capability. The belief that humanity can conquer nature influenced him. A diameter of 1,000 meters for the island was his short-term goal. Zhou Tu silently recited the upgrade, detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island master has gained in capability. The heart of the island master is currently at level 109, with energy at 119. The materials required for the next upgrade are 900 soil, and 100 stone. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island master has gained enhanced capabilities, currently at level 162, with energy 65,172. The materials required for the next upgrade are 200 units of soil, and 630 units of stone. Upon noting the substantial amount of soil needed for the next upgrade, Zhou Tu fell into a contemplative silence. Previously, the soil obtained from 7 shovels sufficed to elevate the island by 1 level. Now, it requires 11 shovels for the same advancement. The energy produced is insufficient for leveling up. rendering the efficiency of shovel production in relation to island levels increasingly diminished. As the market becomes saturated with shovels, the exchange rate for soil resources will likely decline. It is only natural that upgrading becomes progressively more challenging. Expanding the floating island is no simple feat, and one wonders if the enhancements will yield fruitful returns. Zhou Tu calculated that the island's diameter had reached 172 meters, with an area of 231,738 square meters. For comparison, the deck of the USS Ford aircraft carrier spans approximately 19,000 square meters. My island's area now surpasses 20,000 square meters, truly qualifying it as a genuine aerial battleship, albeit with minimal defenses. Standing at the center of the floating island, Zhou Tu activated his flight capabilities and surveyed his domain. The floating island is circular. From the center, it extends only 86 meters outward, which may seem modest at first glance, yet its actual area is quite substantial. The perceived smallness is merely an optical illusion. It is indeed vast. If numerous multi-storied buildings were constructed atop, it could accommodate many inhabitants, but this island is solely mine, designed to serve my purposes from the outset. Presently, among the three zones, only the magical area is developing rapidly. The magical zone has already produced carnivorous plants and yellow flower fruit trees, and with the advent of water resources, the elves will soon plant all the herbs, completing the foundational setup. Eventually, seeds from the world tree will be sown, allowing the elves to nurture them, as the basic structure of the magical area is nearly established. In the mechanical zone, materials for wind turbines are ready, and energy will be utilized to power the already optimized houses, marking a small yet significant progress that elevates the quality of life to the baseline level of the previous world. In the biological zone, black cattle and tigers now inhabit, though species diversity remains limited. If Zhou Tu becomes familiar with the tigers, he could send them to hunt on unfamiliar floating islands, allowing them to return after feeding. Unfortunately, he is still not well acquainted with the tigers. He fears they might not return if sent out alone. Upon completing the island upgrade, Zhou Tu reorganized all the stones and erected sandblocking walls. In the wind disaster zone, he upgraded as much as possible. It was noted that this area is a wind disaster zone, implying the existence of other disaster zones. One can only hope that the next disaster zone will not be excessively harsh. After placing a semicircle of stones, a high wall rose majestically along the western edge of the island, creating a sand-blocking barrier that encompassed half the circumference of the circular island. The sand-blocking wall had been successfully constructed. They awaited the impending wind disaster. Subsequently, Zhou Tu flew to the area where the tigers were contained. The tigers gazed at him with a hint of longing as he tossed them some food. While they ate, he descended to pat one on the head. The tiger, startled, nearly leapt up, but upon seeing Zhou Tu hovering above, it could only roar in impotent fury. Unable to resist its meal, the tiger continued to eat. And Zhou Tu smiled, continuing to stroke it. After several repetitions, the tiger grew accustomed to his presence and ceased its roaring. The floating ability of the Island Master is indeed a marvelous feature. Zhou Tu grinned broadly. He opened the heart of the Island Master panel. This upgrade, from level 108 to 162, spanned multiple levels, resulting in 6 minor enhancements. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the Island Master surpasses level 110, enhancing the floating island's quality. When connecting to unfamiliar floating islands, the time has increased by 1 hour, currently allowing for a 2-hour stay on foreign islands. A commendable enhancement, though its utility is limited for me unless the resources on these islands are bountiful and the items exceedingly rare, justifying the investment of time in exploration. Nevertheless, in the long run, it will prove significant, as my island will likely require minerals, necessitating prolonged stays on other floating islands for resource extraction. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the Island Master surpasses level 120, enhancing floating island abilities. Animals residing on the island will exhibit increased fondness for the Island Master, and their desire to attack the Island Master will diminish. Animals are considered permanent residents after surviving for more than 5 days on the island. This is indeed a splendid feature. Zhou Tu was thoroughly pleased with this functionality, which evidently encourages the Island Master to cultivate species. Henceforth, he need not overly concern himself with introducing dangerous animals to his island, fearing potential retaliation. He could even consider domesticating some venomous creatures. The tiger's speed as a mount will also be augmented due to this enhancement. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the Island Master surpasses level 130, enhancing floating island capabilities. The Island Master's movement speed increases by 10, currently providing a total enhancement of 20. This feature mirrors the enhancement received at level 30, significantly accelerating both his movement and flight speeds. With the island's increased area, speed has become essential. Should the island continue to be upgraded, it could very well allow for rapid traversal, or even instantaneous movement upon the island. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the Island Master surpasses level 140, enhancing floating island capabilities. The Island Master is the core of the floating island. When receiving fatal damage on the island, damage can be transferred once per day. With the island's level elevated, the damage transfer function has been activated, making it more challenging to defeat me. Should other players or monsters attempt to invade the island, they must first breach the outer defenses before inflicting fatal damage upon me twice to succeed. My survival capacity has significantly increased. Zhou Tu gazed eagerly at the next entry. Chapter 56. The zombie island seems remarkably compatible with my carnivorous plants. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island master surpasses level 150. Enhancing floating island capabilities. Energy can now be utilized to increase soil fertility, at a cost of 50 energy per square meter. Can the fertility of the island's soil be optimized? Zhou Tu was somewhat astonished. The soil traded and that brought over by the wind disaster is merely ordinary. While only the black soil he excavated on the herbal island can be considered somewhat fertile. However, the area for optimizing the soil seems a bit too minuscule. If in the future, seeds from the world tree are planted in the enhanced soil, complemented by the elves' assistance and the island master's boosts to plant growth, the world tree may develop at an accelerated rate, perhaps soon reaching a magnificent stature. 50 energy per square meter may have been considerable in the past, yet it pales in comparison to the 172 energy now at hand. Zhou Tu continued to peruse the next entry. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island master surpasses level 160, enhancing floating island capabilities. The island master's floating time has increased by 10 minutes, now totaling 20 minutes. With a cooldown of 2 hours, the floating duration has lengthened to 20 minutes, while the cooldown period has been reduced from 3 hours to 2. The enhancements bestowed upon the island master are indeed significant. Although upgrading demanded tens of thousands of units of soil, the benefits received fully justify the investment in upgrading the island. As the master of this island, such advancements are to be expected. Most importantly, the quality of the island has improved, extending the duration for docking with other islands to 2 hours, though merely an hour has been added. The time allotted for resource extraction has increased, allowing for an additional hour of water resource gathering on Water Island. This signifies a greater opportunity for exploration and acquisition. With daylight being limited, prolonged stays on each island imply fewer islands can be explored in a day, thereby reducing the risks associated with exploration while simultaneously diminishing the potential for discovery. Some individuals, once assured of their safety, tend to become lethargic. Nevertheless, for the majority, this is a fortuitous development, although it remains uncertain how long it will take for islands at higher levels, particularly those over 100, to upgrade. For many island owners, a lengthy journey still lies ahead. As Zhou Tu's gaze swept across the eastern woods, he astutely noticed that the foliage had grown denser. With the availability of water, the sprite Betia has gained strength, suggesting that the cultivation of the yellow flower fruit tree will soon be prioritized. Consuming these fruits should enhance attributes. Zhou Tu opened the points leaderboard and glanced over it, noting his substantial lead. Island owner, Zhou Tu, level 162, comprehensive score 3, 659, 512. Island owner, Zhang Yiwei, level 41, comprehensive score 149, 669. Island owner, Hu Qianlin, level 39, comprehensive score 128, 254. Island owner, Qian Yuntian, level 38, comprehensive score 104, 477. Island owner, Huang Yao, level 33, comprehensive score 84, 710. Island owner, Shan Xia, level 33, comprehensive score 85, 421. Island owner, Li Jiangping, level 30, comprehensive score 79, 542. The second tier still comprised individuals like Zhang Yiwei, who are likely to benefit most from the tenfold efficiency shovels. Observing Zhang Yiwei's development clearly demonstrates that a group of individuals has made significant progress, which is beneficial for my own advancement. Zhang Yiwei sent a message summarizing. The ratings for the giant islands are astonishing. Based on the island size, they are now comparable to that of an aircraft carrier. Congratulations. Currently, we are gathering information on unfamiliar floating islands. In addition to forest islands and mineral islands, there are numerous monster islands, including zombie islands, undead islands, robotic islands, and explosive life islands. The creatures on these islands exhibit a strong desire to attack. Unlike before, where avoidance sufficed, the aggressive animals have caused us significant losses. Zhou Tu's eyes glimmered. Establishing a relationship with a large organization like Zhang Yiwei's proves advantageous, as their group comprises thousands, encountering a myriad of complex situations. My high exploration frequency, even if I receive 6 pieces of information each time, pales in comparison to the sheer volume of data they can gather. Overall, my exploratory samples are insufficient relative to theirs. Currently, the exchange of information is beneficial. Zhang Yiwei's organization has strict regulations for exploring islands. And with so many individuals exploring together, they have encountered unique islands that I have yet to discover, such as the zombie island and the undead island. However, the zombie island seems well suited to my carnivorous flower. Perhaps I shall choose to venture there. Zhou Tu began to comprehend why the heart of the island bestowed bonuses for plant growth and soil optimization. The rapid iteration of biological weapons obtained from the island remains immensely valuable. Zhou Tu replied to Zhang Yiwei, I have encountered a carnivorous flower island. It is plausible that these flowers may consume zombies and undead. I have also located blueprints for constructing a light prism tower. This defensive structure can be erected on floating islands, albeit under stringent conditions, along with watchtowers. Zhang Yiwei, upon reading Zhou Tu's message, expressed surprise at the emergence of such a peculiar creature as the carnivorous flower. The flora had indeed become extraordinary. Consequently, as the islands expand, defense will become paramount. And Zhou Tu has already acquired the blueprints for a defensive tower. Truly, he is the foremost island owner. Observing the messages from Zhou Tu, Zhang Yiwei felt that the latter was preparing to construct defensive towers. It appears that the initial phase of island development centers on exploration for survival, while subsequent stages should involve clashes and plundering among the creatures inhabiting the floating islands. As the area of the floating islands increases, the likelihood of encountering creatures rises. Without adequate defense, one risks being plundered or meeting their demise, as evidenced by past experiences. The information Zhou Tu provided is exceedingly valuable. Zhang Yiwei is immensely grateful, but he yearns to understand what bonuses accompany the elevation of island levels. He wonders if Zhou Tu will divulge this information. After contemplating for a while, Zhang Yiwei sent, Zhou Tu, my island has reached level 40, unlocking personal attributes for the island owner, enhancing mobility by 10 and increasing the stability of the floating island. Could you share the bonuses associated with future upgrades? He is uncertain of Zhou Tu's thoughts. If he chooses to withhold this information, there is little that can be done. In this aerial realm, no one possesses the authority to demand actions from others. However, acquiring knowledge of the bonus effects early is crucial for him. He oversees many, and if the bonuses are skewed, he can allocate tasks accordingly, designating certain islands for specific purposes. Thus, efficiency will be heightened. Zhang Yiwei also harbors concerns about Zhou Tu concealing information, only to see Zhou Tu's subsequent message. Chapter 57, Crafting Wind Turbines and Entering the Electric Island. At level 50, the blueprint synthesis function is unlocked. At level 60, the island owner gains the ability to fly. At level 70, the efficiency of recovery during rest is enhanced. At level 80, bonuses for plant growth are activated. At level 90, bonuses for biological growth are initiated. And at level 100, the island's rotation function is enabled. Upon reading this information, Zhang Yiwei could only exclaim how Zhou Tu is indeed destined for greatness. He manages numerous individuals, and some, for a mere shovel, would sever ties with the organization. A small advantage can lead to concealment, while most contribute commonly used resources, revealing the growing selfishness of individuals. Few exhibit such candor. Although this information will eventually come to light, given his pace of advancement, it could take several days. Knowing this information in advance allows him to strategize. He can categorize the islands into those for cultivation, those for breeding, and those for constructing weaponry, thereby formulating a coherent plan. Once the island functions are clearly defined, islands fortified with weapons may face few limitations in the sky, while cultivation and breeding islands can serve as logistical support for weapon islands. Consequently, the efficiency of sky exploration will be significantly enhanced, and survival will cease to be an issue. The information provided by Zhou Tu holds great significance and will impact the foundational construction of the floating island cluster in the future. Without this knowledge, there would be no focal points for development nor guidance for the future, resulting in a sluggish pace of growth. Zhang Yiwei sincerely said, Thank you, Zhou Tu. Knowing this information in advance is immensely important. Although I have not joined the organization, collaborating offers substantial benefits. I do not oppose a win-win situation. Furthermore, I will announce the benefits of upgrading islands in the channel, initially focusing on the bonuses for the first 100 levels. Zhang Yiwei, reflecting on Zhou Tu's messages, could not help but admire the grand vision. After responding, Zhou Tu crossed his arms and floated over the mechanical area, determining the placement of the wind turbines. The island owner's bonuses will eventually be known to Zhang Yiwei. Revealing them now serves little consequence. On the contrary, it allows Zhang Yiwei to make early plans. It also creates a favor between them. Their interests are intertwined, fostering a strong relationship, and sharing information will ultimately benefit the development of the floating islands. Though lacking a formal alliance, the bonds formed are nonetheless tighter than mere allegiance. Zhou Tu intends to disclose these enhancements directly within the channel, aiming to bolster the enthusiasm of its participants. Such revelations are of paramount importance to Zhang Yiwei and hold significant value for others with vested interests. Early awareness of potential benefits could indeed rescue many lives. Nevertheless, Zhou Tu remains steadfast in his original intentions. From his perspective, he will not allow excessive casualties in the floating island realm, as such losses would serve no benefit to him. A few well-placed words could enhance his reputation and potentially increase the survival rates of the populace, thereby winning the favor of the inhabitants of the floating island, a veritable twofold advantage. After surveying the surroundings, Zhou Tu successfully crafted a wind turbine. This household version stands at a height of 15 meters, featuring 3 small blades. Indeed, this diminutive wind generator is considerably smaller than the corroded turbine previously found on the island. However, the moment it was set down, the small turbine began to spin joyfully. The floating island may be deficient in many resources, yet it is blessed with a boisterous breeze. The wind turbine has certainly found its rightful place here. Upon entering his room, Zhou Tu attempted to turn on the light. The bulb flickered twice, emitting a soft glow. Life has finally begun to resemble that of modernity. The construction of the wind turbine consumed 15 energy points, confirming that larger creations require substantial energy. However, this expenditure is still manageable. The island master's energy now stands at 40. With daylight dwindling, Zhou Tu calculated and decided to allocate 30 energy points to continue producing engineer shovels. Though the energy efficiency of the shovels fluctuates, they remain a hot commodity. Their current pricing is not exorbitant, and many individuals can procure them without difficulty. He plans to list 300 engineer shovels in the trading channel, anticipating a yield of 450,000 units of soil by nightfall. Should a wind disaster occur during the day, reaching a level 200 island would be a cinch. However, he wonders what transformations await the floating island upon surpassing that threshold. Why has the wind disaster not yet arrived? Zhou Tu gazes at the pale blue sky in silent contemplation. With everything prepared, the wind disaster remains elusive. Could it be a fortuitous day? Zhou Tu navigates to the channel page, eavesdropping on the discussions of the participants, intending to expend some energy to announce the enhancements brought by upgrading the island, thereby encouraging a more proactive spirit among the channel members. After all, the development of the floating island has been quite promising, at least it belongs to him. Unlike some individuals who truly belong to the shovel class. Today, I encountered an island abundant in food resources and procured some supplies. If no wind disaster arises, I might just relax. But seriously, why hasn't the wind disaster come yet? My apparatus is ready. The era of passively expanding island territories has arrived. It's a pity that Zhou Tu announced it in the world chat. It would have been much better to share it in our channel. The price of stone is exorbitant. Exchanging stones to build sand barriers has driven prices up significantly. Zhou Tu is truly formidable. A single statement can cause material prices to surge. It's quite alarming. I long to live on Zhou Tu's island. I wonder if he would grant me some favor. Oh no, I've encountered a pack of dogs that rushed onto my island and stole my food. Is there a kind soul out there? Boo-hoo, esteemed leaders and giants. I'm starving. The giant is back to making shovels. I plan to buy some tonight. He must have accumulated resources. And surely he will sell some items at discounted prices for upgrades. Zhou Tu quietly shifts from the regional channel to the world channel. It must be said that his presence in the regional channel has led to fewer conversations, with participants learning to speak cautiously. Currently, there are 9,000 members. Since the merging of channels, survival rates have significantly increased. The giants impart survival wisdom, and their elevated status inspires the channel members to act with deliberation. Having a few strong figures in a channel yields invisible benefits. Most individuals have seized the opportunity to construct sand barriers in areas prone to wind disasters. Island territories will undoubtedly expand. Indeed, standing in the wind's favor allows even pigs to soar. Zhou Tu states in the World Channel, at level 80, plant growth is enhanced. At level 90, biological enhancements are granted, and at level 100, the island's rotation function is activated. After posting, a flurry of messages follows, and the World Channel erupts with activity. The Island Master's points are rapidly increasing, with the top-tier giant in the chat channel sharing the effects of level enhancements. Their words illuminating the conversation like a divine light. Chapter 58. The Growing Importance of Medicine. Zhou Tu is incredible. 9,527. No wonder Zhou Tu spares no effort in leveling up his island. It turns out there are enhancement functions. If only I had known to stockpile soil earlier. Zhou Tu, please slow your pace of development. Consider your peers, and wait for us. Giant, I'm crying. He actually revealed the benefits of upgrading. This man is so handsome, just look at his photo. Previously, the giant disclosed the sand barrier. Now he has unveiled the benefits of leveling up. What does this mean? Is one person truly this benevolent? What are Zhou Tu's true intentions? This has made the already scarce soil resources even scarcer. It was difficult to trade soil before, and now it's even more challenging. Has the island upgraded to such an extent that the island master has gained the ability to fly? This power is simply exhilarating, almost too good to be true. A smile graces Zhou Tu's lips. Engaging in lively discussions every day is indeed enjoyable, as sharing valuable insights significantly benefits the development of islands in the sky world. With the increase in island size, encountering monster-infested islands will offer more room for maneuverability, greatly enhancing the island master's chances of survival. The area of the island serves as a buffer for the island master. Zhou Tu glances at the regional chat, noting that the participants there are largely similar. A small faction aspires to emulate the giants, while a significant portion remains silent, preparing to utilize their energy for other purposes. Zhou Tu nods in silent approval. The intentions of those in the regional channel are clear. They are wholly focused on development. Furthermore, their levels are generally higher than those of the outside populace. With examples set before them, the positive influence on the region's inhabitants is palpable, akin to East Asia's monster realm, where even the weakest nation can dominate numerous others on the world stage. In a private chat, Shuri Ran sends a message. Giant, do you have any medical supplies? I need healing items for an injury. My friend is in critical condition, and it seems there are no effective medicines in the trading channel to staunch the bleeding. Of course, I'm wondering if any giants require alloys. I'm willing to trade alloys for medical supplies. Zhou Tu glances at Shuri Ran's message. It is hardly surprising that a friend has been injured. After all, Yumingli was injured previously, and a significant number of individuals in the channel are also suffering. People are gradually overcoming their fears of the unknown in the skies, exploring the air, where injuries and fatalities are inevitable. After scouring numerous islands, he has discovered hospitals and herbal medicine islands, along with various minor items such as anti-inflammatory and cold medicines. Medical resources are indeed becoming increasingly scarce. Zhang Yiwei's organization has certainly encountered medicinal islands, yet with so many individuals, the supplies are insufficient to meet demand. However, the medicines that Shuri Ran has found appear incapable of stopping the bleeding, suggesting that he has encountered a particularly formidable creature. Zhou Tu arrived at the magical region to inspect the medicinal herbs, which possessed the capability to staunch bleeding. Yet, he remained uncertain of their efficacy against the unique wounds inflicted by the peculiar creatures. This magical area, having undergone 3 upgrades and the transformative cultivation by the elves, had flourished into a tri-layered protective forest. The first layer consisted of trees with abundant trunks. The second layer featured trees with a balanced distribution of branches and leaves, while the third layer boasted lush foliage alongside low-lying shrubs. Even in the tempestuous winds of the disaster zone, the gales diminished to a negligible strength upon reaching the elves' medicinal field. The field itself was replete with thriving herbs, emanating a fragrant aroma that belied any signs of wilting. Indeed, the elves had demonstrated their prowess in agriculture. These herbs appeared superior to those previously found on the island. Bedia had evidently exerted considerable effort. Zhou Tu nodded inwardly, impressed by the elves' capabilities, requiring only rich soil and water to cultivate effectively. However, the elves seemed somewhat unwell, exhibiting signs of fatigue as they weakly greeted him. You've arrived. Come see how the field is doing. Zhou Tu replied, acknowledging their hard work. The current state of the field indicated that the extensive planting and maintenance had been a significant undertaking. He recalled the world tree seeds presented by Huang Jinbao. Should he burden the elf Bedia further? After all, world tree seeds were undoubtedly extraordinary. The sooner they were planted, the better. He decided to wait until tomorrow to surprise the elf, considering that the tasks of planting carnivorous flowers, nurturing trees, and maintaining the medicinal field had already been quite taxing. Rest assured, I will personally tend to your yellow flower fruit tree, Bedia assured as she led Zhou Tu to a specially designated fruit tree area, where the yellow flower fruit tree stood in good condition, its branches unfurling under the elf's nurturing care. How long until it bears fruit? Zhou Tu inquired, primarily concerned with augmenting his own attributes through the fruit, as other herbs paled in comparison to the potential for personal enhancement. With full nurturing, it should take around 5 days. Zhou Tu nodded, refraining from pressuring her, and instead harvested 10 stalks of the hemostatic and vitality herbs, exchanging them with Shuri Ran. These herbs possess potent hemostatic properties. Perhaps your friend could try them to see if they prove effective. Certainly, esteemed one. I will send over 5 units of alloy as a token of appreciation. Zhou Tu glanced at the transaction, surprised to see Shuri Ran offering 5 units of alloy. Alloy was a rare material used in the construction of light prism towers, and he felt the value of the exchange was somewhat disproportionate, given that the efficacy of the herbs had yet to be verified. Nonetheless, if Shuri Ran's friend was indeed injured and had not found an effective healing remedy within the channel, trading alloy for his hemostatic herbs was a reasonable choice. After all, human life outweighed the value of mere alloy. Meanwhile, on Shuri Ran's floating island, a young woman had bandages wrapped around her leg. Yet her wound showed no signs of healing and continued to bleed profusely. Her pale complexion reflected her despair as she gazed at the herbs Shuri Ran had procured. Is this the herbal remedy Zhou Tu traded? I expected some sort of chemical product, not straightforward herbs. They don't appear capable of healing my wound. Surely, the herbs provided by the esteemed one must be beneficial. Do you truly have such faith in him? What choice do I have? Shuri Ran observed the fresh herbs with a sense of admiration. The remaining inhabitants of the Sky Island world were gripped by fear. Medicinal supplies were scarce, and these herbs, seemingly cultivated on Zhou Tu's Grand Island, were extraordinary. Ouch, that hurts. As Shuri Ran applied the herbs to her wound, miraculously, the bleeding ceased. They truly work. The wares from the island's foremost lord are indeed remarkable. The young woman exclaimed in envy. Zhou Tu is indeed extraordinary, a being of unparalleled caliber. The herbs he cultivates are far from ordinary, and such a high rating of millions is no mere coincidence. Then you should maintain a good rapport with him. Shuri Ran nodded and subsequently messaged Zhou Tu. We are facing a mutated 7-gilled eel, capable of leaping high on land. Its bite results in wounds that are challenging to heal. Thank you, esteemed one. The herbs are proving very effective. Chapter 59. Let the fierce winds come even stronger. Shuriran was faring quite well, regularly posing inquiries and providing feedback in their chats. It could be said that those who survived thus far possessed a certain level of capability, and the information they shared was invaluable. A 7-gilled eel capable of leaping on land to drain blood? Does it also possess venom? Zhou Tu furrowed his brow, recalling that such an odd creature had not emerged during his previous information gathering in the channel. Unbeknownst to him, the emergence of monsters was becoming increasingly frequent, and they were growing stronger. The environmental conditions for humanity in the sky were becoming increasingly harsh. Zhou Tu glanced at the chat. Shenxing has still sent him messages daily. While it was indeed beneficial to receive information, as an island lord, he had far too many matters to attend to personally. Zhang Yiwei's organization had its own information-gathering system. He needed one as well. Otherwise, even with a sharp mind, it would be impossible to retain every detail. In the Sky Island world, everyone's time was the same. He could not afford to get bogged down by trivial matters that might hinder the ultimate exploration of the island. A person was needed to share the workload. Although Zhou Tu had previously held a negative view of Shenxing, in this sky world, assistance was essential. Familiar faces were preferable to future strangers. And with Shenxing conveniently located in the same channel, the probability of encountering her during exploration was quite high. Originally, Shenxing was a very self-serving individual. Having her on his island was indeed a commendable choice. Zhou Tu planned to establish a communication channel with Shenxing the following day. If fate allowed them to meet, it would be ideal. If not, he would seek her out over the coming days. Possessing the ability to perceive information about the floating islands would enable him to choose islands effectively, as long as there was sufficient energy. His chances of locating Shenxing were nearly 100%. When that time came, he could delegate the search for rare materials, blueprints, trades, and other matters to Shenxing, akin to a customer service role. For significant transactions, he would retain final authority. Spending too much time on mundane tasks would be a waste of his ability to perceive information. In the disaster zone, upgrading the island's level was paramount. While exploring the unknown came second, the more knowledge one gained, the easier survival became. Zhou Tu had a premonition that once he left the disaster zone, expanding the island would become a formidable challenge. He reiterated his objectives in his mind, reminding himself not to lose his drive for progress simply because his points were considerably ahead. The island still needed to grow. He gazed ahead, advanced the floating island towards the toxic bee island. The honey produced there can enhance the island lord's attributes, ensure adequate defenses to significantly reduce danger. As he looked toward the next island, the sky suddenly darkened. A distant sandstorm roared toward him, casting shadows over the land. The long-anticipated afternoon wind disaster had finally arrived. Zhou Tu adjusted the island's orientation, positioning the arc-shaped sand barrier against the fierce winds. After surveying the island for any preparations that could be made, he retreated into his abode to seek shelter from the storm. The sound of rain pattering against the leaves echoed, akin to a symphony of nature. Zhou Tu could vaguely hear the whirring of the wind turbines outside, now fully operational, as the long-awaited storm had finally descended. The wind turbines, crafted from steel, should withstand the tempest for quite some time. How much soil can this calamity bestow upon me? How much can it elevate the islands of those in the channel? Zhou Tu shook his head, beginning to document the monsters he had collected over the past few days, deciding that henceforth, such matters would be entrusted to Shenxing. The monster islands encountered thus far were a mixture. Some were biological monster islands, others mechanical, and there were also those teeming with zombies and plant monsters. Given the potential emergence of foes, Zhou Tu conducted a thorough appraisal of his current capabilities. Knowledge of oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in any battle. Presently, my island spans a vast area, and as long as I do not encounter special islands or those with formidable monsters, I can attempt to explore. Even the recently sighted Toxic Bee Island is within my reach. The honey that enhances attributes is something I yearn for. The yellow flower fruit tree requires time to grow and has its own cycle, while Toxic Bee Island proves to be quite enticing, offering excellent value. Furthermore, it could bolster the defenses of the biological region. Bees can fly, acting as aerial forces. Introducing toxic bees to the island would ensure robust defenses both in the air and on land, a commendable choice. Not having information on the subsequent islands, Zhou Tu inclined toward the Toxic Bee Island. However, the challenge lay in how to transport the toxic bees to the island. Meanwhile, the channel erupted in jubilation. The calamity has arrived. The calamity has finally arrived. My sand barrier is all set. Now that the calamity is here, I can already see my barrier blocking the sand. Thank you, esteemed one, for sharing your sand barrier expertise. The sand captured this time may elevate my island by several levels. Hail to Zhou Tu. Thank you, Zhou Tu. In truth, while this calamity appears disastrous, when viewed from a different perspective, it can also augment the island's area. If Zhou Tu NT pointed it out, many would not have paid it such heed. Zhou Tu mentioned that leveling up the island grants bonuses. Our islands can swiftly ascend, and soon the crows will take flight. The World Channel echoed the sentiment of the regional channel, revitalized by his influence, banishing the previously stagnant atmosphere. Zhou Tu, if we ever meet, I would gladly offer my tribute. With Zhou Tu's guidance, my island can finally grow independently. How wonderful. My island is thriving. Praise Zhou Tu, praise the Great One. Is it too much to refer to Zhou Tu as Daddy? Should we meet in the future, I would willingly immerse myself in the island. A smile crept across Zhou Tu's face. Undoubtedly, when calamities yield benefits and advantages, humanity's fear of such disasters dissipates, prompting them to confront challenges head-on and reap bountiful rewards. The tone of the regional chat had previously been heavy, but had now transformed into a celebration. However, following this revelry, the islands of these individuals would experience varying degrees of growth. The calamity indeed serves as the finest fertilizer for the Sky Islands. The rapid development of these islands would become my support. Zhou Tu gazed out of the window at the darkened skies. Let the winds rage even fiercer. Chapter 60. The level 200 island looms ahead. At this moment, Yu Mengli, who had been silent until now, sent a message. Little Tu, I found a blueprint for protective gear. I feel it is of no use to me, so I'm trading it to you. Zhou Tu contemplated the blueprint for protective gear that had been traded to him. Yu Mengli, unable to contain her restlessness, had ventured out to explore, disregarding his prior warnings. However, Zhou Tu was indifferent. In the sky world, danger lurks at every corner, but opportunities abound as well, and everyone harbors their own thoughts. He and Yu Mengli were equals. Neither should dictate nor restrict the other. Collecting information on potential dangers and providing her with appropriate equipment was the most thorough preparation he could offer his childhood friend. Considering Yu Mengli as a treasure-seeking mouse was a sound decision. This protective gear is a valuable item. I shall keep it, for it possesses immense worth in creation. Yu Mengli replied, some items can only realize their greatest value in your hands. They hold little significance for me. Just crafting one for me would suffice. No problem. Yu Mengli was indeed correct. With her high-level blueprints, she could maximize their output. Given the limited size and resources of her island, acquiring blueprints was her optimal choice. Moreover, Yu Mengli was an explorer at heart, not one who merely sought development. Thus, it suited her perfectly. Some special islands could be accessed while wearing protective gear, such as the Bee Island and the exploding Mosquito Island. It must be said that the protective gear Yu Mengli traded was remarkably timely. Your announcement of the high-level bonuses was somewhat unexpected, instantly igniting the enthusiasm for island upgrades among those in the channel. Their fervor eclipsed any feelings of despair. When did you become so selfless? Having grown up alongside Zhou Tu, Yu Mengli was well acquainted with his tendencies. Zhou Tu responded, in the past, as a low-tier player, I had limited options. Now, as the first island lord, my vision has greatly expanded. You feel unfamiliar to me. Yu Mengli furrowed her brow in her response. She observed Zhou Tu's statements, noting not only his disclosure of the island bonus effects, but also his urging for others in the channel to establish sand barriers. Were she in his position, she would never have been so generous in sharing with the channel. She possessed a strong sense of possessiveness. Good things were only shared with her closest allies. And even if she obtained a blueprint by catching a rabbit, she would desire to share it with Zhou Tuesday. Zhou Tu chuckled. It was natural for Yu Mengli not to grasp some of his actions from his perspective. In the floating island world, everyone is truly good. The winds gradually subsided. From the onset of the gusts until the end, Zhou Tu noticed that the conversations within the channel had not ceased. During the initial stages of island upgrades, with energy at hand, the idle time during the calamity saw a flurry of dialogue. Some individuals, even before the winds had fully died down, reported their approximate soil gains. From this natural disaster, I acquired 2,000 units of soil. Thank you, Zhou Tu, for sharing the method to upgrade islands. I've effectively leveled up my island while lying down. My goodness, blow a little more. It came so swiftly and left just as fast. I haven't collected enough yet. Thank the heavens, thank the floating islands, thank myself. From this calamity, I obtained 6,000 units of soil, sufficient to exchange for a shovel and create sustainable development. The floating island leveled up, ascending 5 levels. Zhou Tu, you are amazing. I adore it. Using the information provided by Zhou Tu to construct a sand barrier, the soil captured can be exchanged for Zhou Tu's shovel. This feels like a delightful freebie. Enjoying the perks of Zhou Tu is exhilarating. Freebie exhilarating. In any case, I must express gratitude to Zhou Tu in the channel. I leveled up 6 levels this time, expending a bit of energy to speak. Nothing extravagant. I do not yearn for you to notice, but a memento will suffice. Zhou Tu discreetly observed the screen. This wave truly enriched the inhabitants of the sky, and the channel was ablaze with gratitude. It filled him with a sense of accomplishment. The soil materials required for upgrading the floating island are rather scarce. Yet numerous individuals in the chat channel incessantly lament the diminutive size of the island. If only these individuals were a tad more industrious, they could easily elevate the island by several levels, thereby alleviating the cramped living conditions and fostering a more conducive environment for survival. In doing so, They would also contribute to a noble cause. With such accolades bestowed upon him, he has united a multitude of people. A true win-win situation. A multi-win scenario. I, as the early affluent, have successfully inspired the later prosperous. I rate myself a commendable 94, leaving behind the remaining 6 to avoid the pitfalls of arrogance. The soil acquired by these individuals will either be utilized for upgrading the island or consumed. Presently, in the trading channel, my goods are in high demand. As Zhou Tu opened the trading channel, the outcome was unsurprising. The shovels crafted for the upgrades, having just amassed soil after the tempest, were swiftly purchased by those who had recently struck it rich. This was precisely what he had envisioned from the outset, and now it has come to fruition. The 1,500 units of soil are not inexpensive, yet the inhabitants of this aerial realm are eager to procure it. Zhou Tu nodded in satisfaction. His anticipated plan had materialized. His objective is to upgrade the island, exchange for steel, manufacture shovels, and engage in trade, thereby creating a self-sustaining cycle. Furthermore, he aims to benefit the individuals in the freebie channel. Delightful. This multifaceted strategy ensures that no one incurs losses. A scenario he eagerly desires to witness. Those with blueprints in the tempest-stricken areas are likely to reap substantial rewards. However, Zhou Tu remains unperturbed. He possesses an abundance of blueprints, both useful and otherwise. He is utterly unflustered. No one in the floating island world can match my upgrading frequency. Having crafted such a monumental cake, we shall share it and grow together, enabling us to face future calamities with greater composure. I have splendidly inherited the essence of traditional culture. As Zhou Tu reveled in his thoughts, he hastened outside, eager to ascertain how much soil his sand barrier had collected. Before his eyes, the sand barrier of the floating island formed a yellow slope, with soil accumulating like a sandy beach. Zhou Tu estimated the yield with the heart of the island master. This time, he acquired an impressive 452 for 131 units of soil. Previously, after enduring 2 storms in one night, he had garnered around 240,000 units. Now, a single tempest had yielded such a bounty. Profitable, exceedingly profitable, extraordinarily profitable. The larger the floating island, the greater the harvest. Even if he were to share the path to prosperity with the players in the chat channel, the early adopters would retain an absolute advantage. Even granting these individuals an additional month would not suffice for them to catch up. Zhou Tu calculated that with the shovels sold, the total soil acquired soared to 900,000. The breakthrough to a level 200 island was now an assured outcome. Chapter 61. The function of attribute surge is activated. The heart of the island master is currently at level 162, with energy 9,172. The materials required for the next upgrade are 17,200 units of soil and 1,630 units of stone. While 900,000 units of soil may seem substantial, the escalating demand for soil for upgrades is increasingly daunting. For a level 200 island, an upgrade now necessitates 20,000 units of soil. This demand is enough to dishearten others, leading them to abandon their soil excavation endeavors. Yet for him, it remains manageable. Perhaps in the future, even more advanced soil excavating tools will emerge, such as shovels, machines, and excavators. The 900,000 units of soil could elevate the island to level 210. Zhou Tu made the decision to upgrade. The heart of the island master is now at level 210, with energy 56,220. The materials required for the next upgrade are 21,000 units of soil and 200 units of stone. Zhou Tu surveyed the significantly enlarged island with a sense of satisfaction. At last, the radius of the floating island had surpassed 100 meters, with a diameter reaching 210, equivalent to 1/5 of the Elven Island at that time. This transformation occurred in just a few short days. The tempest-stricken area is indeed a prime location, significantly enhancing the habitable space of the island. Although the islands of others have also been upgraded, none can compare to the extent of his upgrades. Just as Zhou Tu had anticipated, upon witnessing his ascent to level 200, the chat channel erupted in despair. I only have a level 20 island. And Zhou Tu has reached level 210? What? Zhou Tu requires over 20,000 units of soil to level up? I am astounded. The most critical point is that he is not leveling up incrementally, but rather by dozens of levels. Incredible. Zhou Tu truly deserves the title of the foremost human in the sky world. The rate at which his island expands is beyond our capacity to keep up. In comparison, my floating island suddenly feels lackluster. Invincible. The great master is extraordinarily fortunate. If I could encounter blueprints, I would undoubtedly surpass him. With a flourish, Zhou Tu is astonishingly powerful. I am utterly envious. I must go excavate soil. Could Zhou Tu reveal the bonuses from leveling up from 100 to 200? Surely the subsequent bonuses will be even more formidable. As Zhou Tu strolled toward the edge of the island, he observed the minor enhancements brought about by the upgrades. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island master has surpassed level 170, enhancing the floating island's capabilities, increasing the efficiency of the island master's rest by 60. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island master has surpassed level 180, enhancing the floating island's capabilities. Unlocking the plant growth enhancement function for the island master's region. With a bonus area of 100 square meters, energy consumption of 60s, and enhancement efficiency of 20. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island master has surpassed level 190, enhancing the floating island's capabilities. Unlocking the animal growth enhancement function for the island master's region. With a bonus area of 100 square meters, energy consumption of 60s, and enhancement efficiency of 20. From levels 170 to 190, the original enhancement capabilities were merely upgraded, with improved efficiency. It is evident from the upgrades that as one advances, the enhancements become increasingly potent. As for revealing this information now, it is entirely unnecessary. Most individuals have yet to reach level 20, and the benefits of level 200 are far too distant for them. Gradually disclosing the enhancement effects would reflect his selflessness and serve as a means to bolster his reputation. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island master has surpassed level 200, unlocking the attribute surge function. Temporarily increasing the island master's attributes by 10 points for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 day. An increase of 10 points to all attributes, usable only once a day. The level 200 milestone significantly augments the combat capabilities of the island master. Zhou Tu nodded. The island's area continues to expand, now reaching 185 square meters. With such a vast expanse, encountering islands of greater size is becoming increasingly likely. Moreover, resource islands are often accompanied by the presence of monsters, rendering the attributes of the island master particularly crucial. Zhou Tu opened his attribute panel for inspection. Island master, Zhou Tu's day age, 24. Strength, 7. Stamina, 604. Agility, 6. Charisma, 8. Observation, 10. His attributes have hardly increased, yet the revelations from the upgrades indicate that the attributes of the island master are of paramount importance. Otherwise, there would be no reason to enhance them. However, the implications of a 10-point attribute increase warrant thorough experimentation. Activate. Zhou Tu hesitated little before proceeding. As he activated the function, he felt a profound transformation within himself. The strength attribute has surged to 17 points, and Zhou Tu feels as though he could fell a black bull with a single punch. His speed and stamina have also seen an increase, leaving him invigorated to an extraordinary degree. Stepping forward, he perceives a remarkable swiftness in his movements. Within mere seconds, he arrives at the grove where the elves cultivate their trees, selecting a slender sapling with a diameter of 6 to 7 centimeters to test his newfound strength. He delivers a powerful strike, and with a resounding crack, the sapling snaps effortlessly. Previously, such an act would have required considerable effort, but now, with the enhancement of his attributes, it is accomplished with ease. Unbeknownst to him, an elf appears atop another tree, exclaiming, "You're destroying the trees. You must pay a fine of water." Zhou Tu is taken aback. "Ah, another water fine? Indeed, the island's area has expanded, and my management zone has grown larger, necessitating more water. The amount you extracted only suffices for me for 2 days." The elf circles around and continues. "The black bulls you've raised are coming here to drink. Water is scarce during the forest growth, and it is desperately needed." Zhou Tu scratches his head, contemplating the immense cost of cultivating a forest. If the trees were to grow, evaporation would still demand a significant water supply. Nurturing a forest on a floating island is no small feat. To his surprise, it is he who lacks sufficient water, while the forest is in dire need. It seems that whenever he encounters a water island, he should seize the opportunity. The primary goal is to seek blueprints, of which there is a diverse array required. Blueprints can be obtained through trade with others or by exploring islands. The thought of being bogged down by various trivial matters makes Zhou Tu realize he must quickly locate Xinxinghe to serve as his island secretary, managing these mundane tasks and liberating him to focus on exploring the world. At this moment, on Xinxinghe's floating island, she gazes silently at the chat, having messaged Zhou Tu since the very first day she discovered him. However, he has yet to respond. Previously, someone had even revealed they had sighted Zhou Tu's floating island, indicating that floating islands can indeed intersect. Suddenly, another floating island emerges slowly. Li Yiru exclaims, "It's a human floating island." Xinxinghe's train of thought is interrupted. The newcomer is from Li Jiangping's island, who had previously ranked for a time on the floating island leaderboard, marking him as a minor player. Having seen Xinxinghe in the channel, Li Jiangping invites, "Ah, it's the beautiful Qinghe? How about joining my floating island?" Li Yiru's eyes sparkle with excitement as she pulls on Xinxinghe's arm. Li Jiangping's island is quite substantial. "Sister, let us go." Chapter 62, Crafting Protective Gear. Xinxinghe hesitates. The number of monsters in the floating island world is increasing, and many inhabitants lead difficult lives. Encounters with monsters result in daily casualties, and even in channels similar to Zhou Tu's, people remain cautious but cannot evade tragedy. Were it not for Zhou Tu's inspiring messages in the world chat, the discourse would mostly be negative. Some even incite emotions to sell unnecessary items. The dichotomy of good and bad is starkly evident. Unity is essential. Forming alliances with unfamiliar floating islands and exploring as a duo, or even a group, provides safety in numbers, with opportunities for assistance in times of injury. However, her primary reason for hesitation lies in Zhou Tu's lack of feedback. She sees no glimmer of hope. Li Jiangping's invitation is to join, not to ally, which would imply relinquishing her island master crystal and submitting to his authority, effectively losing her autonomy. How can she trust a stranger? Joining a stranger's island feels akin to becoming their plaything. She is not the naive Li Yiru. Though Li Jiangping's island is sizable, can it truly rival Zhou Tu's? Has it not fallen from the leaderboard? If she were to act in her own self-interest, her choice would still lean towards Zhou Tu's day. They have already crossed paths in the chat channel, a sign of fate. After all, there exists a foundation of trust between her and Zhou Tu. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Qinghe declares, I am a classmate of Zhou Tu's. I am waiting for him to arrive. I will not join your island. Li Yiru frowns. I'll listen to my sister. Shun Qinghe's tone is resolute, invoking Zhou Tu's name, causing Li Jiangping's previous enthusiasm to wane. He glances at the shovel in Shun Qinghe's hand and chuckles lightly. I wish you luck. As the shortest docking time for floating islands approaches, those accompanying Li Jiangping grow impatient. One man remarks, Big brother, those two girls have lovely figures. I suspect they deliberately dirted their faces. In this world of floating islands, encountering people, especially women, is rare. The sky above the island is complex. Their presence would surely add a great deal of intrigue. Li Jiangping stretches his neck and responds, Do you recall what that woman said in the channel? How could I remember the words of a stranger? The man replies, Yet, whenever she speaks, the atmosphere in the group grows tense, unlike your suggestions. Li Jiangping nods, indeed. Her first words were that energy is precious, urging everyone to refrain from speaking, and her presence often silences the group. The man shrugs, what does it matter? Perhaps she seeks to stand out and capture attention. Li Jiangping reflects, before we seize her island master's heart, even without knowing Zhou Tu, she could still share repugnant messages in the channel. The man looks exasperated. In the same channel as a major player, there are both benefits and risks. Zhou Tu has issued upgrades for island enhancements and suggested constructing sand barriers, which seems quite honorable. If someone were to disseminate harmful messages about others in the channel, meeting them in the future could prove quite troublesome. The probability of encountering someone in the same channel is indeed high. As they observe the other island disappear, Shun Qinghe delivers a playful tap to Li Yiru's head. You nearly swayed my judgment just now. Li Yiru pouts, but they seem like good people. That Li Jiangping seems quite upright in the channel. Shun Qinghe shakes her head. The young girl is somewhat naive, yet she knows how to seek strong allies. The first time she saw Zhou Tu in the same channel, she was eager to connect. Now, seeing Li Jiangping, her impulsiveness resurfaces. Her desire to ally with powerful figures never waning, reflecting her unyielding ambition. If you do not choose me, I will let you pass. Shun Qinghe speaks coolly. Her presence in the channel is merely a matter of time. This channel must revolve around Zhou Tu. Are you that fond of Zhou Tu, sister? Li Yiru inquires with curiosity. But when you meet Zhou Tu, you won't feel jealous, will you? Shun Qinghe delivers another playful tap to Li Yiru's head, the sound echoing sharply. After the wind disaster, Zhou Tu reviews all available directional information. There is little of value on these floating islands, and with monsters present, he cannot approach. Ultimately, he decides to select the Poison Bee Island. First, the honey from the poison bees can enhance attributes. Secondly, the poison bees can serve as an aerial defense for his island. If he maintains a presence for 5 days, they will become part of his island, not attacking the island master. Thirdly, with the protective gear provided by Yumeng Li, he now has the means to operate around the poison bees, establishing the prerequisites for exploration. His current task is to search for materials to craft the protective suit in the channel, aiming to create one and subsequently land on the opposing island. Protective suit, cyan. Carbon fiber 10, fabric 10, filter 1, glass 1, zipper 1. The materials utilized in protective suits are not particularly rare, far inferior to those employed in wind turbines. Zhou Tu previously visited an island clothing store, where he found zippers, collected carbon fiber, and procured various fabrics and glass. Upon inventorying, he realized the only item missing was the filter core, a material that is rather uncommon. Currently, clutter has accumulated in several rooms without a categorized storage area, causing Zhou Tu to waste time searching for these small items. After rummaging through the supplies, he recalled the numerous reports of missing materials aboard the International Space Station. In such a confined space, the disappearance of supplies is indicative of chaotic management. This further reinforced Zhou Tu's intention to enlist someone to oversee the materials and establish a well-categorized warehouse. The island is vast, and his frequent visits have led to a collection of rare materials. However, the limited capacity of his backpack necessitates the urgent construction of a storage facility, lest the search for items descend into chaos. An efficient logistics system is imperative. Within the trading system, he exchanged a few materials for the filter core, thus completing the necessary components for the protective suit. Utilizing the energy from the heart of the island master, he swiftly produced a mask-equipped protective suit. The suit consumed 1 point of energy, whereas crafting tin tang knives only required a similar amount. The energy needed varies significantly with the size of the item. The heart of the Island Master currently stands at level 210, with an energy reserve of 55,220. Traveling to Poison Bee Island would expend 1 point of energy, leaving him with 54 points. Amidst the wind disasters, water extraction, managing errands, overseeing the floating island, fabricating supplies, and monitoring channels, Zhou Tu felt akin to a spinning top, burdened with numerous tasks. Time flew by, and he scarcely noticed the approach of dusk. With 50 points of energy, he instantly manufactured 500 shovels. As the day drew to a close, everyone calculated their remaining energy and supplies, and Zhou Tu sensed that the current price of shovels was not favorable for sale. However, he had little time for contemplation. He exchanged 300 for soil, 100 for stone, and 100 for steel, then chose his direction, donned his protective suit, and proceeded to Island Dock. Chapter 63, Bestowing the Seed of the World Tree upon the Elves. With the protective suit in hand, Zhou Tu felt considerably more confident. With the means of protection, even the venomous bees posed no threat. Knowing that the opposing island was the Bee Island, he devised targeted defenses for his landing, thereby mitigating the risk. A regular person would be unable to harvest honey from Poison Bee Island, likely suffering grave injuries instead. Armed with information, he could proactively devise methods to confront the bees. Honey could be extracted by locating the hive, while the bees would require certain tactics for collection. He had previously watched videos on bee harvesting and thus prepared a protective suit, bags, in exchange for a small net on the channel. This time, he would adopt the role of a beekeeper. Bee Island swiftly came into view, modest in size, with a diameter of approximately 500 meters, abundant in flora and undulating terrain. His current island measures 200 meters in diameter, and a portion of the elven magical area connected to the edge of Bee Island, resulting in a gentle tremor between the two islands. Wearing his protective suit, Zhou Tu observed the many bees taking flight, evidently disturbed by the connection between the islands. As the island trembled, he discerned that the bees were emerging from the hive. Besides being able to perceive the materials and hazards on the floating island, he had also mastered the art of observation and inquiry, essential for daily exploration. He recalled the first time his island encountered a floating island, nearly being uprooted, while the opposing island remained unresponsive. Now, the dynamics had shifted. Both floating islands reacted to disturbances. If his small island connected to the opposing island without emitting any noise, it was unlikely anyone would notice the presence of poisonous bees. Without access to vital information, recklessly approaching the island could result in injury. Zhou Tu noted the surface position of the emerging bees and began his advance. The protective suit was somewhat cumbersome, making movement less than ideal, but the distance was not great. Upon reaching the predetermined location, Zhou Tu spotted a small opening in the ground. Observing black bees the size of a fingernail entering and exiting, their stingers poised at the ready, the hive lay within. He produced the small net and secured the opening, then commenced his vigorous excavation. He sought both honey and bees. He intended to relocate their hive. After a few shovels of earth, the bee colony was exposed. The bees, agitated, began to swarm and sting him, but the protective suit rendered their efforts futile. Success was within reach, and for a moment, Zhou Tu felt elated. Though not a professional beekeeper, he was determined to transport the hive to his island, ensuring the queen bee's presence would naturally attract the remaining bees. As he pried open the hive, he glimpsed a larger, evidently queen bee, and as she emerged, he swiftly captured her in a bag. The remaining portions of the hive were clumsily moved, while a small, honey-laden section was placed in his spatial backpack, and the rest stuffed into his pockets as he set off for his island. A swarm of bees trailed behind him, performing an incomprehensible dance, their bodies crawling over his protective suit. Zhou Tu paid them no mind and soon arrived at his island. He had plans for the placement of these venomous bees. Currently, only the magical area's defenses were robust, typically unfamiliar islands connected to the magical zone. Thus, he intended to position the hive opposite the magical area, preventing the bees from escaping to the new island. Upon reaching the biological zone, he excavated a pit beneath the sea buckthorn that the elves had previously nurtured, placing the exchanged wooden box within to shield it from wind disasters. He carefully deposited the hive, noting the presence of numerous white bee pupae within. An idea sparked in his mind, recalling the enhancement from upgrading the island. The biological growth boost in the area would greatly benefit these rapidly hatching creatures. Provided he had sufficient energy and food, he could cultivate a vast swarm of bees. Although the enhancement lasted only a few seconds, his floating island would eventually upgrade, extending the duration and enhancing the ability's efficacy and cost-effectiveness. Though it seemed feeble now, lasting merely seconds, the potential for growth was immense. The box's lid was left with a small hole to allow the bees ingress and egress, successfully relocating the venomous bees. He stepped back and shook off his protective suit, dislodging the bees that had clung to him. Aside from a few stings, they posed no real threat. Zhou Tu stood aside, observing the situation with the bees on the island. As expected, upon placing the hive, some bees from the neighboring island began to approach his island. This confirmed that the bees he brought included a queen, leaving behind pheromonal signals that attracted others. Zhou Tu felt a sense of relief wash over him. His island now had an aerial force. Completing even a small aspect of the island's development was a significant achievement. He communicated with the heart of the island master, severing the connection, and the opposing island gradually faded from view, while the bees continued to flit erratically near the box. Once the bees were gone, Zhou Tu entered his dwelling and removed the protective suit, retrieving from his backpack a piece of the hive he had captured, which contained golden honey. Is this the honey that can enhance attributes? Zhou Tu took a taste. Its texture was exquisitely delicate and smooth, gliding over his tongue like liquid silk, providing a perfectly balanced sensation. The information indicated it could enhance a person's attributes. He eagerly anticipated whether his attribute panel would reflect any increase the following day. However, at that moment, Umengli felt a surge of strength after consuming the rabbit, while I experienced no such sensations, indicating that Umengli possesses a heightened sensitivity towards her own body. Zhou Tu divided some honey and rebottled a portion, trading it with Umengli. I plan to inquire about her feelings later. If she is particularly attuned to attribute enhancements, it might suggest a latent talent within her. Betia fluttered over and, upon seeing Zhou Tu return from the adjacent island with bees, placed them in the biological zone, questioning, "Why did you not place the bees in my area, but instead far from the magic zone? Surely, the forest I nurtured would be the optimal choice." Zhou Tu elucidated the reasons for placing the bees at a distance, saying, "Bees require flowers to produce honey, and that necessitates your cultivation of plants. Honey enhances attributes, and the yellow flower fruit tree also augments attributes." Having just experienced the power of attribute enhancement by uprooting a tree with a single punch, Zhou Tu was eager to bolster his own attributes. Betia circled around Zhou Tu, playfully shaking her little hands as she said, "My dear island lord, while nurturing plants poses no issue, it does require sufficient moisture." Zhou Tu eyed Betia with suspicion, sensing that her true intention for approaching was to request water, and that the bees were merely an excuse, as Betia could not control biological entities. Furthermore, he noted that Betia appeared revitalized, her previous fatigue replaced with vigor, likely due to her time spent resting in the woods during his numerous visits to the island. After some contemplation, Zhou Tu retrieved the world tree seed, recognizing that the strength of the elves translates to the strength of the island lord. This precious seed must be entrusted to the plant expert, Betia. Betia's face lit up with joy. "You have finally brought out this seed. Did you know beforehand?" Zhou Tu inquired. Betia nodded. "The moment you unearthed it from that box, I sensed its presence. After all, I can perceive the uniqueness of the yellow flower fruit tree. This seed radiates with such vitality that it was impossible for me not to notice." Zhou Tu asked, "Then you do not want it? This is something you, the island lord, have found. Such a precious item belongs to you. Only if you bestow it upon me can I accept it. Without your consent, I cannot take it. Indeed, even I am yours. I am a denizen of this floating island." Chapter 64, Planting at the Heart of the Island. Zhou Tu felt somewhat dazed, his heart enchanted by the elf's words. He struggled to suppress his overwhelming joy, yet a smile escaped him. The elf's declaration signified that she had fully aligned herself with him, bound by mutual interests and a promising future, increasing the likelihood of their journey together. As the deity of plant cultivation on the island, the elf had demonstrated considerable abilities in recent days. Although the island lord's heart contributed to plant growth, that was a matter for the future. Currently, the elf remained the primary force behind the cultivation of flora. "Does the number of trees correlate with your strength?" Zhou Tu inquired. Betia nodded. "Indeed. The more vegetation there is, and the more diverse the species, the greater my enhancement. Of course, there is a limit to this growth. And at that point, my understanding will come into play." Zhou Tu comprehended the elf's fervor for agriculture. She needed to cultivate plants to protect the island, while the island provided her with land to grow trees, creating a mutually beneficial scenario. The elf approached Zhou Tu's row of houses and suggested, "Shall we plant the seed here?" Zhou Tu nodded. The first house he constructed was at the heart of the island, with each level increase of the floating island. Each meter added would extend the outer ring of land. Thus, regardless of the island's expansion, this first house would always remain at its center. He consented to the planting of the world tree in this pivotal location, designating it as the emblem of the floating island's core. "I wonder how quickly it will grow. I will check on it whenever I have the opportunity. As promised, I will build your tree house atop this tree," Zhou Tu declared. "I hope this world tree does not grow too slowly. I will exert my utmost effort, as it benefits me as well, and I am eager to explore the potential of this seed." With the world tree planted, Zhou Tu turned his gaze towards the magical zone. With a water source now available, and under Betia's stewardship, the trees in this area had begun to flourish. One particular section of land was enveloped by a cluster of trees, their dense foliage forming a canopy under which medicinal herbs were cultivated. Having laid down the foundational support, the magical area was already yielding results, proving to be quite successful. Betia flew ahead, exclaiming, "You can always place your trust in me, Betia." Zhou Tu distinctly perceived a significant transformation in the environment of the magical zone. The air was invigorating, a stark contrast to the arid regions devoid of trees. He observed that the growth of these trees exhibited layers. The outermost ring consisted of sea buckthorn, followed by shrubs, then low trees, and finally larger trees, with carnivorous plants concealed within. The magical zone was clearly taking shape, a testament to the elf's efforts. The growth of these trees meant resources and timber. Zhou Tu noticed that toxic bees had arrived to investigate the woods. The medicinal herbs and the yellow flower fruit trees, with their distinct pollens, raised the question of whether the honey produced would possess unique effects. There is indeed a possibility, Betio affirmed. The yellow flower fruit tree enhances attributes, and honey does too. Wouldn't that mean they compound upon each other? Lost in thought, Zhou Tu opened the island's points leaderboard, eager to gauge his standing amidst such valuable resources. Island Lord, Zhou Tu, level 210, comprehensive score 5 for 139, 533. Island Lord, Zhang Yiwei, level 61, comprehensive score 582, 669. Island Lord, Hu Qianlin, level 57, comprehensive score 468, 877. Island Lord, Qian Yuntian, level 56, comprehensive score 435, 626. Island Lord, Ku Jiawei, level 54, comprehensive score 373, 563. Island Lord, Zhuang Xiao, level 53, comprehensive score 353, 421. Island Lord, Fang Zhenghong, level 52, comprehensive score 324, 432. Zhou Tu scanned the leaderboard, noting significant changes. Many unfamiliar faces appeared, yet the top four remained unchanged, solidly maintaining their positions while expanding the gap with the fifth place by several levels. The advantages of being the first to reveal information to Zhang Yiwei had evidently paid off, as the area of his island had quickly increased. The construction of sand barriers had created a substantial disparity. Zhang Yiwei now required 100 units of soil to level up, which also increased his consumption. Such a high score indicated that they had concentrated resources under the leadership of Zhang Yiwei, thus amassing considerable points. After refreshing the page, his score rose a few more points. The forest nurtured by the elves was constantly thriving. Although cultivating the forest demanded immense resources, the ensuing benefits were equally substantial: an endless supply of timber, moisture retention, and an improvement in air quality across a certain radius of the island. The forest also served as a habitat for various animals. Now, the black cows occasionally ventured into the woods to nibble on trees and drink water, leading to a vastly improved quality of life compared to the initial days of facing the tempest on his island. The growth of these animals also contributed to his points, while an array of uninvited mosquitoes and flies, which he had not collected, had stealthily invaded his island. The ecological foundation had inexplicably flourished. As long as the elf continues to expand the forest, there would be no need for him to actively seek out animals from neighboring islands. They would naturally be drawn to his flourishing land. Zheng Zhu, satisfied with his work in the realm of magic, glanced at the chat channel. The number of participants had now dipped below 9,000. Detected that the channel has maintained over 9,000 participants for an extended period, upon its first drop below 9,000. Individuals will be drawn from other channels to replenish the numbers back to 10,000. Zheng Zhu comprehended the notification. Previously, when the count fell below a certain threshold, other channels had merged to maintain a population of 10,000. Now, with the numbers consistently high, it seemed logical to draw from other channels to fill the gaps. However, this meant that the channel would increasingly be populated with experts, leaving Zheng Zhu to wonder whether the skilled individuals would eventually migrate to other channels. The likelihood of encountering someone within a single channel was significantly higher compared to the world channel. The chances of meeting Xin Qinghe and Yu Mengli were as disparate as heaven and earth. Following the announcement, new members swiftly joined the channel: Li Yu, Zhang Huoyu, Yao Beibei, and Xian Tiao, restoring the channel's population to 1,000. Zhang Huoyu, upon entering the new channel, immediately proclaimed, "Is there no one to welcome me? A level 25 expert? The people here are utterly inconsiderate." In his previous channel, he was the sole level 25 on his island, undoubtedly the top contender. Many were inept at survival, perishing swiftly. As a level 25 expert, he was highly regarded, with numerous individuals eager to join his floating island. And he had deceived many into gifting him valuable items, thereby augmenting his own wealth. His plan was to establish his reputation in this unfamiliar channel, to assert his dominance and deceive newcomers. After all, one's identity is fashioned by oneself, and given the swift demise of many, he could simply move to the next channel when the time came. The newcomers, unaware of the circumstances, hastily typed, "Level 25 expert, impressive." In our previous channel, the level 25 expert met an untimely demise, leaving only a few level 20s behind. Huoyu is truly formidable, surely the highest level expert in this channel. Expert 666. Numerous congratulatory messages flooded the chat. A smile crept across Zhang Huoyu's face. Such gullible individuals would allow him to craft his identity as an expert. and soon he could solicit trades from them, merely to receive their goods. In this aerial world, one need not venture out to dig. One could also survive with the power of persuasion. Just as Zhang Huiyu prepared to further promote his persona, new messages arrived in the channel. There's a level 25 clown here. Hilarious. I can't breathe. When the tiger is away, the monkeys claim the throne. A level 25 can be considered an expert? Am I not a colossal figure at level 28? This place is filled with trash. What kind of riffraff dares to call themselves experts here? I wouldn't even dare to speak loudly, lest I frighten the heavenly beings. Zhang Huiyu, expressionless, clicked on the profiles of those who mocked him, eager to see their levels. If their levels were lower than his, he would certainly retaliate with scorn. What audacity to mock him, a level 25 expert. He found levels of 27, 26, 28, and 26. This was indeed a channel teeming with experts, each surpassing his own level. Zhang Huiyu's expression turned blank. The lowest among them was level 26. How terrifyingly formidable were the inhabitants of this channel. Shi Chaogang commented. Look at this level 25 Camilla, claiming to be an expert in the channel. How absurd. Zhang Huiyu felt his face flush, as if doused with boiling water. He clicked on the profile of the speaker, Shi Chaogang, level 30. What kind of channel is this? Have I stumbled into the den of experts? The individuals making these remarks possessed such high levels. This channel was indeed filled with masters. There's actually a level 30 expert in this channel. Almighty powerhouse, take me under your wing. I'm a versatile ornament, can be placed anywhere. Indeed, it is somewhat disrespectful for a level 25 to claim such a title here. I just joined the channel and already encountered such an amusing joke. I can't stop laughing, folks. Those from the old channel chimed in. Watch out for the deities in this channel. Be mindful of your words. This left the newcomers bewildered. Are there truly deities among us? Is this level 30 individual deemed a god? Is this channel truly that remarkable? What does it mean to be cautious in conversation? With curiosity, the newcomers began to peruse the profiles of everyone in the channel. Zhang Huiyu, though his face remained flushed, felt compelled to check the information of each individual, with the participants listed alphabetically. Anun, level 20. Levels 25, 26, 28. Such exaggeration. Before he could delve deeper, a newcomer exclaimed, "This is Zhu Ju's channel. My goodness, level 210. That's a god. Oh my. So this is the channel of Zhu Ju. No wonder everyone's levels are so high. Unbelievable. So the god is in the chat channel. No wonder the experts reminded us to be cautious in our conversations. I'll be mindful now. God Zhu, please take me in. Grant me your protection. I can offer the first cup of milk tea of autumn. My luck has finally turned. I found myself in the channel of Zhu Ju. I'm taking off. What does a score of 5 million even signify?" Zhang Huiyu felt his heartbeat quickening, now estimated to be over 120 beats per minute. He located Zhu Ju's profile and clicked on it. The level stamped onto his face like a brand, 210. Gaining a level would take him approximately 8 levels to achieve. How had he ended up in Zhu Ju's channel? Zhang Huiyu felt an intense heat rush to his face. How embarrassing. Fortunately, he had only pretended and hadn't truly overstepped any boundaries. He nervously typed, I apologize, esteemed experts and deities. I admit I spoke too loudly just now. Please forgive me, a humble individual. I bow in respect. Expression, humorous. Hee hee. Laughter. The clown was indeed yourself. Zhu Ju shook his head and closed the chat channel. From being an expert to a colossal figure, and now evolving into a deity, the speed of these title changes was astonishing. This recent channel merger had introduced a source of amusement, bringing joy to the channel. One name had compelled this individual to apologize. It was unclear what fears drove him. In the aerial world, the level truly served as a testament to one's strength. Many had encountered this reality, often witnessing conflicts and pillaging in the outer channels, where the powerful would expose the identities of those who had committed transgressions. Engaging in verbal disputes online could indeed lead to real-life confrontations. Raids and pillaging during island PvP were not uncommon. Here, there was no law or order. Failing to compete could lead to one's disappearance. Thus, Zhang Huiyu's apology held a semblance of validity. The level of one's island was one aspect. Yet the island's defenses were equally crucial. The Prism Tower lacks stable voltage and alloys, necessitating immediate collection. It will ultimately be constructed on the floating island as a defensive mechanism for the mechanical zone. Thus, all 3 regions will possess their own defensive structures. The magical zone is safeguarded by man-eating flowers, the biological zone by black bulls, tigers, and venomous wasps, while the mechanical zone features the Prism Tower. With each region fortified, the information received will not merely involve the magical zone for connections. Should a genuine offline confrontation arise, these individuals would be unable to even set foot on my island. After perusing a multitude of information, it became apparent that almost no one is constructing defenses for floating islands. The majority are focused on building foundational infrastructure. With only 1 hour remaining and 4 energy points left, I must swiftly expend this energy before darkness descends. At that point, I will organize supplies for sale, upgrade the floating island, exchange stone materials to fill the gaps left by previous upgrades, and reinforce the sand barriers. Thus, today's tasks will essentially be complete. Zhou Tu swiftly devised his plan and gazed ahead to gather information. Moving the floating island forward, there lies an abandoned supermarket containing some electronic devices. Moving the floating island left, an uninhabited isle. Moving the floating island right, a volcanic island, currently erupting. Moving the floating island backward. Buried 100 meters deep is a golden treasure chest, devoid of danger. Moving the floating island upward, a mass grave, teeming with skeletal figures swaying in unison, highly sensitive to living presences, and extremely perilous. Moving the floating island downward, a giant rock island, the entire isle composed of a colossal stone, seemingly gestating something, rendering it unapproachable. Zhou Tu's gaze sharpened as he contemplated the information regarding the islands. Chapter 66, Incendiary Island. A volcanic island erupting? This perplexed him. How could a volcano erupt on a conical piece of land floating in the sky? Perhaps some magical substances had collided, resulting in this eruption. This suggests the potential existence of magical items, though they are evidently beyond my current reach. Zhou Tu speculated whether, in the future, there might be corresponding elements that would allow him to construct a volcano on his own island, transforming its topography. Of course, this is contingent upon the island being sufficiently large. The mass grave, populated by skeletons, poses a significant threat. It seems that even if I positioned the man-eating flowers of the magical zone at the forefront, they would be overwhelmed by these skeletons. Even the creatures of the biological zone, such as water buffalo and tigers, would fall prey to them. What else might the giant rock be nurturing? Monkeys or stone golems? The inability to establish a connection makes it all the more daunting. Zhou Tu couldn't help but muse. The vastness of the sky holds endless wonders. I must strive to improve. Upon reflection, Zhou Tu felt that these islands appeared to be intricately linked to magic. Consequently, the defenses of my floating island remain woefully inadequate. While my defenses may suffice against conventional floating islands, they would falter against islands inhabited by extraordinary creatures. If only I could merge with the enemy. Commanding the skeletons would be a dream realized. After reviewing the current defensive status of the islands, he concluded that the defenses remained too feeble, resulting in numerous restrictions and a hesitance to approach certain islands. Perhaps beyond the man-eating flowers, there exist other offensive plants worth exploring. Venturing to additional islands could yield fruitful opportunities for collection. The other regions must also bolster their defenses, continually constructing protective measures. Otherwise, it would be akin to a neighbor stockpiling firearms while I merely hoard provisions. Lost in thought, Zhou Tu stepped into the abandoned supermarket. Inside were various electronic devices. As indicated by the information he had gathered, now equipped with a wind turbine, I have electricity, enabling the utilization of electronic devices. Seeking out additional electronics will significantly enhance quality of life. With electricity, the floating island will bask in light, as an island devoid of illumination drifts through the empty sky, evoking a profound sense of solitude. Zhou Tu rode his motorcycle into the dilapidated supermarket, where the shelves were worn and the supplies appeared to have aged. Picking up a can of cola, he noted it was from 1982, indeed, a relic of a bygone era. Most supplies within the supermarket had long expired, and Zhou Tu collected items more out of whim than necessity. Island Master.S Heart Notification, acquired Incandescent Bulb 1. Island Master.S Heart Notification, acquired Rusty Iron Pot 1. Island Master.S Heart Notification, acquired Rusty Kitchen Knife 1. Island Master.S Heart Notification, acquired Lead Battery 1. With an abundance of items, his backpack could not accommodate them all. Although stacking was possible, different categories, such as animals, could not be combined, reflecting certain limitations. The miscellaneous items collected included a light bulb, iron pot, utensils, batteries, expired milk, power strips, expired salt, expired soy sauce, a can of 1982 cola, and a handheld gaming console. Electronic products are not particularly common in the world channel, but they do exist. The primary issue is that the floating island world suffers from a lack of electricity. Without power plants and limited batteries, most electronic devices remain inoperative. Even in the real world, other nations do not possess an abundance of electronic devices, all grappling with power shortages. Hence, electronic products command low prices in the trading channel. Zhou Tu contemplated constructing several wind turbines to establish an industry, potentially launching a charging service for fees. Alternatively, he could amass a significant stockpile of electronic products now, anticipating a future where everyone discovers batteries and releases electronic devices for substantial profit. To save time, Zhou Tu placed a box in the magical zone of the floating island, allowing him to store items collected from less rewarding explorations, thus facilitating further island discoveries. Though he considered the acquired supplies to be lacking, they would be deemed valuable in the eyes of others. These expired foods would sell briskly on the trading platform, and the 1982 cola would surely find buyers seeking nostalgia. Overall, resources remain exceedingly scarce. Humanity is relentlessly pursuing a higher quality of life. Upon completing his exploration, Zhou Tu commenced a new round of information gathering. However, Before disconnecting from the opposing floating island, he noticed some venomous wasps venturing across to explore. Although he had positioned the wasps on one side of the island's diameter of merely 210 meters made it reasonable for the wasps to scout the opposite side. Naturally, Zhou Tu could not afford to waste time over a few wasps. As long as the queen remained on the island, the loss of a few wasps was inconsequential. Upon disconnecting, should these wasps not return, they would become permanently lost on the opposite island. As Zhou Tu anticipated, despite preparing for long-distance placement of the hives, some wasps did indeed get lost. Yet, he felt no emotional turmoil, beginning to collect information on the islands, moving the floating island forward. This is the territory of hurricane eagles, equipped with keen eyesight. Upon detection, they will attack, rendering it nearly impossible to reap any benefits. Moving the floating island left. This is an open coal mine island, where you can ascend to mine coal. Moving the floating island right. This is a wild rabbit island, where these rabbits are fierce. When cornered, they can leap and bite, offering a slight increase in attributes. Moving the floating island backward, a water island, abundant in water, yet infested with swamp dogs and crocodiles lurking beneath, posing great danger. Moving the floating island upward, an uninhabited isle. Descending floating island. The realm of the poison ant tribe. This is the dominion of venomous ants. Prolonged stay may lead to an invasion of poisonous ants on the floating island, posing a significant danger. Upon encountering 2 islands devoid of peril and 4 inhabited by fauna, the level of danger from the islands escalates. However, as my island expands, the threat from certain creatures diminishes. Zhou Tu chose the rabbit island. Such adorable creatures should be brought to my island as sustenance. Moreover, these rabbits are likely to enhance my attributes, akin to those encountered by Yumengli. Now, whenever Zhou Tu perceives an increase in attributes, his eyes gleam with desire. Yet, the challenge lies in enticing the rabbits to his island. Soon, Zhou Tu recalled the strategy of employing fire, which he had previously used to threaten the spirits. Rotating the island, he aligned the mechanical sector with the connection point. Before long, a diminutive island, approximately 800 meters in diameter and covered in low shrubs, emerged before Zhou Tu's day. An excellent island, perfectly suited for my bicycle, where I can store timber and apply oil, transforming it into an ideal habitat. Zhou Tu pedaled around twice. The first circuit involved retrieving timber from his backpack, while the second was for applying oil. Numerous burrows peppered the ground, and a few audacious rabbits peeked out, observing the unfamiliar visitor. Zhou Tu smiled gently. With a vehicle, he had no fear of these rabbits. Having planned the pathway for the rabbits to cross over, Zhou Tu ignited a fire. As the flames erupted, Zhou Tu rode back to his island. Chapter 67. Yumengli's First Blood. The flames soared, and below lay verdant grass, while above, timber and the oil Zhou Tu had collected smoldered, enveloping the island in thick smoke. The rabbit burrows on the ground were interconnected, and the wind inevitably carried smoke into them. Perhaps some rabbits hesitated to emerge, yet those on the island would lose a considerable amount of food. However, just as Zhou Tu had anticipated, many rabbits promptly leapt towards his island. 1-3. 10. The mechanical area, lacking in vegetation, saw these rabbits arrive and collectively veer towards the adjacent magical zone. Zhou Tu's eyes sparkled. Soon, he could relish spicy rabbit heads. The spirits perched atop the treetops observed the frantically bounding rabbits, contemplating. One must be cautious of these little creatures pilfering medicinal herbs. The island master's medicine and trees must be cultivated with care. The flames grew increasingly intense, illuminating half the sky. Even Zhou Tu could smell the smoke wafting through the air. The once lush floating island had turned charred and desolate. He had obliterated a thriving rabbit island. In reality, I would likely face severe consequences. Zhou Tu mused. With the island nearly burned to completion, the rabbits had crossed over. Those that did not might have succumbed to suffocation or remained hidden. Zhou Tu did not press the matter. A total of 56 rabbits had arrived, a substantial number. In some countries, a few rabbits could reproduce into millions. Likewise, on his island, no predators currently threatened the rabbits, making the influx quite sufficient. Disconnecting the connection, Zhou Tu expended his final 2 energy points to acquire some miscellaneous items and a water bottle blueprint as night descended. As darkness enveloped the sky, Zhou Tu's island remained illuminated. With wind turbines, albeit small, they generated a faint glow for the floating island. Arriving in this world, even lighting had become a luxury. Most people's islands relied on candlelight or oil lamps. Zhou Tu felt content with his progress, glancing towards the forest inhabited by spirits, discovering bioluminescent creatures dancing in the magical area. Fireflies had graced his island. He had not even noticed that, while connecting so many islands, other small creatures had already made their way onto his. The magical area was dense with trees, aglow with luminescence, and harbored a spirit. Indeed, it appeared far more romantic than the mechanical zone. Zhou Tu shook his head and retreated to his chamber. The mechanical area was still in its infancy. Once modernized, it would exude a technological essence, utilizing synthetic materials that would rival the charm of the magical zone. Zhou Tu opened the trading channel to check on the sale of his shovels. He had listed 300 for soil, 100 for stone, and 100 for steel. The soil sold successfully, with 50 shovels yielding a trading volume of 75,000. The stone sold 20 shovels for 16,000, while the steel yielded 10 shovels for 1,000. As night approached, the trading activity surged. Those holding soil and other materials awaited the opportunity to sell at a bargain. People had become aware of the energy's significance to the masters of blueprints, thus initiating a selling frenzy. The evening trading resembled an auction, not in terms of who offered the highest bid, but rather who could offer the lowest. Most understood that the masters aimed to convert their materials into soil to upgrade their islands, thereby obtaining energy to enhance their trading cycles. This granted many the opportunity to observe. The shovels were slightly overpriced, yet Zhou Tu resolved to liquidate them to increase the area of his island. For every meter his island expanded, he accrued a significant amount of soil. The shovels were a no-cost venture, and he could not afford to delay their sale until tomorrow. Even at a reduced price, they had to be offloaded. This was the optimal mindset for maximizing energy utilization. He would not wait until the end. For selling these shovels would allow his island to grow larger, with another batch ready to be listed. Time was of the essence. He would sell swiftly, without procrastination. At a reduced price, he began to offload them. Additionally, there was another reason. Others had acquired the shovel blueprint, increasing competition in the market. Zhou Tu discreetly entered the chat channel to eavesdrop. From the merger channel, a jester emerged, contributing a joke, and the chat channel became considerably more lively. Most of the messages were trade-related. The world chat channel inundated with thousands of messages per second, rendering effective communication nearly impossible unless a celebrity spoke, causing a brief pause. Private messages and regional channels became the preferred means of communication. The master has lowered prices, and it seems they are having a clearance sale on shovels. This is truly delightful. I've been hoarding soil without upgrading just for this moment. 600 soil for one shovel. This master is quite generous today. Zhang Yuza. I snagged 2 shovels, planning to sell them tomorrow for a tidy profit. Didn't you say yesterday you wouldn't buy from the master? Now you've changed your tune? Is it wrong to find it delightful? I have never encountered such shamelessness. You are the second jester in the channel. Zhang Yuza remained unfazed. After all, the others in the channel could not see his expression. What of being a jester? Did it affect his daily life? Today he noticed some individuals had discovered blueprints for shovels that enhanced soil digging, but their prices were astronomical. Had Zhou Tu's shovel not been available, these individuals could have listed theirs for 3,000 soil each. The channel was filled with people, but not all were gullible. These individuals were indeed unscrupulous, their greed evident. If they could seize, they would insist on giving away a shovel. In contrast, Zhou Tu's shovels were the most reasonable. He profited from this situation, naturally proclaiming it to be delightful. The matter of pride paled in comparison to the prospect of expanding his island. A jester was merely a jester. There were plenty of them in the channel. Zhou Tu silently observed the system notifications. Your engineer's shovel has been exchanged for 600 units of soil. Transaction successful. Your engineer's shovel has been exchanged for 400 units of stone. Transaction successful. Your engineer's shovel has been exchanged for 5 units of steel. Transaction successful. The items were being sold at a bargain price, and it did not take long for the supplies to be converted into resources. The massive clearance sale from yesterday had indeed left a profound impression on these individuals. Suddenly, Yu Mengli sent a message. I killed someone. Zhou Tu's eyes widened. He was astonished that Yu Mengli, a girl, had committed murder. He had expected her to report on the benefits of consuming honey, not this shocking revelation. Are you injured? He inquired. No, that's good. Sensing that Zhou Tu's reply was somewhat terse, Yu Mengli could not help but ask, aren't you curious about who was right or wrong? He didn't even strike first, and I killed him. Zhou Tu had anticipated that Yu Mengli would encounter this day, albeit a bit earlier than expected. Her reaction after killing someone was entirely normal. It was natural to feel apprehensive during her first act of violence in this reality, seeking comfort from her childhood friend. However, did the apocalypse truly require a distinction between right and wrong? There were many who perished in the channel, including the kind-hearted and strangers. Did he need to choose sides? He instinctively sided with Yu Mengli without needing to know the details. Right or wrong was inconsequential. Recognizing that Yu Mengli felt a sense of discomfort after her first kill, Zhou Tu wished to advise her to practice more. Yet, it was clearly not the right moment. So he jested, did a wild boar charge at you, making you realize that it's better to strike first? Chapter 68. The unparalleled advantage of the island. Upon reading Zhou Tu's message, Yu Mengli felt the abrupt emergence of his stereotypical straight man persona. The discomfort and anxiety she had felt moments ago were swiftly overshadowed by other emotions. Are you unable to let go of that joke? Are you trying to force a meme here? I'm shaking with anger. Was this man truly mocking her? She had not refrained from ambushing. How could he unjustly tarnish her reputation? Zhou Tu chuckled softly, sending a trembling emoji. Shaking. Provoking Yu Mengli to elicit other emotions was sufficient, as he had hoped. She immediately redirected her focus. This indicated that he held a significant place in Yu Mengli's heart. Otherwise, she would not have reacted this way. With such a mindset, Yu Mengli's attributes would increase, ensuring a degree of safety. However, it was also a good sign that Yumengli was now willing to take the initiative. Her upbringing in a solitary orphan life had instilled in her a resilient spirit, steadfast in supporting her own and proactive in eliminating threats. In a sense, she was akin to him. The potential for her to develop into a treasure-seeking adventurer had significantly increased. Zhou Tu did not seek grand achievements for Yumengli. He only wished for her survival, as she was his sole anchor in this world, and that was paramount. Zhou Tu began to consolidate the materials acquired from the recent clearance sale. With 150,000 units of soil, an additional 75,000 from before, and a small remainder from the day, he now possessed just over 310,000 units of soil, along with 48,000 units of stone, 32,000 plus 16,000. The heart of the island was currently at level 210, with energy 0220, requiring materials for the next upgrade, 21,000 soil, and 200 stone. This soil could elevate the island to level 224, consuming 300,000 units of soil and 30,000 of stone. Zhou Tu proceeded with the upgrade of the floating island. The heart of the island is now at level 224, energy 14234, with materials required for the next upgrade, 2,400 soil and 340 stone. Zhou Tu opened the trading channel once more, searching for tools related to shovels, yielding over a dozen options: Luoyang shovel, spade, weeding hoe, flat shovel, and more. Most were listed in the channel. Shovels were not moving well, partly due to the nighttime, as people were waiting for better prices, and partly due to the emergence of numerous alternative items at reasonable prices. Ultimately, the efficiency of manual soil excavation was low, resulting in a limited supply of soil. The yellow blueprints had shown their lack of competitiveness. The materials for shovels were not particularly scarce. They could be crafted with steel or iron. The engineer's shovel, despite its higher excavation efficiency, was priced too steeply amidst the plethora of other options, and thus, setting a high price was futile. Buyers would not sacrifice their own interests simply because he was the island's owner. Overall, however, the engineer's shovel had a significantly longer life cycle than the Tang knife. Its excavation efficiency ensured that it remained highly competitive among shovel-type tools. Zhou Tu deemed it most appropriate to lower the price of the engineer's shovel to 1,000, planning to maintain that price during the day without further reductions. He continued to convert 14 points of energy into 140 engineer's shovels. He exchanged 130 for soil and 10 for stone, acquiring 78,000 units of soil and 4,000 units of stone. It must be said that initially inflating the price to a considerable height before reducing it for a rapid clearance was an effective strategy. His approach was quite similar to the Double 11 sales, raising prices in advance and then lowering them at the right time, ensuring no losses. With this quantity of soil, he could upgrade 3 levels, and there was enough stone as well, so Zhou Tu opted to proceed with the upgrade. The heart of the island is now at level 227, energy 3237, with materials required for the next upgrade, 22,700 soil and 370 stone. He continued converting 3 points of energy into shovels, yielding 30 shovels, which he sold for 18,000 soil. This, combined with the remaining soil, allowed for another level upgrade. The heart of the island is now at level 228, energy 1238, with materials required for the next upgrade, 22,800 soil and 380 stone. The heart of the island had reached level 228, and with only a small amount of energy remaining. Converting it into soil would not suffice for another upgrade, so he opted for stone instead. Previously, selling 1 shovel could elevate the island by several levels, but now selling 10 shovels would not yield even a single level. The cycle of buying and selling shovels for energy resembled a quadratic function, characterized by an initial rise followed by a decline. The Tang knife served as the prime example, while the shovel's obsolescence was not as swift, as the expansion of the island necessitated soil excavation, a fundamental requirement. With the remaining stone, Zhou Tu activated the flying function to reach the floating island. The previously constructed sand-blocking walls required slight adjustments. With the island's area having increased, the edges of the sand-blocking walls were now over 10 meters from the outermost point, rendering them ineffective. The walls were insufficient in length. Zhou Tu took on the role of the wall repairman. Materials were lacking, and he managed to erect only a short wall. After completing the repairs, he flew around the island once more. The black cow rested at the edge of the magical area, while the tiger lounged within the confines he had established, and bees were also venturing out at night. Within the magical area, he discovered a few rabbits gently nibbling on 3-pronged grass, while many had already hidden away. The animals had begun to stabilize. Upon entering the magical area, Zhou Tu instructed Beitia, "Ensure the herbs are well guarded. We cannot allow the rabbits to steal them." "I have already taken precautions," Beitia replied. Zhou Tu circled around and noticed some vines growing around the herb field. Any disturbance would prompt the elves to react. A clever strategy. Herbs constitute an integral aspect of commerce, Previous experiences with the lamprey have already confirmed the efficacy of these herbs. The trade of herbs does not necessitate energy, which signifies that as my island's infrastructure becomes more sophisticated and agricultural pursuits flourish, I can amass a substantial quantity of resources simply through herb trading, thereby conserving energy for other endeavors. With the presence of sprites and cultivated fields, no other island lord can rival my prowess. At present, I alone possess the capability for extensive farming, while other island lords remain incapable of such undertakings. Even if I were to utilize energy in a manner akin to others, the development of my island would still far surpass that of my counterparts. As I leisurely returned to my dwelling and reclined, I contemplated the benefits bestowed by my recent upgrades. On Zhang Yiwei's floating island, he was engaged in animated discussions with several high-ranking members of the organization. A significant divergence of opinion had arisen regarding whether to swiftly liquidate their assets. Zhang Yiwei asserted, "I believe we should dispose of our resources at a low price, akin to Zhou Tu, to promptly acquire resources for upgrading the island, thereby expanding its capacity and maximizing energy efficiency." In rebuttal, Qian Yuntian countered, "I think we should bide our time. It has only just turned dark, and those possessing resources will soon be eager to purchase our goods." Chapter 69. The Light of the Future? Hu Qianlin echoed Qian Yuntian's sentiments. Zhou Tu shovels can be sold at a bargain price, but we cannot afford to do the same with our tools. Our resources are the lifeblood of our brethren below, and we must maximize our profits. Zhang Yiwei scratched his head, burdened by the challenges of leadership. By upgrading the island and increasing energy, we can create a cycle of consumption and production for selling resources. Even if it means sacrificing 1/3 or even 1/2 of our original profits to expand the island. Tomorrow, when our energy replenishes, we will still be in profit. It is not a loss. Zhang Yiwei further elucidated. Holding on to resources that cannot be sold is a tremendous detriment. While we may have an abundance of soil, very few in the channel stockpile thousands of units. Those with merely a few thousand can upgrade their islands. And the longer we wait, the less soil people will possess, until eventually, it becomes undesirable. Oh, come on, boss, just wait a bit. It's still early evening. And we won't lose anything. There are still buyers out there. Zhang Yiwei massaged his temples, recognizing the complexities of organizational leadership. Individual freedom contrasts sharply with the collective dynamics, and while he yearned for a singular authoritative voice, the multitude of opinions among those who trust each other lightly could easily fracture relationships. After all, who is to say that nobility is determined by birth? Some exclaimed, "I shall govern my production materials." Such sentiments could easily undermine organizational cohesion and lead to disaffection. Zhang Yiwei shook his head in resignation. Leading an organization was indeed a formidable challenge. The disparity between online communication and offline interactions akin to the difficulties faced in online classes, where understanding what transpires below is nearly impossible and the bonds formed are tenuous at best. He found himself envious of Zhou Tu. The first island lord exuded such effortless charisma. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island lord has surpassed level 220, enhancing the capabilities of the floating island. The ability to command animals has been unlocked. Select a resident animal on the island to assume control of its actions, consuming 10 energy points per hour, regardless of the animal's size or intelligence, excluding humans. The functionality unlocked at level 220 proved to be remarkably beneficial. At level 120, the focus was merely on increasing the rapport with resident animals, but at level 220, the island lord could directly expend energy to control them. This ability to govern animal actions felt akin to having my consciousness inhabit their forms, allowing me to direct their movements for a duration. Zhou Tu was quite pleased with this ability. Commanding animals from their perspective was indeed a valuable skill. With ample energy, I could even experience the viewpoints of all animals simultaneously. A downward scroll revealed the enhancements I had overlooked during my previous upgrades. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island lord has surpassed level 210, enhancing floating island capabilities, increasing the island lord's movement speed by 10, currently granting a total bonus of 30. The rewards for level 210 were not as impressive. They simply provided a further 10 increase to my existing speed. Rising to my feet, I felt significantly lighter. The powers granted by the heart of the island lord were undeniably formidable, silently enhancing my agility. The expanded area of the island indeed necessitated the ability to traverse it efficiently. However, this enhancement was only applicable to my floating island and became ineffective on others. An island lord is, after all, the sovereign of their own domain. To amplify my own capabilities, I must simultaneously expand the island's area, achieving a dual enhancement. Looking outside, I noted that the wind disaster had struck only once during the day. Given the brevity of time, it was reasonable to expect another occurrence in the evening. I could potentially upgrade the floating island further then. Reclining on my bed, I indulged in some prepared food while opening the chat channel to gather information. I sought to ascertain the extent of injuries within the community. I've been bitten by a snake. I don't know what kind. Everything is blurry. Please send an antidote. I think I'm dying. Who has cold medicine? I'm really dying. Please, a poor child could use some cold medicine. The wound is inflamed. Does anyone have anti-inflammatory medication? Help. Bandages. Does anyone have bandages? Disinfectant. Alcohol will do. Do I have to face attacks from animals on the opposing island without even logging in? This is outrageous. On the first day of injury, no one extended a helping hand. On the second day, I sent messages, still no response. Today is the third day, and still, no one has offered assistance. This world seems truly ailing. Why are effective medicines so scarce in this world? Please, good souls, spare some medicine. I am a scientist. If I cannot survive, I cannot perish. I am a spark of hope. Zhou Tu, please save me. I truly implore you. Zhou Tu, I am a doctor. I have been bitten by an unknown creature and am gravely injured. Please, Great One, save me. Though it may sound somewhat absurd. Upon searching the World Chat channel, I discovered a multitude of injured individuals. Typically, I only observed a handful of messages, but tonight, an overwhelming number of souls placed their hopes for survival in my hands. While I felt little pressure, I could not help but ponder a significant question. It may not matter when one or two people seek help, but with so many calling out, it is unlikely that all of them are insincere. Some may indeed be highly skilled individuals. What potential benefits could these individuals bring in the future? How might they contribute to the development of the floating island? What innovations could scientists devise? Does a world with blueprints necessitate the expertise of scientists for research and development? Had I been an ordinary island lord, I would have never contemplated such matters. For I lack the capacity to think so far ahead, nor could I have taken action. However, as the foremost island lord, I possess thousands of herbs, and my floating island continues to expand. The area has now surpassed that of an aircraft carrier, yet apart from myself. The island is inhabited solely by animals. In time, the floating island will only increase in size. Does it hold any significance for a solitary individual to possess such a vast island? With the aid of sprites, the forest is continuously growing, the herbs are proliferating, and the island's defenses are rapidly improving. Yet, numerous unknown challenges lie ahead, from the repulsive and enigmatic stones to the bizarre demons and zombies, all presenting formidable trials. In the sky realm, many have formed alliances to band together for survival. Facing risks and difficulties collectively diminishes the burden. Upon reflection, I discern the potential for future investments. It is impossible for me to cater to every need. For instance, should the wind turbine malfunction, it requires human intervention for repairs rather than relying solely on energy for reconstruction. Wind turbines could be arrayed into a system, creating a business for charging, which would also necessitate human operation. Similarly, the herb fields must be managed by individuals as they take shape. Honey requires the labor of humans to harvest, just as the rabbit demands roasting. As the master of the island, endowed with the ability to perceive its intricacies, he feels an insatiable urge to explore even under the veil of night. The island, fortified against threats, remains unyielding to the dangers that nightfall brings. It is a realm of relentless motion, day and night. Upon reflection, it becomes apparent that the island will inevitably require human presence. Zhou Tu gazed through the glass window into the inky abyss beyond, the grains of sand striking the glass with a soft rustling sound. This was not merely the rumble of the island's expansion, but also the herald of dawn breaking through the darkness. Chapter 70. Establishing a chat channel. The sound of rain can lull one to sleep, yet surprisingly, the sound of sand can do the same. Perhaps it is the hopeful anticipation of the future, coupled with a sense of self-assurance, that allows Zhou Tu to drift into a peaceful slumber in such an environment. Today's sand will blow until dawn. It's utterly exasperating. How can it take so long? Shovels are being sold at rock-bottom prices. Come and take a look. Why is it at a discounted price now? Why weren't they sold earlier? The soil is all gone. You're just trying to sell. What on earth? The discounted price is higher than Zhou Tu's shovel. Ridiculous. Upgraded now, but damn these people. They only know how to leech off us. Why didn't they sell earlier? Tomorrow, I'll collect blueprints to crush them. A mere shovel, priced higher than Zhou Tu's magnificent shovel? What nonsense. Must we use a shovel? I'll just use a dustpan. The channel was rife with complaints, many individuals having little soil left. Opting not to trade further after exchanging resources at their own desired prices, they resorted to eavesdropping, observing how others managed. At this moment, Qian Yuntian and Hu Qianlin were in a frenzy. Boss, think of a solution. How can we get rid of this? It's all stuck in our hands. The wind won't stop, and if it does, we might still collect some soil. Qian Yuntian had already lowered the price significantly. Yet no one was willing to purchase. They were reluctant to part with their resources. Wait, why are these people so miserly? The cheaper it gets, the less they want to buy. This is a bone-breaking deal, and yet they still hesitate. Hu Qianlin and Qian Yuntian bombarded Zhang Yiwei with messages. Zhang Yiwei's expression was as furrowed as that of an elderly commuter on the subway. These two had become the anxious monarchs. Qian Yuntian and Hu Qianlin underestimated the complexity of the situation. They were well aware that upgrading the island consumes energy. Would the people in the channel remain oblivious to tomorrow's refresh? Establishing a chat channel with someone at the next level could facilitate communication and yield greater benefits. The answer lies in choosing the right partners. No one would hold on to their soil resources until the last moment. Seizing the opportunity early was the best strategy. Wei, I truly regret my earlier stance. From now on, I will strictly follow your lead. If you tell us to go east, we shall not venture west. Zhou Tu is incredibly swift, having sold out early. His shovel is so exceptional that he dashed off right from the start. What do we do now? Zhang Yiwei replied. Continue to slash the prices. At this rate, they LL turn to dust. This is outright dumping, boss. I feel it's even less valuable than just tossing it away. Zhang Yiwei was at a loss for words. They had insisted on adhering to his advice. Yet now they were questioning him. Was there a difference between throwing it away and the capitalist practices of some nations pouring milk into rivers instead of distributing it? Selling the resources would empower these individuals with tools and energy to excavate soil, ultimately providing a return. Everyone aspires to sell at a high price. But when the lower tiers are exhausted, it is still the middle tier that suffers. Acquiring blueprints and consuming energy is, in essence, a plundering of the soil possessed by those without blueprints, effectively robbing them of their labor. When did this pernicious habit of extracting wealth without providing sustenance develop? Zhang Yiwei maintained his previous perspective. He believed that their outlook was still insufficiently expansive. As a leading island, they did not seem to grasp the larger picture. Expanding the island's area merely allows them to gather some resources. Surviving on a floating island only enhances their quality of life. Land is the foundation of all. Perhaps one day, when you encounter those with lesser islands, you might even recruit your own subordinates from your island. If you hesitate to part with resources for a lucrative expansion, then the choice is yours. Being overly concerned with immediate profit will only lead to greater losses. Zhang Yiwei gazed at the island master crystal in his hand. Although the yield from the night was meager, this incident should ensure that the leaders would heed his counsel henceforth. To achieve rapid development, unity is paramount, even if faced with a wall. One must charge forward at full speed, knowing that turning back saves time. Zhou Tu opened his eyes, appreciating the remarkable efficiency of rest attributed to the island master's heart. His spirit was now fully rejuvenated. With enhanced attributes, it is conceivable that in the future, he may only require an hour of rest each day. Glancing at the time, it was nearing dawn, yet the wind and sand showed no signs of abating. Zhou Tu opened the door, and the onslaught of wind and sand assaulted him, making it impossible to keep his eyes open or step outside. It appeared that the soil could only be upgraded the following day. However, how much sand would such a tempest bring? Over 1 million? Zhou Tu felt a surge of anticipation for the storm to cease, as it would pave the way for a substantial upgrade of the island. He should be able to surpass level 300 today. Minutes later, midnight struck. The island master's heart currently stood at level 228, with energy 238238, and the materials required for the next upgrade included 22,800 soil and 2,380 stone. The energy of 238 points had been fully replenished. The free loudspeaker had refreshed. Zhou Tu cherished the free loudspeakers. They were the most effective. He had yet to message Shen Qinghe when she sent him a message first. Old classmate, let us establish a chat channel. We have a foundation of trust. Now Shen Qinghe's tone was much more grounded, devoid of the earlier flamboyance and arrogance. From her initial lofty demeanor, she had transitioned to a more modest dialogue. Revering the strong, her impression of him remained largely unchanged. For her own benefit, she would resort to any means. Zhou Tu sighed. Survival on the floating island transforms an individual at an astonishing pace. Using the free loudspeaker to contact Shen Qinghe, he established a stable communication channel, replying, "Indeed, we have a foundation of trust." On Shen Qinghe's floating island, she suddenly leapt up, almost toppling the petite girl Lieru beside her. Lieru, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Sister, what's wrong?" So happy. At this moment, Shen Qinghe's elation was beyond words. Zhou Tu had sent her a message, and after days of anticipation, she finally received a response. Since her visit to Li Jiangping's island, she had been contemplating how to navigate encounters with other islands. Would she still cling to Zhou Tu's banner? But over time, would others truly believe her? Now, this man's assertion that they shared a foundation of trust undeniably served as a formidable backing, greatly boosting her confidence. In future interactions with unfamiliar floating islands, she could assertively state that she was allied with the formidable Zhou Tuesday. After some contemplation, Shen Qinghe's spirits lifted. The previous messages she sent, Zhou Tu must have seen. The lack of response over these days indicated he was likely occupied with other matters. His reply now demonstrated that he cared for her. Old classmate, I'm truly delighted to receive your message. Chapter 71. The demand for water, an abundance of water, sufficient water. Within a few days, we shall meet. Will you be able to come to my island then? However, there are many tasks to be accomplished, so please consider this carefully. Zhou Tu extended his invitation. He did not conceal his need for assistance, and Shen Qinghe's message clearly indicated her desire to visit his island. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to clarify his prerequisites. After all, his island does not accommodate idlers. Visitors are expected to contribute by attending to various chores. I can, Zhou Tu replied, a smile gracing his lips. The invitation from the first island master is indeed difficult for many to decline, and since Xinxinghe expressed her willingness to come, it signified a mutual commitment. This outcome was most favorable. Meanwhile, Xinxinghe pulled her companion, Li Yao, closer. Zhou Tu instructed her to prepare, for upon meeting him, they could ascend to the island. "Ah, the great Zhou Tu is allowing us onto the island?" Li Yao exclaimed in delight, patting her chest in relief, grateful she hadn't hastily chosen another island. "He was referring to me," Xinxinghe remarked nonchalantly. "Ah, sister, you didn't mention me." Li Yao clutched Xinxinghe, her expression one of anxious anticipation. "You must ask Zhou Tu if I can join." Xinxinghe observed the nervousness of the little girl and silently chuckled. If she were to bring a male companion, she could forget about visiting Zhou Tu's island. However, bringing along a legitimate girl would likely garner Zhou Tu's approval. A conclusion drawn from his experience in nurturing relationships and understanding human nature. "I have another little girl with me, the one from the previous channel," Zhou Tu noted as he read the message. Xinxinghe had allied with a little girl, Li Yao. He had paid little attention to her previous remarks in the channel. His audience was vast, and despite having set a threshold, it did not deter others' enthusiasm. It could be said that the overwhelming majority of individuals in the channel wished to visit his island. This was no jest. Yet, having Xinxinghe bring an additional person posed no issue for Zhou Tuesday. He felt no hypocrisy. His intentions were sincere. First, to welcome females. Once the island expanded, he could establish hospitals, factories, power plants, and resource-gathering facilities, eventually introducing male allies. This would lead to the cultivation of medicine, electricity, and livestock, forming an industrial cluster that would convert the island's resources into spatial expansion, creating a sustainable cycle. Even without energy, the island could enter a positive feedback loop, continuously increasing in size. The energy saved could nurture rare flora and fauna and advance relevant technologies, allowing them to stay far ahead. Thus, his singular ambition was to enhance the island's area. The floating island's size was akin to a lifeblood. Fundamental to everything, his commitment to gathering soil and stone resources would remain unwavering for millennia. Only with increased island size could they accommodate more, enhancing functionality, ensuring solutions could be found for any challenges encountered. This was also the rationale behind dividing the island into 3 zones. He sensed the dynamic of checks and balances among them. In this light, the early preparation of talent was a feasible strategy, considered for future endeavors. Zhou Tu responded to Xinxinghe, "Behave, and I shall take you." "What did the master say?" Li Yao gazed at Xinxinghe with sparkling eyes. Xinxinghe grasped Li Yao's cheeks and shook her head, her twin ponytails swaying. "Zhou Tu said you could come along." Li Yao leaped with joy. "Yay! Truly, those who are persistent shall be rewarded." I had already hinted at my intentions in the channel. I was fortunate to meet Xinxinghe, who happens to know the top brother. She felt compelled to cling to her newfound ally. Despite her previous hesitations, she heeded her sister's advice and considered herself lucky. For the weak in survival, aligning with capable leaders suffices. How they perceive matters is their concern. Observing Li Yao's innocent excitement, Xinxinghe's expression grew serious. "But don't rejoice too soon. Once on Zhou Tu's island, you must heed his words and mine." Li Yao nodded earnestly. "I will definitely listen to sister." After addressing matters with Xinxinghe, Zhou Tu noted the wind had ceased outside, with calmness restored. It was time to collect sand. Wind disasters were unpredictable. Should another arise, the sand barriers already in place needed timely maintenance to ensure their efficacy did not diminish. The night was tranquil. Zhou Tu floated in the air, illuminated by electric sparks and the glow of fireflies. The floating island seemed to have gained a semblance of vitality, and Zhou Tu felt pleased with its development. In addition to expanding the island's territory, he needed to gather various defensive weapons to bolster its protection and begin forming an island defense force. He received notifications about valuable items just out of reach, which was quite frustrating. For instance, blueprints for robots were hidden within the golden chests guarded by monsters at their center, alongside rare schematics. Currently, while the island possessed some self-defense capabilities, acquiring treasures from other islands proved challenging. Seeing useful items, yet being unable to grasp them, was disheartening. If only he had an army of robots, or a legion of animals, or even aggressive plants to cultivate, he could launch formidable assaults on rival islands. While self-defense was assured, the capacity for plunder was lacking. After a brief evaluation of the island's current state, Zhou Tu utilized his flying ability to survey the sandy terrain. By employing the heart of the island master to scan from the air, he could estimate the quantity of sand available. At that moment, he noticed a glimmer of green approaching him. A luminescent sprite. It was the sprite Betia drawing near. The sprite's transformation suggested significant growth. The island had previously lacked such a variety of plant life. Having arrived at his island, she had encountered countless species across various lands. It was only natural for the sprite to learn and evolve in strength during this brief period. "Master of the island, you shouldn't be out at this hour. You ought to rest instead of laboring for the island." She recalled Zhou Tu's previous exhaustion and his need for prolonged slumber, which no longer seemed necessary. Such a dedicated island master, striving tirelessly for the island's expansion, is a rarity, she mused. "But isn't this all to fulfill your earlier promise to me?" While estimating the sand, Zhou Tu took the opportunity to bolster his rapport with the sprite. With a smile, Betia floated beside Zhou Tu. The stone material you're collecting is meant to fortify the sand barriers, correct? Zhou Tu inhaled the refreshing aura emanating from the sprite. Did sprites possess a body fragrance? He nodded gently, curious to hear what the sprite wished to convey. I've discovered some species of mozo bamboo. Under normal conditions, they can grow 20 meters in 2 months, but with my enhancement, they can reach 10 meters in just a day or two. By planting several rows and then adding trees with abundant foliage, we could create a grove to replace the stone materials, forming a sand barrier forest. Without hesitation, Zhou Tu inquired, what are the requirements? Water. A substantial amount of water is needed, she replied. As expected, nurturing a forest would require dozens of tons of water, far from sufficient. As the island expanded, the sprite-esque growth of trees would necessitate water, and a lack of it would become the prevailing theme in areas prone to wind disasters. While the sprite's enhancement might require the cultivation of extensive greenery, as the island master, Zhou Tu shared the same interest as the sprite. He too desired a lush environment on his island to accommodate more animals and prepare for the animal legion. I promise you, when we find water, we shall extract it from the island. Upon receiving Zhou Tu's promise, the sprite felt a surge of joy, accompanying him as they soared across the island, serving as a gentle lantern in the night. After Zhou Tu concluded his calculations regarding the soil, the sprite inquired with genuine concern. How much soil has this wind brought us? The amount of soil acquired was affected by various factors, such as the efficiency of the sand barrier, the wind's capacity to carry soil, and the time taken. This time, we have successfully gathered 183 million units of soil. The island can expand significantly now, Betia exclaimed. Indeed, Zhou Tu nodded in agreement. The level of the island will rise considerably, approximately by 69 levels, with an estimated consumption of around 180,000 units of stone. Upgrading will deplete the stone on the sand barrier, and once the wind disaster strikes, we will be unable to prevent the encroaching sands. It is uncertain when the wind disaster will come again in the late night or during the day, hence we cannot upgrade at this moment. The sand barrier must remain intact. We need to manage the energy refreshed today to exchange for new stone for the upgrade. Additionally, we must seek out the water island to assist the sprite in constructing a sand prevention forest. During the construction of this forest, the stone used for the sand barriers must not be subjected to significant alterations. We can borrow from it, but must ensure it is replenished. The heart of the island master currently stands at level 228, with an energy count of 238. Zhou Tu glanced at his blueprints and resolved to sell certain materials: bows and arrows, water condensation devices, prism towers, watchtowers, engineer shovels, machetes, protective clothing, kitchen knives, blueprints for wind turbines, and shower devices, among others. While there were numerous blueprints, the efficiency of energy conversion was highest with the engineer shovel. Zhou Tu opened the trading channel, searching for high prices. Bows and arrows were listed at 6,000 units of soil, while the P92 handgun was priced at 12,000 units of soil, without ammunition. The defensive vest was marked at 10,000 units of soil. The trading channel was filled with items discovered by explorers. Yet despite the substantial pricing, none found buyers. The world of the floating island was indeed full of surprises. Someone had even found a gun, making Zhou Tu keenly aware of his surroundings. Indeed, an individual's exploration is no match for the collective effort of billions. However, with such high prices, why were there no buyers? Ultimately, the inhabitants of the floating island had only entered a few days prior, all still in the developmental stage. With a mere few thousand units of soil, one could upgrade their island. At that time, the water condensation device priced around 6,000 units of soil had only one buyer, named Wu Yong. 1 point of energy could yield a water condensation device in exchange for 6,000 units of soil, while an engineer shovel could be traded for 10,000 to 15,000 units of soil, revealing a stark contrast in energy conversion into floating island area. While the selling price of the water condensation device seemed somewhat low, even if I raised it to 10,000 or 15,000, such prices would likely not sell. In the initial stages of floating island development, where 2,000 to 3,000 units of soil sufficed for upgrading, purchasing large items consumed substantial developmental potential. Although the water condensation device was beneficial when encountering the water island, producing a large volume of water would render it somewhat redundant. Producing numerous water condensation devices might allow for a steady trickle of business, yet those effective only during the day were not particularly advanced and required time to maintain. I simply cannot engage in such time-consuming trade. Perhaps what is advantageous for others does not align with my needs. The most prudent course is to devise a strategy suited to the island's development. With countless floating islands, each with unique circumstances, there are items to sell at every stage. Yet selling goods far exceeding current productivity does not yield profit. Presently, several islands are around level 20, requiring 2,000 units of soil for upgrades. Thus the engineer shovel remains in high demand. After surveying the market, Zhou Tu decided to first sell the engineer shovel, a cost-effective item with rapid liquidity. Utilizing 100 points of energy, he crafted 1,000 shovels, leaving him with 138 points of energy. This time, the primary exchange was for stone, making the ratio of shovels to stone significant. 300 shovels would be traded for soil, 600 for stone, and 100 for steel. Zhou Tu listed the engineer shovels for trade. Once these shovels were successfully exchanged, he planned to upgrade the island during the day, causing its level to surpass 300. Upon surpassing level 100, the island would unlock the self-rotation function. Surpassing level 200 would unlock the attribute enhancement function, both of which are immensely useful. What functions will be unlocked upon breaking through level 300? Bedia interrupted Zhou Tu's contemplation, asking, when will the island master upgrade the island? She found it curious that Zhou Tu, after gathering the soil, concentrated it into piles without upgrading, demonstrating remarkable restraint. During the day, I fear the wind may return, and we will be unable to block it. Very well. Bedia shifted her tone. The air on my side is refreshing. If the island master has time, do come and visit. Additionally, I have noticed that the world tree grows quite slowly. The promised aerial treehouse may take some time to complete, but the woodland cottage is ready. Zhou Tu's brow lifted slightly. Miss Bedia, you truly understand my heart. I am quite fond of the woodland cottage. Bedia smiled gently, finding the island master quite intriguing and charming in his speech. Zhou Tu's gaze wandered to the pitch-black sky. He was eager to discern what dangers lurked in the night. His rest efficiency had increased, allowing him to forego lengthy periods of slumber. He contemplated whether it would be feasible to move the island at night. Moving the floating island forward. There lies an abandoned prison where one may find some weapons. Moving the floating island left. There are some perilous pea plants whose seeds are ejected, capable of launching into the unknown skies to grow on unfamiliar floating islands. With an extremely rapid projectile speed, the seeds resemble small cannonballs, posing a threat. Moving the floating island right. One encounters the locust floating island, teeming with vast numbers of locusts that consume all vegetation. Even starving animals may fall prey. Moving the floating island backward leads to an abandoned chainsaw manufacturing workshop, where blueprints for chainsaws can be found. Moving the floating island upward takes one to an iceberg island, where extreme cold emanates that can obliterate most animals on the island that lack warmth. Moving the floating island downward brings one to the explosion mosquito island, where they are highly sensitive upon encountering enemies. They will not only drain blood, but will explode upon defeat. The island master desires to explore the unfamiliar floating islands at night. Observing Zhou Tu, Bedia discerned that he had already determined the direction in which the floating island would proceed. Yes, I can accompany you. That would be splendid. Having a sprite along, illuminating the way, is quite advantageous. This time, encountering 6 directions, 4 of which posed dangers, it seemed little different from daytime. Yet, it was nighttime. The pitch-black darkness naturally served as the protective cloak of the unfamiliar islands, shrouding unknown dangers. This obscured the hopes of explorers on the floating islands, rendering their observational abilities nearly futile. The unknown is what truly poses a threat. Should other island masters encounter these islands at night, the diminutive creatures would go unnoticed, leaving the island master oblivious to their peril. Moreover, the terrain of floating islands is intricate, making injuries all too easy. The initial warnings against nighttime exploration of floating islands were indeed prudent. However, these limitations greatly diminished for me. What constrains the efficiency of exploring floating islands are my energy levels and the defensive strength of the unfamiliar floating islands, alongside the danger posed by their fauna. If all floating islands were highly fortified and perilous, one would have no choice but to wait until daylight to explore. Yet, the allure of the abandoned prison to procure weapons and the quest for the chainsaw blueprint present a compelling dilemma for him. Chapter 73. There are disturbances in the channel. Within the channel, individuals brandish firearms that appear formidable. However, the actual threat they pose is minimal, aside from the skill that transfers damage to preserve life. He also possesses an enhanced mobility and the ability to fly. Given the vast expanse of the island, it is challenging for others to aim accurately even with firearms. Not to mention, the island is home to various creatures. The advantages brought forth by the island's size are now becoming apparent. The chainsaw, on the other hand, represents a developmental blueprint. In this floating island world, soil requires excavation, stones can be gathered or mined, but what necessitates the felling of trees or dismantling of certain structures. Currently, individuals are using axes for lumber. This blueprint facilitates fundamental development. After some contemplation, Zhou Tu decided to venture to the prison in search of weaponry. Armoring oneself is imperative, while the chainsaw is advantageous. Expanding the island through soil excavation is currently the prevailing trend, rendering excessive wood somewhat redundant. The prison is likely to yield weapons, potentially firearms, and once he acquires a gun, Zhou Tu feels that bows and arrows would become obsolete, as even a black bull cannot be felled from a distance with them. If he could encounter a gun blueprint, it would be splendid to manufacture one directly. Possessing firearms would allow for a vigorous assault on other islands, eliminating the need for cunning strategies against certain creatures, a direct charge would suffice. The potency of weaponry correlates directly with the ability to procure resources from neighboring islands. Extending one's reach to adjacent lands is of paramount importance, weighing the pros and cons. And with a broadened perspective, Zhou Tu made a decisive choice to navigate his floating island toward the abandoned prison isle in pursuit of weaponry. The world chat channel remained as lively as ever. The recent tempest had yielded significant rewards, greatly enlarging many islands. At the very least, after upgrading the island, energy levels had increased, allowing for more dialogue even without blueprints. Thank you, Tu Shun. My island is now level 21, though I have not explored many others. With a diameter of 30 meters and an area of 700 square meters, I feel adequately equipped for survival. I shall cease my explorations. So engrossed in work, I failed to notice Zhou Tu's grand statements. I missed the first tempest and feel utterly miserable, unaware of the crucial information shared by influential figures in the channel. I shall dedicate an hour daily to review the chat history. Brothers, allow me to advertise. I have crafted a handmade water condenser, requiring 3,000 soil, reasonably priced, and fairly efficient. Drinking clean water a few times a day is entirely feasible. The fellow above is quite the artisan. Does anyone have a filter? I've encountered a muddy floating island, and the standing water is filthy. I seek a filter. I have finished collecting soil, and just leveled up by 3 levels. I am quite satisfied. But why aren't the big shots leveling up? Are they waiting to see the island rankings? A groundhog has appeared on my island and refuses to leave. What should I do? Eat it. Why can't I sell shovels in the trading channel? Didn't you all just collect soil? What is wrong with paying a premium for something? Be cautious with alliances. They seem sincere about forming one. Yet they attempted to betray me and infiltrate my island, causing me injury. I seek healing potions. Yu Mengli quietly scrolled through the chat records, noting discussions of alliances and betrayals, which stirred something within her, as she too had recently taken a life. Yet she felt that this world revolved around Zhou Tu's day. His notoriety was overwhelmingly vast. A mere glance through the channel revealed discussions centered on him. His unparalleled prowess was the topic of conversation for all. Even within her chat group, Zhou Tu was a focal point. Is Tu Shun's shovel unsellable? Isn't increasing island size appealing? The outside world is perilous. I've chosen to lie low, relying on the soil brought by the storm. Eventually, I'll gather some stones, upgrade my island, and that will suffice. For those seeking development, Zhou Tu's offerings are commendable, far superior to those of unscrupulous merchants. It's wise to save soil for when Tu Shun is available. Does anyone in our channel know Tu Shun? If so, please make an introduction. I would love to befriend the top player. I wish to meet Tu Shun too. Upon reading these messages, Yu Mengli's expression soured. She clicked on the profiles of 2 women. One bore a seductive countenance, the other an alluring demeanor. They resembled technicians from former worldly pleasures. What are these vixens doing here, flaunting their charms in a channel devoid of Zhou Tu? Yu Mengli found it hard to contain her disdain. How could such women still be alive? The audacity to feign allure was utterly exasperating. Yet, was Zhou Tu truly that captivating? She found herself perplexed. Shifting her gaze from the women's remarks, she couldn't shake the discomfort their words evoked. Despite her internal repulsion, she recognized that engaging with them in the channel would be beneath her. While these individuals lacked Zhou Tu's contact information, she possessed it. Regardless, her long-standing bond with Zhou Tu afforded her a distinct advantage. Would Zhou Tu provide honey? Would he offer bows, blades, or water condensers? First, she would assess her own attributes for any growth. True strength lies within oneself, and she aimed to provide Zhou Tu with valuable feedback. With her island reaching level 20, Yu Mengli had already achieved this milestone. The resources procured through exploration only enhanced her attributes through the consumption of rabbits. Now Zhou Tu mentioned that honey might also bolster her stats. Yu Mengli opened her panel to compare it with her previous attributes. Strength had increased by 0.1. Agility by 0.1, and stamina had also seen a slight rise. It truly could augment attributes. The gifts from the first island master are indeed exceptional. Yu Mengli marveled at having such a formidable childhood companion. She couldn't fathom losing in this aerial realm. She swiftly messaged Zhou Tu to inform him of her findings. Honey has beneficial effects. It has increased my attributes. If you have the opportunity, please gather more honey and consume it. Also be cautious. You're not crafting protective gear to harvest honey, are you? Zhou Tu, however, had no time to ponder such matters. He was currently scavenging for supplies within the abandoned prison alongside the elves. The remnants of conflict lingered in the prison, with signs of skirmishes and bullet marks evident. So far, he had gathered 2 rifles, 1 small handgun, and 15 rounds of ammunition scattered across the floor. Betty, observing Zhou Tu's collection, inquired curiously, "What is that long, dark, round object? It seems capable of firing something." Zhou Tu paused momentarily. "We call that a rifle." "In the darkness," Betty remarked. "It appears I shall need to learn more about your human knowledge to understand this better." Zhou Tu replied, "Indeed, it's worth understanding. The expressions conveyed are truly fascinating." Chapter 74, Pea Seeds. After exploring the prison floating island with the elves, Zhou Tu returned to his floating island under the cover of night. This time, he had secured weapons, 5 assault rifles, 3 handguns, 15 rounds of 9mm ammunition, 25 rounds of 5.8mm ammunition, a baton, a shield, a fork, and a helmet. Although he possessed firearms, the ammunition was woefully inadequate. Should he set foot on an island, he would find himself out of bullets before long. Possessing guns without ammunition is futile. Lacking an ammunition depot, these firearms could only serve as defensive instruments for the island. Moreover, the firearms one encounters in the future may not necessarily utilize bullets of the same caliber, leading to a diverse array of weaponry on the floating island. Once the island expands, the establishment of an armory in the mechanical zone will signify the true advent of a mechanical realm. Although ammunition is scarce, the mere acquisition of a firearm is a significant boon. Possessing a gun creates a stark difference between having one and being unarmed. Captives may emerge from the barrel of a gun. If one possesses a weapon, the opposition is compelled to temper their volume, as the threat it poses suffices. Should you Mengli wield a firearm, those with ulterior motives would instantly don smiles. A gun lacking sufficient ammunition may not greatly enhance my capabilities. Yet providing you Mengli with protection is certainly a prudent choice. The renown of the first island master is indeed formidable. While Zhou Tu was organizing the items he had brought, a sudden, thunderous sound erupted from a distant sand mound. A resounding pop signaling that something had struck his floating domain. In the stillness of night, such a noise was particularly jarring. Zhou Tu hastily approached, discovering a hollow in the sand mound, evidently created by an unknown force. After a few digs with a shovel, a green seed, roughly the size of a fist, appeared in his hand, rounded and adorned with a brown embryo. This, Betty exclaimed, this appears to be a seed. Previously, the windstorm brought with it sea buckthorn seeds, and now this seed has flown here. The sky is truly filled with miracles. Zhou Tu understood. This must be the seed from the pea island he had seen information about earlier, ejected after ripening, traversing the unknown skies to arrive at his floating isle. However, this seed was considerably larger than the peas of the previous world, and consuming one would surely satiate. The method of seed dispersal by aerial plants is indeed remarkable. Yet, according to earlier information, the seeds were projected with the force of small cannonballs, suggesting that the pea shooter had indeed made a daring escape. Another unfamiliar seed. Betty observed the seed in Zhou Tu's hand with a smile. Indeed, since this seed can traverse from other unfamiliar islands to ours, its potency must be considerable. He did not articulate this too clearly, as the information regarding the floating island was something to be kept discreet. When Betty cultivates it, she will surely discern the nature of this plant for herself. The pea shooter, in the realm of the skies, still holds some prestige. Capable of launching its seeds across another territory, Zhou Tu handed the pea seed to the sprite. Nurture it well. Given that this pea can travel such distances and create such a commotion, it should undoubtedly serve as an offensive plant on our island. Betty, clutching the green seed, examined it repeatedly. Thank you, Zhou Tu, for bringing so many plants to the sky. If I could acquire additional plant samples, I might gain some insights. I will cultivate this seed with great care. Zhou Tu maintained a tranquil demeanor, aware that the sprite was continually identifying plant species, and as she nurtured them, the defenses of the magical zone would grow stronger. With the addition of the pea shooter, once cultivated into thousands of specimens, they could directly bombard smaller islands to procure resources, thereby fortifying the magical region further. The night would not deter my exploration of unfamiliar floating islands. I would be able to see them from afar. The sprite nodded obediently. The night is perilous. I can accompany the island master in exploration, contributing my faint glow. Zhou Tu harbored great expectations for the sprite to grasp further knowledge. Currently, she had only demonstrated the ability to accelerate plant growth. If she could directly control plants and evolve into a grand druid, it would be even better. After conversing with the sprite, Zhou Tu opened the trading channel to check on the items he had listed. There had not been many sales. As night fell, he exchanged a wave of resources. While the wind and sand escalated a few levels, as few within the island possessed surplus rations. Those who had stone materials did not wish to exchange them for shovels, likely having constructed sand barriers similar to his own. The regional chat channel buzzed. Tushun, can you refrain from trading soil and stone for shovels? Do you accept other materials like iron, copper, gold, or silver? This soil and stone are essential resources for each individual to upgrade their islands. Zhou Tu's demands for materials are garnering everyone's attention. Indeed, soil and stone are becoming a hard currency. Everyone is taking note. I just acquired a shovel blueprint. Soil and stone can expand living space. Over these past few days, their importance has become apparent. Poor quality items cannot be traded for soil or stone, only for other goods. The island masters of the sky are becoming increasingly frugal. Tushun, I have a blueprint and wish to exchange it for resources. Having collected information regarding soil within the regional channel, Zhou Tu scratched his head. As the first island master, every action he took was under scrutiny, and his extensive collection of soil had captured everyone's attention. They began to focus on the trade of basic soil and stone. Glancing at the world channel, Most individuals proposed exchanging other items for the engineer's shovel. Asking for 1,000 pieces of soil in return for a single shovel seemed unreasonable. Who could endure to toil for an entire day merely to gather soil? Zhou Tu understood the predicament. Indeed, as time progressed, collecting soil and stone from people's hands had become increasingly arduous. It was fundamental to the island's expansion unless one relinquished control and joined another island. The engineer's shovel had already depreciated. It was merely unsold now, but during the day, it should still be in demand. As for the suggestion to exchange gold, silver, and copper for shovels, he pondered briefly before dismissing the idea. The mechanical zone might later require special materials, yet the time for that had not yet come. He would bring Shun Qinghe to the island to gather special materials. The prism tower in the mechanical zone needed construction, and currently, it lacked effective defenses. If only he could acquire the blueprint for an excavator, he would swiftly produce one and secure a contract with Zhang Yiwei to dig his land. Amidst these contemplations, he opened the chat with Yu Mengli and was momentarily taken aback. Yu Mengli had consumed honey, and her attributes had increased so significantly. He checked his own attribute panel. Island Master, Zhou Tuesday age, 24. Strength, 71. Stamina, 61. Agility, 601. Charm, 8. Observation, 10. His strength, stamina, and agility had all seen an increase. The honey that enhances attributes is indeed potent. After reviewing the attribute enhancements, Zhou Tu concluded, Yu Mengli simply possesses a keener awareness of her body's subtle strengthening than he does. Her physique is slightly superior. However, as long as he consistently consumes attribute-enhancing items, once his strength reaches the teens, he could effortlessly fell trees with a single punch, even without relying on attribute boosts. In this light, the value of the venomous bees continues to rise. Moreover, the fruiting of the yellow flower tree is still rather slow. However, there is no pressing urgency. Being able to consume food that enhances attributes is already commendable, especially when some in the channel are experiencing sporadic feasts. Once attributes reach a certain level, he wonders if they could withstand bullets. Does consuming honey impose an upper limit on attribute enhancement? Regardless, in the future, whenever encountering islands that offer attribute enhancements, it will be imperative to explore them. The higher the attributes, the better. Compared to other islands, he can gather these attribute-enhancing flora and fauna to continually fortify himself. Yu Mengli has been fortunate, catching a rabbit, yet there has been no further success. The fundamental reason lies in the island's small size, which precludes any form of cultivation. Initially, this may not have been evident, but later, as the island master's territory expands and the diversity of species increases, even the slightest attribute boost from each type will lead to an infinitely magnified advantage. Chapter 75. Here lies a diminutive floating island inhabited by humans, and you pose a considerable threat to it. Should the island's energy prove sufficient, the island's master can harness this energy to facilitate the development of fauna. With the island master's heart surpassing level 190, the functionality for enhancing the growth of creatures in the island master's domain is activated, covering an area of 100 square meters, with an energy consumption of 60s and an enhancement efficiency of 20. Although this augmentation demands a substantial amount of energy, should it be applied to toxic bees, it would significantly increase honey production. In essence, this translates to an enhancement of the island master's attributes. Exchanging energy for the island master's empowerment is indeed a profitable endeavor. The great island master is destined to grow ever stronger in the skies. My aspirations are unequivocal. Yet to what extent can a floating island expand? A celestial body, perhaps? Then I would be a lord of the stars. The innate ambition of the Chinese people, rooted in the vastness of the stars and seas, remains unwavering within me. Zhou Tu set aside his aspirations and gazed into the distance, regardless of the future's promise. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Advance the floating island. Here lies a diminutive floating island inhabited by humans, and you pose a considerable threat to it. Shift the floating island to the left. Here lies a diminutive floating island inhabited by humans, and you pose a considerable threat to it. Shift the floating island to the right. You shall encounter nocturnal bats, formidable adversaries beyond your current capacity to withstand, possessing a fierce thirst for blood during the night. Shift the floating island backward. The feathered serpent island guards an ancient temple. The temple harbors ancient powers and displays intense hostility towards any approaching beings. Merely 10 minutes would suffice to usher you into the afterlife. Shift the floating island upward. The swamp island is fraught with difficulties. Shift the floating island downward, a desolate isle. Encountering a dual-person island was unexpected, as previously I had only encountered singular once. However, the information provided was rather absurd. I am wholly benevolent. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. So what peril could there possibly be? This information is a blatant slander. The other islands are too hazardous. I shall merely meet some strangers. Previously, I had passively encountered others. Now I shall actively seek out some acquaintances, preventing the inevitable accusations of invisibility. A brief appearance serves as excellent publicity. Zhou Tu rotated his floating island, directing the mechanical sector forward. Aside from himself, there was little in the way of defense. Concealing items in the magical and biological sectors was prudent to avoid alarming encounters during the night. Zhang Yuza's floating island, having perused the chat channel, noted the hour was late. Should he delay any longer, he would be awake until dawn. Suddenly, a sound akin to the rush of wind pierced through the small dwelling. What could it be? Can an island venture here at night? Zhang Yuza gazed in bewilderment at the massive, illuminated island. The floating island radiated light. One source was a white glow, while another was phosphorescent, covering the opposite side of the island, which appeared to be a forest. What could this mean? It was only ever spoken of unfamiliar floating islands awaiting exploration. Never had he heard of a foreign floating island approaching autonomously. Instinctively, he prepared for defense when the island master's crystal transmitted a message. Detected the island B10086, currently approaching, coordinates established. Would you like to establish a friendship? Zhang Yuza was astonished. A human floating island was exploring at night. This individual is audacious, indeed. Do they fear no peril? Wait a moment. Isn't this the identification number belonging to the esteemed Zhou Tu? The number was rather memorable upon a glance. The great Zhou Tu is also navigating the night in search of exploration? How terrifying. Reflexively, he clicked to establish a friendship. A chill surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head, recalling his previous antics in the chat channel. Zhou Tu likely would not mind. But what if he did? Better to be safe than sorry. With an island of such magnitude, Zhou Tu must possess means to easily dispatch an ordinary island master. Though he may play the fool, he is no simpleton. What if Zhou Tu were to take offense? He could very well end my existence. Zhang Yuza felt a surge of anxiety, the only recourse being to engage in conversation within the channel to assert his presence. Should the number of participants dwindle, it would indicate that Zhou Tu had eliminated him. Zhang Yuza never anticipated that one day, mere chatter in a channel would serve as a means of self-preservation. Encountered Zhou Tu. His island boasts electricity and woodlands, truly remarkable. Zhou Tu has seamlessly entered the age of electricity, while I am still reliant on oil lamps. Thrilled. Utterly exhilarated. I have added the Great One as a friend. He explores his floating island even at night, truly the foremost of island masters. Indeed, the divine is unparalleled, unrestrained by day or night, simply extraordinary. I must have accumulated immense fortune over 8 lifetimes. Some expressed confusion. You explore islands at night? How audacious. You, clown number 2, seem quite verbose tonight. Are you so terrified of encountering a giant that you must incessantly chatter in the channel? Did you truly meet Zhou Tu at night? Zhang Yuza sighed in relief. Indeed, they spoke true. Out of fear for his life, he was frantically asserting his existence. With so many participants aware of his encounter with Zhou Tu, he felt a semblance of safety. It seemed Zhou Tu would not take his life. However, Zhou Tu had consented to establish a chat channel, and Zhang Yuza promptly sent a message. Greetings, esteemed one. Exploring islands at night, contributing to the skies. How magnificent. It is an honor to have you as a chat friend, Zhou Tu. Hello. Zhou Tu responded with a mere hint of acknowledgement. Seeing the response, Zhang Yuza felt reassured. The possibility of Zhou Tu harboring murderous intent seemed diminished, and he awaited Zhou Tu's arrival upon his island. Yet, he did not appear. Instead, he observed Zhou Tu's floating island departing. Zhang Yuza felt a sense of dismay. This individual could not even be bothered to glance at me. The pervasive distrust within the channel left him feeling anxious, fearing Zhou Tu might turn against him. In comparison, his island appeared as a mere impoverished dwelling beside a billionaire's estate. The foremost island master in the skies had no inclination to regard him. Nonetheless, establishing a chat channel and receiving Zhou Tu's goodwill indicated that Zhou Tu possessed commendable character. Zhou Tu, perusing the chat records, found himself both amused and bewildered. Is there truly such cause for alarm? Reflecting on the situation, he realized, to those in the channel, I indeed present a formidable presence. The overwhelming superiority of my elevated level instills a sense of mystique and predatory aura. Who dares to explore recklessly under the cover of night? Perhaps only I. Coupled with my aloof demeanor and sparse dialogue, it is no wonder these individuals harbor trepidation, fearing I might plunder their islands as I do with others of my kind. Thus, I indeed pose a significant threat to other unfamiliar island masters. Chapter 76. The Trust Between Inhabitants of Floating Islands. Many among the floating island populace regard me with wariness. When faced with my presence, they scarcely dare to approach. Even Shen Qinghe wielding my reputation is sufficient to intimidate Li Jiangping into inaction, a clear testament to the fearsome renown of the first island master. 5 instances of information gathering swiftly passed. Zhou Tu, alongside the elves, landed on the island. Yielding minimal rewards, they stumbled upon an abandoned gas station, discovering a modest supply of gasoline and diesel. The desolate isle, or islands, and dilapidated structures offered a few odds and ends, including a diesel generator. And dawn had already broken. Zhou Tu's primary concern remained the sales of his shovels, as this bore significant implications for his ascendance to a level 300 island. According to the traditional pattern of unlocking at level 100, it is highly probable that a remarkably useful feature will be unveiled. This is something he eagerly anticipates. In the trading channel, The spades are gradually diminishing, as individuals exchange their resources for his spades. However, the transaction remains incomplete, likely requiring another hour to finalize. In the chat channel, a user remarked, "Is Zhou Tu really exploring the floating island at night? Those who previously ventured there during the night have mostly met their demise. What is Zhou Tu thinking?" Another user retorted, "What are you doubting? Is there something Zhou Tu cannot accomplish that others cannot? What is his level? How vast is his domain? Do you really need to question that?" Zhang Yuza proclaimed confidently in the channel, "You must be terrified by Zhou Tu's island. I remember when you advised against seeking him for purchases. How have you now become an admirer?" Another user chimed in, "If you have never witnessed the grandeur of Tu Shin's island, refrain from speculating about the magnitude of a deity's domain with your limited intellect." Shi Chaoqiang interjected, "What the second clown said must be true. The first time I beheld Tu Shin's island during the day, it was already adorned with forests. Yet, you all choose not to believe it." Zhou Tu scrolled through the chat logs, noting that these individuals had disseminated the news of his nocturnal exploration of the floating islands to the outside world. Even those in the broader world channel were debating the feasibility of night exploration. Zhou Tu silently closed the chat. The chat channel was inundated with information, once engrossed. One could spend hours sifting through the records. The volume of messages here was not in the thousands or tens of thousands, but rather commenced at the million mark. Instead of wasting time, he opted to explore the islands, digging to expand their area. Fixing his gaze ahead, Zhou Tu's eyes caught sight of new information. Advanced the floating island. There lies a 10-meter square pond upon it, containing a copper treasure chest. However, beware. For some turtles are guarding it, making retrieval challenging. After reviewing the other pieces of information, Zhou Tu resolved to move the island forward. Primarily drawn by the pond's water, he was indifferent to the treasure chest's non-golden appearance, knowing such chests seldom yielded valuable items. Copper materials were decent, at best. However, during the last water extraction, he had been less than satisfied. A single pump had merely lowered the water level in the pond slightly. The root cause being inadequate extraction speed and efficiency, compounded by the short duration of operation. At levels over 300, the duration could be extended to 3 hours. But for now, it was barely sufficient. He decided to message Zhang Yiwei to see if his team had located any pumps for trade. Promptly, Zhang Yiwei responded, "Yes, we found several pumps here. How many does Tu Shin require?" Zhou Tu replied, 3, if available." "Indeed, they will arrive in 5 minutes. You can collect them from the channel then." Zhang Yiwei replied readily, before curiously asking, "Tu Shin, is it true that you explore the islands at night?" "Indeed," Zhou Tu affirmed. "Night exploration carries significant risks. Do you believe I would be capable of such a venture?" Zhang Yiwei queried. "No. There are strange creatures roaming about, and the islands are too small to lack defenses. One must be equipped to withstand cold, fire, and assaults from formidable foes. With such preparations, one could venture forth, though the likelihood of survival remains slim." Having gathered information over dozens of night excursions, he had developed a reasonable assessment of the dangers and necessary defenses, making it easier to divulge some information. With 3 pumps secured, these were borrowed, and Zhang Yiwei facilitated the transaction without inquiring about their return. This exemplified trust, a rare commodity in their channel. The advantage of a large organization lies in its diverse array of resources, some useful, some not, primarily focused on collection, with many individuals ultimately finding utility in the system. Naturally, the mortality and injury rates within such organizations are high, and Zhang Yiwei had procured a substantial quantity of herbs from him. The initial transaction of 50 spades had established a foundation of trust with Zhang Yiwei's organization, leading to frequent exchanges where he also shared a modicum of information, fostering a mutually beneficial relationship. Although not a formal member of the organization, he had forged a close trading alliance with them. In a certain sense, the organization functioned as his logistical support. Zhou Tu realized that unrestricted chatting allowed those within the organization to perceive survival not as a challenge, but as a means of resource trading. He even observed individuals in the channel who, without any effort, managed to persuade others to relinquish everything, an utterly absurd scenario. In this world of survival, one could summarize, men provide me with resources, as has been witnessed before. With the water pumps and hoses prepared, Zhou Tu commenced the connection to the island. Knowing that water was paramount for the growth of forests, the construction of sand-fortifying tree walls, and the cultivation of herbs. Before him appeared an island featuring a small hill, with a pond below, its waters glistening green and gently rippling. It was a square pond, approximately 10 meters in length. Water, this was indeed a water island. Betty floated joyfully on a branch ahead. In the midst of this raging sandstorm, water was crucial for the development of the island. Water was the essence of plant growth on the floating island. In a sense, it formed the foundation of his strength. The more water there was, the more plants could thrive, thereby augmenting his capabilities. Previously, water constraints could only foster low-lying vegetation, insufficient for defense. Now, with Zhou Tu's floating island as a boon, he could cultivate it well. As Betty observed Zhou Tu arriving on his motorcycle at the pond's edge, he prepared the pumps to commence water extraction. Once again, he affirmed in his heart that he had not made a wrong choice. Zhou Tu approached the pond. He desired the water, wished to consume the turtles, and longed to open the treasure chest. In essence, he wanted it all. He retrieved a branch to test the pond's depth, estimating it to be around 3 meters. Zhou Tu calculated in his mind. This pond contained approximately 300 cubic meters of water, with a density of roughly 1 ton per cubic meter, equating to approximately 300 tons of water. Extraction commenced. With all 4 pumps operating at full capacity, he anticipated extracting around 240 tons over 2 hours. By then, he would be able to net the turtles. In the meantime, he decided to check on the black cows, which had become a permanent fixture on the island, to evaluate their condition. Chapter 77, Level 300 Island, the floating island of the apocalypse, a spring. Zhou Tu approached the black cows, which now appeared languid, having adapted to life on the floating island. With their damage transferability, he felt secure against any charge. Selecting one, he approached. But the black cow merely turned its head to glance at him, continuing to ruminate contentedly. I haven't had breakfast yet. You seem to be enjoying your meal. Upon contact, the black cows exhibited no hostility towards him, a stark contrast to their initial wariness when he first arrived on the island. Excellent. In the future, should he encounter other dangerous creatures on the island, he could seek refuge with these black cows as a protective measure. As for his ability to command animals, he refrained from using it, as he currently lacked the requisite energy. Upon reaching the tiger's vicinity, Zhou Tu noted a heightened alertness in its demeanor, adopting a defensive stance and emitting a growl. Most notably, there was a rabbit's fur beside the tiger. Had he truly managed to contain this creature? Only for another rabbit to wander into the tiger's enclosure and meet its demise. Zhou Tu could only shake his head in disbelief. In antiquity, one waited by a tree for a rabbit, while now, a tiger lay in ambush for rabbits. These rabbits, having no natural predators on the previous island, must have inadvertently strayed into the tiger's den while exploring. I have yet to partake in a meal, while the tiger has already begun its feast. The wild tiger is undeniably aggressive. Zhou Tu stood outside the enclosure, extracting a straight rod from his backpack, striking the tiger's head a couple of times. The tiger, seething with rage, found itself at a loss, as Zhou Tu tossed aside some food and departed. A few strikes paired with a sweet date proved to be practical even for animals. The black cow had become a permanent inhabitant, but direct command over it required a dominion ability. Otherwise, only familiarity could be cultivated. The same applied to the tiger, which had not yet become a resident creature. Engaging in trade, Zhou Tu provided Yu Mengli with a rifle and a handgun, each accompanied by 5 rounds of ammunition. In private conversation, Yu Mengli expressed her concern, evidently having noted the news of his nocturnal explorations in the World Channel. Is it true that you explored at night? Indeed, Zhou Tu replied. Ammunition is limited. Refrain from firing indiscriminately. Just displaying the weapons will deter any malicious intent. You even found firearms. Incredible. Yu Mengli responded. But this gun may not necessarily be effective against wild boars. Yu Mengli retorted in anger. Get lost. Zhou Tu refrained from further replies, making his way to the magical woodland. The water he had drawn was already flowing into the pool that the fairies had prepared. This pool was encircled by trees growing together. The fairy had constructed a small cottage for him in the woods, complete with a wooden bed and a wooden table, from which a small green sprig emerged, adorning the table with a touch of greenery, alongside a wooden stool. A wooden bookshelf was filled with seemingly useless books that the fairy had collected the previous night. It was evident that Betty had, to some extent, mirrored his room, even crafting a bookshelf in imitation of his own. The fairy had indeed thrived on his island, experiencing rapid growth. Zhou Tu was quite satisfied with this rustic cottage. He sensed that as the fairy continued to grow, it might gain the ability to control plants. His original notion was not mistaken. The magical region ought to be managed by the fairy, lord of the island. It seems there are some creatures in the water source of the opposite island. Zhou Tu understood that the water level had receded, revealing the turtles. In shallow waters, turtles abounded. He counted around 30 turtles of various sizes. Using a net, he scooped them up and transported them back to his island, along with a treasure chest that had also been retrieved. This time, approximately 240 tons of water had been drawn, but the sediment beneath the pool made further extraction impossible, leading to some estimation errors. In addition to these, Zhou Tu discovered vibrant mushrooms on a small hillside, in shades of red, white, and blue, which he did not recognize. He gathered them and tossed them into the magical area, anticipating that in a few days, these colorful mushrooms would flourish within the woods. When that time came, experts in mushrooms would arrive on the island, ready to concoct delicious mushroom soup. Zhou Tu made a swift circuit of Water Island, collecting all that was to be had, and was pleased with the yield. Upon returning to his island, Zhou Tu began to peruse the trade channel. All shovels had been successfully traded, aligning with his expectations. The efficiency of the shovels had made them a hot commodity in the world. After exploring the floating islands during the day, these individuals promptly exchanged all remaining shovels. 300 were exchanged for soil, yielding 300,000 units of soil, while 600 were exchanged for stone, garnering 360,000 units of stone. The evening windstorm brought in 1 83 million units of soil, and with the 300,000 units obtained from the shovels, along with various other exchanges, he now possessed a total of 15 million units of soil. The heart of the island currently stood at level 228, with energy at 119,238. The materials required for the next upgrade were 22,800 units of soil and 380 units of stone. To ascend a single level required over 20,000 units of soil, a considerable expenditure, but the area of the floating island had also expanded significantly. The addition of an outer ring was incomparable to previous expansions. Without hesitation, Zhou Tu opted to upgrade the floating island. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island has reached level 229, energy 120,239. Materials required for next upgrade: 22,900 units of soil, 390 units of stone. This expansion of the island's area was unprecedented, extending outward by 80 meters. The commotion was even greater than before. Zhou Tu activated his floating flight ability, hovering above to observe. At the moment of the island's upgrade, the accumulated sand and soil from the night merged into the floating island, along with the stones acquired through trade. The outer layers of soil solidified in concentric circles, rapidly expanding the island's area outward. The distant white clouds were directly shattered by the extending soil. All creatures atop the island stood in unison. Zhou Tu noticed a few rabbits, their hind legs straightened in the grass, ears erect, gazing curiously at the periphery of the floating island. Betty, standing beside Zhou Tu, remarked, "This upgrade nearly doubles the area of the floating island." The island continued to grow, gathering plants and animals, a novel experience for Betty. Turning to Zhou Tu, she noticed the profound depth in his gaze. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island has surpassed level 308, energy 199,318. Materials required for next upgrade: 3,800 units of soil, 180 units of stone. Zhou Tu surveyed his surroundings. The diameter of the floating island had reached 318 meters. The newly birthed land was a vast expanse of yellow, devoid of vegetation. The total area of the floating island had increased to 795,205 square meters, roughly equivalent to 10 standard football fields, while the previous island measured only 440,000 square meters, with a standard football field covering 140 square meters. The current island's area far surpassed that of the water cube. Meanwhile, the black cow frolicked upon the freshly birthed land, kicking up dust, appearing even more jubilant than Zhou Tu himself. Upon surpassing level 300, Zhou Tu quickly shifted his focus to the new abilities unlocked at this milestone. Detected an increase in island area. The heart of the island has surpassed level 300, enhancing the abilities of the floating island. The internal water cycle of the island is now activated. The island master may designate any location on the island to activate the floating island's spring. Activation requires 50 energy points. The island master can treat the floating island as a small biosphere. The extraction of spring water for use on the island incurs minimal consumption, but excessive extraction for external use may lead to depletion of the island's water resources, which can be restored through energy expenditure. Zhou Tu smiled broadly. A spring on the floating island in the post-apocalyptic world. How splendid. Where shall it be placed? Chapter 78. Placing the spring water, revitalizing the floating island. The placement of the spring was crucial. Should it need to be relocated, it would require 50 energy points, thus necessitating careful consideration. After a brief moment, Zhou Tu determined the ideal location for the spring. The small cottage in the woods was the most suitable choice. Allowing the spring water to flow from the cottage, through the woods, and into the biological area, providing water for the black cow and the tiger. In the future, he could also enjoy flowers and brew tea here. The flowing spring water would be perfectly fitting. According to the extended explanation, these animals were also part of the floating island's biosphere. As long as this water was not sold directly and instead circulated within the island, there would be minimal consumption. After all, the cow consumes and drinks, yet remains on the floating island. The trees absorb most of the water, which also remains on the floating island, resulting in truly negligible consumption. Arriving at the woodland cottage, Zhou Tu began to channel his energy, constructing a spring in the vacant space adjacent to the wooden table of the small cottage. Zhou Tu suddenly felt as though the moisture in the air of the floating island was being pressed into the soil. Subsequently, the ground cracked, and stones began to emerge from beneath the surface. Amidst the crevices of the stones, a spring of water gradually appeared, with a stream as thick as a thumb shooting upward by an inch. The spring water, clear and colorless, stood in stark contrast to the murky water he had previously drawn from the pond. Zhou Tu approached and cupped his hands to gather a handful of the spring water. Taking a sip, it was crisp and invigorating. Astonishingly, the spring water of the floating island resembled that of a mountain spring. This reminded Zhou Tu of the natural water that flowed from the crevices of rocks during his travels in the mountains. The elf, imitating him, took a drink and exclaimed, "The water of the floating island seems to have been purified." Zhou Tu rose and shook his hands. Indeed, the floating island acts as a colossal filter, compressing the moisture from the island into the soil, which serves as a filtering medium, producing spring water after undergoing purification. No wonder the indicator could be regarded as a miniature ecosystem. It turns out it operates in this manner. Can I continuously use this spring water to nurture plants? The elf inquired, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Absolutely. The plants nurtured will also belong to the island's ecosystem. The water within them will interact with the floating island, consuming very little and allowing for effortless nurturing. Bisha circled the spring, pondering, if that is the case, the bamboo sand barrier promised to the island master will rise more quickly. Let us first cultivate some grass in the sandy areas to stabilize the soil. I fear the sand might come and go as it pleases. It would be quite amusing if the gales carried away the sand from the island instead. The elf declared, I shall go at once. Expanding the island's greenery is my duty. Zhou Tu shook his head, realizing that the elf race truly was favored by the heavens. Having read from previous texts, they had learned various new concepts and could articulate specialized terminology. The island master's heart reminds, the spring has been successfully opened. Water cycle value at 50. If this value drops to 0, water resources will be depleted. Zhou Tu gazed at the indicator, understanding that a higher water cycle value was preferable. Overall, this spring water, bestowed at level 300, was remarkably potent, transforming the entire floating island into a miniature biosphere. Everything could thrive in a cycle. Flowers, grasses, trees, and animals would derive immense vitality from this spring water, creating an internal circulation, endlessly replenished. Zhou Tu's gaze fell upon the thumb-sized spring. At that moment, the water gushing forth resembled a headless fly, seeking its path. Yet it did not venture far before seeping underground. Water from a source would not easily surrender, persistently searching for its way. Zhou Tu paid no mind to the spring water, leaving its management to the elf. A glance at the basin previously encircled by the elf revealed a rapidly declining water level, surpassing the floating island's horizon by a considerable margin. It was gradually being absorbed and transformed into clear spring water by the floating island, purifying the muddy water into something potable. Meanwhile, the turtle within faced yet another awkward predicament of being in a pond devoid of water. A thumb-sized spring should have no trouble flowing into a brook atop the floating island. Eventually, these turtles would reside in that brook. For now, the development of the floating island took precedence. As for the future, excavating a lake and raising fish on the floating island would be matters for another time. Zhou Tu felt that the floating island still appeared too small. The next few days would be dedicated to earnestly seeking Xinxingha. With a stroke of luck, he might find her within a day. If fortune were unkind, he should manage to locate her in 2 or 3 days. Zhou Tu estimated that based on the probability of encountering others while moving the floating island in recent days, the odds remained relatively high. Now, as he traversed the floating island day and night, the likelihood was even greater. The materials required for upgrading amounted to 220,000, while the shovel had yielded 360,000. After accounting for the remaining 140,000, the island had expanded yet again, with the sand barrier forming arcs that did not intersect within the circle. Zhou Tu's task now was to readjust this arc, extending both sides to the edges of the floating island. The elf would commence nurturing the bamboo sand barrier along the current perimeter of the floating island. Each day, the island could grow, and the sand barrier would remain in a state of dynamic transformation to adapt to the expanding environment of the floating island. However, when the sand barrier intercepted the soil brought by wind disasters again, it should be doubly effective, with the island's area increasing, in addition to the sand barrier. The trees in the elf's vicinity could also offer some protection against the wind and sand. Even without deliberate collection, a considerable amount of sand remained on the island. With nearly 80,000 square meters of space, it naturally accumulated more sand than smaller islands. This exemplified the advantages of a larger island. As for the trade of vast quantities of soil within the channel, Zhou Tu sensed a conflict between the inefficiency of soil excavation and the swift expansion of the island's area. It was akin to the reality where the populace had limited financial resources, while experts advocated for increased consumption. He and Zhang Yiwei, along with other large island masters, encountered similar situations where goods existed, yet could not be sold in the trading channel. Moreover, soil and stone were fundamental resources for upgrading the island, making them even more precious, leading everyone to hoard their soil and stone. Zhou Tu shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. His goal was to swiftly locate Xinxingha and Li Yuero so they could assist him. With an abundance of miscellaneous items to explore, he could simply list them for trade without the need for exploration. Just as Zhou Tu activated the floating island, the channel erupted with excitement, as those paying attention to him discovered that he had leveled up to 80. What does reaching level 80 signify? Millions of soil could only be gazed upon in awe. I thought leveling up would become increasingly difficult, yet I never anticipated that the formidable Zhou Tu would ascend so rapidly, akin to a rocket, even at higher levels. Now, the esteemed Zhou Tu requires approximately 30,000 units of soil for each level upgrade. My goodness, this amount is enough for me to level up 10 times. Currently, Zhou Tu's island spans roughly 80,000 0.000 square meters. Astonishing. Traversing such a vast island would take several minutes. Envying the second-tier jester. Fortunate enough to encounter the great Zhou Tu and gain access to his private chat channel.